Awutu Senya East constituency is green. The tyrant Hawa Kumsin is a goner. And seeing that power has obviously left her, she cannot come to terms with the reality and has resorted to violence as she is known for. She's the same person who went to a police station and actually pulled a gun and shot at innocent civilians. And today, his thugs who were brought in from the Boku area, we know them, we have intel on all of them, were directed by Hawa Kumsin to fire at an innocent, unarmed supporter of the NDC. Today, our former constituency secretary for Ayawaso, for Awutu Senya East constituency, Tuareg is no longer with the living. He's no longer with us. Why? Because thugs of this same woman, Hawa Kumsin, beat him to pulp. And he never recovered, never got better until he died very painfully, leaving behind many children. So for how long will Hawa Kumsin continue to do this? As I speak to you, one supporter of the NDC has been murdered. He's dead. The other is in critical condition at the hospital. But that is not to say that we have lost focus. It is a very sad moment for us, a very difficult moment for us. But until Honorable Now Koyo is declared as a member of parliament elect for that constituency, we shall rest not in that constituency. And the information we have is that the coalition currently ongoing at the coalition center at ASEC is almost coming to an end. And we want to call on all our supporters, all our agents to remain extra vigilant until the process is concluded. The duly elected member of parliament for the constituency is declared by the EC. The resource form duly signed by agents, our agents get his or her copy. It is posted on the wall, and then you can go and jubilate. But until then, let's remain vigilant. So that is what done there. And when we have the opportunity to address you again, we will show you pictures and videos of that. But I'm sure by now your correspondents in the area have already spoken to you about this sad development. But you know, nobody goes scot-free after shedding innocent blood. The NPP doesn't understand what is happening to them today. And one of the reasons why they are losing this miserably, like their own prophet told them they will lose spot all, is because of the 8 innocent Ghanaians they murdered in 2020. The blood of those innocent Ghanaians will forever be on their head. And so will be the blood of these 2 innocent Ghanaians who have been murdered today. One in Nyankpala in the Tolon constituency. An innocent civilian who was sitting somewhere only for these NPP thugs under the instruction of their parliamentary candidate Habib to open fire on him. And if you can show that that is the injured person, show us the picture of the one who they murdered in cold blood under a bench because they were seated down. They didn't have any weapon. They killed them just like that because they had gone to the UDS campus at Nyankpala to influence and induce students to vote for Habib. Our supporters protested. It led to some heated exchanges and fisticuffs. The MPP thugs left the scene with Habib and came back there with their AK-47s and all that. They began to shoot indiscriminately to intimidate the crowd. The crowd dispersed. And on their way out, here let me commend the Ghana Police Service led by IGP Bankare. IGP so far so good. It's not been smooth. We've not been happy with how some military men have been deployed and how some. So far, the Election Security Task Force under your leadership has done its best to maintain law and order in consonance with the laws governing this process. And we entreat you to continue to do so in accordance with the constitution that you have sworn to uphold. And I'm commending him because we understand that 4 of the criminals who committed this dastardly act have been arrested by the police. But the main culprit, who is Habib, must be arrested. And if he's not arrested today, on the 8th of January, he will be arrested. Just like our police. Mark that on the wall. Then, in Greater Accra, we are having serious challenges in 4 constituencies. One is Ayawaso Central, where the Interior Minister, what's his name? Henry Korte is Member of Parliament, and they are going Member of Parliament for the area. We are having similar issue at Tema Central, Ablikuma West, especially where Aslawusu is the Member of Parliament, and Ablikuma North. And the common feature of all these challenges we are having at these coalition centers is that the police, or let me not even say the police, these thugs of the MPP, because some of them may be wearing police uniforms or military uniforms, but you can't even tell today in Akufo-Addo's Ghana whether these people are truly soldiers. You can't really tell. That is how depraved the leadership of this country has become, and how bastardized our state institutions have been, reduced to. And so these thugs don't want to allow members of the public to at least observe, because at Ablikuma West, thugs of the MPP tried to engage in ballot box swapping. They threw into the coalition center 2 ballot boxes. And people saw it because they were there. And they were there because we called on them to be there. Had they not been there, the story could have been a different one. So they were there and then protested and resisted that ballot box swapping attempt by the MPP. Immediately that happened, Aslawusu called her soldiers, and they came there in a truck. Soldiers armed to the teeth surrounding the coalition center. Well, our Deputy General Secretary is on the ground, and I'm told that the soldiers have now backed off. But that is a challenge we are encountering there. Same as Ablikuma North, same as Tema Central. And we are telling our people, stand your ground. Stand your ground. Be peaceful, be responsible, be orderly, but stand your ground. You have nothing to fear, because we are on the side of the law. We are on the side of the law. And they cannot kill all of us in Ghana. They can't. Now, to conclude, there is also the issue of Abuakwa North in the eastern region, where, again, at the coalition center, the police has fired tear gas, they are spraying pepper spray just to make sure that our people are not there to observe the process. And we want to call on the IGP to address these issues that we are encountering in some of these polling stations. The entire electoral process is a public exercise, from the police station level to the constituency level to the regional level to the national level. Accredited agents are the ones who are allowed to be in the coalition rooms. We all know that. But the public, the general public, is allowed to be around to observe what is happening. What is happening is not an election of a secret society. It's an election of a democratic country. People have cast their votes. What do you have to hide? And some people will say, oh, but your agents are there, allow them. 2 agents and a few observers. What about if they bandit them somewhere? Like they did at Echiman South. They attack them. They hound them out. Who will be there to defend them? And you want us, a serious political party, ready for power and in fact coming into power, to listen to your advice and tell our supporters to sleep at home and allow only 2 agents to be there observing the coalition? You think we are zombies? And Ayauri and Ngosro. It will not happen today. It will not happen tomorrow. We will police this exercise to the very end, and we call on our supporters to do exactly that. Now, finally, I'll end with a joke. I heard the new evangelist the MPP has now discovered, their communications director, who is now quoting a lot of Bible quotations, saying that they have won the election. Well, I'm not here to counter that. I'm not here to say that we have won. As for who has won, by now, every Ghanaian knows. They themselves, they know. And I want to show you one person who knows, because as the evangelist was preaching and saying they have won, his brother, the communications director of the MPP, was by his side. And from the look on his face, can we see that picture? I want to show you the face of a man who says he has won an election. Look, this is Richard Ahiagba, MPP Communications Director. So if the MPP has truly won an election, you think this is how Richard Ahiagba will be looking? This will be his countenance and his facial expression. And I'm sure you saw Fatima too. Yes. So these are the people who claim they have won an election. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your collaboration. We appreciate your presence here with us. And we want to encourage you to stick with us until we bring this process to an end. Abusuafo mebo asemna mekan ne to fatietiatia. Enche cry ne mo be in central for be din kita ho. Ye ne oman no teach you your supporters ina kasa say. About one year to nwie. Ya to akan abobo no polling station. But e fa na ye do so ye constituency coalition center no. E ho ihia pa. Enti ye nyai enigye ne jubilation dia na ye nyina yanko kan ye agents no constituency coalition center. Yes, you could rat down na ye coalition.
Okay, so that's the National Communications Officer of the NDC. He's calling on the IGP. Interestingly, the NPP is also calling on the IGP. They are both asking their supporters to be vigilant, and yet we are recording incidents of violence. We are recording shooting incidents. Now, the real question is, didn't we sniff this information about guns in circulation prior to the election?
Oh, we sniffed it, we knew it, but typical of Ghanaians, it's business as usual. Let me give you a bit of history. In 2005, we did a baseline survey that said that we had about 750,000 unregistered guns in civilian hands. Then the government then in power said, look, 750,000 is too serious, so can't we look at the figures again? So we looked at the figures again and thought, well, look, a margin of error, so let's bring it down to 500,000. If you take the normal attrition rate of 20% over time, then you would think, well, that should be about 100,000. When we did the baseline survey again in 2014, we had 2.3 million unregistered guns. Last month, we just did a survey again, talking to 10,800 and I think
the salient fund.
Yes,
survey.
the salient fund.
Part of it.
Yeah, the salient funds survey. So looking at what has been happening around the sub-region and in Ghana, well, we don't have the figures yet. We will have them next year.
But it will be huge.
It will be huge.
Humongous.
Massive. So, but we have also a cultural affinity for guns in this country. So gun culture is part of our daily lives. What has shifted is our appetite for military grade guns. And those are guns that you just don't find on the streets. So somebody somewhere is deliberately bringing these guns in, infiltrating them into the country. They have some networks who get access to these guns and are increasingly using them to intimidate us.
But Prof, why do you think there's a need for these guns? Because yes, there are people supplying these guns, but if there's no demand of it, then there's no point to bring it in, right? So what is causing that desire to have these military grade guns?
To threaten you and I.
To win an election.
Yeah, you can create an artificial demand, okay? And let's not forget that violence over time has become a currency in this country. That violence, particularly during elections, and there's a direct positive correlation between those who get political or office and their violent behavior, either orally or physically during elections. So the demand for guns, all kinds of accoutrements to intimidate, to threaten, it has actually become part of our political culture.
Right. Mr. Bona, could it also be there have been general concerns about the Ghana Police Service and the security agencies as a whole? It appears that the mistrust in these institutions keep rising every year. Now let's look at a situation where the citizen feels already threatened. Could that also be the reason why people want to protect themselves? Is that an indictment on our security agencies?
It's an indictment on the political class. Because the president appoints everybody. Listen, he spoke about the Salient Fund survey, which is sponsored by, the UNDP. It's not sponsored by the government of Ghana. I represent CSOs on the Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission. We put together, for 7 years, he knows it, we put together a draft bill so that we can turn the Small Arms Commission into an authority. He's been part of a lot of these things. My brother Prof will tell you that if the executive wanted to reduce guns that we have in this country and what is coming and probably take them out, they would have passed that bill into law. It's been lying in Mr. Henry Cote's office for all this while, gathering dust. Because we don't have one single institution that is in charge of gun registration and gun. So once upon a time, once a while you hear somebody say this number of guns have come, and then when you hear those things happen, then it means a didija has happened. Somebody's trying to outsmart, and therefore, okay, I will do you. You see? Because we don't know, the Small Arms is just an advisory body. So when a vessel comes, if it was an authority, if a vessel lands in what do you call it, Ghana, when I say a vessel, including aeroplanes, they are supposed to go on board and check, but you don't have any role to play. And so if that bill was to be passed into law, then you would have one single unit, because the police is so busy. And in putting together this bill, it took us about 7 years. And this is not even sponsored by the government of Ghana. They've signed other things to pass it into law. Up to today, zilch. This government we are doing this government bye-bye. They still haven't signed it into law. So it will be difficult for anyone to convince me that government is not actually benefiting from gun running in this country. Do you understand me? So as far as I'm concerned, you can see shootings everywhere. Some way I want to stay in power. Why should I pass a law that you take all the guns from me? Why would I wouldn't do that? And so I want to believe that the new government, the new government that will take over, should be able to give some authority to some of these state institutions to ensure.
Yeah, just one split second. I think we can also look at the licensing regime.
Yes.
And that there's a direct correlation once more between those who get the licenses to import and their political affiliations. So there's no real political will.
No, it's not there.
To bring this under control.
No.
Because it serves all kinds of purposes.
Including explosives.
Interesting. If you just joined us, this is your election hub. I'm Bernice Abubaidulans, and I'm here with my colleague Lily Mohammed. We've been joined by Dr. Adam Bona and Professor Kwesi Enin, who are both security analysts. And we are talking hard on security because generally the voting process was peaceful. But it appears as the counting continues, there are incidents of violence, shootings, and the police having to use tear gas to control and disperse some crowds. So we're really getting concerned. Hopefully we can bring the situation under control. Prof, we saw some citizens physically engage with military officers. I mean, when I saw that video, what came to mind was what happened to the late Adam Mahama. And I was deeply concerned, but we were also told by the military that we wouldn't see any men in uniform on election day. We began to see them. The people wanted to know where you're coming from, who asked you to come here, and then it created that bit of a confusion. What is your perception about the military in terms of their involvement in this year's election? Even though we haven't seen them generally on the ground, this particular incident seems to stand out.
Well, not only this incident, I think were you to collate people's experiences yesterday and today, probably you'll get a bit more stories. I traveled, as I said earlier on, from Elmina into Accra this afternoon, and I saw at least 4 pickup vehicles, 2 in motion with about 24 officers or personnel, and two stationary at Anamabo near a polling station. And I think one would have expected the military high command, to issue a statement explaining what is happening. You see, because a military is usually the last bastion that protects the state. And we cannot have, visuals of citizens challenging, engaging, managing to actually put them on the ground and all that. That poses quite some problems relating, to the respect, that people have for such an important institution.
Since we're talking about incidents across the country, let's head to the Eastern region. 3 individuals have reportedly been shot at the Electoral Commission office in Ebuakwa North by armed men alleged to be national security operatives. That's something I want us to discuss shortly. The incident occurred after supporters of the National Democratic Congress attempted to intercept a taxi allegedly transporting thumbprinted ballot papers to the Electoral Commission office. Currently, agitated youth have mobilized at the office, vowing to resist any perceived attempt to undermine the electoral process. Let's speak to man on the ground, GHOne. Kojo, what more can you report at this time?
Right, so as you can see behind me and hear the noise being made by the agitating youth of Achem Tafo. A short while ago, or some few minutes ago, an incident happened at the Electoral Commission's office in the Ebuakwa North here. We told that the youth of the NDC picked information that some individuals had, some printed some ballot papers, and they were sneaking it into the EC's office to, as it were, change the parliamentary and the presidential election results here. So they mobilized and met the people who were in taxi, and they confronted them, leading to chaos. As a result, some armed men alleged to be national security operatives. We are told they were numbering about 8, holding pump action guns and pistols. Also stormed the EC office, and they attempted to overpower the youth and send the ballot papers inside the EC's office. But that was resisted, and they started firing warning shots. And 3 people, we told, have been injured and are currently at the Achem Tafo hospital. As we speak, the situation has come under control because the regional police commander himself, DCOP Chubesiankra, is here to ensure that there's law and order. The youth have damaged the taxi that brought the alleged thumb-printed ballot papers. They damaged the windscreen. They've deflated the ties, and you can see the ballot boxes, 2 of them there, as well as the ballot papers that they are alleged to be fake, that has been thumb-printed. Also, they've dismantled them, they've teared them up here, and as we speak, the regional commander, as I said, this UP Chubesiankra is here trying to address the youth, to speak to them, to ensure that they remain calm as police take over investigation into this incident.
Kojo, thank you very much. Please update us more. But is calm relatively in that constituency now? Is the constituency calm now? Is the Ebuakwa North calm? Is the Eastern region in general calm?
Well, Eastern region in general is calm, but it seems we've started recording series of incidents after the voting process. Now, as we speak, coalition is ongoing in most of the constituencies, and that is where the tension is coming from. And the Ebuakwa North issue is a classical example of what is happening in the region. But here in Ebuakwa North, there's relative calm. However, the youths are reluctant to leave the premises of the Election Commission. They are saying that they will not leave because the MPP want to rig this election. They know that the parliamentary candidate of the NDC for the first time has won this particular seat, and that they are going to protect their votes, and they will not allow it to be changed. So now once the regional commander has arrived and spoken to them, we are yet to see the reaction of the youth, whether they will leave the premises of the Electoral Commission or they will remain here.
Our man on the ground in the eastern region, quite unfortunate. We actually recorded a very peaceful process.
Yes.
After polls close, then we are recording incidents of violence. Now, one of the things on my mind is the use of national security operatives. When did we get here as a country that national security operatives brazenly attack people?
Do you want to go first?
Well, yes. let me take it first. You see, God bless Dampare. If Dampare hadn't put in measures, today I'm sure so many Ghanaians would have lost their lives. I'm being very honest with you. Even with all the measures put in place, to the point where the CDS and his, those who agree with him decided that the military should not be involved. Some hoodlums within the military still attempted to deploy the military. I'm told the president is meeting heads of security this night, probably to let them know that it's over. Maybe there's going to be a transition, which I believe we have to. We are one people. I'm told that your Tridakun has just posted something that we are one people, which I think it is true. We are. But mine is that, you see, we got to a point where rule of law was thrown to the dogs. So you have national security operatives, small boys, who run around calling people names, doing things that sometimes you ask yourself, why should it be? And I must say, Kandapa has tried to stabilize national security.
Okay.
As for that, I mean, you will see me take him on, but I'll say he's managed. Who had managed national security,
and it's not been easy for him.
And I must admit, it hasn't been easy.
It hasn't been easy for him
because then he's a senior person, and he
but
tries.
But why hasn't it been easy? I mean, this is national security.
If you look at the military today, that is not being run by the military. You have a military that is not. You have a military that is run by people who are not in the military. Then you should know that you would have a national security minister if he doesn't have a certain skill and demeanor managing these people. You have Treme who is trying to run all the shows. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
People at national, young boys at national security who have taken everybody hostage, who try to call the shots, and you will have some, excuse me to say, hoodlums within the military who would want to hoodwink everybody along the line.
But that has been the problem. When we had the Ayawaso West Wogan by-election violence, we spent money. We had a committee. Media houses took the hearings live. We came up with recommendations. But here we are. We didn't implement any of those
recommendations. The white paper whitewashed the commission's report. So you see, I think that if there is a new government, that government should reinstitute, should reinvestigate Ayawaso West Wogan, because it was the mother of all violence. And when the report, look at how diligent the respected persons who sat on that report. For the president to say, the person who was slapped was provoked, and the president is a senior lawyer. Who said when you are provoked, you slap? I mean, who determines what is provocation? Who determines? I think it is the court, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the president decided to arrogate unto himself the powers of a judge. So he said the person who slapped was provoked. That is why he slapped. So as for Ayawaso West Wogan, I think it taught us a lesson. But subsequently, when this new IGP came, put in measures, we went to Kumewu, no incident. We went to Offenso, wherever. Is it Offenso? Asin North, no incident. Then they had their Joso, then their own internal, heated elections, no incident. So I think over the period we have learned. This evening I'm told the military, in fact, had ordered the boys to retreat. And when you look at, let me just read something to you for your viewers. Let me just read something to you from the garrisons. You have 1 BN was won, not by the MPP. 2 BN was won not by the MPP. So MPP literally has lost in all the garrisons in Ghana.
Interesting. Well, let me just add that we are yet to receive certified results.
Let me just add that I'm just trying to speak directly to security officers.
Right.
Okay.
Who are probably between today, this night, and tomorrow morning and thereabout, who are going to be used to foment trouble that you see, whether you like it or not. When the wind of change is blowing, we saw it under Rawlings. Rawlings was in green, and he metamorphosed into civilian dress like me. But when it came for him to go, nothing stopped Ghanaians. You see the way Ghanaians are there. I'm saying they should stay there, because you see, I have been calling for vigilance, and these elections, I call it the Tom's riot, where we are thumb printing. It's a riot. We are not using cutlasses, and so as far as I'm concerned, we are at liberty to move around, isn't it? So if people are there, and that will stop hoodlums from trying to foment trouble, they should stay there. When the declarations are done, everybody goes home. Then we are all happy. But as far as I'm concerned, I want to speak to the military commanders and the military officers that you see, enough is enough. I know you have sidelined your CDS. Enough is enough. At the moment, you can see in the garrisons, their wives, they themselves, their families said this is how they want to go, and that speaks volumes.
Right.
We are all Ghanaians, and so mine is that somebody will win at a time, somebody will lose at a time. So probably if it happens that at the end of everything, when EC, who officially would have to do an announcement, announces that this party is lost and this party is won, you go home. We wish you better luck next time. You go do your work. If there was some Edidija, just make sure you bring everybody together and say, next time, help us when we win. This time around, things will be done well. I think that is how we should go as a nation. We shouldn't take it too personal. Ghana is not one person's property.
Well, I think we are going to continue to take it personal because of the allure of public office and the lack of accountability. I want to go back to the Ayawaso West Wogon case. This was a situation where the state and its apparatuses had failed us woefully. All the security ministers told us they didn't know where these guys came from. 3 parliamentary committees that ought to have known because they approved the funds. The Parliamentary Committee on Defense and Interior, totally clueless in everything around security. The Public Accounts Committee and the Finance Committee, these 3 parliamentary committees ought to have known who these guys are because they approved the monies. I appeared before the Emil Short Commission and spoke about the dangers of unregulated armed men outside the statutory framework. And for that document to be whitewashed and dismissed. And it is the same dismissal that came with the Vigilante Act 999. You know, we live in a country, and I think, Bernice, you use the word political elites. We live in a country where, I like my brother's word, hoodlums have clothed themselves in politically acceptable narratives, but behave in a manner that reflects a gangster mentality. Okay? So we sign on to things, but we decided we won't implement them. So Emil Short report is rubbish. The Vigilante Act is rubbish. And I'm hoping that whoever takes power must clamp down on vigilantism. Otherwise, from 15th of January, we will regret living in this country.
What would that do to us as a beacon of democracy?
Who says we are a beacon of democracy?
Well, that's what we tout ourselves as.
Because we are not.
Oh, we're not.
Far from it.
Living in past glory, I guess.
Past glory, but probably also like an emperor without clothes.
I think it's like make look believe. It's like a movie. Make look believe. That I want to call it make look believe.
Okay.
So you watch a movie and you begin to weep, and the people are acting, and so we are acting in this our democracy is more or less like acting. Because I still don't understand how we were able to sell all our state lands from Hamile to Teshi. State lands that our ancestors left for us have all been sold from Teshi, Hamile to Teshi. Are we not?
That's almost 900 kilometers.
We have sold all the state lands between, you know where Hamile is.
Yeah.
And you know you are from Boku, right?
Yeah.
So you know where Boku is. So let's use Boku.
Is, yeah.
Where Boku is, the far and then Teshi. We've sold all the state lands in between. So what kind of democracy are we practicing? Where we don't leave anything for generations unborn to also come and benefit from what the Kwame Nkrumah who built Ghana, who got us independence. I'm told he never even built a house for himself.
He never owned the clothing that he wore.
So sometimes I ask myself, what kind of democracy do we pride ourselves to be within? Where our generation, the soil, we've destroyed it, the military is gone. So today, if we have problems, am I going to call CDS who has been sidelined, or I call COAS? Who am I going to call? Do you understand me? So we have serious issues, and I say that.
Is that not a deepening threat to us?
No, we would have to fix it. You see, I think we are smart enough as a people to come to that realization and say enough is enough. Let's try and fix the country. You see, the truth is, I don't think we hate one another. If we want to fix Ghana, we would fix it without, I believe that those who have, taken over all of us, our properties, those properties must be collected, whatever it takes, because I think it is not fair.
Well, it's not just about fairness.
It's just,
it's criminal.
You see, where things that were left for us, aviation lands just around, it's all sold. Go to motorway lands that Kwame Nkrumah gone.
Go to cantonments.
They are all gone. So I ask myself, you can imagine this our generation. Now you are not sure when you are eating Kofi Brookman, whether you are eating cyanide. And you have a regional chairman of a party come on TV to be displaying gold. And you see, in a serious country, he would have been arrested immediately. It is a precious metal, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So have you paid? We need to know, how did you get it?
But he won't be arrested.
But unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. Our democracy, is make look believe, where, everything is painted very beautifully, but when you go behind, it's smelly, it's rotten. That's the way it looks. And that is what our military has been turned into today. So today you cannot really see people resisting the military and hooting at them.
Because hitherto, you would barely see anybody even go close to a military officer.
Yes.
The moment you see that uniform, there's some fear in you.
Yes.
But today, if somebody can boldly attack a military
single-handed, one person bring down 2 military officers, and he nearly disarmed 2 military officers.
Because
the full glare of the public.
They are not officers. These are...
Exactly. Hoodlums, call them that way. These are criminals.
Because look,
the
basic training that they are given is such that by the time they wear that uniform and get that rank and are issued with a weapon for official duties, it's something else. But Adam is very concerned about the military, but I'm concerned about the general facade of public institutions in this country. When both sides of the House in Parliament signed that legislative instrument to destroy our water bodies,
go into the forest.
To go into the forest.
Come on. Who does that?
Okay. Our only lack is that the new parliament, every single parliamentary cycle, we lose about 30 to 40% of the parliamentarians. And the 9th parliament, probably with those who are losing now that we are hearing, probably only about 30% of them will be 2-term parliamentarians. So it's going to be a clean slate almost. I think that gives all of us the reset that Adam is talking about. Because right now, as a nation, we are facing multiple existential threats. from the small arms, from the environmental unit. You are worried about cyanide. Mercury travels in the air up to 1,500 kilometers.
I see.
And stays in the air for 3 years.
Wow.
So we are all.
At
And
risk.
there's a reason
we are all
why
at risk, yeah.
in my wife's hometown in the eastern region, now they've told them not to, don't trap rainwater.
Okay.
Don't trap rainwater
Yes.
because it's contaminated.
Yeah.
Not as if you wanted purified water, it was a rainwater.
Yes.
Today is,
You remember a couple of months ago, our country had the poorest air quality.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it is evident, I mean, from what you're
Actually,
saying.
OECD and ECOWAS have placed our air and water quality at a dangerous level. Not only that, this mercury, cyanide, and heavy metals are coming through the groundwater. So a country like Japan is considering banning purchase of chocolates or cocoa beans from Ghana. In 5 years' time, if we are not able to convince the new government to place Galamsey on some emergency status, there will be no cocoa for us to sell. We cannot sell pineapple. We cannot sell our peppers. The EU has basically banned everything from Ghana. Okay? But it takes an excruciatingly stupid set of leaders to bring us to where we are. We mine 8 tons of gold, close to $24 billion a year. Almost 6.5 tons of it is stolen. What the Republic of Ghana can account for is only 1.5 tons. We've allowed Burkinabes, Indians, Chinese, Turks, Albanians, and the Chinese to loot everything. And I always tell people that, you see, whoever comes as a new government is already complicit in the Galamsey.
Right. How so?
How did we get here? Those who will come to governance are not innocent people.
Sure.
They are all complicit. So we need the generality. I think Adam is talking about a societal movement to demand change. To say, look, you've got to get back to the brass tacks and see how do we regain our environment back. Our babies are being born deformed already. So the health cost. And I think we've all seen the TikTok videos in which this heavily polluted water, alum is added to it. The metals settle at the bottom of the barrel, and the water is used to cook for you and I to enjoy the acheke.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite meals, unfortunately.
It says so when it settles, then we use it to cook acheke. And I was thinking, do you take out the metals that remain in it, because alum might not be able to break it down.
It only clears the water. So there are multiple challenges.
It's sad though.
Interesting. Well, we are still getting reports. The results are trickling in.
Okay.
This is the station to watch if you want accurate information and facts as they appear, not colored, not whitewashed. We've got our colleagues on the ground. Earlier you saw a video where some young persons were chanting at some military officers at Anya Sotum. We understand that they were actually singing the national song, Arise Ghana Youth for Your Country. So it appears that a lot of Ghanaians are vigilant now, looking out at collation centers, observing keenly what is happening.
In fact, came from military officers.
Exactly. and we've been bringing you the reports on the grounds. The reports are trickling in on social media. We are seeing some reports coming. So you can hear the people singing that song and literally chasing out these military persons.
Is it truly that the will of the people cannot be subverted that we're seeing?
I've been saying that all along, that no military has ever been able to cow the people. No military has ever been able to defeat the will of the people. US couldn't defeat the Vietnamese. US couldn't defeat the Afghans who were using hunters' guns.
Yeah.
Okay? Hussein Mubarak, the Arab Spring, they couldn't defeat those who were agitating that they should go. They had to leave. So for me, I foresaw this happening, that you can deploy all your arsenals. You can put all the weapons you have on the field. If the people say no, eventually you must give up and leave. Yeah. And I am happy it is this way. It is better than citizens massing up and feeling, it can be done in a way that you have citizens just fill up the whole of Accra for 1 week, and that's the end of the government. Just fill Accra for 1 week, that's the end of the government. But I think we shouldn't go there.
Yeah.
The reason why we shouldn't go there is to go gradually and ensure that the right thing we are set, as we let them know that, what, we are watching, we pay taxes, we not that we don't know what is going on. You finish school with somebody, some of these people you see around, you would have been better than them in class, and overnight the person becomes a politician and he owns, luxury homes all over the place, and you will see them doing all manner of things, and you ask yourself, the Ghanaian will say, did we go or did we come? So I think that whoever wins this particular elections, Ghana will not remain the same.
But what that will mean is that we need two things: a new type of participatory politics.
Right. Not the winner takes all.
No, you can still be the winner takes all, but we as citizens must insist that politics cannot be business as usual.
Prof, not to cut you, let's see a number of incidents happening across the country. We go to the Ayaso West Wollongong constituency. We mentioned that a while ago. A man has been caught trying to smuggle a ballot box to the collation center. Echo watches a man on the ground. Let's find out what's the latest. Echo, if you can hear me, kindly give us details. Okay. Unfortunately, technology is not our best ally at this moment. But we mentioned Ayaso West. Bernice, you did that. You mentioned Ayaso West Wollongong, and unfortunately, we're seeing an incident there. Let's go back to Ekobachi. He's a man on the ground at the Constituency Collation Center. Eko, what's the detail? Has this man been identified? Does he belong to any faction?
So the police is trying to get details about where he is and who sent him. As he just came from the voter hall trying to bring it to the box. But unfortunately for him, all boxes have been brought to the polling center and also been verified by the electoral officers over there. So there was no need for any boxes to be brought in. And he had apparently brought 2 boxes from the Mensa Sabah Hall polling station, which had been destroyed. And he went and came back with different boxes for voter hall. And it's almost about 5 hours past end of things. And everybody has submitted everything. Even the presiding officers have been asked to go home because everything has been documented on the pay sheet. But this man comes in with his own pay sheet, trying to convince the electoral commission representatives that his documents and his ballot box contains valid votes. So the police is currently trying to investigate the situation, and the man has been brought inside because he was almost mobbed out of the collation center. So he is being held by the police in the corner as we try to investigate to find out where he's coming from and who he is working for. But in the meantime, policing is still going on over here at the Ayaso West Wollongong. Case of this man's whereabouts are given by the police. We are on standby to bring the local.
But do you have some numbers for us?
0. Hello, Lily.
Yes, I was asking if you have some numbers for us. You said that collating is still ongoing. Do you have some numbers for us?
Yes, Lily. I was saying GHOne. Yes, I have some numbers over here for you. So let me quickly run you through them. For the Equapo Hall 3 presidential vote, NPP scored 92, MPP scored 92, that's 90, NDC 132, and Nana Kwame Bediako of the new force scored 4, as Alan Shermanton scored 2, that's out of 230 votes, valid votes passed. And Abelum JHS 2A, still in the Ayahuasca West GHOne constituency, the presidential vote, NPP had 66, that was 66, NPP 66. NDC had 192, that is 190. The Diako of the new force had 3, with Alan having 2, and 263 valid votes were cast with 1 rejected ballot. Now, for the special voting that went on in the constituency, the special voting at Center A for Ayahuasca West GHOne, so NPP have 162, that is 160. NDC have 240, that is 240. Boom, Ghana Union Movement having 1, and Nana Kwame Bediako having 7, with Alan Shermanton having 2.
Echo, if I was able to get you right, the numbers suggest that provisionally the NDC is leading in the Ayahuasca West GHOne constituency. Is that correct? From the numbers you've provided?
If I heard you right, you're asking if the NDC is leading so far. So far, in the list that I have, it seems NDC is in the lead. But this is just out of 334 polling stations. So we are still doing the selection, and we hope to bring you a more reliable, not reliable, but a more substantial report in the next few hours.
All right, that's Echo Boache there, our man on the ground. Echo, thank you very much. He says that with what he has, John Seto Dumelu and John Dramani Mahama are in the lead provisionally in the Ayahuasca West GHOne constituency. Quite.
But he did add that those numbers compared to the total that have to be, put together may not be significant. So we would have to wait to have the full results. But we've just received a notice from the National Peace Council urging supporters of the various parties not to mass up at polling collation centers. And so with what that's why I'm coming to you, because you had earlier said that you support the call because you think
to
it
mass up at other collation centers.
Can I say that? You see, I called members of the National Peace Council this afternoon on this platform. I called them. I called them. Some of the very important people at the National Peace Council. When the military were out misbehaving, I called them and they told me that they were going to do a press conference. Because then I was expecting them. You don't ask people to sign a needless peace pact. And when the need comes for you to speak up and say that after the signing of the peace pact, it has led to the military saying they will not be involved in frontline military duties, frontline security election duties. And the military then decides, some hoodlums within the military decide to go ahead and deploy themselves. You are aware of it. Then you are telling people to go home. The hypocrisy of the National Peace Council. I'm saying I called them. I wouldn't want to mention names.
Right.
But they know themselves. I'm sure they are listening to me. I called them I called some of the most important persons at the Peace Council. They are my friends. Anytime, we go, they want contribution, we all contribute something to support the Peace Council. I have contributed to support them. And so mine is that when we needed them the most, they failed to call the bluff of the military. The military were out there. When this thing was happening in Obuasi, I called them and told them, you see, you are the only people who can act as arbiters here. Please, call a press conference and tell the military, can we go by the rules set out? And they said they were going to do it. Give me some time. So is that the release they brought out?
Yeah, but you see, I think there are certain ethics that must be followed when you sign peace accords or when you negotiate. When those ethics are not considered or are flouted, then the institution that must hold others accountable loses that moral imperative and authority. And I think over time, the reactive behavior and sometimes the skewed behavior of the Peace Council does not help. The Peace Council must be an institution that stands forward at the risk of being out of favor with those in power. That look, we are not going to fund you because you are speaking the truth. Okay? But I think they always hedge their bets. And I think it is that hedging of bets, that inability to speak truth to power, that has made this institution lose
its credibility.
Because look, what most people don't understand is that part of the negotiations and the thinking around what a peace council could be, was done by people like Obande, Mr. Mike.
Right. Prof, we'll come back to you shortly. We understand that there's a situation happening at Okaikwe South, where some returning officers have been left stranded. We would call a woman on the ground, Christian Akwashi, to give us a bit of clarity on exactly what's happening, because it's not too clear at the moment. But what we understand is that some EC officials have been stranded because they cannot access the collation center. Lily.
Quite sad there, we seem to have a lot of these incidents coming in where people are blocking the various collation centers. Somebody's trying to smuggle a ballot. That's quite sad.
The people should just be vigilant.
But sometimes...
Doc, you're talking about people being vigilant. Is that not going to cause a lot of chaos in these various collation centers? Because then people are going to mass up in numbers.
No, I believe in organized chaos. You see, we can always have a theory like organized chaos, where the fact that you see a sea of people should not translate.
And we're seeing another one. We heard of Okaikwe South. Now this is Accra Academy, the collation center. People being locked out, electoral materials still in the hands of EC officials. Why do we have to see these things happen?
No, you see, because it is better this way than people losing their lives, in their numbers. Do you understand? It is better to be out there than go home and the next day you hear your neighbor's neighbor, they've all died. So if you stay, I'm saying if you don't sleep for 48 hours, I don't think you're going to die. So as far as I'm concerned, to me this looks like maybe the theory of organized, what do you call it, chaos, where they are there, you are not too sure who is leading them, but they look very organized. They look very organized even though they don't seem to have leaders. Yeah. They know what they are doing and they know why they are there, they are focused. So as far as, because both parties have asked their members to stay put. Yeah. If staying put is what is going to bring the transparency and the declaration that for the first time, we won't have, we think some do you understand me? Yeah. For the first time, we think some but at the end of the day, when you lose, you have lost because Ghanaians just didn't want you. You are gone. So for me, I just think that it is okay.
What is this craze, for want of a better expression, for politicians to want to stay in power at all costs.
I told you,
the
plans from Hamile or Boku to Teshin have been sold. It means that there is something there that politicians, when they get in there, I don't know, but
so you see that the issue is turning chaotic. But let's get the detail from Christian Kwashi, our person on the ground. What can you update us at this time? Why are they refusing to open the doors?
Right, Lily. If you can hear me, I'm right here at the Accra Academy and Collation Center at the Okaikwe South constituency. And then the reason why all these are happening tonight is that, it started off very peaceful when we came from our various electoral areas, and then we gathered here. And overall, we have about 276 polling stations. So that means that the hall that the EC officials chose are going to be choked, obviously. So that is how all these are happening. And then tempers started arising when the returning officers and then the policemen blocked the gate of the various halls at the collation center here at the Accra Academy. So tempers are highly arising, and then still I don't know. I believe you can see two ambulances just behind me, and you can see how bad the situation is, because people were actually pepper sprayed here.
So there you have it. Quite
right in front of the gate, and it is very bad. It is very bad. As of now, the ambulance actually are trying to take care of them because they were pepper sprayed, and then also there have been so many attacks by the police, and then the individuals now, as I'm speaking to you, just behind me, the place is very, 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 very bad. The place is choked. Everyone passing by wants to come and see what is happening because it is very, very bad. It is very, very bad. The situation is very, very bad, and it's getting worse. So I believe the security should be more here, because even the policemen who are supposed to calm us down are the ones who are fighting us over here. So I believe things are going to get better as and when. But then on more reports, I am right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to give you all the details.
But Christian, please take cover as well. I know you're right there. You want to give us all the up-to-date info, but please, we need you alive and safe. So please take cover while you're there.
Right.
Christian, you can hear me. Bernice here, Christian. So just a quick one. Can you just clarify why these EC officials are not being allowed into the hall? What was the agreed process? We heard from the EC that when it comes to the collation centers, the ballot boxes are actually not supposed to be there, but the pink sheets from the various polling stations. So just help us understand what exactly is happening and why are they being denied access into the building?
Right. So as I mentioned earlier, it is as a result of the place or the hall being choked. As a result of the place being choked, the hall that the EC official shows for the collation of the Okaikwe South constituency, collation of the ballot papers. So the place is being choked. It's being choked. So I believe it was a message that was sent out there that the EC or the electoral officials should wait. They should be calm, because in there are so many people in there that even the media are not allowed to enter. So I believe it was a communication, but then the electoral officers outside couldn't, get hold of that, and then they started attacking the policemen and the returning officers inside. So they also had to fight back. So as a result, persons, people's life are in danger over here, and I believe more security men by this time knows what is exactly happening here. Right. So I believe they are all on their way coming here to rescue and then try and then separate whatever that is going on here.
All right, Christian, great info there. So Lily, this is not a case of supporters of a particular political party against the EC and its officials. It's the own EC mechanism that didn't work out well.
That is beating them.
Yeah. Then again, you ask the question. The EC knows the numbers. should have anticipated the crowd.
Exactly.
What exactly happened here? I'm not too
I mean,
sure.
they just didn't get the accounting base right.
Right.
Because every room has the maximum number of individuals who can be there. You add the boxes to it, So somebody dropped the ball very badly.
Right.
I mean, it's most unfortunate, but we need to get the police officers there.
Definitely.
To bring about.
Because obviously these are ballots. They are not safe.
Yeah.
Because they are being held up there in the air. And then what if somebody just snatches one and then bolts with it? What happens?
Or somebody
Legitimate
smashes
concerns.
one. And so the longer people are there getting frustrated, shouting at each other, the rowdier they become. Let me make this point as a cautionary note to the Ghana Police Service. Their track record in crowd control is very poor. So were we to have 3, 4, 5, 6 of these incidents across the country, their capacity to control it will be very difficult.
And Prof, they've been using a lot of tear gas today. They've been firing a lot of tear gas. I remember the last time I heard of tear gas was during the May night disaster. I'm not sure I've heard. What we know is the water, but obviously it's an election, there are papers involved, so you'd want to stay off water. But what would you say about that? The use of tear gas in crowd control so far?
I don't think we've reached there yet. But I think because of the inadequate scale in using other methods for crowd control, then the tear gas becomes the easiest. People start to choke, they run away, create spaces, then they can get whatever they are doing done.
Right, Doc, you raised concerns about the Peace Council. We've just received an indication that they have actually condemned shootings. We know that one happened at Ewutu Senya.
Is it condemned shootings or calling the military to go back to the barracks?
That's what you specifically spoke about. I don't see anything, but at least they have condemned shootings in Ewutu Senya and also the one that happened earlier today, resulting in the death.
The shootings at Ewutu Senya done by the military?
The military attended to a facility, a hotel, where they shouldn't be. Yesterday or 2 days ago? Yesterday. And that was like a dress rehearsal. And some of us thought, well, let's give the Peace Council the benefit of the doubt. Then this morning, we got up and we had hints of military deployment, 2BN, 4BN, trying to do their own things, going to University of Cape Coast, and people hooting at them. Then we had the mother of all that in Obuasi. So I was expecting that they should have spoken. Ask the military, go back. But they didn't. It's almost like they are afraid.
The Peace Council is always afraid.
They are just afraid
to speak up or stand up to be counted when it's necessary.
Well, we have to make you Peace Council.
They are always afraid. They dare not speak up. Me, I've become a dead goat now that I've come on retirement.
But interesting use of that expression.
I know.
I mean, people have sought to, get me sacked and driven out of this country for the past 8 years. But I'm still standing tall. Probably
because I just think that we need if we want to fix this country, then people must be bold and speak truth to power. And damn the consequences.
Truly doesn't cost that much.
I tell people that you see after what? I don't have 20 girlfriends. Do you understand me? So I don't need. I am Ankonam, so I don't need too much where I have to be servicing too many, paying too many bills. So I'll speak my mind and do my business and go. They will try to sabotage you, but it doesn't work. It doesn't last.
It doesn't.
It doesn't last.
It doesn't last.
So as far as I am concerned, we need bold people to speak truth to power. I think that if the current MPP government had bold, even though they had a couple of them, eventually they got sabotaged. The 88 or the 90 MPs who stood up against Ken Ofori-Atta.
Yes.
Most of them lost their
suffered
seats.
defeat, and the prime.
Do you understand me? People who do that to their own kind, you get it. You will suffer some of these consequences because then what you are doing is you don't want people to speak up. So I think that going forward, we should allow dissent. I think it's beautiful. But those people who disagree, one of my friends, Apia Kubi, I mean, such persons were,
I think they also waited too long.
They did, but it's because they might probably have been afraid of the victimization. But you can imagine even when they waited too long, what happened to them? Most of them lost their primaries, which I think it shouldn't be.
But see, they made those who appropriated the power who they became. You see, I've told my driver, except in cases where there is a formal police dispatch rider in front of a vehicle, we don't get on the road when you fix those bogus lights and you are disturbing. And every time we stand or we stop in the middle of the road, they just move off. We should start becoming participatory citizens and demanding that those who have come for our votes begin to serve us.
So that Cecilia Dapa and co, we find money under Cecilia Dapa's bed, under her bed, and the president writes a beautiful letter. And you can't do much. You have state institutions like the Iyoko board, they are building bus for themselves because the president himself has built one for himself in the Western region. We cannot live in a society.
Is that not a security apparatus? And why are we building bus to glorify?
So that's what I'm trying to say is that we have gotten to a state where things have sunk so low. So everybody thinks that, I can do things because nobody. Nobody will do me anything. Because then if I know that Prof is my boss, and Prof, this is how he likes his things. If I do it, if this water is here and he wants me to be cleaning it, I better be cleaning it because that is why he hired me. If I know that when I don't clean and he comes, he won't talk, I won't clean.
So you're placing the blame squarely at the feet of President Akufo-Addo?
100%. 100%.
Well, he says the buck stops with him.
No, 100%. 100%. You can't take even 100%. 100. Because then he literally slept on the job.
And the buck stops with everyone.
It stops with him because we have an executive president who, in fact, during COVID, made all of us stay in our rooms. Have you forgotten?
Yeah.
We just signed something. And eventually he went to court or something. The court said he was illegal. But by an executive order, he asked all of us to stay inside. That is how powerful the president is. And so I want to have a president who would not use his power arbitrarily, but would ensure that, our rights are not abused, people do what is right, and things are done right. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think everything stops with the president. And things should have been right. Today you see me going hard on the military. I'm going hard on the military because he has done a lot of work in that area. He just recently, he said he's retired but not tired. But the truth is that it's a highly regimented community.
Yeah, it is.
I can tell you that for 1 year, military officers have not received payslip. How can they be paying you at EIB and you don't receive it? Do you know how much they pay you? You are not receiving payslip. Most of them didn't vote in these elections. And you saw that, translate that in the results that came out, because if I don't vote, soldiers they give birth power, and some of them have 2-3 girlfriends. So if he has like 4 or 5 children, why? Me, I'm a balanced boy. You understand me? They give birth power, after that they do well. So the man, So if you won't allow him to vote, and he has like 4 or 5 children with his wife, they are 6, mother, brothers and things. Let's say in the bigger family, he calls everybody to say Muntuntia Asumesi. What do you think will happen?
Yeah.
So for me, I just think that certain things maybe we have been taken for granted, if you ask me, because then those of us in the security sector, look at even the leak tape.
Yeah.
When we went round to conduct the survey, the security survey, when we finished and we published it, there were people from Jubilee who said, don't mind these people. Don't mind them. Now the results are out. when we went around, military officers and police officers and the rest said the way Dan Parry was treated at that when he was invited to Parliament was so disrespectful. You don't do that to,
the head of.
You don't do that. It's sacrilegious. That's what they
also
say. You don't do that.
Also, that in a statutory hierarchical institution,
yes, you don't do that.
one should not even be able to think about it.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. We
It
have to
happened.
go to the EC strong room.
Please
My
go.
colleague Araba is there for us. Araba, it's great to hear from you. We've been waiting to hear the results. Have they started coming in, the official results for constituencies? What can you report?
All right. Nowadays, the line is very faint, but if I heard you right, of course, I am at the National Coalition Center of the Electoral Commission, of course, the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, which is formally called the Strong Room of the Electoral Commission. Now, right behind me are the 16 fax machines from the various regional, various regions that 16 regions that we have in the country, and you can see on it the names from the various regions have been boldly written on it. If you can see that of the Bunu East region, the Western region, Western North region, the Ashanti, and all the other regions in the country. Now, what actually happens here at the Strong Room, as I mentioned earlier, we have representatives of the various political parties, and we have some of the presidential aspirants also right to my right side here. If the cameraman can turn the camera there, you will see all of them here trying to observe what the results are going to be. And then right opposite me or in front of me is the projector where the figures from the various regions will be projected after it has been certified by the returning officer. We also have the observer community also here to observe, but to do justice to this, I have the Deputy Director of Electoral Research here in the person of Mr. Fred Tete to give us full details of what is expected at the National Coalition Center of the Electoral Commission here. Mr. Tete, if you can join me, please join me, and then let's see, explain to us what is happening here. Okay, tell us what is the purpose of the Strong Room here, or let's say the National Coalition Center here.
The National Coalition Center is set up specifically to receive the final results from the regions at the national level. So as you can see, the structure is usually located within the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. And from 1996 to date, the Electoral Commission has been using fax machines to receive the results, whether from constituency up to regional level. So 2020, the Commission came up with what we call the regional coalition centers. So what the regional coalition centers has been doing is to collate or put together the results from all the constituencies in the region, generate one single regional result sheet. It is this single result sheet from the regional level, so assuming anti-region, Eastern region, or Volta region, that will be received here. And over here, as you can see, we have fax machines that are dedicated to a particular region and well labeled region by region. So we are sitting here, media, the representatives of the candidates are here as well, observers, Electoral Commission staff, we are all here just to make sure that the fax machine dedicated to a particular region receives the results from the region. When we do that, what the next thing that happens is we run photocopies of those result sheets, give each regional result sheet as it comes to the reps of the candidates. We give them between a period of 15 to 20 minutes for them to confirm. And at this National Coalition Center, what we do is that because the results have to be authenticated and verified by the agents as well, or reps of the candidates, we allow them to come with any gadget, whether laptops, whether iPad or tablets, their phones. If they want to come and set up a desktop to receive the results, whatever means that they will use in confirming the results, we do that. We allow them to bring them in. So when we receive the results from a particular region, we show it to them, we announce, and then we run photocopies so that they can, within the 15 to 20 minutes, they will be able to confirm with their regional reps whether indeed these are the results that came. When they confirm the results, we then go back and then ask them to endorse one of the facts. They all endorse that one particular fact, and this is what we take to Madam GHOne Mensah for her to certify. So like I said, when the parties will receive the results and the parties endorse, what we do is that we project it on the screen that you can see.
Okay, talking about the results, I want to find out that do you envisage any results from any of the regions being delayed?
Oh, not at all, not at all, not at all. I think we are all being positive. As we sit here, we are all tired, and we want to receive the results from the regions as quickly as possible so that we put them together, and then the chairperson or the returning officer for the presidential elections declares the results.
Okay, you said as soon as possible. How soon are we expecting to see any of the regional results coming in?
They can come in anytime. They can come in anytime. I can put my finger on it and say that in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. But as soon as they finish at the regional level, usually they will fax because we are all tired.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fred Tete, for sharing with us what we are to expect from the National Coalition Center. So a few minutes ago, the returning officer, that is in the person of the Madam GHOne Mensah, was here, but she has walked out. And as he rightly said, we are to expect any of the results coming in any moment from now. And of course, we are ready. We have Fish Camp here to bring you all that you need to know. I am Araba Edu from the National Coalition Center here at the EC headquarters in Accra.
We should expect the results to start trickling in, obviously, because we didn't see such a high voter turnout. And Prof, as we wrap up with you, because you have to leave, what are your impressions of the voter turnout? What do they mean in terms of who is likely to win or likely to lose? We know what the trends say, but from your perspective, and also in answering that, can you also tell us what you make of the results and how fast or slow you think they're coming in, and what that could also mean for the tension that's simmering?
Well, in terms of the turnout, I think it means so many things. First, that the EC had increased the number of polling stations. But more importantly, that it's a reflection of people's disillusionment with the Fourth Republic, and particularly with this government. That politics is not worth fighting for. And I think what that means is that we will need, whoever wins, we need a reset. We need a new type of politics with citizens' participation. And I think it's beginning to create some problems because 4 years ago, I think we hovered around 74%, 75% thereabouts. And already by now, there were clear indications of what was happening. Right now, I think we are hovering, I don't know, probably about the 60s.
Yes.
You know, so actually, when I was leaving Joy FM around 9:30, I thought we would have had most of the results.
And that's why I asked that second question. How do you feel about that?
Well, if you see all the tensions around the coalition centers at the constituency level, then it gives you a certain worrying feeling that it may not be wholly above board.
Right.
And that we need to be, I think we've overflowed the word vigilant. Maybe I ought to have taken some ISS numbers for that word. But I think I support Adam's position that we need to be there to ensure that no games are played.
No.
4 years ago, no, 8 years ago, I sat in this studio. And one of my colleagues who was involved in some games would tell me, oh, you know, when we fax the pink sheets, you know, the system doesn't work. So can you, when you come to GHOne, tell people that there's a problem with the computers and blah, blah, blah.
Really?
Yeah. You know, so there's a history to the suspicions when things delay. It ought not to delay this year and today because we've all signed at the polling station level. Parties have collated them at the constituency level, so people know what is happening. So 30 of my former colleagues went out today, and they have put here some of the signed pink sheets. So wherever we went to do the observation, we have our pink sheets.
Right.
So really, the more it delays, the higher the propensity for violence and disturbances.
But I think the NDC is projecting, and I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because one of their big wigs is saying JM has 6 points, about six and above million.
Of course, we want to, because of what happened with the 2020 elections, and not even the 2016. We just want to be careful because sometimes the political parties want to put out what they say they have collated, and then it throws a lot of confusion in the system. So we just want to stay clear of that. We'll wait for the EC's results, but we also have our men on the ground who are observing keenly, and we definitely will bring you accurate facts. No two ways about that. So in wrapping up with you two, Dr. Bona, really, did you have any question? If you don't, we'll just wrap it up with him.
You talked about massing up. Obviously, that will bring more chaos. He says that the longer it delays. Should there be any contingency measure in the interim?
No, I think that I'm told they put in place enough measures to deal with the issue. There's a reason why, issues like tear gas. So I think that they are going in phases.
Let me hold you there. Let's head back to Utusinga East. We're learning that there's a charged atmosphere. Some of the candidates have stormed the district coalition centers there. Nurain Abbas is our man on the ground in Utusinga East. Nurain, if I have you there, what's the mood there? Results? What does it look like?
The police must stop them. Yeah. Is that the location?
Yes, that's the Utusinga.
The police must stop.
Jubilant supporters of the NDC parliamentary candidate, Phyllis Nakoyo.
Okay. So what is going on there?
Well, the NDC is jubilating.
Okay. But they are not entering the facility.
Yes, but
they shouldn't enter the facility.
Let's listen to our man on the ground. No, and if you can hear me, kindly update me.
The NDC parliamentary candidate, Phyllis Nakoyo Okuno, came to the premises of the coalition center and then called the NDC supporters to charge up chanting songs of victory for the NDC parliamentary candidate. Now, earlier, just before she arrived, the incumbent MP, Mavis Harakumsi, came here. And when she came here, the atmosphere was very tense. Everywhere was quiet. Just as she was leaving the premises, some of the NDC supporters wanted to hoot her away. Now, the NPP supporters won't allow this, and this sort of caused a little bit of friction between the NDC supporters and the NPP supporters. Eventually, she left the premises and then came in the NDC parliamentary candidate, Phyllis Nakoyo, who is currently in the premises in the building of the regional police quarters here in the O2 Kenya East constituency.
Okay, so that's Narena Basu, that report. Meanwhile, the NDC in the central region is calling for the arrest of Mavis Harakumsi. Let's hear them.
Good evening to the press. You're welcome to the Coalition Center for Central Region in Cape Coast. We are hearing a disturbing incident at Kaswa, that's Kenya East. The information taken is that our candidate, Nakoyo, has won convincingly, but Howard Kumsin is doing everything possible to twist the results in her favor, and so she's using a style of what mafiaism by unnecessary shooting of people in and around Nakoyo's private residence. Currently, one person has died, another one is in serious condition. We want to appeal to the IGP to act on this issue immediately before we also strike. We are not happy about the current development. It's just a peaceful elections. If you have won elections, fine. If you have lost, you just accept it in good faith. You are an incumbent MP. You are not the only one who has lost this parliamentary elections. A lot of people have lost. Trade Minister, Tourism, Energy, Lands and Forestry. A lot of people have lost these elections. You are not the only one losing these elections. So why all these shootings? But how Kumsi should know that NDC, per our records, have won these elections, and we are coming to power on January 7th, and we are going to deal with him, deal with her the way we have to do it. But we are not happy about the way she's handling issues. This is the first and last year, she did the same thing by killing people. And if his stock in trade is to kill innocent people because of elections, we will not forgive him this time around. Already our national chairman has issued that caution to her when he visited him at on a campaign trail at Kaswa. And we are also reiterating that if he continues doing that, we're also going to deal with him. It is not fair. It is never fair. It's just a common elections. You are not the only person losing this election. Even Baumia, who is the president candidate and has lost the elections, it's not even making noise. You are just lost Kaswa seat and you are making all this noise. Not noise alone, by killing innocent souls. We are not going to forgive her. On the other side, we want to congratulate our central regional voters for the confidence they have exposed in the central region NDC. We are inching closer to victory. And per our records, if it goes by it, or we go by what we have, then we have to thank the electorate. Currently, comparing our results last 4 years in terms of presidential, in percentage wise, and consider the number of provinces that has come, we are leading by a significant percentage. And unconfirmed parliamentary seats that has come to our coalition center indicate that we are now having 17 and 3 more to go. So we believe that surely, if God permits, we can get 19 or 20 of the seats out of the 23 for the good people of Central Region. Thank you very much.
Right, so you heard from the NDC executives in the Central Region addressing that shooting incident in the Wutu Senya East. They also took the opportunity to thank the electorate. According to them, they are leading with some votes compared to what they were able to poll in the last election. We've got our men on the ground, and if you've been following us, we brought you that story from Okai Kwe Central, where some EC officials could not access the collation room because it was too small. There was a bit of chaos. We understand from our man Calvin Power that the IGP himself and some of his men are there to control the situation. He will join us much later. But we're just wrapping up with our guests here in the studio, Dr. Bona and Professor Kwesi Enim. We've had them sharing their thoughts on the security situation generally. Professor Enim concluded his submission by talking about the delays and the seeming tension that is being created. We'll just give Dr. Bona an opportunity to also wrap up his thoughts with us. Doc, it's midnight. By now we should be seeing constituency results coming in. We are not seeing that. What are your thoughts and what are your expectations of the EC as we enter the morning of day 2 of the elections?
I think what I can say is IGP should continue to maintain that discipline he's taken into these elections. And just like you mentioned, he's gone into, because he's the one all of us are looking up to at the moment. I'm not sure whether one of the presidential candidates would concede before, to save us the hassle. You know, in the United Kingdom and other places, you have to concede.
The US, for example.
Yes, you have to concede because, no, you have to, because then the economy is more important than one person. Because the more it drags, you know how much time we are all spending. And so I think up to a point, maybe if by 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., it's clear that per your coalition you have lost the election, just throw in the towel. It makes you more of a gentleman than maybe holding on. And so, and I would urge the IGP to continue to, push, because then if he hadn't put this coalition thing into confined areas, you can imagine what would have happened. You can imagine, even when they are in confinement, people are screaming too. So I think that I wouldn't want to be in his shoes this night, because then it's difficult. But I believe that they should be able to, he and his team should be able to deliver this for us. Whilst I pray that by 2 a.m. or so there'll be someone would have considered that, you know what, I think I fought a battle, and sometimes it's not all the time you win. Even Anado fought this battle for longer periods before eventually winning it and bringing us to where we are at the moment. So if you've lost, you've lost. There's nothing you can do.
Thank you very much, Doc and Prof. We appreciate your presence here. This is your Election Hub on GHOne TV and Star FM. We've been bringing you comprehensive coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Let me now take you straight to the GJA office. The Ghana Journalists Association is addressing the press.
At the Cape Coast North constituency. Again, at the GHOne constituency, GJA volunteer, and we are told that including other journalists have also been. And we have said, and I'll repeat this, that the freedom of the media, the constitutional mandate of the media to cover this election, is non-negotiable and cannot be suppressed by anybody, not even the president of the land, let alone electoral officers on the ground. It is our constitutional mandate. And so we call on the Electoral Commission, if they are listening or watching us, they are hearing us, to take action immediately. These actions, this attitude, this posture may mar the good work of the EC if they don't act fast. We will continue to monitor and we'll bring real-time briefings or updates. We will continue to be engaging you, our members. We are not sleeping. We are observing. We are following the collection as we have indicated. The Ghana International Press Center is where we have the National Media Coalition Center. And for that matter, we waiting on our 276 volunteers to bring to us the clear results from the various constituencies. The media is free to join us. We will project the results on the giant screen you see outside, and you can also access the report in the collation room upstairs. We wish you all the best as you go about your duty, and as we indicated, always have in mind that you can only tell the story when you are alive. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Okay, so that's Albert Kwabna Jumfo, the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, there, live from the Ghana Journalists Association's office at the press center. I know that for us as pressmen, this is the time that we're busy the most. We need to also keep ourselves safe.
Definitely.
There are a lot of tensions in the atmosphere. There are a lot of things that are happening.
Right, Lily, you're absolutely right, and that's why we have been assured by the Ghana Police Service that journalists will be protected. Every journalist out there, do well to identify yourself, hold out your ID card, stay safe. But for you at home watching us, we are grateful that you've stayed with us. We are your election hub. We've brought you comprehensive coverage of the election since it started. Even before it started, we visited constituencies, hotspots. We've brought you up to the minute information. As you can see in your shots, Odududu Collation Center is up and running. The party's representatives are also there. Members of the press are there. It's a real deal from this point until the results are declared. So keep your fingers crossed. Keep your dials locked right here on your election hub.
Quite interesting day it has been, and I wish we would get more results coming in.
Definitely.
But it feels as though there are a lot of people massing up at the various collation centers, and so people do not understand why the results should be called. But for us as journalists, we would have wished that by now we'll have a number of, because in 2020 by now a number of the results would have started trickling in, and so people know, for want of a better expression, their smoothness levels.
Yes. Interesting. Right there. So we have been bringing you some of the results coming in from polling stations. We are looking forward to all of that being collated at the constituency level, and we'll serve it to you right here on your election hub. Let me also mention that we are very interactive. Get onto our Facebook page, on YouTube as well. Drop your comments. Let us know what you think about the processes so far. You've been hearing from our analysts as well. They've been sharing their thoughts about the election process so far. Some of them applauding the Inspector General of Police for his proactiveness in ensuring general peace across the country. Unfortunately, some persons are reported to have lost their lives as a result of this election. We've heard the Peace Council condemning the shootings. The NDC in the Central Region has been doing the same. We also know that the two main parties, the NDC and the NPP, have been addressing the press after polls closed at 5. We heard from the NPP, we've also heard from the NDC. The NDC asking its supporters to exercise restraint, not to jubilate yet to be vigilant. And we've also heard the NPP say same. So we will be monitoring the situation. We will be telling you what to expect in the coming hours. Stay with us. We will be right back after this.
Ghanaians are going to decide and vote in the right direction. The country's economy is so bad, price of goods and services are too high, and that nothing is being expected. The majority of Ghanaians are expecting Mahama to be sworn in on the 7th of January 2024, and that's exactly what they want. If the mandate of the people is stolen, this country will be something else, because we are in a democracy. When your time is due and you have to go out, go away, let another president come in. Other than that, you don't know what is going to happen. But for today, now that voting hasn't started, we don't know what is going to happen. But to the best of my knowledge, I know that this election, even though the NPP is planning evil, it is going to be free and fair. It is going to be peaceful. When it is peaceful, the NDC is going to win. But when they attempt to bring violence, we are going to actually reply in equal measure. So yes, we are prepared. I'm frank. We are prepared to face them. You have resolved to vote for the National Democratic Congress, so be it. We are going to protect the ballot and ensure the will of the people prevails. The announcement was that nobody is going to deploy any military officer in a police station, but there will be some military officers around, so that when any issue erupts, then they'll be coming in. But as it stands now, I have never seen any military person here. Okay. And when they come, the people will block them because they are told not to come here until there's a violence. So I don't think anybody will come here.
Oh, Miss Sorry, 1 o'clock in best here.
About where a cost when open to be original story to
me madam and nana da chintina me gina so se me to aba no mo dachi on benya baby pa gina ntia
asiche ni se ne be obi wo ho a ohun se onu ọma ọmụ ọchina papa
nde ampa nana akufado aben ewo mu nokre nyame mi kase enya na ye boa eye pa free education bibia o nchire bibia mu aduane na abu
You're welcome back to the show. This is still our continued coverage of the election 2024. Prior to this election, many analysts predicted that stakes were high. We've seen it on the ground. Tensions are equally high everywhere in most of the constituencies that we're covering. Ibrahim Alassan is the political desk and he's joined us in studio. I'm still here with Bernice Abuedulansa.
Hi Ibrahim, it's good to have you. I mean, you've been doing all the hard work, haven't you, in the background, getting the team together, whipping everybody in line. But tell us, what are we picking? I mean, we're yet to receive the certified, collated constituency results, but the results are trickling in. One would have expected that they'll be coming, you know, in heavy flow, but it's trickling. I mean,
yes, of course it is, and of course the primary results are in. Polling station results. Now, usually that's where after voting is done, sorting is done, counting is done, there's that declaration, and that declaration is done by the EC officer there, and that is the presiding officer or the returning officer in that case. Now, if you are able to move to every single polling station, gather the results as they were declared, and you piece everything together, Bernice, I can tell you that by now you should know your level,
right?
As to whether you are winning or losing.
You're packing your things from Parliament.
And trust me, they know. The NDC knows its status today at this material point in time as we speak. The NPP does know its status as we speak today. Now, and here I'm talking about presidential.
Okay.
Then when you come to the parliamentary, that one is a little bit tricky because the political parties believe that if the gap is not that wide, there are mechanisms you can deploy.
Yeah.
Recount, call for another recount, and so far we've had about 3 attempts of ballot swapping.
Right.
And we are not making this up. Police have effected arrest in those instances where individuals with some foreign ballot boxes stuffed with tam-printed ballot papers have attempted to either add to the genuine ballot boxes that are being transported to the collation centers, or they've attempted swapping, meaning they would then take the original ballot boxes, replace them with ballot boxes that they have generated with ballot papers in there. Some arrests have been effected in that regard in Ashanti region, and of course the collation in Ayawaso West Wogon was disrupted as a result of an attempted ballot swapping. Now back to where we are. Bernice, if you look at the provisional results, and that's an underlining word, we should always be using that word, provisional results. The provisional results are gotten from the polling stations. They've not been released by the EC as certified results. So from now until the collations are done at the collation centers in the constituencies, what you have out there will be provisional. Now, the EC has put in place about 3 layers. The first layer is where we've gotten to now, where our reporters are scattered across the country, monitoring the constituency collation centers. What happens there is that the polling station results are brought there. Those results are keyed into a system.
Okay.
Now, those results are keyed into a system.
Before you tell us about how the results are keyed into the system, Bernice, you have somebody on Zoom.
Right, John Kuma is a man at Kaikui Central, is it? He has got the NDC's parliamentary candidate with him. Ayawaso Central, rather, forgive me. John, what is happening at Ayawaso Central? What are you able to report?
At the Ayawaso Central, since collation began, things have slowed up a little bit. The electoral officers are beginning to find some kind of errors, and then that is causing a little bit of agitation. However, they are trying to find even ways whereby they can find and sort out errors. But then the NDC agents are requesting that the process will be passed now. I have here Honorable Raul. Actually, if you don't mind, if you can get some information as to what he seems to be very confident. He seems to be very sure he has won. I would like to get to know what he has said. Honorable, surround. All right. So at the moment, the crowd outside. They are chanting. They hope to come inside. But however, we are still monitoring the process, ensuring that everything, the federal agent commission officers want to ensure that everything tallies exactly how it should be. So therefore, there is a little bit of delay as in the process. Mind you also, the other returning officers are outside of the building, and that is causing some kind of frustration. Understand? And also others are really meaning it as what is happening inside. And I mean the process itself is causing a bit of discomfort. If you can see the inside there isn't too much of agitation. However, outside there's chanting, singing NDC songs. All to put together. Let me just see if Honorable, let's see candidate what he has in mind. Senior, you are GHOne. I just want to take brief. Just say, what's taking so long and what is going on so far? What have you seen so far to take the results?
So that's John trying to get some reaction there from the Ayawaso Central NDC parliamentary candidate. It appears we have a challenge which is aligned. We'll work it out and hear what he has to say. But if you've been following us, polls have officially closed. 5 p.m. they did, until all those who were in the queue were able to exercise their right. We're now waiting for certified constituency results. There's a lot of collation happening across the country. Our men and women are on the ground. They'll furnish us with the details. We've also been to the EC strong room. We've seen the mechanisms there, the fax machines, how they are going to be projecting the results onto the screens, the various presidential candidates and their men and officials who are also there to witness everything as it happens, the observer groups. Everyone is alert. We've also heard from the security analysts who are suggesting that the results should not be withheld any longer, because the longer we do that, the more tension is created. Unfortunately, there have been incidents of violence and loss of lives. Unfortunately, we were hoping it wouldn't happen in this election, but it has happened, and we've been picking reactions from the Peace Council as well. I still have my colleagues here with me. Lily and I have been doing this since 10. IB just joined us shortly. Yeah. He's head of our political desk. He's been running us through what we've been observing on the ground, and the suggestion that you should know what is happening with your candidate or with your desire to lead us as of now, right?
Yes, exactly so. With the parliamentary candidate or the parliamentary process, every single candidate belonging to both the NPP and NDC has set up their own collation centers.
Sure.
If you are a candidate worth your salt, you should have that mechanism in place. And so some of them, as we speak, all the constituency polling station results have filtered in. They've inputted that into their system. They know exactly what their statuses are, as I mentioned. But I was taking you through the layers as laid out by the EC, so we know exactly where we are at this material point in time. So where we are now, the state we find ourselves in now, is the EC officials, together with the political party agents, with their laptops at the constituency collation centers. Now, all the results from the polling stations have been brought in. And of course, we brought you a report of the struggle some of the returning officers had to go through to assess some of the collation centers because of how people have massed up there and over a number of suspicions, right? So once that
is it that the EC underestimated the things happening in this particular election? I mean, there have been so many analyses flying across, even before the 100-day period.
Lily, that's a good question. In fact, the EC underestimated a number of things, not just this one. So, for instance, we are told by the EC that funds were made available for renting of generators. I also know the lights went out and they were struggling to even write on the pink sheets. A number of places
potential
as well.
Security threat even.
Exactly. And so what happened to the funds that were made available for the rental of generators? In fact, the EC, as we speak, doesn't have a standby vehicle for any of the police stations. After the exercise, some of the returning officers had to return to the collation centers with the ballot boxes in taxis. Not once, not twice. In fact, at the Awaso in one polling station, they were returning the ballot boxes and all the other electoral materials in an unregistered vehicle with a DV plate.
That's troubling.
That is troubling. How do you track such a vehicle? So the concerns there were that no, that was not going to happen.
In the event of commuting, what if something happens on the way?
That's the point. And so, Ablekuma West, to be specific, the agent then said if they were to transport the materials in somebody else's private vehicle, they would rather opt for a taxi. And that was exactly what happened. They rented a taxi, and according to them, the driver is not known to anybody. So at least they could trust that driver. And that was exactly what happened. So the EC has underestimated a number of things, not just the issue of security. At the point, you have just 2 police officers. And at Awaso Central, they were overwhelmed when a group of people equally attempted storming the collation center with their own ballot boxes and thumb-printed ballot papers. We saw the scaffold that ensued there, somebody giving 2 warning shots, and then eventually there was a commotion leading to tear gas being fired, right? Gaglo was there to give us that account, where we had some of these thumb-printed ballot papers lying on the ground. So, yes, the EC probably felt after the 2020 elections, it had learned all the lessons, it had dotted the I's and then crossed the T's.
It appears it was actually not ready for this election.
I agree with you. And I made this point over the weekend, and that's before this weekend. I was in the Central Region. And that was about 2 days to election. The EC was then training as electoral officers.
2 days to the polls?
2 days to the polls.
Coming too late.
Yes. And so you definitely have challenges. In fact, we are yet to even get to the challenges of the figures and the computation and even how they write in words and in numbers. We are yet to even get there because that reflects on the pink sheet, right? But when we talk about what to even do, in the course of the day, an electoral officer was arrested. The crime decided to tear off Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's head when issuing the ballot papers out to potential voters. Of course, we can all say it could be deliberate, but any electoral officer who is worth his salt or who has been trained will not do this.
And this was not just one ballot paper, 15 of them.
15 of them. Yeah. So after the first one, what happened? Second, up to the 15th
We can say the first could probably be a mistake.
Exactly.
But after one, you cannot say the rest are mistakes.
These are not mistakes that we should expect. Now, at Awaso North, there was equally a military intervention, and this was what happened. So the lights went out. The MPP polling agent there then triggered an alarm that his life was under threat. Then the military came in. When they came in, the MP for the area, that's Jaja, Yusuf Jaja, was alerted. He then came. The military men then mentioned that we're here to ensure that nothing happens to the ballot boxes that have been sealed. Because at that point, they were just writing the results and then filling the pink sheet. The military then had to explain that they had no ulterior motive.
Right.
They were there to protect the ballot boxes. Eventually, they all landed at the Nima police station. And that was because the MP intervened. There were suspicions from the residents who had massed up there that the military were trying to tamper with the ballot papers. Only God knows what will have happened.
But aren't those concerns legitimate? Because we're told the military won't be involved at all in this election. We received information, right?
Yes. Very legitimate, Benis. And that's where the conflicting information becomes a problem. First, the military will only intervene
when they are asked to.
And then second, we realize that in some polling stations, you wouldn't know whether the services of the military have even been requested and they are there. You see them in the bucket of pickups, heavily armed, and they are moving around. And you wonder whether this is with the approval of the IGP.
That military officers go to various polling centers armed. Should that be the norm?
Per the modalities we were given and per what the military themselves told us, what the chairman of the National Election Security Task Force, the IGP, Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, told us, that was not supposed to be the case. Yes, we can understand the general deployment as to go and lodge in this hotel in this constituency. That's understandable. Yesterday there were some images to that effect. That's understandable. But when it comes to leaving the hotels or your places of lodging to the polling centers, we were told that was not supposed to happen until there is a visible and evidently clear problem that has become unmanageable by the police detail. Nonetheless, that has happened. Where we are now, in fact, just before I came on air, and of course I heard you people talk about the fact that some military men were chased away because they were attempting to enter a collation center.
And the youth were chanting, "Arise, Ghana youth,"
That's where we got into. It's good the military men read the room and then left.
Decided to retreat.
Honestly, we could have been telling a different story by now. And I've scanned what's happened nationally, and I think that is the position that many people have taken. That there's very little you can do when we are large in numbers. So whatever we think you're doing that will not be beneficial to the progress of the nation, we will confront you.
And that will not reflect the will of the people.
Exactly.
I think that's the fundamental thing, that if this is what the people want, let no man using arms or technology or whatever means disrupt the will of the people. Let's allow it to be. Right.
Exactly that. And that resistance is enough a signal to anybody armed in uniform to know that tread cautiously. And like I said, it's good. Emotional intelligence to the highest level on the part of the military men who had to retreat. Because we have 2020 glaring on our minds. So far, we've recorded 2 needless deaths and then 2 in critical condition. In Tolon, of course, Nyampala, as we brought to viewers in the afternoon, and then the unfortunate incident this evening in Ewutu-Senya East. We've always known that place to be a hotspot. In 2020, I covered that constituency. Gunshots were fired. People were wounded. There were initial reports that people had died, but subsequently we got to know that no, people were injured. This time around that we're supposed to know better and avoid the pitfalls of 2020. We've already recorded 1 death. And if what's happening in the constituency is anything to go by, then the security must be on high alert in foiling any aggravation of the situation in that particular constituency. Kudos to the IGP. In all the 2 instances, the arrests have been swift. And the police have equally been prompt in alerting the public about the individuals involved, and that's good.
And I know you at home have been waiting to know what the results are. At this point, if anybody is awake, It's just because they want to know what's happening, what are the figures saying, really. So these are the results that we have seen as projected in one of the constituencies, in the Tema West constituency. And so far, we've received 62 out of the 285 polling stations. Number of polling stations with valid entry so far, 62. And this is what the figures are saying so far. Dr. Baumia has 7,404. John Dramani Mahama has 8,206. And Nana Kwame Bediako has 241. So these are the three highest polled results so far out of 285 polling stations in the Tema West constituency. These are the figures for 62 entries. I don't know, IB, what you think. That's a long way coming. We have about 223, to be specific, 223 more entries. But does it say anything? Is it too early to say there's a trend that we're seeing?
Well, it might be too early, but suffice to say that this is a blue-blooded constituency. Tema West has never been held by the NDC since its creation.
But are you talking parliamentary or presidential or both?
Both. Right. Both. It's not a constituency that's noted for voting skirt and blouse. In 2020, however, you speak to some NDC members and leaders and they tell you that they want that seat. But of course, that will be in their minds because what reflected on paper was different. Right? But of course, they will tell you how they believe that they want that seat. Before today, or before yesterday, because already we are in the following day. Before yesterday, and that's the election, there were many pollsters who had predicted that this constituency is turning green.
Okay.
And if the results you've given us so far is anything to go by, it's pointing in that direction.
It's still quite close, though. Just about 1,000 votes
that's the
difference.
Point. That's the point. And so, just about 1,000 votes, and that's because we have 62 out of 285. But like I said, per the results you've just given us, there's somebody who's leading, and that person is in the green corner. So that's why I say that from what you've just given us, it's pointing in the direction of those who predicted that Tema West will turn green. As whether
is it not too early to call?
Yeah,
I get that point, but the point I'm making is that per the results we have just given viewers, right? That's the direction it's pointing. The direction can change,
right?
Because viewers are aware that there are many other polling stations outstanding, right?
Sure.
But the results you've given,
over 200 polling stations.
Exactly. You just told viewers that John Dramani Mahama and the NDC are leading in that particular constituency. That's the point I'm making, right? But I'm telling you that historically, that seat has always been blue. And before yesterday's elections, analysts and political watchers had predicted that this time around, that seat is going to swing. Okay. Mind you, the contenders are different. Carlos Ahinkura decided to opt out. And we sat here and covered the internal elections of the NPP. And we heard the wailing from party delegates in the constituency who had said that their plans had been disrupted. They had, in a way, been disappointed by the decision by Carlos Ahinkura not to go again. But Carlos Ahinkura equally took a political decision. He nearly lost that seat in 2020. And so if you're a politician and you read the room, these are some of the decisions you will take. Yes, so no surprises there, if you ask me, as far as this collated results, collated results is concerned.
Talking about surprises, though, let's look at the Lions Den, right?
Yes.
We have been following what's happening at Aswase. What are we picking? Aswase and Hohoi, what are we picking?
Well, if there is any constituency that we can beat our chest here and say that provisionally it has remained with the NDC in the Ashanti region, it will be Asawase. And yes, Manaf has put up a good fight per the figures I have seen, provisional figures I have seen. But Muntaka is Muntaka. We engage him on this platform, and he had mentioned that he approaches every election like he's just been elected by his party to contest for the seat for the first time. And so he put in the work. And per the provisional results we are seeing, we understand that that seat will remain with the NDC. And so talking about Lions Den, yes, I'm sure eventually we might have to come to Hohoi and what have you. But yes, as far as Asawase is concerned, it's remaining with the NDC.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. If you just joined us, this is your election hub, I beg your pardon, on GHOne and Star FM. And I'm here with head of our political desk, Ibrahim. And we've been talking about the figures we're seeing so far. He just spoke about the Lion's Den, which is Asawase. That is what we refer to as parties that are holding seats within strongholds of the other party. So you take Asawase, for example, the NDC has that seat within the Ashanti stronghold of the NPP. And when you come to the Volta region, Hohoi, where John Peter Amewu of the NPP is parliamentary member there, but that is, we know, a stronghold of the NDC. So you're seeing the Lions Den constituencies. Edra Dumase is one of them, and New Edubiase, Setre, Afram Plains is also one of them. So, and Asawase, as you can see, Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak is the NDC's parliamentary candidate there. And these are results for last year. Last elections, I beg your pardon. Last elections, 2020, to be specific. These are not, and I'll say it again, these are not figures for 2024. These are figures for 2020. And Muntaka Mubarak polled 61,659, whilst Ali Duseidu got 31,256. At Edra Dumase, Bawa Brima of the NDC had 3,056, and Salisu Bamba of the NPP had 2,509. In New Edubiase, Abdul Salam Adams of the NDC had 19,961. George Odro of the NPP had 17,913. Setre, Afram Plains, Alex Adoma Kumensa had 8,079, and Joseph Jemfi Owusu had 7,923. So once again, these are what was collated in the 2020 elections. When you come to the Volta region, which is the NDC stronghold, a Lion Den constituency there is Hohoi. John Peter Amewu had 26,952 votes, and Margaret Kweku of the NDC had 21,821. We are yet to see how it will play out this year in these Lion Den constituencies, but as you heard from head of our political desk in Asawase, the provisional results are pointing to Muntaka Mubarak retaining that seat for the NDC. Let's now go to Ododo Diodio. Kweku Timing is there for us. Kweku, we came to you earlier. There's a bit of confusion. We understand that the situation is stable now. Collation has started. What can you report? Well, Kweku will join us shortly. We understand that he's just putting 1 and 2 together. But IB, all right, Kweku is ready now. Hello, Kweku. What's happening at Ododo Diodio?
All right, thank you very much. So definitely, we are the Ododo Diodio Collation Center now. We have all the figures coming from the polling station right here put together. Right behind me are agents and electoral officers going through the figures. Well, we have some interesting figures, and it looks like the NDC is still maintaining its dominance in the Ododo Diodio constituency. I must say these figures that I'm going to present are provisional. They are not the final one. The EC is yet to declare. So let me just quickly go through what I'm getting for the parliamentary candidates, and a quick one on the first of them, which is yes, so a quick one on the first of them that I have and then we have the NDC's presidential candidates. So figures, I must say, are a little bit small here. You struggle to get the the figures. But first of all, let me, the camera is panned there. You should see how the electorate are still waiting, and they keep chanting every now and then that, look, we are not going home today until you declare. We're not going home until you declare. And you can see them in their numbers. Up until now, the security has had a tough time maintaining them at the entrance. Of course, if you have accreditation, then they would give you the opportunity to be in here with us. But if not, then definitely you would have to be out there and I beg your pardon, wait till the official declaration. So that's some of the items that we are getting. So I'll just quickly go on and touch on the presidential first. So here we go with some of the, I beg your pardon, the parliamentary candidates. 4 of them in here. We have Soa Abdul Manaf. So that is for the parliamentary. Soa Abdul Manaf. Soa Abdul Manaf, we all know, is standing for the NPP. And then we had Richard Jate Abbey. Richard Jate Abbey is standing for I beg your pardon, the CPP. And then we have Alfred Nikote Ashi. Alfred is standing for the NDC. So let me just go straight to the points. Soa Abdul Manaf. Soa Abdul Manaf has pulled, and these are provisional figures. Soa Abdul Manaf, as at this time of counting, has pulled 11,405. Soa Abdul Manaf has pulled 11,405, and that is for the parliamentary. So you move on and talk about his contender, the NDC, and that is Alfred Ni Ashi Kote. So I mentioned Soa Abdul Manaf picking 11,405 votes. Alfred Ni Kote Ashi has more, which is 17,844. 17,844. Yes, they've been kind enough to present the screens also to you. If the officers can help us with the screens, I don't know how my camera can zoom in and give you all those figures. But for the parliamentary, it looks like Alfred Ni Kote Ashi, who is the NDC candidate, is in total lead with 17,844. 17,844. His closest contender is that of the Soa Abdul Manaf, who has pulled 11,405. I don't know if the EC would be adding a few more figures, so these are provisional figures that we are picking. Well, the other contenders who are here, Richard Jate Abe. Richard Jate Abe has 82 votes, who is with the CPP, and then we have Alfred Anete Abe, who is with the PPP, picking 46 votes. So these are for the parliamentary candidates. Very shortly, I'll share with you the presidential. And here with the presidential, we have number 1 being Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Figures he is coming in with shows that Dr. Baumia, for the Odododio constituency, for the presidential slot, has some 8,302. 8,302. Let's see what John Dramani Mahama has pulled in the Odododio constituency. Don't forget, I'm repeating that of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, which is 8,302. John Dramani Mahama in the Odododio constituency won with 14,463. These figures are provisional. They've not been declared official winners there, but I am saying these are figures that I have picked yet, so I beg your pardon if I've even used anything like GHOne. The EC officially would be coming through to declare. Within them, there are some other candidates that I want to share with you. The numbers that they've picked, not too encouraging when it comes. So these are the two main contenders, the NDC and the NPP. Away from them, we have Dan Latte and co picking single numbers like 2, and we have all the others. Must say the figures are pretty small, so it's a struggle here to get those figures on my phone. But the concern here is the number of rejected ballots for the presidential. Quite a number, and it goes to tell you that has orientation still not gone on well, has people not been able to get the knowledge of the voter process, because we still keep losing a lot of ballot papers in the process. The EC is here to officially declare here. They have not come up with the final figures, but these are figures that I have picked immediately, and from all indications it looks like the NDC has maintained their dominance in the Ododo-Diodio constituency. I'll repan back again to the entrance where you see hundreds of people deciding that we are not moving home. Check the walls, and they are there in their numbers. We are the coalition center. Finally, they are not moving home, but the security has done extremely well maintaining them, keeping them at bay, tolerating.
And that's Kweku Teming coming to us from the Ododo-Diodio Coalition Center. He shared some figures with us. Kweku, would just like you to iron the figures out properly. Let us know how many polling stations have come in so far, so we have a fair idea of how this is going. But talking about the numbers coming through, let me just furnish you with the details from the Achiase constituency for the parliamentary result. Kofi Ahenkra of the NPP polled 12,076 votes, and Samuel Owusu Brako of the NDC polled 10,156 votes. Rejected ballots 256. Total votes cast 22,488. And by now you should know that we are entering the zone where the figures and the numbers make all the difference. We call it our game of numbers. Emmanuel Jabing is our man with the figures to tell us more about the game of numbers. Hello, Emmanuel. The numbers are coming in. What exactly are we doing with the game of numbers?
I've maintained that in this particular electoral cycle, many others may not agree, but for me, the deciders lie largely within 4 regions in Ghana. We are beginning with what we call the Northern Alliance, or the split, which is the battle for the North. Speaking of the northern region of Ghana, we are looking at some 1.2 million people dotted across some 93 polling stations, and it's looking at some 18 constituencies in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the numbers from inception to date of our democracy in the Fourth Republic. And so I want to begin off with 1996, because indeed 1992 for me is an outlier, because then there was a certain boycott. Let's look at how the figures traveled from 1996 to the year 2020. If you look at the data, you could see that the green line, which indicates the NDC, and the blue line, which indicates the MPP, have been moving. They both dropped, and then they both consistently, gradually, in a very slow-mannered pace, climbed. But then the blue line seemed to be inching closer to the green line, and then now you could see the margin quite smaller. The NDC since 1996 has polled more than 50% in every electoral cycle from the northern region. The MPP, however, started off quite low, but if you can see from the map we have over there, they have been gradually increasing their pace. Is it because in the year 2000 a certain phase was introduced by the MPP? In the year 2000, John Agyekum Kufuor, we had Aliu Mahama join him in a ticket to run for presidency. They didn't make any impact. You could see from the board that then there was still a draw for both parties, so you wouldn't necessarily say that it actually made a certain huge impact. But from that time, there's another phase that was introduced into the body politics when it comes to between NDC and the MPP. John Evans Tamils had in the person of John Dramani Mahama, and Nana Akufo-Addo had in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And so the battle for the North, the two sons of the North, have been closely knitting their parties to win their sides to the favor of either the NDC or the MPP. As I told you earlier, the NDC has never done below 50% in the northern region since 1996. However, the narrative for the MPP is different. They have actually inched closer and they are doing well. So the North, now that we have both of them contesting for the first seats of the land, it is indeed a battleground state, because then of the 1.2 million people over there, all of them will be seeking to poll a significant number. The northern region, if you pay close attention, they constantly come out in their numbers to vote. So you're seeing a turnout of more than 80% constantly happen around the north. So if we are going to even base our estimate around 85%, we are looking at some 1 million votes from the northern region. Let's look at the trend. We started off from 2012. 2012, if you look at the numbers for John Dramani Mahama, he polled some 58.59%. For the MPP, they did around 38.78%. 4 years on, the numbers began to drop for the NDC and it shifted to the MPP side. Mahama did 56.08. The other deviation that he had initially secured in 2012, it went to Nana Akufo-Addo on the ticket of Bawumia being his VP, and he had 41.34%. In the year 2020, when all things you want to say went awry, people were not happy, John Dramani Mahama then again dropped from 56 to 52, and then the difference went straight to Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, where he polled 46.40%. So if you look at the data, even in the last 3 electoral cycles, they haven't done terribly bad. They have actually increased their pace from 38 to 41 to 46.40%. If you're running an estimation of what they could get probably in this particular electoral cycle, what would it be? IB?
Well, it depends on the turnouts, and that is a common denominator. When the turnout is high, obviously you then expect the NPP to once again inch higher because it's been consistent, right? Just like in the Volta region, where the movement from 7% until the 2020 elections, where the NPP's candidate Nana Akufo-Addo had 14%. The NDC in Ashanti region, equally as well, moves up, sometimes stagnates, but of course the movement upwards has been consistent. So yes, we expect the NPP to increase its margin of defeat, as in reduce the margin of defeat in the northern region, all things being equal. But mind you, the voter turnout for this particular election has been shocking, to say the least.
But I also want to maintain the 85% projection that I want for the northern region, because I want to believe that despite whatever happens over there, they still manage to come out in their numbers to vote. So let me just stick with my 85% and picture what I want to do for 2024. Where in 2024, the map as it stands now is currently empty. No calculation whatsoever. And then I decide to do this particular calculation where I stick it at 85% by the 1.2 million people that are voting in the northern region. If I do this particular calculation, what I'm looking at currently is around 1 million and some 0.28 people. I want to run a very fair estimate for the northern region when it comes to starting off with the MPP, because they have actually not benefited so much from that particular region. As I told you earlier, they moved from 38 They went to 41 and they did 46% in the last electoral cycle. So a fair estimate between 38 and 46, I want to give them perhaps some 45% of what we are doing over here in the northern region by way of valid votes cast. So if I multiply this by 45%, assuming this is the best estimate of what the MPP could get in the northern region, what we are looking at is around some 462,000 votes. 462,000. This is what the MPP is getting in the year 2024 if we run by this analysis. Now, if you move away from this, the remainder of 45 is around 55%. It's going to the NDC. So 55% by the same figure. 55%. If I do the deduction, and if my math is quite right, I'm looking at some over 600,000 votes. That pegs it around some 1 million, yes. Perhaps give it some, yes, 600,000. It makes it perfect, and it gives us that 1 million votes. That is the fair estimate I'm giving the northern region based on past trends and based on the decline that we've been seeing. Because if you look at the trend from 1996 to date, if you look at the fact that we have both of them now not being a VIP to another person or one being a figurehead, both of them are actually leading as people who hail from the north. Not necessarily the northern region of Ghana, but people who come from the upper part, the northern side of Ghana. This is the fair estimate I am given to the MPP, and this is the fair estimate I'm giving to the NDC. If the MPP manages to pull 462,000 votes from the northern region, does it change their fortunes? No, I'm afraid not. There's still a long way to go. If our best estimate of what the number should be when it comes to winning this particular polls, the upper bound was given as some 7.36 million. If you take out 462,000, you are left with somewhere around 6.9 million to go. If the NDC takes out 55% of 600,000, the 600,000, it means that out of that 7.36 million, they have to raise some 6.7 million votes to go. This is the battle for the North as I see it. Because between this and this, anything is possible. The NDC is likely to increase its numbers if it's able to consolidate its gains from previous years. If you look at it critically, over the past 3 years, 3 electoral cycles, the NDC has been losing steam. But what is quite significant that helped the MPP in the year 2016 is what might favor the NDC even more so now. Because in 2016, the conditions that were prevalent at the time, the conditions that people looked on to vote, the same conditions and even more people share the same narrative today. But then here is the caveat. In 2020, there was still the knowledge and the thought that things are not going well. But the MPP managed to move around from 41% to 46.6%. So this 45% even given to the MPP, they could actually top it up. And this particular number could actually go on a decline because constantly the NDC has been going on the decline since at least 2012. And the MPP has been on the ascendancy even when people have told them that, no, you're not running the economy well. This is the number. But here is the trick. Since Dr. Bawumia entered the race, as I mentioned to you earlier, the numbers for the MPP has been moving up. The numbers for the MPP has been moving up. Look at the dynamics over here. As of 2012, I told you earlier, they were doing some 38.8%. From 1996, now at 1996, the stakes were high. There wasn't any northern phase from the then opposition being the MPP until 2000 when they brought in Dr. Aliyu Muhammad. Even at that time, it didn't do any magic for the northern part of Ghana when it comes to the MPP. But then, when the tickets of Dr. Bawumia came in, there's been some marginal, some constant increases. And then these increases are moved from just 3% to 5% and could even go more. So there could be the narrative that they are not associating Dr. Bawumia with any ills. Perhaps his driver mate analogy might work in his favor, because in 2020, the narrative of a bad economy was still used against him. The narrative of a bad city was still used against him. The narrative of high cost of living was still used against him. But people from the north stayed true to their person. And so it could be the narrative as well that in this particular electoral cycle, he will do more than 45% in the northern region. And it's also likely that John Dramani Mahama could do more than 55% in the northern region, because the northern region of Ghana has constantly, they have never, since the Fourth Republic, given the NDC less than 50% of the votes. The question is, how many more votes can Dr. Bawumia gain in the northern region to close off the gains that the NDC has been making constantly, which has been on the decline, by the way, in the northern region of Ghana? 55% is what I pegged them at. 45% is what I'm saying the MP can do, but it could go higher, it could go below. This is my map, which looks a bit scanty, but the figures as I put it, if you look at 45% of 1.028 million, we are looking at 462,000 thereabouts. If you look at 55% of the remainder, we are doing close to 600,000. That's still some over 100,000 votes to close. And looking at what we are seeing so far, there is still some long way to go. Lily and IB, I could see you were calculating, following closely, and I'm wondering what you also make of these numbers, because for me, this is how I see it. This is how I see the battle to play out in the northern sector of Ghana. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Ivy, you want to take that?
All things being equal, yes, you're right, based on your permutations, right? But the sons of the north have never been pitched against each other as we are witnessing today. So the dynamics are very different, right?
Right.
And so the son of the north on the ticket of the NPP has always been playing a supportive role. This time around, the son of the north on the ticket of the NPP is the leader. Now, John Dramani Mahama has led the NDC as the son of the north before. And since he came onto the scene, the political scene, he's the one who has been leading the NDC. And mind you, the north will weigh their two sons, right, and make a determination. So that is equally a factor that you cannot discount, right, together with all the other factors. But yes, you are right. If you study the trend, I agree wholeheartedly with you that consistently, from one election to the other, the NPP has been making gains in the northern region. In fact, at the point, if you flip to the parliamentary conversation, a split between the middle. NDC 9 seats, NPP 9 seats. But guess what? That is changing. And by tomorrow, you see that picture clearly.
By tomorrow,
you see that picture very clearly. Of course, no, let's just say we are already in tomorrow, right? By morning, you see that picture clearly. As we speak, the results are still being collated at the constituency level. Yes, the political parties are aware of the seats they've won. They are aware.
They are quite
and
well,
then they are marking some of the seats that they think they can fight. And they will fight. But after the fight, where will the cookies crumble? That's the question.
That's an important question. But away from the northern region, let's look at another critical area up north. And this particular area, I'm zooming straight into the side of the north. We are looking at the Savannah region here. I would go away from my 2024 map and start with 2020 and move 2016, 2012. And this is how it looks like. If you look at this particular map over here on the screen, and even if you can see the trend analysis as you can see it on your screen now, the NDC began on a high note. They came down, they go up, they came down, and they keep on maintaining that particular. It tells me of the theory of utility. The more and more you consume of a product, you enjoy it first, you lose the interest, it keeps on going down, marginal utility, you keep on losing it at the point. But with this particular one, they enjoy it first, it comes down, they go up, it comes down, and they keep on going, and they want more units of the NDC. For the MPP, however, they started on a slow pace, they kept on going up, they kept on dropping, and they started climbing up. I wouldn't be shocked if this number has anything to do with the fact that the NDC candidate is from that area.
Yes.
Because if you look at the trends, if you look at the data, from 1996 there was a drop. 2000 it came down. It started rising in 2004. It came down in 2008. From 2008 it's been moving up marginally. From 2008 we met the man John Dramani Mahama, introduced by John Evans Tamils, and we have been seeing his home region being true to him up until 2020, where we saw that the increase took a nosedive. Reasons for which we do not know. But then the MPP also started off on a very low tone, and it kept on making some marginal gains, increasing marginally. But the narrative for the Savannah region is that, as well as we saw in the northern region, they have not performed poorly for the NDC at all. They have not gone below 55%, if my data is accurate, and I believe that. They've not gone below 55%. If you look at what we are seeing even from the last 3 electoral cycles, and I do this because it gives us a true reflection of what we are seeing now, rather than going all the way back to 1996, because the factors then have variated so much from 2012. 2012, see what Mahama polled, 63.04%, that's some 99,000 votes. In 2016, he polled 63.97%, 106,000 votes. In 2020, it is 62.97%. That's around 144,000 votes. So you could see that although the marginal increases in his percentage share of the votes from the Savannah region was not huge, the numbers gain. If you go trickle down to the voters themselves, there are constant gains. So he moves from 99,000, there is more like some 10,000 to 106,000, 7,000. Actually, he moves from 106,000 to 144,000. The gains in 2020 could probably reflect the fact that people were not happy with the economy and they felt like, let's stay true to what we know. Going back to the person that they dwell with and know it. So 144,244 is what he polled in 2020. The narrative for the MPP, however, is this. They started off on 34%, doing 54,000. They went to 33%, they did 55,485. The difference is just around some 1,000 to 1,500 votes. In the year 2020, they did 35% and they polled 80,605. So you could see that for both of them, the increases are not huge. None of them has quite done more than 3% or more than 5% in the way that which they have increased their margins and increased their votes in the region. But if you trickle it down to the numbers itself, these gains are quite huge. You move from 54,000, 1,000 difference to 55,000, and now you do 80,000. For the MPP, they have done nothing below 30%. For the NDC, they have done nothing below 60%. And so I also see in this particular electoral cycle, despite the turnout, the numbers that will come in, the Savannah region will give the NDC nothing less than 60%. As to whether the MPP would be able to maintain the momentum and keep it at not going below 30%, that's a question for the gods. But the inroads, if you look at this particular map on the screen, you could see that it was heavily, dominantly green for the NDC in 2012, 2016. But the NPP made one significant entry in 2024. We could see in 2020, where you could see that blue area there. So gradually, they are making some inroads. And you could see from the numbers, they move straight from 55,000 to 80,000. And this is not the region where Dr. Maumia is coming from. Now that the man of the home is pitched against someone who is not from there, the question is, what is going to play out? I don't know what Bernard thinks of that. I don't know what Lee thinks of that. I don't know which one I should go first with.
Well, interesting. We will just wait, our fingers crossed, to see how it all pans out, right? But we're talking about the numbers because this is the time we're expecting the figures to start coming in. There are concerns, genuine ones, that the process is taking
A little too slow.
It's not what was expected, considering that the voter turnout was quite low. So polling station results were counted. Most of them by 7:38 were done. So the big question is, what is causing the delay? Why are we seeing such a slow progress, Ibrahim? We have our men on the ground. They've been telling us what's happening. Is it a slow but sure, or slow but tensions? I don't know how you. I don't know how you describe it.
Yes, but we are all looking forward to the results trickling in faster than we are witnessing. But trust me, it's a mind game. The politicians, those who hold the power to control the way the results flow, are controlling it. It's always been the case. Now, the polling station results are intact. They are done. They are announced, right? We've been told that sometimes at the collation center, the process is just about to start. Then one party raises an issue, and then there's a halt. Now, I tell you, it's a mind's game because look at the voter region results. We heard Amewu had fallen hours ago in Hohoi, but you still don't have
the certified results.
It's one of the first casualties that we reported.
Should we look at reworking the mechanism then? Because if results are collated at the polling station, if you have any protests, just alert the team there, the EC officials there. Why are we waiting to the bigger stage? Then there's commotion and confusion. Isn't that the case?
That's the law.
Yes.
The law is that at the polling station, if you want to ask for a recount, ask for a recount there. But guess what? At the polling station, the 1 and 2s have not been added for the losing candidate to know that he or she is losing, right? So it dawns on them after the tabulation is done by themselves, and they realize that we might have lost. What can we do to delay the process? What can you do what can we do to buy time? So that's exactly what you are witnessing.
Could it possibly be the case of not necessarily buying time, but managing the emotions of your supporters? I.e., if the theory you're propounding is anything to go by, probably the incumbent is seeing something it doesn't like. So it's just about managing emotions, if that is the case at all.
Especially when Dennis Miracles has clearly stated that the NDC is lucid,
and that we should wait for the EC, right? I'm sure you heard that as well. But of course, what we know for a fact is that before yesterday's exercise, we had been given timelines by the political parties as at what point in time they will have their results. Need I remind them that those timelines are past. We were told by MPP when the results will be ready. Their own collated results will be ready. We were told by the NDC when their own collated results will be ready. In fact, on this same platform, when we engaged the Deputy Director of Elections and IT, he told us that 2 hours after polls close, counting is done, and the polling station results are declared, about 70% of the results will be collated.
All right, Ivy, we've got our fingers crossed. We're still waiting. Hopefully the EC is listening, and if there's anything causing the delay, we have received regular updates from the EC. I think it's time to hear from the EC, isn't it? I'm sure you want to hear something. You want to know what is causing the delay as much as we want to. Ejabeng still has the game of numbers with us, and he will be sharing more details. Emmanuel.
Yeah, so the Savannah region, as I rightly indicated, the NDC, the MPP, considerably, they seem to be doing so well in that particular area. But then again, it is a game of numbers. We have to look at it down to the detail. And so I pick up my pencil again, and I go with a rec. And this time round, this is what we are doing. If you look at the total voter population in the Savannah region, we are looking at a number around 342,431. Then again, I will still go with my estimate of 80% because I want to believe the North will always constantly show up. So 80% of 342,431. This looks like a CD. No, and it's 431. Now, if you do this particular calculation, the number that you are seeing that you're going to work with at the end of the day is around some 273,000. I use a K to represent my thousand. 273,000. Now, if we are looking at the figures from the last 3 electoral cycles, as I told you, the MPP has not done below 30% ever in that particular region since it was carved out. The NDC has not done below 60% ever since it was carved out. So let's stay true to their numbers and their performance. I would like to pick with the lower bound because indeed the highest I'm seeing there is 35%. The lowest I'm seeing there is around 33.40%. So assuming, as we are seeing it now, people don't come out in the numbers at all to vote whatsoever for the MPP for whatsoever reasons, and they go 30%. 30% of some 273,000, that gives us 27, 54, 74, and 81, some 81,000 of votes in the Savannah region. 81,000 out of the 273,000, what we are looking at is around some 196,000 for the NDC. This number, is it achievable? Is it too big? Is it far from reality? No. Look at how they have increased constantly over time. From 99,000 went to 106,000 and jumped straight up from 106,000 to 144,000. John Dramani Mahama, Savannah region. It is not impossible. It is not impossible for him to achieve 196,000, and it wouldn't be bad for an upgrade if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia makes 81,000 as well in that particular region. It both gives them some 30% here and 70% of the remainder of the votes here. Now, if you look at their performance constantly, in 2012, when John Dramani Mahama was going on his own, he made as much, 63%. And so you could say that anytime he went on his own first, before he had even served fully as president, late John Evans Tamils paved way for him to become president. But the first time he came on his own, he has 63.04%. The stakes are quite high in this particular electoral cycle. So assuming you want to give him the blessings of his homeland, he prayed to his father yesterday morning before the polls began. So assuming he got the blessings of his dad and his ancestors, this 70% is not far from reality. But assuming the North says, oh, he's also from within, not within, but he's still with us, so let's just give him some votes, because they constantly have done between 33% and 35%. But assuming people say, no, this guy is not with us, this person is not with us, we want to stick with John Dramani Mahama and give him just 30%. He's doing 81,000. And 81,000 plus the previous number inches him closer to a certain figure. And if you do the calculation for John Dramani Mahama as well, it inches him closer to another figure. This is the dynamic that can play out. It is the most likely, I can bet my last coin on it, that this is the most likely event to happen in the Savannah region, undoubtedly. But we'll take more about the Battle of the North very, very, very soon. But this is what is playing out in the Savannah region, and I believe that this number, if any of them could attain it, it could lead them closer to the number that we are predicting as the figure you must get to become the next president of the Republic of Ghana. Lily, Bernice, what do you make of this?
Well, exactly what we've been saying, right? It's the game of numbers, and we are waiting for the numbers. Some of you have gotten very interactive with us. We'll come back shortly after this to hear what you have to say.
This is still election night, our continuing coverage of election 2024. We brought you Game of Numbers, what the numbers look like in 2016 and 2020 and other previous years. But what do the numbers look like in 2024? already the main contenders parties have said that, well, our supporters go out there and police the collation centers, make sure that our numbers are right. But why are the numbers slowly trickling in? Quite an interesting one.
We don't know, and like I said, it'll be a good time to hear from the Electoral Commission. And some of you have been very interactive on our Facebook pages. Emily Cram says, what do we need to raise tension with numbers? The numbers will be out soon, however, and whoever becomes president, that wouldn't change the fate of Ghana, she believes. Felix Nana Kwame Ahenkra said he believes that a certain party wants to manipulate the figures, and interesting comments that we have there. But keep the comments coming through on Facebook and on YouTube. And we've also heard from some NDC persons who are requesting that the EC officials announce the results, especially at the constituency level, as soon as possible. Lily.
Let's go to Fantiakwa North constituency, particularly in Begro, where an MPP supporter has been beaten and has been carried away by an ambulance. Quite sad there. Obiba Naneje Sikapa is our reporter on the ground. Obiba, what can you report at this time? What's the state? Do you know the state in which this particular supporter is in, and what accounted for he being beaten up?
All right, thank you. I think for his sake, he's quite okay now. And what caused his beating was that he was entering the coalition center, and the the NDC supporters thought that he might be carrying foreign material to the coalition center, so they would have allowed him to enter, and that caused his beating. So they were trying to prevent him from entering the coalition center, and they beat him up. So he was carried away by the ambulance to the hospital, and then I think he's okay because he has been retained. And then has been also supported by the armed forces, and then the Ghana police entered the police center. He just entered, just came back, and then that had his way to enter to the police center. So he just entered the police center as I was holding on the line. So that is what is happening. But it has been quiet over here. There are lots of supporters over here, both the NPP and then the NDC. But most importantly, especially the NDC are here in their numbers, trying to prevent their vote according to them. They are saying that they are waiting until the EC to declare the result by the close of 2 a.m. So if the result is not closed by 2, it's not declared by 2 a.m., then they are going to find their way into the coalition room.
Reporter on the ground, Obiba Naneje Sikapa, telling us why an MPP supporter was beating in the Fantiakwa North constituency, particularly in Begro. He was carried away in the famous one constituency, one ambulance. Yeah, so that the ambulance for the constituency carried the NPP supporter. Quite interesting there.
Really, very interesting constituency. I've done some numbers about seats that were won or lost by less than 500 votes.
And this is one of them.
And Fantiakwa North happens to be one of them. And of course, it's now been contested by Arafat, of course, who's the incumbent MP, lost the party's primary, and so Duke Oforiatta is the one who is representing the NPP now in the constituency. So that explains why the NDC is quite keen on that constituency. There's a constituency in the eastern region, which largely that part of the region is a stronghold of the NPP, but the NDC has made inroads, specifically in Fantiakwa North. That explains what we're witnessing. But kudos to the security officers there who manage the situation.
Right, and IB, we are receiving some exclusive information. We know that in the EC strong room, the presidential candidates have access.
Yes.
They have reps who also have access. Observer groups are there.
Yes.
Our own men and women are on the ground in the EC strong room. We are yet to hear of any certified collated constituency result, but we understand that the former president, who is the NDC's candidate, has had access to the strong room.
Well, that will not be surprising because when Madam Jane Mensah spoke to the media early part of yesterday, she had mentioned that the presidential candidates are allowed access.
National executives,
Yes.
various observers, and including the media as
Most
well.
definitely. What I have will be footages and images of the former president in his own collation room.
Okay.
And the screens displayed there what figures.
His own collation
His
room.
own
Right.
collation
Thanks for the
room.
clarification.
Yes, his own collation room. And of course, his team has decided to put this out. And usually they do that when they are very confident of the figures they are getting.
Yeah.
Like I said, all the political parties today we can say have invested heavily in these systems to ensure that they are able to also know in real time what's happening on the ground. And of course, NDC will know better about these things because for the past 8 years, the party has become more or less like, I wouldn't say some part of a joke because the cliche is that the party has never been able to collate its own results.
Right.
So you can understand why these images will surface. So that is the strong room of the NDC with the flag bearer in there.
It's some 10 minutes to 2 a.m. Election has officially ended. We're waiting to hear certified results. We're waiting to see proper collation happen in the EC strong room. Some of you on social media are questioning the delay. We've heard from the security analyst right here in our studio a while ago, Dr. Bonner and Professor Ainin, talk about the tension that is likely to be created if we don't see the results rolling out as we've seen in previous elections. And so we're waiting to hear from the EC if there's any legitimate reason for the delay, considering that we didn't have so many people come out to vote.
Yes.
I.e. translating into huge numbers, which will require more time to sort out and count. As we sit here, we know that polling stations have counted results. So why is it taking so long? We know, according to the EC, that they were making the system smoother than previous elections. But let me just mention, from our own projections, we can safely say that in the Ododo constituency, the NDC is leading both parliamentary and presidential. That's not surprising, is it?
No, at all.
That's not surprising. But I sat here and I've said this time without number that this election was not going to be a contest. I won't say I've been vindicated as of yet. We'll get to know that in a few hours' time. But it's looking like all those constituencies that were flagged as keenly contested constituencies have become a disappointment.
A disappointment for
those who projected them to be keenly contested.
Okay.
That's my point. So those who flagged those constituencies.
So it's been straight win for whoever was supposed to win.
Look at Adenta. Adenta, we sat here yesterday or 2 days ago and we talked about how keenly contested Adenta was going to be like. And I had mentioned on social media, Ramadan seemed to be in trouble. And that was on social media. Kozi had the momentum on social media. She was executing projects on the ground, right? But had mentioned that the NDC had done something in Medina and Adentan. And that is to tell the settler communities or the residents there who hitherto will be bused to the voter region to go and register because of COVID in 2020, not to move. So they registered in Medina, they registered in Adentan. And that was what did the trick for the NDC in 2020. That decision by the NDC has not been reversed. They still encourage their members who hail from the voter region, who reside in these two constituencies, not to go back to the voter region to go and register. Because for presidential elections, wherever you vote, it counts as one. And if the NDC maintains that particular policy that is implemented, then for the longest time, Medina and Adenta will always be a safe seat for the NDC. And so those were the dynamics that many people didn't pay attention to. Benis, to answer you directly about the delay, I can tell you that the EC head office will have no answers for you because they don't deal with constituency collated results. They deal with regional collated results. So we are not even there.
I appreciate that, but the EC has supervisory role.
I get that.
So, I mean, you are the Electoral Commission. You're working with regional results that will be faxed to you.
Yes.
But you should be concerned by now what the progress of collation is.
I agree.
And that's why I'm saying that the regular press briefings should be happening any moment from now. We should have another one, and we should know what's happening, because people are asking.
I think the solution will be Jane Mensah and her team at the headquarters decentralizing information flow. The returning officers in the various constituencies should be addressing the media by now, not Jane Mensah. They should give them the go-ahead to address the media at the constituency collation centers and tell us what exactly is going on.
But you can understand in previous elections there was it appeared
a lot of information flow.
Exactly, it appeared untidy. I'm saying, and again, I must mention also, quite interesting that for many of the questions posed by our reporters at the EC strong room, we virtually didn't get answers. We were told it hasn't been brought to our attention, and that also raises a question of information flow. Is there a system that allows the EC headquarters to know what's happening, at least, even if it's not up to the minute, every 30 minutes to an hour, to know that this is what has happened? And for the EC to keep saying it hasn't been brought to our attention, it smirks of an EC that doesn't know what's happening. Because if more than one media house has reported a particular incident, there should be a monitoring team within the Electoral Commission addressing those things as they happen.
Is it that the Electoral Commission is not in the known, or Electoral Commission is trying to shield the media from finding out the real situation on the ground?
Well, relative to the delay, I'm not holding brief for Madam Jane Mensah and her team at the headquarters, but I think they might be as concerned as we are.
So what are they doing
we
about
have our
it?
reporters.
They should tell us.
You see, there's no way Jane Mensah can order a returning officer to start collation, especially when there are problems in that collation center, and we've reported problems.
IB, you have a legitimate point. I am just saying that people want to know.
I get
275 constituencies. If there are problems, they will not be in all these constituencies. By now, we should have seen in this region, 10 out of this number of constituencies have come through. This is what we've been able to calculate so far. Like I'm saying, we are here for you. You are asking the questions, and we are trying to get you the answers. So the EC should, at this point, either deal with the problems or address us and let us know what's happening.
Well, our appeal will also go to the political parties and their agents. If there's nothing for you to raise the protest on, don't do it. Because once you raise an issue, it's incumbent on the EC officials in the collation centers to address those issues for amicable solution before they proceed. There are some areas that we have not reported any issues, but Ayawaso West Rogon, there's an issue. Ayawaso Central, there's an issue. Ablukuma Central, there's an issue, right? And Krowo, there's an issue. Ablukuma West, there's an issue. In fact, at a point in time, we had to ask our reporter in Okapi North to protect herself, because she had filmed what was happening and the people there were agitated over it. So, unfortunately, the pockets of reports that we are picking about protests here, attempt to swap ballot boxes, have become one too many. Probably too many than what we even recorded in 2020. Yes, in 2020 we had about Ablukuma Central. We had about 31 South, right? We heard about Tema West. We heard about Takonsuye, Sehuyoso, Sene West, right? But that was after it had all been said and done. Now, as we speak, we don't even have a single collation center that has gone beyond even 200 polling stations by way of collation. And that's a problem. But I'm telling you that it's deliberate. Let's allow viewers to also know that this is deliberate. It is just the players in the sector buying time. So just brace yourselves. In hours' time, maybe, because the EC has actually announced, I will have wished the EC never stuck out its neck to say that in 3 days' time, we'll have the results. It did. The last time it told us 48 hours, we ended up doing much more than that. So I was thinking, this time around, the EC should have just said, we will announce the results when it is ready. But they've gone ahead to commit themselves that 3 days after yesterday, we should expect the result. We hold them by their words, right? But the point is that let the collation exercise start. Let it begin. Give us periodic update as we are doing. We had the one from Tema West,
Right.
which has now gone up. The number of, yes, so we have actually 4 that are being collated and are updated. And I'm sure very soon we will give that to viewers and listeners as well, right? So, yes, collation is ongoing. It might not be as fast as we all expect, but let's all hold our breath. We will keep demanding answers from the EC. We'll keep piling up pressure on them to move at a pace that we can all be comfortable with. But we will not ask them to rush.
It's interesting. It's interesting getting onto social media. I'm sure many of you have looked around on social media to see what's happening. The results haven't come in yet, but I want to give credence to what you're saying about the political parties knowing what's happening.
They know.
We have seen some of the activists of the governing party, interestingly, congratulating those on the other side. And some are asking, well, have any results been declared? On what basis are you congratulating your brothers, as we say, on the other side?
So, because obviously they equally have their collation rooms.
You're
They've
right.
collated the results.
You're right.
They know every result by now, and so they know if they are winning or they are losing. And in 2020, you realize that when the NPP knew that it was winning, they were putting out results.
Yes.
Right? This time around, they're not doing that because their figures are telling them otherwise. You see a lot of their posts on social media, and it is clear that the NPP is losing ground. The NDC is also going around saying that we're winning. NDC Aparachi's posting on social media claiming victory.
Yes.
But we wait on the Electoral Commission.
Exactly. I was just going to remind you about the flip-flop. Remember that?
Yes.
So you just want to stay safe. Fingers crossed. This is your election hub. We are on the ground for you, sifting definitely every information we get to ensure that we give you accurate information. We are not in a hurry, but we are in a hurry to be right.
Most
so
definitely.
we will get you the right figures. Don't worry about that.
We will. And it's interesting what you just mentioned about the players in the political space and why some will go ahead and congratulate others when there are no official results. Yes, some, to them, it's a told you so moment.
It's exactly what is happening.
Moment, right?
Finger pointing, accusations here and there, blame games.
Yes.
That's what we're seeing now.
I'll give you some of them. So Frank Mandela Baumia, he's my friend, and he's an NPP activist.
Okay.
Right. Now he writes this.
Were you expecting something different from Abaumia?
Yes, and this will be, yes. We will live to fight another day. One thing is certain: it will be. I will be here to deal with Mahama 24/7 as an elephant, an NPP member. I love Ghana, and they may win, but Mahama is not my president. He will never be. Ghanaians abroad should ignore any call for help from home, since their Mahama is going to turn Ghana into paradise.
Interesting.
Now back to regrouping.
Right. So what you see on your screens now are scenes from Ododo Diodio. There appears to be someone with powder, is it, on his head? Appears to be so. Also, the bigger problem is crowd control. And we've been talking about that and how the Ghana Police Service, in some instances, is having a hard time dealing with the crowd. Obviously, you know and you've heard the two main political parties asking their supporters and sympathizers to be vigilant, to stay away from the collation centers, but be close enough to see what's happening so they can report any issues of concern.
So that's the NDC candidate Alfred Nyashikote.
Yes. Exactly. So let's hear from him.
But you see, the secret in politics, the politics is not even relationship building, but politics is relationship. I have built relationship, very good one with the people, and so I knew I was going to win. I just took it easy. I did what I had to do. People noticed my media presence wasn't too strong and people were worried. I kept telling them, look, it's like you are going to war. You don't let your strategy out there in the open for your, adversary to know. And I would rather be on the grounds and do my things on the quiet than be all over social media. I don't need to impress anybody. I need to impress the voters. And I have done that. My little challenge, I told the media I was going to win with a percentage of 63. But unfortunately, the turnout was very low. And I think it was due to the holiday preceding, and so people didn't really come to town. The whole town was quiet. Lots of people who left to their various homes didn't come back to vote, and that was why the turnout was low. And I chalked somewhere a little above 60%. I'd give thanks to God. We have a job to do. We have, water to provide for our people. We have to give our youth jobs. We have to make them employable, so we find them jobs. We have to support our younger ones to, attain higher learning. So the good old days where we used to have the best of medical doctors, best of engineers, lawyers, and what have you, will come back again. I don't want to say much. Let me just say thanks be to God.
The biggest concern is your electorate tonight. How are you ensuring that they are controlled such that when all this is said and done, there would be no injuries, there will be absolute peace in order to do your constituency?
I told you all from the beginning that for the very first time in the history of Odododio, we are going to go for elections without a single bloodshed. We are, my chairman, please come. My chairman, my proud chairman. And a big thanks to the former assembly member, three times constituency chairman, the dynamic young man. I want to say thank you for every little effort you put in to make this victory happen. God bless you, Chairman. Yes, so I told you all that we're going to go to an election without any bloodshed, without any form of violence. They tried it in the morning. They came around one of the polling centers near the London market, wielding guns and whatever. The youth of the area chased them out, letting them know that they are not scared of them, and they never came back. And I thank God for that. I know my supporters are excited and they are jubilating. In fact, I even asked them to go home about 3-4 hours ago. They said no, they are going to do this overnight, and I've advised them to do so, to jubilate or celebrate advisedly, just so they don't end up, like you said, getting injured or injuring any other person. I believe that it will all go well. It's just, an excitement they are pouring out and nothing more. Nothing is going to happen.
But what next after this sweet victory?
Tomorrow I'm going to go to church to say thank you to the Almighty God for making this long journey come to a beautiful end, and a new journey of hope for my people to start. Then after, I'm hitting the ground running. I'm going to do a lot of preparatory activities between now and 7 January, just so when we are sworn in, I start work. Just that.
What will be the collaboration? Okay. What would be the collaboration between you and Nilanti van der Poel? He's just the outgoing. You all belong to the same party, or you think his term is done, so you wouldn't have any relations with him?
My intention is to unite the constituency. He has been a big brother. I have served under him. I have learned a lot from him, and I know what it is that he has, and so I will consult him as and when. The relationship is very okay. We talk as and when, and I think that we'll work together. I'll tap from his experience and make sure I deliver better, because I learned what made him succeed, and I also saw the little mistakes that we are all not perfect, and I've learned from his mistakes, and I'm assuring you that something good is going to happen. We'll work together.
So that's coming from the Ododo constituency. I must say again that these are results collated so far. We are yet to hear officially from returning officers. But when the numbers tell a story, you cannot deny it, can you, IB? We've been talking about the game of numbers. Kweku Timing is a man in Ododo, and he joins me. Kweku, is the crowd still there? We've seen some sort of self-declaration happening. Is the crowd satisfied? What exactly is happening? Well, Kweku Timing will join us shortly, and we'll just allow him to put his thoughts together there. So, Lily, there you have it. And IB, you have been monitoring what the figures are as they come in from our reporters on the ground. And you have some interesting news to share with us?
Yes, of course. Let's start on the parliamentary, because we just returned from Ododo. It doesn't come as a surprise, all right? Nilante van der Poy did his term and decided to bow out. This particular constituency became a constituency of a conversation because of how Nilante bowed out. When he bowed out, he tapped somebody, and then the person was disqualified by the party. So it created some acrimony in the constituency. The party had to even defer the primaries for that constituency. Subsequently, the primaries were held, and Ni Ashikote then emerged. So many people were wondering as to whether that division within the NDC was going to affect. Otherwise, Ododo stopped being swing constituency a long time ago. It did. But many people, because of the fact that it's always flagged as a hotspot, do not look at the figures. That constituency has stopped being a swing constituency. NPP held it at a point. Once they lost it to NDC, that was
the NDC has continuously held on to it.
Yeah, so the results from there doesn't come to me as a surprise. The NDC in the central region has provisionally gained more seats. In fact, the NDC is looking at 18 to 19 seats out of the 23 seats in the central region. That's a sweep. Now, central region, per the provisional figures, might have also given the presidency to the NDC. In 2020, what the central region did was to give parliamentary to the NDC and then the presidential to the NPP. It looks like the region has not just re-emphasized its caucus with the parliament side of the NDC. It has equally this time around decided to caucus with the NDC at the presidential level, per the provisional figures we are looking at, right? Some of the results are still being contested. Awutu Senior East will be the biggest shocker as far as the region is concerned. If it turns out the way it's going, that Hawa Kumsin has lost that seat. Like I said, provisionally, that's where it's pointed, but that is being hotly contested. Collation is ongoing as we speak. When you move to the eastern region, there are some seats that provisionally we told the NDC has been able to win back. Upper West Akim, and we told that you move to Lower West Akim as well. NDC is leading there. Again, in the Ofuasia Iribi Achiansi enclave, of course, don't swallow your heart. I'm not saying that Ofuasia Iribi has been taken by the NDC. No. There's an adjoining constituency, and that is Achiansi, that the NDC is leading, of course, per the collated figures there provisionally, right? And so that is that. Western region, you look at the provisional results from even the polling stations, Esikado Ketan. Esikado Ketan. Yes, the figures there, if you compare those figures to 2020, you'll not be that surprised because the NDC lost that seat to Joe Gate again, marginally. Joe Gate is not in the race. Charles Bisiu is the one holding the fort for the NPP. You look at the provisional figures from the polling stations and realize that NDC's candidate and Dr. Agris Ayensu is gaining more grounds now compared to even the grounds that she held in 2020. Once again, we are looking forward to the results coming in from there,
so we can
and then we can see
that
clearly. But mind you, don't be swayed by the results and then the posts you see on social media, you might be deceived, especially on X. There are many people who just sit there and type that this constituency has gone this way or that way.
And interestingly, not to cut you, some of them have either deleted those posts or deactivated their accounts.
But the internet never forgets.
It's an interesting turn of events. It should show you where everything is pointing to.
And then you must be careful because the issue of misinformation, disinformation, circulating of fake news has actually sent people to jail.
Yes.
There was a young man who has been jailed 4 years because he was accused of spreading false news or fake news and also threatening mayhem. Now, if that's anything to go by, and you look at the trend we are witnessing, you must be careful what you post on social media. So I understand why some people might deactivate their accounts altogether or delete what they are posting. Nonetheless, let's look at, Bernice, if time will permit us before we go to the grounds, the path to victory of, say, the NPP. What will it take for Dr. Bawumia, for instance, to emerge victorious today? Now, he will have to maintain the hold of MPP on the central region. He will have to win central region. He will have to lose, if he is to lose Greater Accra, marginally. Just as Akufo-Addo lost marginally. When the NDC is losing Greater Accra, NDC loses by 46%. Now, Akufo-Addo lost Greater Accra in 2020 with 48%. Yes. So even though Nana Akufo-Addo lost Greater Accra, he lost with 2 percentage points more than how NDC lost Greater Accra in, say, 2016. And so MPP can lose Greater Accra once again marginally, but if we win Central Region and Ashanti Region shows up, it's home and dry. That will be the path of victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now here lies the trouble. There was low voter turnout in the Ashanti Region. So automatically, that permutation is dislodged. Now, the figures from Western Region don't look good. I'm not for the NPP. I'm not saying the NPP has lost the Western Region. The provisional figures do not look good. There were many analysts, including Global Info Analytics, that had predicted that Western Region will turn green. I disagreed, right? And I said no.
You still disagree?
It's difficult to disagree entirely, but I would say that if NDC is to win Western Region, it will be marginally. If MPP is to also win, it will be marginally. If MPP is to lose, it will be marginally. But that's another shocker. Western Region is not a region that returns any favor to the NDC. Yes, hours to come, the picture will be clearer and we will scrutinize the reasons for where we are today. But if what is pointing to is what is pointing to, then you want to ask yourself whether it is just down to apathy, Bernice, or there was much more to it than just apathy.
Right.
Discontentment? Yes. And anger in the opposite directions. Anger to the extent that those people decided not to vote at all out of anger.
Right.
Those who showed up were those who were angry enough to move from their houses and go and register their protest by way of votes against the system. Now let's come to the Eastern Region. We're here talking about Fantiakwa. Ordinarily, Fantiakwa is not a constituency that should come up for a discussion because NDC people feel strongly that they have a chance.
Right.
Imagine we're talking about a constituency like Ebuaka North. That's a constituency that is a neighbor to the president's constituency, Ebuaka South. And there are issues in that constituency. NDC is bold enough in that constituency to be registering protests and insisting on things being done. These are not conversations you have on a regular day when you are reporting on elections in Ghana. And so, yes, we will do the post-mortem and we'll do it properly. But these are the trends we're seeing, and these are the conversations that have already started are jumping at us as we await the results. Look at Iowa Central. Iowa Central, and many people do not know that Kwesi Pratt once contested
for that seat,
the parliamentary seat in Iowa Central. That's Newtown, Pig Farm, Alajo.
Yeah.
We are here talking about a standoff at the collation center. A collation center in a constituency held by the Interior Minister, one-time Greater Accra Regional Minister. And many people felt if there was any price to pay by Henry Korte, it would have been he paying a price as a regional minister because he insisted that the right things were done and he demolished structures in his own constituencies.
Could he follow through to the end? That's another story.
He was moved, and at the point he openly mentioned that his own party people asked him that, is everything okay? Are you very sure that you know you are a politician? So he was stopped at the point, even though the president openly praised him for how frontal he had become in getting Accra to work again. At the point he had to abandon that. But that's not shocking. Chenche, and that's Oku van der Poel.
Yeah.
Did a similar thing under the NDC administration as a Greater Accra mayor. At the point he had to give up. Because when push comes to shove, you will realize that your party needs the votes, and your party will need to remain in power. And so, hard as you might fight, at the point you have to give up. He did, and then now he became the Interior Minister. I was listening to reports from the policing center, and we were told that it was the police officers there who even alerted the people there that be wary of these ballot boxes that are coming in. And these are officers who work under the Interior Minister.
Okay.
It is something.
So it's an all-round vigilance. It's not just of party supporters and sympathizers. Everybody is being vigilant.
Very much so. And this is typical of any election that sees a party do a full circle. When a
Which
party
for us
does,
is 8 years.
It does it. Once you do a full circle of 8 years, since 1992, many Ghanaians are allowed to have the expectation that it's goodbye. It could be an illegitimate expectation, but that wields some level of influence. And so it's why MPP started a mantra of breaking the 8 and doing the unconventional, right? Did the MPP put in the work? Yes, it did. Heavy lifting, the party did. Heavy lifting, the party did. But, like I said, for now, we will just walk around the periphery. I will delve deeper into detail when the picture is quite clearer.
Right, let's head to Tema West now, and thank you so much for staying with your election hub. Grateful that you're doing so. Ben Ghazi is our man, and he has some information for us. Ben, are you able to give us confirmed results?
Confirmed results, but obviously it is not up to the total we are expecting here at the Tema West constituency, which is of course a usual blue seat, as we can call it, over the years. But looks as though the green color is dominating the results so far released here at the political center. Before I get into the result, just moments ago, we had, you can see now on your screens now, some members and supporters of the NDC who have been massed up here at the center to protest and get agitated because, according to them, the process was a bit too slow, and they have been here for quite a while, and we're expecting that by now the announcement will be made or declaration will be made as to whether who has won this particular elections here in the constituency, be it for the parliamentary and also the presidential. But as we speak right now, what is currently happening is a coalition for the presidential. They're even yet to get to the parliamentary, and that's why the supporters here of the NDC were not happy and began chanting their anthem, because according to them, they were not happy that the whole process had delayed and was not progressing as they would have wanted it to progress as of now. Let me run by you the results we have so far with about 101 polling stations collected so far out of a possible 285. We have now done 101. As it stands now for the presidential, we have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia amassing 11,000 527. That is 11,527 for Dr. Bawumia. For J.D. Mahama of the NDC, he currently has amassed 13,927. That is 13,927. They have done party with 4. Chris Andrews with 14. Sophie Akwalu with 4. Fia Fremhoma has 29. Hassan Ayariga has 8. Kofi Kurante currently has about 7 of them. George Chumberima has 2 votes so far. Nana Wambediako Cheddar has 367. 367 votes so far. And also Alan Tremantin has 146. 146 votes so far. So out of 101 polling stations collated, out of a total of 285, the results we have so far has been displayed on the board. Let me try and show you the board as we have it from the AC. This is the polling center as we have it, and on the screen up there is where the results have been tallied. You can see, up there, they are still working on it. The gentlemen you see, around the table, I should say, are the ones who are collecting the results and then projecting them onto the screen you have there. So that's the current situation now here at Tema West, where collation is being done at the Tema Senior High School or Tema Secondary School. That is where it's been done. The gentlemen behind the table, are the ones who are collating. As I speak to you as well, the PC and the NDC lawyer Enu himself is also here. He's been here for some time now, about 2 hours now. He's been here at the center as collation is being done. With some of his supporters also out there, and of course agitating us and when they have issues. So that's the situation currently as I speak to you from Tema West. Collation is still ongoing, and we are not even halfway through. A time check now is 2:26 a.m. Sunday morning. We are not even halfway through the polling center as it stands now at Tema West here in the Greater Accra region.
Coming to us from Tema West, we understand that the EC is getting ready to address us. I'm sure you're waiting to get answers to the questions you've been asking in your homes, on social media, but we have some important information for you.
All right, so news coming in suggests that the NDC parliamentary candidate for Asan Central has won the seat. Let's furnish viewers with the numbers. So the candidate, Mijima Shaibu Nurain, won by 16,000. These are provisional results, by the way. 16,343, with Aneu Godfred polling 15,926. Even though the NDC won, the margin was quite slim.
Yes, and Lily, this is important because we know the history of Asan Central. We know
Kennedy Japan,
that one of the strongest members of the NPP who actually contested to be flag bearer, Kennedy Japan, was or is still MP for the area, but next year, when things or power changes hands, we know provisionally that the NDC's candidate has won. A real shocker, isn't it?
It is, and given the fact that this candidate was disqualified by the regional executives in the same region, and that he was not fit to lead the NDC as a parliamentary candidate in Asan Central, he had to take the National Executive Council to quash that decision to suspend the parliamentary candidate by the regional executives, which led to even the suspension of the regional chairman, who was subsequently reinstated. That's one factor. The other one, as you mentioned, is that this seat has been occupied by Kennedy Japan for a while. But Bernice and Lily, there's a trend. The internal elections that the NPP held for the flag bearership slot. Anywhere Kennedy Japan won, NPP has lost provisionally. Iowa so West Wogon. Kennedy Japan won in that constituency.
That's for the NPP flag bearership.
But internal election.
Right.
Krowo. Kennedy Japan won. Provisionally, NDC has retained that seat. And many other places. The central region, Kennedy Japan did extremely well. And I'm linking this because I came from the region last Sunday. I was there Saturday, Sunday. The vibe I got from the Cape Coast is that they were voting green. And then I inquired. You could tell that the Kennedy Japan factor was quite important and significant.
So what was it? A protest vote? I will not vote? What was it?
We will now have to look at the level of work that Kennedy Japan did in the region after losing out on the flag bearership slot.
And did he do any work at all?
And also whether that work undid what
he might have said
when he wanted to be the flag bearer.
Good. There are many people in the region who believe that Kennedy Japan can return as MPP flag bearer tomorrow. For them, the only path to that is for MPP to go to opposition. And so they were voting against NPP, but to them, they were voting for the future of Kennedy Japan.
Okay.
And some of them verbalized this.
And that is what you got from some of the
speaking to them.
Right, right.
From speaking to them. So when I came to Accra, I engaged some NPP leaders. And they were then asking, okay, where is Kennedy Japan? So I was not surprised that at the final rally, he was given enough time to address the supporters and, for that matter, Ghanaians.
But was that enough time to save them?
NDC mounted, and I've maintained that this election, we've been to a place where we've never been to before by way of campaigning, where you have political parties spending money to propagate negativities against each other. Kennedy Japan's voices and his comments were used profusely against the NPP. NDC actually paid money for those clips to be played where he was speaking against either the flag bearer of the NPP directly, or he was speaking against the system that was being run by the NPP administration. Vice versa, the NPP equally sponsored adverts where they were using John Mohammed's comments against himself, comments he made in the past. I'm a dead goat, and what have you. We've never been here before, but this trip of the political campaigning, we got there. Was that enough to do the damage it's done, apparently, in the central region? Kennedy Japan is the leader of the NPP Central Region Caucus in Parliament. My shocker initially, even before yesterday, was his inability to convince Cynthia Mamile Morrison from going independent. When everybody knew that the fortunes of the party in the region were one way or the other tied to that decision. Per the provisional results, it looks like NDC has won Aguna West. Because Cynthia Morrison decided to go independent. A plus has won Aguna Central.
No, that's Gomwa Central.
Gomwa Central.
Yeah, Nana Years constituency.
Yes, Nana Years constituency, where she was not just an incumbent MP, but she was a deputy minister of state. Because the NDC candidate garnered some vote, the NPP candidate garnered some vote, but that gave A plus the window to jump in.
Sure.
So Central Region, of course, usually it's a swing region. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that he has decided to swing. It's swinging with Greater Accra. Just that per the provisional figures we are getting from Greater Accra, the margin of defeat or the margin of victory in Accra will be wider than we all imagined. Yes, but in engaging MPP, some of them admitted that things were not well in Accra, and they didn't hide this. That they knew that they could lose Accra, but the hope was what Ashanti region could do. The Ashanti region story, we will single it out and then tell it vigorously. But it also didn't show up for the party. The region didn't show up for the party. And you can understand, in the morning, we started talking about the voter turnout. And we never stopped because it had been a constant denominator. People were not coming out to vote. We will pay particular attention to the votes that came from even the University of Ghana. The students were there. They are not on vacation. They had no letters, but they were in their rooms and they were not coming out to vote. Those who were angry enough to descend from their rooms to come and vote, the verdict is out there. You pick some polling station results from University of Ghana campus and you think they are results from the Volta region.
Interesting. Even in the Ashanti region, I'm told that in some communities, megaphones were being used to call people out to come and vote. It tells you how critical that is. But we are receiving more information, and we know that the Deputy Energy Minister, who is MP from Poho, has lost his seat. I'll come back to give you more details on that. I need to take you to the EC headquarters now.
Thank you very much, Fred. And good morning once again to you all. And on behalf of the Commission, welcome you to this press briefing. This briefing relates to party supporters at the coalition centers. Our attention has been drawn to incidents going on in some coalition centers across the country. It has come to the Commission's notice that the leadership of some political parties have authorized their supporters to besiege the coalition centers, contrary to the laid down policy. By law, the political parties are required to have 2 representatives at each coalition center for each candidate. This directive by the political parties violates laid down policy and is a breach of standard procedure. We call on political parties to withdraw their supporters with immediate effect, and we call on the Ghana Police Service to step in. The actions of the supporters are impeding the coalition process. We have also been informed that in the Town South constituency, in the Ahafo region, some party agents forced the returning officer to declare the parliamentary results without coalition. We call on both our permanent and temporary staff not to come under results produced without due process will not be recognized by the Commission. It is important to note that votes for each candidate have already been counted and announced at the polling stations, and therefore will be collated based on the pink sheets that have already been given to the political parties. There is therefore no need for supporters to go to the coalition centers, as the political parties already have copies of the pink sheets. This infiltration of supporters into the coalition centers is delaying the coalition process. We therefore entreat all supporters who have thronged the coalition centers to leave, to enable the returning officers to collate the results from the polling stations. We trust that the leadership advise them to do so. Thank you.
At this point, we're not taking questions. I'd like to thank you very much for staying with us throughout the day, the night, and to this morning. Shall we go back to the collation center?
Wow. Well, interesting developments there, and we heard from Samuel Titi, Director in charge of operations at the EC, addressing the call by political parties for their supporters and sympathizers to observe collation at collation centers. He actually says they've besieged the premises of the collation centers,
and he blames the NDC.
And actually says that this is slowing down the process. He mentioned Tano South specifically, where he says he didn't mention the party though. I'm not sure he did. I didn't hear that. But he talks about the returning officer being forced to declare a certain parliamentary candidate as winner, and sent out a word of caution that they will rely on the certified results, signed pink sheets, which parties have copies of. Okay, so that's there. But the interesting thing is, why were questions not allowed this time round? I mean,
there are so many questions on the minds of people. Why do you deny people the opportunity to ask questions?
Exactly. We've had journalists asking questions throughout the various addresses. Why is this any different?
Yeah.
Well, Benis, I'm not in Tano South, right? So I do not disagree with what Mr. Titi just said about Tano North. There may be Tano South. There may be some party supporters have been able to enter the inner perimeter of the collation center, but we've had our cameras in these collation centers. We were in Ayawaso Central. We were in Ayawaso West Wogon. We've been to a number of collation centers.
Yeah.
We've not seen political party supporters in the collation center. So it's unfortunate Mr. Tete did not allow, or the EC did not allow for questions.
For questions, yeah.
We should have asked them for specifics.
And clarity.
There's a difference between being masked up around the collation center.
All right.
And then entering the collation center.
Okay.
Which would then mean that you are impeding the process.
Okay, so I'd be sorry to cut you, but this is the moment for which you've stayed awake to watch us on your election hub, and thank you for staying with us. But we have some news from various constituencies to share with you. A couple of them. I'll run through what I have, and Lily and IB will do same. So I have for Aguna West constituency, and we have Arthur Christopher of the NPP polling 20,625 votes. Dangbe Ernestino Ofori of the NDC, 25,965. Cynthia Mamle Morrison, who went independent, we know she was with the NPP, got 7,245. You can do the math yourself. Imagine if these figures between the NPP and the independent were not split. What would it mean? Now, in Gomwa Central, we have Eya Nana of the NPP, 10,541. Yosik Mohammed Naeem Dean of the NDC, 9,116. And Obeng Kwame Asaria, popularly known as Kwame A+, an independent candidate, got 13,491.
Well, so what you just mentioned, Benis, are certified and declared results from the Electoral Commission.
Right.
So the results as you gave will not change as far as the EC is concerned. Okay. So let me also give you Etiwa West in the Eastern region. Now, Etiwa West in the Eastern region, we have two candidates. Yes, of course. I know we all know that's what your concerns are. So MPP's candidate is Laurette Koko Asante. NDC's candidate is Ofosu Apia, Dennis Owusu Apia. So NPP's candidate had 16,395. NPP 16,395 votes. NDC 8,061. NDC 8,061. So by this certified result, the Etiwa West constituency has been retained by the NPP, and so that constituency, once occupied by Mwakwanta and still occupied by Mwakwanta, the former Rules Minister, he decided to bow out willingly. His replacement, Laurette Koko Asante, will be in the 9th Parliament by winning at least 50% more of the votes than his NDC opponent. So that's Etiwa West.
Right.
And okay,
you have one more?
Yes, I have
take
one more.
that
I have
before
Busanov.
I bring you what I have.
I have Busanov. And of course, the Busanov constituency. We might not have to go the Busa way, but when you look at the Busanov constituency, we have Alonsi Thomas Kofi, NPP, who polled 10,155. So Alonsi Thomas Kofi polled 10,155. James Agaga, NDC, and of course, who is a ranking member for Committee on Defense and Interior, former Deputy Interior Minister, polled 13,344. 13,344, of course. So therefore, James Agaga has been able to retain his seat as MP for Busa North.
Lily, what do you have?
I have a chassis and then Asin Central. We mentioned that, so probably I might skip it. But we also have Mpoho. The Deputy Energy Minister has lost his seat. That's John Kobna Abam Abwa Sanye. He polled 8,299. His contender in the NDC, Bento Godfred Henry, polled 11,680. So you know that the Deputy Energy Minister who represents the Mpoho constituency has lost his seat. Let me bring you a chassis. Achase Kofi Ahenkra Mafo of the NPP polled 12,076. Samuel O. Subrako of the NDC polled 10,156. So Achase went to the NPP. But we'll be bringing you more results as and when we get.
Definitely.
And I'm keenly interested in how many women are going into Parliament in the 9th Parliament when it resumes in January. Because we know that in the hung Parliament, they were at par. 20 here, 20 there. After the signing of the affirmative action bill, right? Are we going to see more women in Parliament? Is Parliament going to favour the women this time around? It's something I'm keenly interested in.
Yes, it's a mutual thing. And I was actually thinking through all the women who have contested so far. I think over the years we've done incredibly well.
Absolutely.
And we must be proud of ourselves as a nation. We've done incredibly well. And well, on the larger scale, will we see a female vice president?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Ghanaians have actually answered, but that answer is on an envelope. And in
I like that.
And it lies in the mouth of Madam Mensa. So we'll leave that. But rest assured, we are still doing our own collation here at your election hub. We are getting the certified results. Like I mentioned, we are not in a hurry, but we are in a hurry to get it right. So you stay with us and we'll give you all the information you need. Yes. Guys, so it's a few minutes to 3. People are awake. People are alert. And people are watching.
Yes. Yes, of course. And just by way of update from Tema West, right? Tema West now so far has been able to collate 139 polling stations out of 285.
Okay.
That's 139 out of 285. And now, presidential. Of course, I know that's where your interest lies. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is polling 14,804. 14,804. And John Dramani Mahama, 20,506. John Dramani Mahama, 20,506. Dan Lati is doing 6. Christian Kwabena Andres Gum is doing 19. Kofi Akpalo is doing 5. Nana Akosua Frempoma is doing 36. Hassan Ariga is doing 10. Kofi Cranton 10. George Chumberima 2. Nana Kwame Bediakun 499. Alan Chromatin 195. And so 20,000 for John Mahama, 14,000 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 139 polling stations out of 285.
All right, and it's interesting. Nana Kwame Bediako appears to be the third force. And well, if you're sleeping,
presidential results.
Exactly, you may just want to wake up at the sound of this presidential results we are getting from the various constituencies. Lily, you want to start?
I brought you in Mpoho a while ago, so let me start off with Mpoho. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP polled 8,293. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the GCPP 28, Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement polled 76, Kofi Akpalu of the LPG 23, Mohammed Frimpong NDP 4, Nana Akosua Frimpong CPP 41, John Dramani Mahama of the NDC 11,082. Obviously his parliamentary candidate won, right?
Yeah.
Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga of the APC polled 30, independent candidates Kofi Kranting 7, George Chumberima 7, Nana Kwame Bediako 163. In that list, he polled more numbers in the smaller political parties and the independent candidates. And then Alan Chiramating polled 43. Total votes cast 20,281. Total rejected ballots 484.
Well, so let me give you
ask,
a chance, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
No, a chance was for the parliamentary.
Parliamentary. Okay, this is presidential.
Presidential, yeah.
Yes. So you want to go ask?
Yeah, let me continue and give you a Sen Central. Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, NPP 15,139. Daniel Augustus Lai Jr. GCPP 42. Kofi Akpalu, no, Christian Kwabena Andrews, Ghana Union Movement 42. Kofi Akpalu 5. Okay. Mohammed Frimpong 6. Nana Akosua Frimpong CPP 41. John Dramani Mahama 16,011. Very close race. Hassan Ayariga IPC 56. Kofi Kranting 5, George Chumberima 6, Nana Kwame Bediako 379, Alan Kwadwo Chiramating 50 votes.
Well, so Atiase in the Eastern region, presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bami of the NPP 12,873, 12,873, Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., GCPP 61, and of course, Ekuyadonko, I think had some vote, but because it will be yes, of course, and there are many places that Ekuyadonko will have some vote as a protest. I would have voted for her as a protest vote.
She had good policies for me as a journalist.
Christian Kwabena Andrews, Gum 41, Kofi Akpalu LPG 13, Mohammed Frimpong NDP 3, Nana Akosua Frimpong CPP 100, and John Dramani Mahama of the NDC 8,534. And Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga. So if you look at the Mahama figure, he's doing a little over 50%, and this is in the Eastern region. And in the Eastern region, we have the MPP side of the Eastern region, and we have the NDC side of the Eastern region. So the NDC side of the Eastern region is the Manya Yilo Krobo enclave, and then the Afram Plains enclave. When you come to the middle, when you are on your way to Kumasi, the part of the Eastern region that you use is blue.
Yeah, it makes sense. Closer to the north, closer to the the Volta region. So
you get that. Yes.
So one of the constituencies I'm looking out for in the Eastern region is Sojaman.
Sojaman, yes, because for the first time in 2020, it flipped. Will Teddy be able to hold on to that particular seat, or it will return to its original owners, and that will be the NPP. And so, even in the blue-blooded area of the Eastern region. John Dramani Mahama did 8,534. That's more than 50%. In the 2020 elections, John Dramani Mahama did a little over 30% overall in the Eastern region. Right. So let me go ahead and give you that of Hassan Ayariga 31, Kofi Kranting 7, George Chumberima 7, and then Nana Kwame Bediako, who is gradually becoming the third force, 118, and then Alan Kwadwo Chiramatin 19. So not such an encouraging showing by Alan Kwadwo Chiramatin. Let me quickly give you that of Busa North presidential. I give you the parliamentary, so presidential. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got 5,511. 5,511. Note the market difference between the votes garnered by the NPP parliamentary candidate. 10,155. 10,155. His flag bearer is doing 5,000.
Definitely skirt and blouse issue here.
Most definitely. Now, you come to
John Dramani
Mahama. I think we should just do the two. John Dramani Mahama, 17,451. John Dramani Mahama performs much better than his parliamentary candidate.
Because there's an overflow
Exactly.
of the skirt and blouse coming. So just about 5,000, yeah. So yeah, it makes sense. So 10,000, 5,000, 13, 17. So it's the
exactly.
balance is struck.
So there are many voters, as much as almost 5,000, who voted for the NPP's parliamentary candidate. But when they picked the ballot paper for the presidential, they decided to forgo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and vote for John Dramani Mahama. So John Dramani Mahama polled 17,551. That's Busanov certified results.
Now let me bring you that for Itiwa West, and the NPP has 16,322. 16,322. John Dramani Mahama, NDC, has 7,630, and Nana Kwame Bediako had 160. My boss says we should stick to the three, right?
Yes, I think
okay. All right. And for Gomwa Central, Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had 10,521. John Dramani Mahama had 20,205. 20,205. Followed by Nana Akosua Frempoma of the CPP, 87. So these are the three highest votes in the Gomwa Central. If you just joined us on your election hub, we are bringing you now certified results from the constituencies, both parliamentary and presidential, and we've gone through them so far. And we have 275 constituencies. We've just brought you about 6 so far.
Yeah.
When we get to half of 275, you begin to see the picture clearer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and of course.
But we have some breaking news coming in for you. Let's bring you that breaking news. News alert suggests that Andrew Kofi Ejapamesa, Member of Parliament for 2nd D, he has lost his seat.
Wow.
Yeah. To Blay Nyameke Ama, Andrew Ejapamesa polled 11,084 votes, while Blay Ama polled 14,558. So the Member of Parliament for Sekunde, Andrew Kofi Ejapamesa, has lost. These are results, certified results from our own collation center. Andrew Ejapamesa lost to Blay Nyameke Ama. So it's a green wave in that constituency.
And this will be the first time the NDC has won the Sekunde or the 2nd D seat from a certain Minister of State. He's Minister for Tourism, Arts
and Culture.
Former Minister for Energy.
Former Deputy
Minister
for Energy. Yes, before we came on set, obviously, we had heard the news. We had seen people post to that effect. I refuse to believe it, to be honest with you. I refuse to believe it. But
why? What were the dynamics that you had seen?
There should be a smirk. Musa Dankwa should have a smirk on his face right now because he actually predicted not just Ejapamesa but also Kwabena Dakumensa, and that is the Western Regional Minister and a Member of Parliament for Takrade. From what I pick up, that might not be the case. That Kwabena Dakumensa might just retain his seat.
Okay.
Right. But of course, we wait for the figures to come in. It's a shocker for NDC to win a seat in the Takrade metropolis or the 2nd D Takrade metropolis. But again, we sat here and talked about the wave of change. Once it sweeps, no tree is too deeply rooted. And that's what we're witnessing. Let's see how it plays out. But of course, many people of you are looking forward to the Volta region results. They are all not intact. But let me give you an idea, a fair idea as to how it's going. And these are collated results that have trickled in. And this is for the whole central constituency. Presidential, NPP, 1,078. NPP, 1,078. NDC, 17,168.
Whole what?
Whole central. 1,078 NPP, NDC 17,168, and this is 68 entries. That's 68 polling stations out of 257. So you have a fair idea as to how it's going. 17,000 against 1,000. So that is it for the whole Central.
That is for the presidential?
For the presidential, yes. For the presidential, yes. For the parliamentary, let's not waste our time.
Okay.
Yes.
So I obviously suggest that Benjamin Kodo has retained his seat.
No, in fact, he bowed out.
Oh,
so
yes.
NDC had a different candidate, right? Of course. The only seat that is held by the MPP has been taken away from the NPP, and that's Hohoi. So forget about the rest.
Hohoi.
So forget about the rest.
Quite interesting revelations happening. It feels as though now Parliament is clear. If whatever we're saying is anything to go by,
yes,
we will have a clear majority and a clear minority. We're no longer going to see the hung Parliament and the associated chaos, the associated disturbances, and its associated drugs, adjournments and postponements, the court cases, and the blame games.
Yes.
So I hope that in all of this, the various political parties learn that the electorate cannot be taken for granted. It is certainly the wind of change that is blowing across the board. You would see that in certain areas where you would not expect certain numbers, you're seeing the numbers hugely. So it's important to note that, well, the elections have gone in favor of a certain political party, but we cannot independently say that it is the NDC or it is the NPP. We bring you the results as and when they're coming, but we await the certified results from the returning officer, who will tell us indeed who is going to, is it Jubilee House? Is it the Flagstaff House?
Well, interesting dynamics. I mean, post-election we'll discuss all these things. But we are receiving news that collation is yet to start at Ofuasi Ayeribi. And yes, Kojo Oponkruma's constituency. We are told that EC officials, on the lighter side, have offered party agents biscuits and tea. I know that rings a bell, doesn't it?
And they are taking it.
Doesn't it ring a bell? Biscuits and tea. Anyway,
Okaikwe Central.
Yes, Okaikwe Central. 69 out of the 141 polling stations, and this is parliamentary. Patrick Yabuama of the NPP has 10,039 votes so far, and Baba Sadiq has 8,294. Will the trend continue, or will we see a flip?
Baba Sadiq is doing 8,000. That's against Patrick Yabuama's 10,000.
Out of 141 polling stations, 69 so far.
And that is in one of the bluest constituencies you can ever find in the Greater Accra. It had been stuck blue. So for Baba Sadiq to poll 8,000, it's a fight.
Is it becoming sky blue?
Yeah, many had predicted, and myself, I believed that he will give Patrick Yabuama a run for his money, but I don't believe.
You were in that constituency, IB.
Yes, we were there for Voters
Connect.
Patrick Yabuama said he had other engagement, so he didn't show up. But of course, his aide showed up, and it was a beautiful program. You could tell that we went there because there's a contest. Voters Connect will go to constituencies that have contests. And so that was the difference that Baba Sadiq's presence made in that contest. And for the first time, and I'm sure after it's all said and done, if Patrick Yabuama, even if he wins, he will speak to the fact that this will be his toughest so far.
Interesting. And we'll keep going with you as long as the figures keep coming in, bringing you all the analysis, tell you what the numbers are saying and what they are pointing to. Stay with us. There's a lot of information on social media. You may not be able to digest it, or leave that work to us. We are your election hub for a reason. We will do all the digestion for you. We will do all the sifting for you, and we'll bring you accurate data, and then you begin to get a sense of what is happening across the country. We are yet to hear officially from the EC, and I'm referring to the headquarters here in Accra, on regional figures. We took you to their strong room. We showed you the setup, and we told you observer groups are there. The presidential candidates and their reps have access. The media has access. So we're waiting to see how it will all pan out when the figures begin to come. You've raised concerns. When I say you, our viewers, some of you via our social media platforms have raised concerns about what exactly is causing the delay. As at 3:05 a.m., we are yet to have regional results. We heard from the EC a while ago, raising concerns about people massing up at collation centers and how that is slowing the process for the EC. On the flip side, the NDC and the MPP have asked their supporters to be vigilant, but expressly the NDC has asked supporters to go to the collation centers, but respecting the distance the law provides. But they want their supporters to be vigilant, to open their eyes, to observe exactly what is happening. They don't want anything swept under the carpet. We heard from the NPPs, the spokesperson for the Dr. Bawumia campaign team, Miracles Abuaje, who was confident that the NPP is winning. We are waiting to see what Ghana has decided. It's Ghana's choice. It's your choice and the people's choice. And we here at the Election Hub will run you through right from the point of now till when the electoral results are officially declared. So let's run you through the election results again as we've received them official certified. Let me start with the parliamentary candidates. If you just joined us, we'll start with Agona West. The NPP's Arthur Christopher, 20,625. The NDC's Ernestine Ofori Dangbe, 25,965. And independent candidate Cynthia Morrison Mamley, 7,245. Let me take you to Gomwa Central. Eya Nana, NPP, 10,541. Yossi Mohammed Naeem Dean, NDC, 9,116. Obeng Kwame Asare, popularly known as A+, independent candidate, 13,491. So these are certified parliamentary results for you. Lily.
Well, before I do a recap, well, I have some breaking news here. Still in the Western region, I told you about Andrew Japamasa a while ago. Now Kwesi Mintum is here. Kwesi Mintum actually is my home. That's where I was born. So I'm particularly interested. Kwesi Mintum voted green. It is currently held by the NPP. Dr. Prince Hamid Amma is the incumbent member of parliament. He lost to Bachman Philip Fifi. Dr. Prince Hamid Amma polled 13,310. Bachman Fifi Philip polled 15,934. The independent candidate there polled 1,835. Right. So it's a green wave sweeping slowly across some regions, especially in the Western region.
Right, Lily, before you bring a recap of what we've already done, let me bring you some information, new results coming through from Cape Coast South, constituency. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 13,223. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 13,223. John Dramani Mahama, 23,219. 23,219. And the third on that list, Nana Kwame Bediako, 378. So these are results from Cape Coast South constituency.
It's not quite surprising. That's Kwekwe Kitagan's constituency. So, well, it's already for the Green Army. So, hey, I'm not surprised about that result. If he polled, even the presidential, if he polled something lesser, I would have been surprised. So, it feels as though Kwekwe Kitagan did the work. But I want to find out what he himself polled, and so
we are waiting for that. Tutuwa is there for us, and she's going to give us that shortly. Collation for parliamentary is ongoing as we hear. So once that is done, we will tell you what each candidate was able to amass.
Okay, so in the same enclave, right? So secondly has fallen, Kwesimentim has fallen. Now outstanding ones will be Takrade and Efia.
Yes. Yeah.
As you put it. Yes, I've seen the polling station.
And then Shama as well.
Shama, I've seen the polling station. In fact, Shama was projected to be green. Let's see how that plays out. Shama has been a swing constituency. It's a constituency that the NDC has held before. So we await the results from Shama. But of course, I've seen the provisional results from Efia, and it looks like Efia might stay home. But let's see.
Right, so talking about second D, and we are talking about all the drama that's unfolding, right? So we understand. So Papa Wusu Ankuma,
for the longest time,
he was actually called Mugabe, you know,
just like Swami,
just like Swami, exactly. And then Andre Japamesa took over, and now we are seeing a flip. NDC has won it. Is that telling of what we are seeing generally? I want to believe so.
Well, if the furore and the outrage over the president's statue is anything to go by, and nothing of these results will surprise you, because a group of chiefs, together with the regional minister, the mayor, decided to honor the president. Ordinarily, yes, after a few passing comments, that should suffice. But it became a source of division, with chiefs having a go at each other, and questions being raised as to what the region has benefited from the president. And so that was an indication. I remember sitting on radio and asking whether Kwabena Okyere Mensah, with all his political experience, didn't know that the president could have been helped to avoid this furore, and this cap could have at least passed the president. Right?
But isn't it amazing that, you know, some of these rather important details are missed by politicians?
Yes.
Because clearly you should know what the sentiments are on the ground, and whether your actions are fueling or dousing. You understand?
For an area that had a major road construction still in progress, the construction was not complete, yet the bust was complete. The statue was complete. How ironic.
My question is, why would you even do that? What's the point? Every good leader leaves an imprint on the hearts of the people.
You leave a legacy
on the hearts of the people. It's not about erecting a statue to honor. You leave an imprint on the hearts of the people.
Honor you. Why are you honoring yourself?
Well,
quite uninteresting.
He was honored, but those who honored him should have read the room. Like I said, see, the president didn't need that conversation. The party didn't need that conversation. And we spent about 1 month with a few days to elections still talking about statues, chiefs taking a dig at each other and highlighting what was wrong with the region by way of development. It was one of the political miscalculations that you can ever imagine. But I'm sure they felt they were doing the president an honor.
Is that why there appears to be a green wave there?
No.
Are the people punishing, even though it's in the Takrade constituency? I mean, the ripple effect.
In the region.
They are closely related.
But look at where Mpoho is.
Yes.
Mpoho has fallen. And I remember a former headmaster who Kofi Ejikun, who then became the president, the MP for the area, and lost the MPP primaries. And of course, so Mpoho has mostly been with the NPP, and so to have a constituency like that.
And the deplorable state of roads. I don't know if you've ever been to Mpoho.
No.
See, IB, if it rains, the area Mpoho, Edumbanso, Benso, the area is unmatchable. If you try with any saloon car, you might come home carrying your car on your head. The area has terrible roads. So I was wondering why they kept voting a particular way, a certain way. But it clearly shows that this time around, the people feel that we cannot be taken for granted. Once you do not serve our interest, we will kick you out. And that's what is happening across the board. So we've seen that in Mpoho, we've seen that in Kwesimentim, we've seen that in Sekunde as well.
So Lily and Benis, so we are seeing a trend, and the trend at least is parliamentary trend, and the trend is that the NDC is winning seats that it has never won before.
Yeah. Are we safe? Are we safe to translate? I know we've already seen skirt and blouse instances, but are we safe to translate this to the presidential?
I can tell you that history will bear testimony to the fact that no party has performed in parliamentary elections the way NDC has performed and lost the presidential. For now, I will leave it there. No party since 1992 has performed in a way NDC has performed relative to parliamentary elections and gone ahead to lose the presidential.
But with what we saw last year, with how close Parliament was, anything is possible, right?
So here's the thing. In last year's 2020's parliamentary elections, we saw John Mahama being outperformed by his own parliamentary candidate. The reverse is a reality today. If Busanov is anything to go by, if the other results are anything to go by, right? So yes, in 2020, you're right. The parliamentary candidates, especially those in the central region, outperformed their presidential candidates. And I've kept saying that in 2020, central region voted for free SHS, nothing more, nothing less. It's one of the most deprived regions in the country. In fact, sometime back when we had just 10 regions, when you are drawing the poverty map, you flag Upper East, flag Upper West, flag Northern region, the fourth region you add will be the central region, right? And so, and by then free SHS was very fresh. Now free SHS is a spent force. There were many analysts who said this, but of course the political class obviously will overlook this. The conversation about free SHS and its existence or otherwise has been spent.
Right.
So now people have internalized the fact that regardless of who becomes the president, free SHS will be there.
Right.
That's how come it didn't become a trump card for the people of Central Region again. Now the conversation had moved to how do you fix the challenges.
Right.
And once again, when I was on my way to the Central Region, I was listening to the local radio station. There was a woman who was asked what will inform her choice. She talked about education. And I said, oh, then this woman will vote for MPP. Then she goes further to say, no, education as we have it today has many challenges that will have to be fixed. Then I got to know where her vote will be landed.
Well, Lily,
I'm sorry. I mean, one of the constituencies that we've been mentioning is finally here. It's Keduketem.
Okay, I think I can guess where it goes.
You can, right?
Oh yeah, we already mentioned it. You already mentioned it. Yeah,
well,
you mentioned the
Charles Cromwell, Nana Benyin Bisu, 17,798. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, 26,000.
Wow.
297.
26,000.
Yes. As against Charles Bisu's.
Wow. Wow.
So Charles Bisu of the NPP polled 17,000. Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa of the NDC polled 26,000. So Keduketem has also fallen to the NDC. That's a green wave in the West region.
And the map is gradually filling up.
Yeah.
No, don't worry.
So it appears that Mr. Musa Dankwa may be right.
Yes. So far, spot on.
Yeah.
Probably. He might even. No. In fact, the point I'm making is that he might have underestimated his own works. I think he's getting much more than he even projected. There are seats that he didn't project the NDC was going to win.
Yeah. Well, probably at the time of conducting the polls, it didn't appear so. We know there are a lot of dynamics when it comes to collating. Exactly. So you just heard IB whisper that the map is filling. We'll show you that map soon. As we receive the constituency and regional elections, you begin to see which is green or blue, and by now you should have a sense of where this is going.
There are a lot of new entrants in this parliament.
Yes.
Very. And given the experience hands we are losing.
Exactly. And then again, so that's a bigger challenge, and it's always been at the heart of new parliament.
Yes.
And how the transition happens and how long it takes for new entrants to understand the processes
and acclimatize.
Well, you parliament is your second home, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes, it
so this will be an interesting one. We still don't know if there will be any experience, but so far we are getting a sense that some of the experienced hands are bowing out.
They are bowing out.
Some voluntarily, others are losing the election.
And it's good you mentioned that. I have the figures here. Let me just focus on the MPP, the MPs who are bowing out of parliament. Some lost, others bowed out willingly. So Dan Kweku Botwe, who is leading the Baumia campaign, is MP, is no longer returning because he decided not to contest the party's primaries again. Samuel Atatian, who replaced Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo as MP for Buakwa South, is no longer going to come to parliament. A lady who entered parliament at a point as the youngest MP, Francisca Otin, MP for Kwabri East, also decided to hang her boot. And then Dr. Kwekwe Free also, after getting that close shave in Sehui also in 2020, he decided to hang his boot. And then Joseph Kujo Efia, he lost. Frida Prempe, Tanonoff, lost. Sarah Dwasafo, lost Domiko Abenya. Amapoma Boateng, lost Joabin. Sheila Bartels, Abrukmanov, Moses Enim, Trubu, and John Benham, Zabzugu, Tina Mensah, Wejagbawi, Eugene Boateng, who has started speaking.
Yes.
Eugene MP for Subin, he has started speaking. He said the MPP lost the elections in 2022. I don't know whether MPP has lost in 2020. No, he said the MPP lost this election in 2022.
Okay.
I don't know whether MPP has lost this election, but that's what he's saying.
Yes, okay. So what you're seeing on your screens now are graphic representations of what the electorate has decided so far. On your left, you can see presidential, on your right, parliamentary. We're already seeing 3 greens, and these are certified. As we get the certified results, it will continue to fill up. And on the right side, you can see what's happening in parliament already. Obviously, the green outnumbering the blue.
We have 2 blues so far.
Yes.
And one that is probably independent. Yes, and that will be Asante Achim North.
Yeah,
I'm very sure. Asante Achim North has actually fallen. Goma Central as well. Yes, but let's talk about Asante Achim North. That's Andy Apia Kubi's constituency. He started Ken Must Go. Yes.
And he suffered.
Yes, he suffered. But fortunately for him, he won the NPP primaries to the amazement of people like us. I was shocked that he won the primaries. You can't take on the finance minister, lead a whole crusade against him, demand his head, and go for an MPP internal elections and won. But he won to the surprise of everybody. Guess what? There was an independent candidate who decided to contest, and that's Oki Frimpong. Per the result, the provisional results we've seen, Asante Achim North, that's Agogo, a constituency once held by Kojo Banredu, the late former finance minister, has now gone into the hands of an independent member of parliament, independent candidate. And so that is Asante Achim North, Agogo, to be specific. So that one has not featured on our screens as of yet. But of course, 3 regions so far going for the NDC, 1 region for the NPP. But even the region that has gone to the NPP, we should give ourselves time and we'll look at how the margins are looking like.
Definitely, and we definitely will do so. And interesting happenings on social media as well. And much later, I'm sure we'll be hearing your comments, more of your comments. And it's 3:23. Trust me, Ghana is awake. Ghana is really awake, and everybody is keenly monitoring the elections, monitoring what's happening at the EC headquarters. 3:24, we are yet to receive any certified results from the Coalition Center at the EC Strong Room. We've got our fingers crossed. Hopefully, the process will be fast when it starts. We hope it won't drag as we're seeing now. And then we'll be able to get this over and done with as soon as we can. But guys, we have received some of the results. We've just run you through some of them. You've seen some graphic representation of some of them. But let me just run you through again what we have for Gomoa Central. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 10,521 votes. And the NDC's John Dramani Mahama had 20,000. 205 votes. Lily.
Yes. Before you come in, let me just take you to Fantiakwa. It's a constituency we went to.
Right.
So the presiding officer has been blocked from submitting the pink sheet of the collated results.
Fantiakwa North. Why?
And that's where Duke Kufuriata is contested. That's the constituency that I told you in 2020. The NDC lost by less than 500 votes. The MPP won that constituency, Arafat, by less than 500 votes. We went there where we were told that a polling agent was assaulted and had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance. He had been returned, and now the presiding officer who is done with his job is being blocked from presenting the pink sheet. So tensions are very high there, and the NDC supporters are preventing the presiding officer, that's Setiama Richard, from submitting his pink sheet, citing suspicions of electoral malpractice. A presiding officer at the DA Primary School at Besia, Setiama Richard, has been prevented by the NDC supporters from submitting his pink sheet for collation. According to the presiding officer, he was in the collation room and left to eat with the pink sheet in his backpack. Okay, so he took the pink sheet away. And he says he had left to go and find food. So when he was returning to the collation room, the NDC supporters suspected him of carrying a foreign material or altered document and prevented him from entering. So
but why do you...
It's against the electoral law.
Yes, you cannot leave the premises with a pink sheet.
No,
if you want food, that's why there are other electoral officials around. Let them help you get some. And some of these things are unwarranted, honestly. We have to be quite brutal about some of these things without mincing any words. You can't do that.
You're right.
You can't do that.
Yeah, so the results are still trickling in, as you mentioned. So we have to be going through some of them because viewers come in and knock off as and when. So Busanov, let me take you to Busanov again. That will be in the Upper East region. Parliamentary, Alonzi Thomas Kofi, NPP, 10,155. 10,155. James Agaga, the NDC candidate, an incumbent MP, 13,344. 13,344. That's parliamentary. Let me give you presidential, same constituency. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, NPP, 5,511. 5,511. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 17,451. 17,451. If I take you to Achiase in the eastern region, presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, NPP, 12,873. 12,873. John Dramani Mahama, NDC, 8,534. 8,534 there. And the final one I have is parliamentary for Itiwa West, the constituency currently occupied by the former Rules Minister Amakwanta, Laurette Koko Asante, NPP, 16,395. 16,395. Ofusuapia Dennis Owusuapia, NDC, 8,061. 8,061. Lily.
I have Asan Central constituency. I know Godfred of the NPP, 15,926. Mijima Shaibu Nurain, NDC, 16,343. For the presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 15,139. John Dramani Mahama, 16,011. The closest to come after them is Nana Kwame Bediako, who polled 379. Those are the results I have here.
Right. All right. So we will be letting you in on more of the results that are coming in. It's coming in steady but slow. Steady but slow. But we know that eventually it is what it is. And the will of the people will not be suppressed. That, rest assured. We've spoken to a security analyst who've actually suggested that we don't need to get to a point where there's a lot of tension and that the results must not be delayed. They believe that the EC must be forthcoming with the results.
Okay, so let's head to the Cape Coast South constituency. Tutua Danso is a woman on the ground there. Tutua, it's been such a long day and night for all of us. How are you faring? And what can you tell us? You gave us the presidential results.
Well, I'm just managing, I mean, like everybody else, because we all understand that we have to sacrifice a lot of our comforts to be able to give full coverage for the elections. But let me just run you through the provisional results given by the Electoral Commission here at the Cape Coast South constituency. And Dr.
For me, Tutua, kindly unmute again for me. I've lost your sound there.
Lily, can you hear me now?
Great, I can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I'm currently here at the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, where coalition has been going on for this constituency. And let me just run you through the results I have for the presidential. And Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia polled 13,223. Daniel Augustus Latte polled 21. Christian Kwabna Andrews of GHOne 65. Kofi Akpalu of the LPG polled 14. Mohammed Frimpong polled 6. Just 6. Nana Akosia Frimpong Kuma also polled 43. John Dramani Mahama polled 23,219 of the votes. 23,219 of the votes. Hassan Ayariga polled 22. Kofi Kranten polled 8 of the votes. John Chumberima Edu also polled 8. And Nana Kwame Bediako, also known as Cheddar, polled 378 of the votes. 378 of the votes. And Alan Kojo Tremantain polled 181. Now, what this means really is that the NDC has registered its dominance in this constituency, because if you compare the votes difference, it is clearly some 9,996 out of the votes, and total votes cast in this constituency is 37,726. And this is the results for the 117 polling stations that participated in this electoral process. And then the rejected ballots were 538. And clearly, if I'm to compare this result to that of 2020, where the voter turnout was of 40,000 plus, you can easily tell that there has been a drop in the voter turnout this year. So Lily, that is it here for the Cape Coast South constituency.
All right, Tutua, but how was the process generally like for you?
Well, it's been pretty slow, if you ask me. It's been pretty slow, especially here at the Coalition Center. When I came in here, some ballots had to be recounted because there were issues of overvoting, but that got sorted out, and so Coalition eventually began, I think, about 11 p.m. and ended at 2. That is where we got the result. But our parliamentary coalition is currently ongoing, so I'm just going to go straight into the hall and get the results for our viewers as well.
But kindly tell me, who is the NPP parliamentary candidate? We know that
he's called Ernest Arthur. So
okay.
he was going against
so the same pair contested head-to-head in 2020, and they're contesting again in 2024. Thank you very much. Exactly. Please go in there, get us the results, and update us subsequently. That's Tutua.
Absolutely.
A woman on the ground in the Cape Coast South constituency, reporting from the Cape Coast Municipal Assembly. Kweku Ricketts Hagen and Ernest Arthur went head-to-head in 2020. Kweku Ricketts Hagen eventually emerged to winner. Yeah. They've gone against each other again in 2024. We're here to find out the results and know whether the results have appreciated for either of the parties.
Yeah, and that will be Cape Coast South, right?
Yes. Right.
I'm looking forward to Cape Coast North, where Ekowusi. If you remember, Ekowusi is the former NPP regional executive in the Central Region, embroiled in the Galamsey excavator scandal, and he's the candidate.
I'll come back to you on what you spoke about, the incident that happened at Fantiakwa North, where the EC official was blocked from declaring the results because he had gone out with the pink sheets. Our man Obiba Nana J. Sikapa is there for us. Hello, Nana J.
what more can you share with us?
All right, so I said one of the polling presiding officers of the police station around Mandamano, Bessia, was submitting his PC before the collation, and when he was trying to enter the collation room, the NDC supporters blocked him from entering because they thought the materials that he is submitting has been altered or has been tempered, so they didn't allow him to enter the collation room to declare his result. And then we talked to him, and he told me that he was in the collation center already and told them that he was going to find food to eat because he has been at the center for so long without food. So he wanted to find something to eat and come back. But there was few before his plane. So he went out with a plane sheet in his backpack. So when he was returning, then they got to know that, we are not going to allow anybody to enter into the collation center again. That was why they blocked him from entering, not knowing he was carrying a valid pink sheet. So as we speak, that pink sheet has not been certified. It hasn't gotten to the EC yet. So the NDC and then the NPP, their agents has them at the collation center, but he, being the officer to declare or to justify, hasn't been there yet. So we are still standing by for him to be accepted to go into the collation center to certify the result.
Yeah, we know that the party agents have their copies of the pink sheets and the EC officials have same. Did he carry along all the pink sheets or just his copy?
Just his copy.
Okay. So currently, has the situation been resolved?
It hasn't yet. There has been conflict, but he hasn't been entered the collation center. He's still walking around, but he gave the pink sheet to one of the police officers, so the pink sheet is to the police officer, but he himself is still hanging around.
You say he went out to get some food. Is it that food was not provided for him, or there were no colleagues of his who could go out to get him the food? Did he necessarily have to step out? Have you asked him those questions, and did he give you any answers?
Yes, I did. He told me that he was accompanied by two colleagues. They were fit to work with two colleagues, making three of them. And then one colleague told him that he needs to go home to breastfeed the baby. So he allowed the breastfeeding mother to go home. And the other also gave an excuse, so he also allowed that person to go. So he was left only. And then he needed to submit the PC to the collation center. And that was what happened. He, according to him, he didn't know any trusted person to leave the PC to it at the collation center. So he
there was no way he could have gotten food. Was food not provided?
He didn't tell me that the food was provided to them or not, but he told me that since morning he hasn't gotten food.
All right. So that's a question the EC must answer. But just hold on, don't leave. Just to be clear, and also for viewers to appreciate what we are talking about, this is at the constituency level. So it's a number of pink sheets from different polling stations, right? It's not just one or two. How many pink sheets are we looking at here?
We are looking at a pink sheet from a single polling station.
You're just from a polling station, not from the entire constituency.
No, please, no.
Then this should be simple to solve, isn't it? If he just took his copy, then it's just a matter of cross-checking what the others have and being sure that they are all on the same page. Why is this creating such a long delay?
Exactly. And according to him, the pink sheet he's carrying is in favor of the NDC, and they are the same people blocking him or not giving him the access to go and present to them. So
that's besides the point. So it appears this has to be escalated, right? So once he's been blocked, is anybody at the regional level, any EC official at the regional level being contacted, any security officials being contacted to help resolve the matter? Because
clearly this should be an easy way out.
Yeah, for the security officer, they've been contacted. Yeah, here he approached them, but it couldn't work. It couldn't work. He told me that one of the military guys told him to hang around or to hold on. He would come for him, but since then there hasn't been any action of that sort. So he's not hanging around.
I'm talking about the hierarchy of the Electoral Commission. So he is at the constituency level, and there is a regional level before it comes to the national level. Has he tried to call any of his senior colleagues to intervene to help resolve the matter?
No, please. He hasn't done anything like that. He's looking forward for the return officer to call him or phone to say something to him. But as we speak, nothing like that has happened.
All right. Thank you so much, Nana Sikapa. We will touch base with you once again, but like I was saying, because and it was important to establish exactly what was happening, because if this is a case of many pink sheets, then there's a lot to worry about. If it's one sheet from a polling station, it's just a matter of this is mine, this is yours, this is yours. Let's compare. If there's nothing to worry about, we move ahead. Some of these delays are pretty unnecessary, if you ask me.
Venice, I agree with you totally. I think the suspicion is getting some of the party supporters into a frenzy, if you ask me. And as you mentioned, this is a pink sheet for a polling station. After results are declared at a polling station, pink sheets are filled, and each polling agent is given a space to sign off this pink sheet. Then you are handed a copy. So Cheddar's agent will have his copy. That's if he had an agent there. Mohammed's agent will have a copy. The parliamentary candidate's agent will have a copy. MPP's agent will have a copy. Indeed, this gentleman broke the electoral laws or common sense when he decided to move out with a copy of his copy of the pink sheet to go and find food. Upon his return, the suspicion is that he might have tampered with the pink sheet. Granted.
Right.
How do we verify this? Bring yours. Let's just sit there. Iron this out, right? I think maybe the supporters are taking delight in delaying the process. If they are really in a hurry to get this out of the way, I think they know what to do. They know what to do, seriously.
Right, and there are also some questions for the EC to answer. We understand that all the men or officials of the Electoral Commission were to be catered for. Why is this gentleman having the need to step out?
To get food.
To get food. I mean, he's working. It's just proper that he be catered for. There have been a couple of instances where materials delayed at polling stations. The EC was asked, they said it hadn't been brought to their attention, which also raises questions about what kind of communication platforms are there for these officials on the ground to report concerns. For example, this Fantiakwa North situation. If it's becoming too difficult for this officer to solve this simple problem, what are the processes? Why hasn't he involved his superiors yet? What is the challenge?
See, we're talking about the logistical challenges the EC officers are facing. The fact that they were given money per what the EC tells us to rent generators in case the lights go out. But in certain places, in fact, at Odududu, there was light all right, but the place was not
fully lit.
That's the point. They had to depend on the light provided by
our cameraman.
You get a point. And so you talk about lack of a vehicle to convey the materials to the collation centers. And so I'll be surprised that these temporary engaged staff are left to their fate, or they are given stipends, and the EC expects them to go and find their own food.
When you are delaying in announcing results,
but you know, and
how do you expect people to get food at 3
a.m.? And Lily, the point is this: these are men who are carrying out a very important exercise on behalf of the entire country.
Absolutely.
You don't expect their attention to be shifted at any point.
Yes.
Even if they have to go get some food, there should be a cycle of change. Who takes over seamlessly? By this time, you know, I saw a post on Facebook where someone said, well, we spoke about people transporting ballot boxes in taxis.
Yes.
At this stage in our democracy, this should be a thing of the past.
I agree. I agree. But then again, this is the EC. And that's how come politicians get to feed EC officials, which ought not to happen. That's how come a politician will feel I have to drop a white envelope on the table for these EC officials. Elsewhere, that's not how it works. These people hold in their hands the destiny of this country. If they decide to misbehave, like the gentleman who decided to tear the ballot papers the way he deemed fit and tore the head of the NPP flag bearer away and handed over these ballot papers to potential voters. Imagine the chaos that particular polling station could have been thrown into if it had not been detected, right? Yes. So the EC must get this out together and get it right. See, this is not the first elections conducted by Madam Jean Mensah and her deputies, right? The first test they had was 2020. But for the fact that there were allegations and then the outcome had to land at the Supreme Court, by and large, they did creditably well. And here we are 4 years down the line and we are having these basic rudimental challenges. That will be a challenge. But quickly, let me push this through. Adanse Asokwa, Katie Hammond, we are told has asked for a recount.
Okay.
And
a recount because it's not in his favor.
Yes, usually when you are winning, you
know,
ask for a
earlier
recount.
on social media, his supporters had posted all over that Katie Hammond won. So I'm surprised that all of a sudden the man himself is asking for a recount. Quite interesting there. But what will make Katie Hammond ask for a recount? Obviously, when the polls are not in his favor.
Yeah, most definitely. So Adanse Asokwa, see, the dynamics in Adanse Asokwa are quite interesting. That constituency borders Central Region. Who guess where I'm headed? Yes, so once that constituency borders Central Region, there's something we are talking about that's happening in the Central Region. So there will be that rippling effect. It's equally a community that has a lot of settler communities. So Katie Hammond is actually a Muslim, right? And so, yes, the settler communities have gravitated towards him. So he's had close savings. He's had many close savings, right? But he's been able to save his neck. This time around, for all intents and purposes, it just might be difficult. We'll spend time to look at how the settler communities voted. We'll spend time to look at how the Zongo people voted. We'll spend time to look at how the northern part of the country voted.
Yes.
When the cookies finally crumble.
Right. And I know many of you are concerned. I have seen people asking why you're not seeing the figures coming in hard and fast. We are working tirelessly to get you that, getting you certified results. Like you just heard Lily say, there are a lot of people throwing things about. You want to stay with us, we will give you accurate information, definitely. So far, our map is filling, and I would like to show you what we have so far on our map, which represents how the elections are going in terms of whether it's turning green or blue. So you see there, these are figures that have come in for presidential on your left, parliamentary on your right. So on your right, you see the 276.
Yes, 276. Those are the seats up for grabs.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can see
the green and
how
the
it is
blue.
going. Yes. On your left, you see presidential, and
so
276 because we now have SAL.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Most definitely.
So just to clarify that,
Yes.
because we're used to the 275, but 276 because we now have representation for the people of SAL. The results are still coming in. We will continue to furnish you with them and let you know how it's going as the morning progresses. We are hoping that it will pick up. We are having some delays at the collation centers. We're doing our all final checks and balances as well. We are in a hurry, but like I say, we're in a hurry to get it right. So stay with us here on your election hub. And we also will be bringing you some more analysis.
Yes.
And right now, all the focus is on the figures. All the focus is on the numbers. Lily, you have more.
I have Apo Westakim.
Yes. Adesu.
Adesu, yes. And Frederick Obing Adam. of the NPP polled 15,711. Dra Emmanuel NDC 22,759. That's the parliamentary. Let me bring you what the presidential results says. It says Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NPP 13,612. John Dramani Mahama 23,380. So the parliamentary candidate polled just about 300 votes ahead of John Dramani Mahama.
No, less.
No, more, because he polled 22. Okay, so 1,400 less.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and that's the trend that I was talking about, where John Mahama is outperforming
the parliamentary candidate.
Now, this constituency is a very interesting one. Since 1992, it's never been held by the NPP. By 2020, it flipped. Now, the governing party, in seeking to cement the grip on that particular constituency, decided to reward the gentleman with a deputy ministerial appointment. So he's actually a deputy minister for transport. And if you follow politics and you are a student of politics, you understand that such appointments make resources available to you. So then you are able to wield much more influence. You are able to offer many more people employment. You are able to attend many more funerals or send your representatives. Your funeral donations become bigger, right? And so that was what happened. The NDC decided to change its candidates. And once a new candidate was presented, and guess what the NDC decided to do? The candidate of the NDC and the incumbent MP are from the same area. So they split the votes from their place of origin. NDC always does well in the hinterlands. So the hinterland votes came together, and this is the results we are witnessing. So
Interesting.
Adom has become a one-term MP.
Right, so we are seeing some more results coming. This is from the Achiase constituency in the eastern region. Achiase constituency in the eastern region. So for the NPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 12,873. The NDC's John Dramani Mahama polled 8,607. By now you should know that Nana Kwame Bediako in many of the constituencies is the third force, and he polled 118 votes. I'm seeing a post from John Dramani Mahama. I would just like you to cross-check that for me.
Okay, we'll cross-check that.
And then we would let viewers in on it.
Yes, but before we do that, still in the Eastern region, the Equiapim South results are in. Certified.
Equiapim South.
And that's a constituency that was once occupied by Obiamwa.
Okay.
He's no longer going. Yes, so parliamentary, Eric Yeboah Apiedu of the NPP polled 15,304. 15,304. Then Laurencia Adjoa Divonu of the NDC polled 15,438.
Close.
She actually won.
She did.
Yeah. But it was a close.
No, Equiapim South on top of the mountain. You don't expect this to happen there.
For somebody who is a Jivenu.
That's the point.
It has happened.
Wow, so the results again, Equiapim South constituency once occupied by Obi Amwa, the senior deputy minister as he is known. Eric Yeboah Apiedu of the NPP, 15,304. Laurencia Adjoa Divenu of the NDC, 15,438. Rejected ballot 287. Total votes cast 31,029
votes. Yeah.
Yes. Presidential NPP 16,516. 16,516. And then NDC 13,032. So here again, the parliamentary candidate of NDC outperformed John Dramani Mahama and won. But John Dramani Mahama lost.
So it was a skirt and blouse situation.
Skirt and blouse.
And I remember President Akufo-Addo on one of the campaigns encouraged people not to vote skirt and blouse, because I'm sure they knew it was going to happen.
Yes. Yeah. And even at the final rally, he repeated that they shouldn't give him any opposition speaker who caused trouble. And of course, that was a jab thrown at Alban Babin. Yes. But I'm sure he's seated there and asking who's laughing now. Yes, but
skirts and blouses and straight dresses.
Interesting. Well,
yes, so that's the figure from Ekuapem South.
You said you had a post.
Yes, let me
from
check.
John
Let me
Dramani
check with
Mahama.
you.
I just want him to,
Yeah.
because we want to get it right and be sure he's
That
gonna
indeed,
do
that is the real
check.
account.
Yeah.
A quick check for you on what exactly is happening with regards to what the NDC
Yes, you are right. It
presidential-
starts with my attention, right?
Right.
Go on.
All right.
You can
Okay.
read
So John Dramani Mahama has posted this on his Facebook. You should know by now, presidential candidate of the NDC. My attention has been drawn to the violent activities of some unscrupulous military personnel deployed to cause mayhem and disrupt the declaration of parliamentary results in some constituencies. This is to caution the personnel involved that they will be held individually liable and responsible for their actions. So this is coming from John Dramani Mahama. And earlier we had Dr. Bona and Professor Ainin in the studio, and Dr. Bona did admit to having certain conversations, high-profile conversations with some senior military officials who actually at a point hinted at some military men going on an operation that had not been sanctioned. And so they were alerted, they as in our security analysts who speak within the media space, because when some of these things are thrown into the media, there's a lot of retreating. So the NDC's presidential candidate has come out to send a word of caution to these people. It's interesting, and that's why the continuous delay of collation will create problems. We need to release the results.
I agree, but this caution actually carries weight. There's like a veiled threat. I don't know whether it's even veiled. It doesn't look like a veiled threat. This is a direct threat. I'm saying that you will be personally and individually held liable.
Right.
Right. Let me tell you something about elections during second terms. Allegiance switches just in a twinkle of an eye.
Right.
Especially in the security setup. That's how come Madam Bona and Professor Kwesianin will be able to tell you that they are getting information from the top hierarchy in the security setup. And they are saying that this operation is not sanctioned though, because if power changes hands and people are being held accountable, your subordinates under you who engage in these activities, the assumption will be that you, the boss, sanction these activities. So you need to alert some other people within the security setup who might be civilians that I know nothing about this. You look at the swiftness with which the suspects in the Tolong incident were arrested, and how the police made this information public.
Right.
Awutu Senior East, Kaswa. Look at the swiftness with which the individuals involved were arrested. The initial gunshot that came from Awutu Senior East, the suspect was declared wanted, and his pictures, his images were splashed on social media. Yes, and that is because people are trying to save their heads. And so it happened in the year 2000, after the NPP dislodged the NDC. That wave of change had blown, and so people were quickly willing to give information to the incoming administration just so they could save their heads. Remember, subsequently, Rawlings had a conversation about positive defiance. And what happened subsequently when he was barred from all military installations because he had urged the military to defy unlawful orders that could come from individuals holding positions of power. And so, yes, that is the caution from John Dramani Mahama. And you can tell that some security personnel, and I've heard the NDC praise the police for the swiftness with which they handle some of these things, in an attempt to swap ballot boxes and what have you. And so, yes, it's not everybody in uniform who is undertaking some of these activities. That point must be made. It's not everybody. Yes.
Interesting. And we've also been hearing from our security analysts about how we got to this point, and why at this stage in our elections we still have incidents of violence. We made reference to the also West Wagon by-election violence and how the recommendations from the hearing, how those recommendations were treated, have led us to this point.
Yes.
I mean, thankfully, like you say, and the analysts did applaud the Inspector General of Police for how well he's organized his men. And they believe that, but for him and the strategy, it could have been a worse situation.
See, Dampari might one day share his story, right? He might one day share his story, but he just might have been the gatekeeper between all of us and the tipping point.
Okay.
I tell you this for free. He just might have been the gatekeeper between us and the tipping point, because we are aware that some deployment were done outside the National Election Security Task Force.
But how is that even possible? How is that even allowed?
Good. That's a good question. How is that even allowed? Our security architecture is controlled by the politicians. Unfortunately, that's our reality. Even the IGP is appointed by the president. It's just that sometimes after the appointment, the IGP then endears to the general populace to the extent that even removing him becomes practically impossible.
And is that the situation
in some instances it happens.
Of IGP Dampari?
In some instances, if the leak tape is anything to go by, and I was very close to the leak tape, I was in Parliament, and we actually brought out the tape first, so I worked closely with the conversation around the leak tape, right? Those things were uttered, and Parliament's committee established the fact that those plots were hatched, right? Nonetheless, the IGP still remain in office. If there is anything you can give the IGP his flowers for, is the fact that he believes the right thing must be done. Yes, sometimes in the heat of the moment, there are political allegations flying all over, like the arrest of the NDC's parliamentary candidate for Autu Senior East. Koyo.
Yeah, Phyllis.
The woman had been arrested in the district and had been granted bail. Subsequently, she was picked up again and brought to the military's police station. Legally, this never happens.
Right.
It's called double jeopardy. You've been arrested for whatever crime that you are alleged to have committed and granted bail. The next port of call will be you appearing before a judge. But for some strange reason, another order was given for her to be picked up. This time around, she was not left in her jurisdiction. She was brought to the prison. From what we gathered, the IGP was not aware of that second arrest.
But you see, and I mean, the time will come for us to do the post-election analysis and all that. But clearly, and even for persons in the media, there have been stories by some of intimidation, if I may say, stories of intimidation under this government, and we've seen it happen. People being put in the BNI or NIB custody for no reason.
Protesters.
You know, I mean, it's not healthy. I mean,
yes, and it gives the police a very bad image. I was one of those people who felt the police were too quick to stop protesters from exercising their fundamental human right of protesting, of registering their displeasure. And sometimes they thought they were doing so on behalf of the powers that be, but they were actually courting disaffection for the powers that be. I held that opinion, that there were many instances when the police rushed to court to secure an ex parte injunction against protesters that was needless. In the end, the government that you felt you were seeking to protest, the individuals within government will ask you that allow them to go because the decision to block them is rather causing more disaffection for the government. If we had allowed them to go, they would have been done by now, and the conversation will have moved on to a different one. So I get the sense that sometimes the police they do too little, too much on behalf of the people that they think they are seeking to please. Right? I hold that view. But nonetheless, when it comes to the way the electoral security was structured, and there was a strategy that was deployed, let the media know what is expected, what can happen and what cannot happen. The military is not allowed to police polling station. I was in a
but we've seen that in this election.
And then we got to know that they were not deployed by the task force. Right? And that's why we are having warnings that they will be held individually liable for their actions. If they were deployed in the name of the task force, then it's the IGP and then the Chief of Defense Staff and all the others who are supposed to answer for anything that goes wrong.
Because you clearly stated that the military will not be deployed.
Yes.
They will only be deployed where necessary.
Exactly. And especially...
And the where necessary is obvious to all of us.
Yes.
I mean, we can all tell if a situation has escalated to a point where military intervention is needed.
Yes.
However, let me just mention that we are still receiving information from the various constituencies, and this is from Ayawaso West Wogan, where we understand that, again, some persons tried to smuggle in some ballot papers to be counted, and the People's Vigilance prevented that. And we also understand that the NDC supporters are already celebrating, even though the official results haven't come through.
We are not listening to Sami.
Exactly. The communications officer of the party has sent a word of caution to sympathizers and supporters not to jubilate, but to remain vigilant. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of these already. This is about the third or fourth constituency where allegedly thumb-printed ballot papers have been prevented from, entering the collation center. Good news, isn't it?
Yes, the vigilance on the part of the general public. But, Venice, I'll tell you the explanation we are going to get from the EC relative to these thumb-printed ballot papers. The EC will say that these ballot papers did not emanate from their end, and that these ballot papers are fake. And that will be a legitimate explanation. I actually believe that indeed these extra ballot papers already thumb-printed are fake. But the question you should ask yourself is, had they been able to manage to get these ballot papers into the system, would they have been counted or not? Could a system put in place by the EC have detected that indeed these ballot papers were fake?
Fair point. Because if you have, say, with some of the things that some of the polling stations, 500, 600, how are you able to tell what serial number is what?
Exactly. And who is looking at serial numbers at that material point in time?
Valid point.
Nobody mentions serial numbers.
Valid point.
And so, yes, kudos to the vigilance, but it tells you how weak our systems are. And so when we beat our chest and say our system is so robust that nobody can rig the election for anybody in the country, we must have a second thought of some of these things, because if you are able to get these things into the ballot boxes, they will be counted. Lily, I bet you they will be counted.
Absolutely, they will be counted. We're still counting, we're still collating, we're still bringing you certified results. But that's it for us here on this team. We take a break here. It's still our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections, a day after the election was cast. But who is winning? Well, in a couple of hours, I'm sure we will find out. Nade 8:30 and Lantam Papanko take over from myself, Lily Mohammed, and
Bernice Abubeidu Lansa. Do stay with us for the morning after.
Okaso paunya inti metwa metone ding number 1 ehwa na mjina
wacho woni
media asiedwa aka ya wele.
Did you get here?
I got here around for 3:30. Sorry, 5:30.
5:30.
Exactly 5:30.
Okay, so what you got here, what was your observation?
I think the EC was already here by that time. And people were already in a queue waiting to vote.
Are you concerned about the fact that you haven't seen any ballot paper here yet?
Because they've not opened their boxes yet, they've not started the process. So we don't know whether they have everything intact.
Okay.
So we want the process to start so that we can see.
But what are your expectations today?
The normal, this is a place that is not of any much issues. Normally things goes on here smoothly. So we expect that what has been happening previous years will continue this year as well.
Okay.
Have to get the banner. Is the guy right to protest or to say something about it?
Actually, what does the law say? The law says that. What does the law say? What does the law say?
Yeah. We don't know much because people are ahead of us.
No. You are.
I've been doing the election. We don't have to campaign.
Yeah.
And this one is a sign of indirect campaigning.
They said during the time of voting, nothing must be seen around. Is that not what the law says?
Yes, please.
So if something is seen around, what do they have to do? They have to remove it because that's what the law says. So the people are right that they must remove it.
Thank you.
Ghanaians are going to decide and vote in the right direction. The country's economy is so bad, price of goods and services are too high, and that nothing is being expected. The majority of Ghanaians are expecting Mahama to be sworn in on the 7th of January 2024, and that's exactly what they want. If the mandate of the people is stolen, this country will be something else, because we are in a democracy. When your time is due and you have to go out, go away, let another president come in. Other than that, you don't know what is going to happen. But for today, now that voting hasn't started, you don't know what is going to happen. But to the best of my knowledge, I know that this election, even though the NPP is planning evil, it is going to be free and fair. It is going to be peaceful. When it is peaceful, the NDC is going to win. But when they attempt to bring violence, we are going to actually reply in equal measure. So yes, we are prepared. I'm frank. We are prepared to face them. Once have resolved to vote for the National Democratic Congress, so be it. We are going to protect the ballot and ensure the will of the people prevails. The announcement was that nobody is going to deploy any military officer in a police station. But there will be some military officers around, so that when any issue erupts, then they'll be coming in. But as it stands now, I have never seen any military person here. Okay. And when they come, the people will block them because they are told not to come in until there's a violence. So I don't think anybody will come in.
Oh, Miss Sorry, 1 o'clock in best here.
But about where a course when to be
me madam and Nana Dachintina, me Ginas was a me to Abba. No more Dachi on Benya baby pet Genentia.
As the Chinese saying, send a bay or view of what almost say or more or China Papa.
And Ampa Nana Kufadwa, a bay a woman. Ukraine, I mean, Mikasi and ya, a boa. A pa, free education. Bibia won't through BBM. But the Alina be anywhere. O Castle Paunya. Indeed, me tony, ding, number 1. A while I'm dinner. What do you media? I see it, aka Yawili.
Did you get here?
I got here around for 3:30. Sorry, 5:30.
5:30.
Exactly 5:30.
Okay, so what you got here? What was your observation?
I think the EC was already here by that time. And people were already in a queue, waiting to vote.
Are you concerned about the fact that you haven't seen any ballot paper here yet?
Because they've not opened their boxes yet, they've not started the process. So we don't know whether they have everything intact.
Okay.
So we want the process to start so that we can see.
But what are your expectations today?
The normal, this is a place that is not of any much issues. Normally things goes on here smoothly. So we expect that what has been happening previous years will continue this year as well.
Okay.
Have to get the banner. Is the guy right to protest or to say something about it?
Actually, what does the law say? The law says that. What does the law say? What does the law say? Yeah.
We don't know much because people are ahead of us.
No. You are.
I've been doing the election. We don't have to campaign.
Yeah.
And this one is a sign of indirect campaigning.
During the time of voting, nothing must be seen around. Is that not what the law says?
Yes, please.
There is something you seen around, but they have to remove it because that's what the law says. So the people are right that they must remove it.
Thank you.
Yes, so that one of them will be here. And you stand there. One out. Right? I'm not saying listen to me. You listen to me. Listen. You don't allow me to talk. Allow me to. Your issue is that. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Hello. Mommy. Yeah, ma. That's how it's
Ghanaians are going to decide and vote in the right direction. The country's economy is so bad, price of goods and services are too high, and that nothing is being expected. The majority of Ghanaians are expecting Mahama to be sworn in on the 7th of January 2024, and that's exactly what they want. If the mandate of the people is stolen, this country will be something else, because we are in a democracy. When your time is due and you have to go out, go away, let another president come in. Other than that, you don't know what is going to happen. But for today, now that voting hasn't started, you don't know what is going to happen. But to the best of my knowledge, I know that this election, even though the MPP is planning evil, it is going to be free and fair. It is going to be peaceful. When it is peaceful, the NDC is going to win. But when they attempt to bring violence, we are going to actually reply in equal measure. So yes, we are prepared. I must be frank. We are prepared to face them. Once have resolved to vote for the National Democratic Congress, so be it. We are going to protect the ballot and ensure the will of the people prevails. The announcement was that nobody is going to deploy any military officer in a police station, but there will be some military officers around, so that when any issue erupts, then they'll be coming in. But as it stands now, I have never seen any military person here. And when they come, the people will block them because they are told not to come in until there's a violence. So I don't think anybody will come in.
Media Asiedua. Oh, Miss Sorrel, 1 o'clock in best here.
About where a course when over to be in bar, a gymnast, original solid to
me madam and Nana Tintina, me Gina Semi to Abba.
There was money
no more dachi on Benya baby pet Ginentia.
As each and is saying, send a bay or view of what almost say or no. On my more or China Papa.
And Ampa Nana Kufadwa, a bay a woman. Ukraine, mean Mikasi and ya, a boa. A pa, free education. Be own true BBM. A dialina, be anywhere. O castle paunya. Indeed, me twa, me tunim. Ding, number 1. Why am Gina? Media Asiedua, aka Yawili.
Did you get here?
I got here around 5:30. 5:30.
5:30.
Exactly 5:30.
Okay, so what was your observation?
I think the EC was already here by that time. And people were already in a queue waiting to
Are you concerned about the fact that you haven't seen any ballot paper here yet?
Because they've not opened their boxes yet, they've not started the process. So we don't know whether they have everything intact.
Okay.
So we want the process to start so that we can see.
But what are your expectations today?
The normal, this is a place that is not of any much issues. Normally things goes on here smoothly. So we expect that what has been happening previous years will continue this year as well.
Okay.
Have to get the banner. Is the guy right to protest or to say something about it?
Actually, what does the law say? The law says that. What does the law say? What does the law say?
Yeah. We don't know much because people are ahead of us.
No. You are.
I've been doing the election. You don't have to campaign.
Yeah.
And this one is a sign of indirect campaigning.
They said during the time of voting, nothing must be seen around. Is that not what the law says?
Yes, please.
There is something is seen around. What they have to remove it because that's what the law says. So the people are right that they must remove it.
Thank you.
Good morning, and you're welcome to your election hub here on GHOne television, and you're watching our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Well, things are shaping up gradually. We are seeing the places that are turning green and the places that are turning blue. Thank you so much for keeping faith with us since we started this broadcast on the eve of Election Day, all the way through to this morning. The entire team, Lantam Papanko, Sewa Mihe, Joshua Kojomensa, Ibrahim Alassan, Lily Mohammed, Benis Abu Beidu Lanta as well. The entire team, ably produced by the indefatigable Jojo Kobina Solomon, as well as Santok Singh as well. The entire team, the technical team, we're entirely grateful to you. And you, our lovely audience, thank you for choosing us. We truly appreciate it. And my name is Nadidi Tete, and I'm here with Ibrahim Alassan and Lantam Papanko. We will be with you from now till they tell us that our time is up for the next sets to come in. But like I did say, things are shaping up gradually. Ibrahim, there are some shocking surprises in there. Yeah. For me, Sekendi, I didn't see it coming.
No, I equally didn't see it coming, but there was this police officer, and he's a friend of mine, who calls me all the time and tells me about how Sekendi is flipping, right? And I still tell him, no, that's practically impossible. And I remember we having a conversation after Musa Damka put out his poll saying that Western region will turn green.
I recall you say that it may not be that
easy for the Western region to turn green, because if you look at the trajectory, it's one of the most difficult regions to wholeheartedly embrace the NDC. But I'm sure Musa Damka this morning will have a smirk on his face.
Oh yes, and there are social media posts from him. Yeah. I think there was the very first one I saw was is it Zongo poster or something?
Yes, Zongo poster.
So,
and then there was
because that was how he was referred to.
Loto forecaster.
Yes, Zongo Loto forecaster.
Yes.
I think that is what he put there, and that is a description that was given him by Miracles of Waji of the Baumia campaign team. So once he put that out, a lot of people knew that he was sort of throwing a shade at Miracles Abwaji. But staying on the subject of Sekendi, it is in the Western region.
It is.
This is the region where the Western Regional Minister said there had been unprecedented infrastructural development, and it's the reason a statue was erected in honor of the president.
Exactly.
What does this tell us?
Well, it tells us that the statue got many people angry, rather than to appease them or to make them feel fulfilled that they have honored the president over his unprecedented achievement in the region. See, the Western region has always felt neglected, as sad as it is, because the pomp and pageantry that came with the discovery of oil, and the expectation that went through the roof over 10 years after commercial discovery of oil, the region still felt, did we really discover oil over here?
But are we entirely surprised about, the lack of development in the Western region? The paradox, so rich yet so poor.
Yeah.
Are we really surprised? Didn't we have these gold mining areas to see as examples? I don't know how, some way, somehow, we thought that because we had discovered oil, things were going to change if we had not seen a visible change in our gold sector. I mean, at least we saw legislative changes that attempted to give us, a better side when it comes to, the contracts and all, and local sector are playing a role in all that.
Yes. Now, obviously, we could have done better with the oil discovery because we had history to learn from. We went all the way to Norway.
Yes.
We went all the way to Australia.
Our oil sector is a replica of what happens in Norway.
Norway have enough resources that sometimes they decide to just distribute the wealth among their citizens, right? We could have treated the Western region better. To be honest with you, it could have been a fund that is set up to tackle the problems of the Western region. There's a saying in Akan that and you could tell that the chiefs had been crying for that. Time without number. When they voice out, the argument is that yes, we get gold from other areas. Should the people in those areas also demand that something special is done for them? The point is that we could have done big ticket projects with the oil resources that we could all point to and say these are monumental things that we do in oil. So the problem the MPP had with the Western region is the region feeling neglected, that you get oil resources but we don't get it. The party attempted pacifying the region with the GMPC headquarters annex, right? And then the petroleum hub project that still remains on book, right? Yes, it's been launched and what have you, but they are now soliciting for partners in that regard. And so when it comes to things that matter, the roads, for instance, if you remember at a point, it had become a back and forth between the former President Mahama and then Akufo-Addo. When he was the president, that he said he had done Western region roads. Akufo-Addo then said he traveled there, he didn't see
I remember
roads. And he said that's because he was sleeping. Right. And so
2016.
Yes. And when Akufo-Addo became president, he didn't miss any opportunity to remind the former president that the chiefs in the Western region are still asking him to do the roads that he said he had done. Then I'm sure the final nail in the coffin will be the statue. I sat on Morning Star and I said this. I said somebody within the chain should have read the room. The room was not read. And instead of bringing the region together, it ended up dividing the chiefs. And chiefs were granting interviews, throwing jabs at each other on air.
Unnecessarily. Lantam, have you been surprised by any of the results yet? Like I told Ibrahim, I was shocked by the second D one because I didn't see it coming. I thought Ejapa Mensah had it in the bag.
Well, there are quite a number of surprises we're beginning to see unofficially. We're dealing with the official data, that we're getting in from the various, constituency collation centers where all our correspondents are situated, right? But there are some unofficial sources that are coming in. I've seen about 66 constituencies already from unofficial sources. Some of the constituencies I am seeing in there, it's pretty difficult for me to believe because these are especially strongholds of the MPP which are falling to the NDC, and it's looking like there is a certain wave that is coming. But we're still trying to say that, look, it's still too early to call. I mean, already out of the 276 constituencies, we have just a few constituencies, right? And out of the 16 regions, it's just 4 regions, right, that we're looking at. Of course, if you go to the website of starfm.com.gh and then you go to the EIB election hub, that is what you will see. And speaking about the second D constituency, where Andrew Ejapa Mensah is, he's the Deputy Energy Minister, right?
No,
he used to be the Deputy Energy Minister.
Yes, but he's now Minister for
Tourism.
And Creative Arts.
Yes, and Creative Arts, right? One would have imagined that even if he was going to lose, it will not be with this margin, because when you're looking at the figures, I mean, the NDC candidate is polling in excess of 14,000 votes. and we have a Japan Mesa languishing behind with just a little over 11,000 votes. Now that's a huge margin considering second D and where second D usually, would cast their votes to, right? And so, I mean, it's a bit of a surprise there, right? Because I really wasn't expecting Andrew Ejapamesa to be able to, lose the second D seat, right? I wasn't really expecting that. And you are talking about the Western region, right?
Yes.
Considerably, when you look at where poverty has been endemic in this country, we usually want to focus, on the northern part of the country and how there's a lot of poverty there, and what have you. But when you go to some of the hinterlands in the Western region, I kid you not, it is that bad. It is that bad, and they are lacking a lot of development in that region, right? They are gathering a lot of, they are lacking a lot of development in that region. And so when the statue was being put up and, all of these things, were being done, like Ivy was saying, it was, it was knocking heads together because people were not understanding. It's like you were gaslighting the people. We are living in the Western region for 8 years in this, country. We've not seen any proper developments in the Western region. And here is the regional minister saying that because of unprecedented developments in the Western region, Akufo-Addo deserves a statue. But go down to the ground and we are not feeling it. We are not, seeing anything there.
And Lantam, on that note, it speaks to the situations where you hear analysts talk about how the political class in many instances lose touch with the people. And a lot of the times when these things happen, they will tell you that clearly they are not on the ground because they seem to live in a certain bubble at a certain point in power, and they do not seem to appreciate what the people are going through. So the people say this is what matters to us, and then the government insists, no, we'll do, this is what we want to do. And results like these expose them and let them understand that, listen, some way, somehow, our political class seem to identify with the people more when they're in opposition. When they get into government, I don't know whether it is power. I don't know whether it is the power that gets to their head or something. They just change. They just don't want to listen anymore.
And sometimes what we call, I don't want to use the phrase arrogance of power, right? But
it is the arrogance of power.
Usually when you are there and you feel like you know what is good for the people and you are doing it for the people. You feel like you're on this high horse and nobody can tell me anything. I know what I want to do, and I'm on course doing it, and all of that. But you see, if anything at all, right, when all is said and done, this should send a strong signal to whoever emerges on top, in this election, that look, you simply cannot take the people for granted.
Absolutely.
Right? You simply cannot take the people for granted. That is something that we have suffered a lot in this country. And let's not mince words about this. Both political parties who have been at the helm since 1992, both the NDC and the MPP, have all at points in time taken the electorate for granted, and the electorate have punished them.
That is where my issue is. Don't they ever learn? Because it's as if we've become comfortable with us saying that, these politicians is the same script, different actors. Why does it have to be like that all the time? Because some of the things the current administration is doing or has done, when they were seeking office, then incumbent NDC were doing same. And then you get the opportunity to govern, to come and write or address these ills, and you come and you replicate same. So what is it? They don't learn?
Well, I think when you get into office, it gets into your head and you get a certain largesse, and when you are in that particular position and you are high up there, and everything else is sort of at your beck and call, that you are the one who is controlling everything, you seem to forget that there are certain individuals who put you there, and you are working for those individuals whom you derive power from. yes, they've given you the power, and now you have the power to administer. Administer. But you should bear in mind that if you do not administer well, the people the next time will not choose you, or the people the next time will punish you. But to your point, I think when politicians, stand on campaign platforms, right? When they stand on campaign platforms, all they are thinking about is what they can say at that material moment to get the people to believe that they can come and do something. Perhaps they even capitalize on the shortcomings of government A that is in power at that particular point in time that you're on the campaign platform, and then use it to campaign, not because they necessarily believe in what they are saying, but because they believe it's going to help them to get the votes. And at the end of the day, the trend that we've noticed is that it's always about the power and getting the power. It's always about the power and getting the power. They talk about, we want to come into office to come and develop A, B, C, D, and all of that. But at the end of the day, what we have noticed consistently is that it's all about the power, right? And there's a certain serious drive for the power. There's a certain serious drive to be able to capture the power, right? And sometimes when the politicians are speaking, you realize that the issue of, the policies and what they'll do for you and all of that is sort of relegated to the background. It's about capturing the power.
Now, Lantab, I need you to hold it for me there, because this is news just coming in. Is the Ayawaso Central constituency. Okay. That's where the Member of Parliament, the Interior Minister, Henry Quartey is.
Henry Quartey, yes.
This is a constituency that has been blue for the longest time. Yes. The numbers indicate that it's flipped to green. Okay. So the numbers as we have it here, the certified ones. Yes. Henry Quartey, 23,345. Yes. Then there is Charles Kwame Adams. He polled 163. And then Abdul Rauf Tonjem Tabazu. He polled 29,755. So roughly, there's a 6,000
difference. Yeah, 6,000 votes difference, So the total votes cast in Ayawaso Central is 53,550, and there were 287 rejected ballots. So these are the results that we're getting in. But just for emphasis now, of course, I would want you to go over the figures again. Okay. Because what we are picking out according to now is that the current Interior Minister, he used to be Greater Accra Regional Minister, and then he was taken to the Interior Ministry. Henry Quartey has lost his seat at the Ayawaso Central constituency. Ayawaso Central constituency was blue, now it is green. Power has changed hands in Ayawaso Central constituency. Now the figures again.
Henry Quartey, who is the incumbent, he polled 23,345. Then there is Charles Kwame Adams. He polled 163. Then the candidate of the NDC, Abdul Rauf Tonjem Tabazu, he polled 29,755. So there's a 6,000 roughly, without doing all the math, there's roughly 6,000, approximately 6,000 votes difference between the incumbent and the winner, who will be the MP elect for the Ayawaso Central constituency.
Well,
Ibrahim,
before we analyze, let me just add results of a seat that has not flipped, right? And it's in the Central region. Okay. Central region has been having a relationship with the green color. Yes. Yes. So Asen North, Asen Central, occupied by Kennedy Japan, has turned green. NDC has flipped Asen Central. We've given that to viewers and listeners. Now this is Asen North. Now we are here to get Asen South. Okay. Which is occupied by Reverend John Intim-Forjo, the Deputy Education Minister. But this is Asen North. The fact that there was a by-election in 2023 doesn't mean that yesterday the people of Asen North were not supposed to take part in this election. So,
so hold that one for me briefly. All right. Hold that for me briefly. I need to go to Lantam quickly okay. So IB, kindly conclude.
Yeah. So Asen North, Opoku Charles NPP had 13,599. 13,599. Of course, and that is a little improvement over the 12,000 votes that he had during the by-election.
Yes.
Kwesi James Jachi of NDC, the Canada Boga, had 18,023. Yes, that's 1,000 much more than what he also garnered during the by-election. And so the Asen South seat remains green.
You know, the interesting thing about Jachi Kwesi is that within the space of 4 years, he's gone to the polls 3 times.
3 times, most definitely. Let me just give you the presidential. And here, as I mentioned earlier, we'll just give you that of the NDC and that of the MPP. And just know that Cheddar will place third. So, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Asen North, 12,705. 12,705. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 17,762. 17,762. So John Dramani Mahama has won the Asen North constituency for the presidential election.
Now, let's talk about Henry Quarte's defeat. But this is a colossus when it comes to that constituency. But I must tell you that I had a conversation with a constituent just a few days to the polls. And she told me that I asked her where does she vote, and she said so she votes in Ayawaso Central. And she said, I asked her how does she think it will go. She said, so they are voting out Henry Quarte because they've been voting the NPP as far as they can remember, and they do not see the benefits of it.
Well, now that might not be far from the reality. The constituency gave us a very famous word, Agbena, in your mother tongue, and that is Sheikh Isikwe. Now, when he was leaving the scene, he tapped his boy, Henry Quarte. Yes, granted that eventually he fell out with him and decided to bring somebody else to replace Henry Quarte at the primaries. The primaries were quite heated up. Moses Abo contested, but Henry Quarte still prevailed. Now, Ayawaso Central has been a very funny constituency. It's a constituency that NDC can easily win.
Why?
Easily. It's a settler community, just like Ayawaso.
Do we have a dominant Muslim community there?
Yes, and ever. Dominant Muslim and ever community. They make up the majority of the population in Ayawaso Central. It's not different from Ayawaso North Mamobi. It's not different from Ayawaso East Nima. But for some strange reason, because ICQ had a hold on the constituency as a Muslim, right, it became a constituency that has been sacrificed to better relationship between the enclave and the MPP. Alajo used to flood at the least fall of rain. Former President Kufuor embarked on a massive construction of a drainage facility there, and that addressed that issue. That endeared the party to the constituency. Now, Henry Quarte came, and I knew Henry Quarte would be in trouble because of the right things he was doing as regional minister. He was bulldozing things to make things right.
But you know,
but he went to his own constituency and started bulldozing things.
No, but then again, it's been such a long time.
I'm coming.
Or the people never forget.
Exactly. That's one. The other one is what I've maintained and you guys are not paying attention.
Is it a wind of change?
Once it blows, regardless of how deep rooted you are, you will fall. And literally, I mean that. Henry Quarte's standing is quite deeply rooted and firmly rooted in the ground. But once that wind blows, you will definitely fall. So
it will just.
Musa Dankwa predicted that he was going to lose.
Really? Yes. I didn't pay attention to that.
Yes, he predicted that Ayawaso Central will fall to the NDC. But nobody envisaged the magnitude of the defeat. We were there for Voters Connect.
Yes.
And you could tell from the enthusiasm. In fact, many NDC supporters in the constituency believe that they won it in 2020. But they went to sleep. And that explains how acrimonious today things were at the collation center. There were attempts by some individuals to smuggle some already tam-printed and stuffed ballot boxes.
And we had so many of those stories. Even in my constituency, Christian Kwachi, who was there for us, brought us that story of already some printed ballot papers that were being, transported to the St. Teresa's voting center. Let me go to Lantama at this point in time. Now, Lantam, are you as surprised as I am that the giant Henry Quartey has lost his seat in Ayawaso Central?
Well, not too surprised because, like IB was saying, this is something that Musa Dankwa had already predicted, and there were some of the telltale signs.
Because I get it that Musa Dankwa, but this is the Interior Minister.
The Interior Minister, and then the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, who had been doing a lot of work, in there. But if anything at all, if the last election, were to tell us anything. In the last election, John Dramani Mahama won a lot in the Greater Accra region, and it usually has been said that whoever is really able to win the Greater Accra region usually goes on to win the election. But that was not the case for John Dramani Mahama. Even though he won in the Greater Accra region, he did not win, the national election. But the NDC did very, very well in the last election in the Greater Accra region.
Yes.
And if you look at the trajectory, you realize that gradually a lot of people in the Greater Accra region were beginning to become fed up, with the government. And you could sort of sense that there was going to be a change. And so there isn't too much of a surprise there. This time around, the margin is hovering at around, 6,000, right? When you look at the 2020 election results where Henry Quartey won, Henry Quartey won with about 52.98% of the votes. He polled 33,003. This is as at 2013. So compare that to, 2020, I beg your pardon. Compare that to today, 23,345. That is a significant drop, right? A drop of about, 7,000 to 8,000 votes, right? And you look at Abdul Rauf, who has been contesting the Ayawaso Central seat. In 2020, he polled 28,363, and you compare it to this time around, he's doing just a little over 1,000, right? So he has improved, but it's not too significant. It's just about 1,000 votes, because you look at the figures: 28,363 for Abdul Rauf, right, for Ayawaso Central, and this year he's polling 29,775. So that's an increase of just a little over 1,000 votes. But Henry Quartey,
are you talking about Rauf's votes?
Yes, I'm talking about Rauf's votes for 2020.
And you said that was at 23?
That was 28,000.
Okay.
28,363.
Because this one stands at 29,000.
Yeah, this one's 20. So it's just a little. But if you look at Henry Quartey pulled 33,003 in the last election. But he's polling 23,345. So then the issue of apathy
comes in.
Because you look at the turnout and you'd realize that a lot of people were just fed up and perhaps may have wanted to vote for the MPP, but because they were fed up, they decided that they were not going to vote at all.
Yes, and they'd rather not give their vote.
And they'd rather not give their vote because
Rauf's figure is fairly maintained.
It's fairly maintained.
Because it's just appreciated by
so that tells you the mood and the mood in Accra, because it was coming in 2020. Accra became green, and people were already beginning to get fed up anyway. That is why Accra was green, and it's not like things got better from 2020 to 2024. And so you weren't really expecting there to be a significant wave of change again for Accra or Greater Accra region to turn blue. And it really wasn't going to happen. And we are beginning to see, the results trickle in. Now let's go to the Eastern region. Let's go to the Eastern region, because there are some results coming in from the Eastern region. The Akim Oda constituency. Let's start with the presidential, right?
Okay.
So in the Akim Oda constituency, with the presidential, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is in the lead. He polled 17,072 votes in Akim Oda. Danlate of the GCPP, 11 votes. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement, 46. Kofi Akpalu of the LPG, 6. Mohammed Frimpong of the NDP, 6. Nana Akosua Frimpoma Saponkuma Nkuma of the CPP, 26. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 9,096. Then we've got Hassan Ayariga of the APC, 20. Kofi Kranting, 2. George Chumberema, 5. Nana Kwame Bediako, 277. And then John Alan Chemanting, 59. So this is coming from the Akimoda constituency, and it indicates that in the presidential election results at Akimoda, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is in a comfortable lead, very comfortable lead over there. Now let's look at the parliamentary.
Okay.
Of course, Alexander Kwesi-Apah, MPP, has, you know, is there really any surprise there? This is coming from the Eastern region, so no surprise there. By a huge margin, 19,341.
Okay, so he performed better than the
yes, as compared to 7,455 of Jones Asante. So that's a landslide.
And you notice that he performed better than the presidential candidate.
Yes, he's performed better than the presidential candidate.
And then that of the NDC, they are within the same.
Within the same, because the NDC is polling. John Dramani Mahama is polling 9,096.
Okay, no, then
9,096.
I thought I had 7,000 for him too.
7,000 for Jones Asante, and then 9,000 for John Dramani Mahama, so, but 19,000 for Alexander Kwesi-Apah, and 17,000 for Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
So what could be responsible for that? Do we have some people casting just the presidential and opting not to cast the parliamentary?
Yes, that's one. The other one has got to do with some people looking at the presidential candidates, the two of them, and the decisions that they make and the reasons for the decisions vary. And so if you look at the trend, and I've monitored the trend, we've had many more people vote for John Dramani Mahama and refuse to vote for the NDC's parliamentary candidate. It happened in Busa North, where James Agaga won with over 13,000 votes. John Mahama had over 17,000 votes. And that's because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's votes, the NPP's candidate got 10,000. The half of those who voted for NPP's candidate decided to go and vote for John Mahama. So Bawumia had 5,000. His parliamentary candidate had 10,000. And the remaining 5,000 went to vote for John Dramani Mahama. So John Dramani Mahama had a little over 17,000, with James Agaga getting 13,000. And with the exception of Equiapim South, which is an outlier, because for the first time, when NDC is counting this seat, Obiamo's seat will be counted at a seat that belongs to the NDC. They voted for the NDC candidate, but then about 5,000 of them decided not to vote for John Dramani Mahama and rather voted for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So the parliamentary candidate for the NDC did better, won that constituency, but John Dramani Mahama lost. That's the only outlier so far. But of course, there's Yendi as well.
But that constituency is an NPP seat, no?
The Kwapim range.
Yes.
Everything there is blue. And it's been like that since creation. Right? Yes. No, I mean creation of the constituency.
You know, yes, they are dying in the wool.
Yes. Yes. And that's how come when Samia Uku went there, Nana Amadou Kuya decided to descend. And we are looking out for her results as well.
And some of the indications are that she didn't succeed.
Yes. One other indication is Yendi. And Yendi will be a tsunami. I'm looking at 30,707 for the NDC candidate. That's Abdul Fattah Al Hassan and Farouk Aliu Mahama, the son of the former vice president of Ghana, Alhaji Aliu Mahama, polled 29,890.
So the indication, the reports coming in is
that seat has been flipped for the first time in a very long while.
Wow.
Yendi. Yeah, so now the entire Tamale enclave. The entire Tamale enclave is going to the NDC if provisional figures are anything to go by. But don't worry, we are here. We'll strip down to the very last figure.
Indeed, we will strip down to the very last figure. You are watching our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We are live on GHOne television. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on YouTube. Kindly join us there. We are also live on Star 103.5 FM in Accra and our affiliates across the country. We are doing everything humanly possible and within our powers as well to bring you everything you need to know about this election. We're telling you about the constituencies that have been dyed in the wool blue that are turning green, and then there are also those other constituencies that are dyed in the wool green that are turning blue. blue.
Yeah.
Albeit they say they are very few, right?
Yeah, Zabzugu and then a few others, yes. Yes.
So we'll be bringing you all of those updates, and we're talking about Akim Oda earlier, right? And it looks like the issue of apathy, even in the eastern region, is following through, right? Because we're just talking about the Akim Oda constituency. No surprise there. Of course, the MPP obviously was going to take the seat, but you look at the figures, right? You look at the figures from the 2020 elections with Alexander Akwesiakwa getting up to 77.3% of the votes there, polling 25,380. Now you compare that to the 19,341 that he's getting, and you are seeing that significant drop in the figures. Obviously, a lot of people didn't come out to go and vote because you imagine the number of voters have increased, right, on the voters register, but the number of votes that a person winning who won the last time is getting is significantly reducing, because compare 25,000, in excess of 25,000 the last election, to 19,000, right, to 19,000 this time around. And the NDC candidate, right, the NDC candidate GHOne Asante essentially is where he is. He's essentially where he is, right? So he's hovering at around 7,455. That's the figure that we are getting, 7,455. And the last election, it was 7,193. So he has not, changed or gone anywhere. But the MPP candidate has reduced. So that seems to be a theme that we're looking at. With regard to this election. Those who maybe want to vote for the MPP, but they are upset about how the MPP has governed. And so instead of giving the vote to the NDC, they will decide that they are not going to vote at all, which in turn will inure to the benefits of the NDC.
And I think that has been the major argument, or the saying that when there is apathy, the incumbent suffers. Let's bring you one of the results we have. This is coming from Seshi and Kontombra constituency. I'll start off with the parliamentary candidates. There's Jonobwa Alex Tete. Jonobwa. The deputy,
second deputy whip.
Majority whip, right? I think when the majority went to court, he was the one that wrote to the speaker in relation to the recall. So he's with the NPP. So he's an incumbent. He polled,
he's a leader in parliament.
Yes. He polled 13,486. That's the result he polled. And then his opponent, Pius Kwame, Inka.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. I was looking at you.
Pius Kwame Inka, that is
Inka, okay. And that is, he's with the NDC, and he polled 16,693. Let me repeat the figures. Jonobwa, right?
Jonobwa
Alex Tete.
Jonobwa Alex Tete, NPP incumbent, polled 13,486. Then his opponent, who is in the camp of the NDC, Pius Kwame Inka, he polled 16,693. So officially, Pius Kwame Inka is the parliamentary member of parliament elect for the Seshi and Kontombra constituency.
Before you give us the presidency, it means that the NDC has flipped the Seshi and Kontombra seat, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now let's go to the presidential. We'll go over to Zoom to have a conversation briefly. So for the presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 11,834. And then Christian Kwabna Andrews of GHOne polled 36. And then also Kofi Akpalu polled 17. Mohammed Frimpong polled 16. Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP polled 59. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC polled 17,548. Hassan Ayarga APC, he left the PNC. So APC, he polled 41. And then Kofi Kranting, independent, 10. George Chumberima, another independent, he polled 12. And then Nana Kwame Bediako, another independent, he polled 89. And Alan Kwejo Shremating polled 36. So for the presidential candidate, the NDC also won that particular constituency with 17,548. Did you know, I mean, you are in Parliament with some of these individuals, I mean, with all of them, in fact. Was there any indication at all that this gentleman was going to lose?
There was, and listeners of Morning Star will bear testimony to this fact. During the voter transfer exercise, there were allegations that were leveled against him that he was transferring votes from a different constituency to show up his chances in Sevilla Contombra. We spoke to him on Morning Star. He mentioned that what he was doing was nothing illegal, and that the electoral laws allow him to aid and assist voters who are from the constituency, but for one reason or the other have registered to vote outside the constituency to come. And in my engagement with the NDC executives in the constituency who made the allegation, they told me abundantly that he's threatened, and they know very well that they were closing in on him. Looking at the 2020 figures, I did look at the 2020 figures, and I'm sure Lantam might be pulling that up. You could tell that he was on his way out.
All right, let's go to the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where we understand that there is some agitation because up till now, the results have not been declared, or the collation center, the constituency collation center, has not released the results at Ewutu Senya East. We know that that has been a hot spot. There have been some gunshots. The NDC candidate has been arrested there and all of that. Nurain Abbas is our man on the ground. Nurain, what is going on currently?
Good morning, Lantam. If you had come to me a few minutes ago, you wouldn't have been able to hear anything because the place was really charged. Supporters of the NDC, as you can see behind me, are agitated and restless. They are saying that it has taken too long for the EC officials to bring them the collated and final certified result. Now, they are saying that last year, 2020, the same thing happened, for which reason the elections were rigged in favor of the incumbent MP, Mavis Harakusin. So I informed some of them the last 4 years, yes, I was here, and I realized that the results were declared around 10 a.m. They're saying that no, they suspect foul play, because many polling stations across the country have had their collated results, even constituencies that have more polling stations than Ewutu Senya East. So they don't understand why up till now they haven't had any certified collated results from the EC officials. But as I speak to you right now, officials of the EC are upstairs in the premises of the police station trying to put all the results together before finally declaring them to the people here. But a moment ago, the NDC supporters were really charged. They were restless. There was tension here. There was tears here. According to them, it has taken the EC officials too long for them to declare the results.
Thank you, Nurain Abbas, for bringing us that update. Nurain Abbas will be coming to you for some more updates as and when you have those updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency. That's Mavis Hawakumsin's constituency, right? And we know that there have been some skirmishes, you know, in the area with the
one person was
alive,
yes,
and then the other one fatally or seriously injured. Of course, 4 persons have equally been arrested.
Yes.
And
they were wielding some AK-47.
Exactly, one AK-47 weapon was retrieved, and in fact, that was the second time gunshots were being fired. The first one was a gentleman who fired a warning shot. The police have actually declared him wanted. And of course, we told he's related to the incumbent MP. And subsequent to that, when some supporters of NDC and in the close circle of the NDC's candidate were moving in a Mahindra pickup, some people opened fire at them. And initially we thought the 2 were even dead. In fact, they packed both of them in the bucket of the pickup.
Yeah, one of them was
There's
moving.
a video that you see one person there moving. And so they realized that individual was alive and he was taken to the hospital. He's in critical condition, but he's receiving treatment. And so it brings to 2 the number of people that have died needlessly just because we were all queuing to go get some other people employment. It's
unfortunate, and we're hoping that wouldn't record any incident like this, especially looking at what happened in 2020. But away from that particular concern, this issue at the Ewutu Senya East area in relation to the delay in declaration of the results is not new. I remember 2020, the hope always is that we build on what all the flaws, or we ensure that the mistakes of the past we don't repeat them.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I'm saying that I can relate with this because last 4 years I was in Lejekuku. As of now, it had not been declared. I had to spend the night in the car.
Yeah.
You know.
I was in
you were also,
I was there with no rain.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And so I don't know why it has to take so long for us to get these figures. It shouldn't be that difficult, is it?
Yeah. But no, as Noreen reported, right, the EC officials are there together with the police, and I'm pretty sure the party agents are there as well, trying to ensure that the right things are done. You know that when Sabi Jenfi held the last press conference, he was emphatic that, look, the collation centers are very critical, even though it's been said that elections are won at the polling station. So one would imagine that you go to the polling station to make sure that every single ballot is counted, you make sure that the numbers are accurate on the pink sheet and all of that. But it looks like from the last election, some lessons were learned because some funny business happened at some collation centers. And you know, some of our reporters, of course, brought us some of those reports from some of the collation centers.
And this time around, they haven't been in a hurry to say they have flipped.
Yes,
Last
they've not been in a
4
hurry.
years,
And they're even
by now
asking everybody to exercise, you know, some restraints with regard to jubilation until all the results are out. So they are trying to be very, very vigilant. And that's why he's saying that they should all mass up at the collation centers, albeit maybe about 100 meters away from the collation centers, but make sure that, you know, they are keeping a vigilant eye and all of that, because they don't want any funny business happening at the constituency collation centers, because they don't want any figures to magically change. They want to make sure that everything is, you know, everything is intact.
Is in order and
everything, you know, is in order.
I am waiting for the day when, you know, we'll finish the voting process at 5. Counting should be done maybe by 7:30 thereabout. And then by 9,
and then we are gone.
It shouldn't eat all the way.
I agree, but you see,
it's not realistic.
The politicians will not allow that to happen. Let me tell you this, and we've been at this for God knows how long. Do you know Ashanti region results are annoying?
No, it will come in last.
Yes, just a moment ago.
We don't even have a single result from the Ashanti region, do we?
Yes. Politicians will always hold influence in their strongholds. So if the NDC wants to say keep the voter region results, they'll have a way of keeping it, even though it's under the control of the EC.
Yes.
So just that this time around, and I've maintained that if the MPP is to lose this election, it will lose with a margin that is unimaginable, right? And there might be nothing that anybody can do about it. Now, you are hearing the seats that are flipping. I just mentioned the ND. The writings were on the wall. Abi Bata, if you remember, the Maslock CEO, and how the internal elections panned out. And the fact that she refused to concede to the extent the party had to make a determination as to who had won. I had mentioned that could spell doom. We are waiting for the Wale Wale results. But even before yesterday, in my engagement with some people from the enclave who are familiar with the Wale Wale story, they said people were preaching skirt and blouse. And that is the backyard of the vice president. So vote for the NDC parliamentary candidate, but vote for your son to be president. And that is telling. That's quite profound. And so I've gotten to a point where no result surprises me anymore. And to be honest with you,
no result surprises you
anymore. The Equapim ranges, the mountain has a green flag.
That's quite surprising.
Very.
But let's take you to a region where,
it's like you said, it's a wind of change.
But let's take you to a region where there won't be too much surprise, right? We're taking you to the OT region. We're taking you to the Buem constituency in the OT region, Kofi Adams seat. Your guess is as good as mine. Right?
He has retained his seat. Yes.
Kofi Adams has retained his seat. So in the Buem constituency, Kofi Adams polled 17,510 votes. Landslide victory as compared to the NPP's Richard Kojoje with 4,852 votes. 4,852 votes. So,
and I'll hold it right there.
Yes.
This was the constituency that the chief promised Akufo-Addo that last time when he created the Oti region, he promised him that he would deliver a seat for him. But he couldn't. But this one, dear, he's assuring the president that he will deliver the seat, and people actually believed it. So we had a conversation in the office with some people who were familiar with the story, and they said that Kofi Adams has lost touch with the constituency. I said, oh, really, Oti? Yes. You see, in politics, there are some dynamics that never change. It's like NDC wanting to take Bantama.
It won't change. It can't happen.
Like, seriously?
That would be your dreams, right?
It can't happen.
You cannot even dream.
So,
it can't happen.
During the campaign, you would see the visuals.
Yes, and you see the
Bantampa.
No, I said, I catching off Umponi. I catching off.
So yeah,
I think that it's all part of it. It's all part of the numbers game to let people think that, well, the support is that great.
Yeah.
So when you know that you are in the lion's den,
that's the point.
It will be difficult.
Even Amewu. See, this trip, if Amewu had extended the rail lines to Ahohoi, he would have lost. You look at the figures.
Yeah, so in the presidential election, John Mahama is doing a little better than Kofi Adams, just a little better than Kofi Adams in the Buem constituency. John Mahama is polling 17,758, you know, in Buem as compared to Kofi Adams 17,510. But that's that's just a small margin. Mahamadou Bawumia is performing worse than Richard Kojo, but it's minimal. 4,030 for Dr. Bawumia in Buem as compared to Richard Kojoje's 4,852.
That's impressive.
Yeah. 4,030.
4,000.
Yeah,
Buem is
Bawumia 4,030 in Buem. So the rest of the results: GCPP 28, Christian Kwadnam Andrews 51, Kofi Akpalu 4, Mohammed Frimpong of the NDP 9.
I think that should help you. Just stick to the two parties. Okay. Yeah, just stick to the two parties.
No, but let's see, because it looks like Cheddar is getting some numbers there. So
we are working with time, you know that, right?
Alan Chemating got 59, and then Nana Kwame Bediako 28. So so that's it for the Buem constituency. These are the results that are coming in from the Buem constituency. There's really no surprise there. There are some more results that will be coming in, but of course you can go on to starfm.com.gh and check our election hub portal, right? Yeah. Check our election hub portal.
Everything is there.
You see every single result that we're bringing to you over there on starfm.com.gh. Now, Dede.
The Buem constituency. The Buem constituency is a very interesting one. Yes. I remember when Kofi Adams took the seat from Daniel Ashama.
Yeah.
And I think if there's anybody who takes a loss so gracefully, I think it will be Daniel Ashama. Yeah. But at the moment, let's go to the Tamale Central constituency. Hanan Adam is there for us. The same complaints we're getting from different parts of the country about the slow pace of work is coming up there too. Hanan, what more can you report?
Well, it is a slow pace of collation of results here at the Tamale Central Collation Center, which is in the Northern Regional Library, where it is being the center for the Tamale Central constituency. Previous years it used to be at the Northern Regional House of Chiefs, but this year it moved here because of renovation works at that particular facility. But at about 7:30 p.m. Saturday night, collation started here, but unfortunately at about 5 a.m. but still we still have about 50 more polling stations to go. This delay, actually, one cannot really tell because the election officials are not really forthcoming with the information, and you can see from the background they are very busy together with both party agents who are heavily represented here with their laptops, actually doing the tallying of all the results that are coming in from all the polling stations. Still, you have presiding officers who are seated here with their results, and they are waiting for their turn to present whatever results that they have from their respective polling stations. And over here we are talking about 161 polling stations in the Tamale Central constituency, and so far we've done not less than 110 of them so far, and we still have about 50 more to go. In other constituencies, they're about wrapping up. I'm talking about somewhere in the Tamale North constituency, Sanago constituency. Things are really clear over there, but unfortunately they are still awaiting the declaration of the results in that area. Tamale South, I must say, also has been clear, but even though they have quite a significant number of voters in that particular area, which I'm talking about over 100,000 of voters that we have in that area, but they are also about wrapping up. If we look at in the Yendi constituency, for example, where reports indicate that the incumbent member of parliament for that area, Alhaji Farouk Aliyu Mahama, is also in a comfortable lead, but certified results from the Electoral Commission is yet to also arrive from that area. So from all the constituencies that we are talking about, 18 of them in the northern region, it appears we have 18 constituencies, but certified results from the Electoral Commission.
And that's Hanan Abdul Adam there, coming to us live from Tamale Central. Same complaints about the delay in the collation of the results. And you can sense the exhaustion in Hanan's voice. You can see it. We are hoping that this will be sped up so that journalists can also go home and rest. But some news just coming in as well from the Insawami Duejuri area is that some military officers have been to the area to also there has been a firing of gunshots. There's been firing of gunshots, not military people, but there's been firing of gunshots at the Coalition Center. Let's speak to Etonam Kumashi for some more details with regard to this. Etonam, what do we know about this worrying development?
Hello?
Etonam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, so what is the situation at the Coalition Center in Insawami Duejuri? We understand that there's been firing of gunshots there.
Yes, and so the NDC, members of the National Democratic Congress, claim that they have won the election and that the Electoral Commission is refusing to declare their candidate, who is Philibert Selom-Fume, as the winner for the parliamentary seat here at Insawami Duejuri. So the coalition is taking place at the St. Martin's Secondary School, St. Martin's Senior High School, and the gate has been breached. They have broken down the gates over here. That is because the supporters claim that if they leave the premises, some rigging might go on. And so they have been standing here for as long as possible. Just a couple of minutes ago, some military men made their way here. Apparently, they are reinforcements because the people are trying to get into the center proper to force the Electoral Commission to declare the results. And there have been gunshots in the air. They were done to sort of scatter them, make sure that they leave the premises because they need as much space as possible. So the Electoral Commission is claiming that they are not done with the coalition, but the people insist that per the documents that they have, the coalition should have been done by now and their candidate should have been declared winner for this particular constituency.
And so as of now, has calm been restored to the area?
As of now,
been restored to the Coalition Center.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm asking if calm has been restored to the Coalition Center.
Well, the gunshots have been stopped actually, but there are still supporters here who are trying to enter into the Coalition Center. So you have several motorcycles around, you have several vehicles coming in. I just saw some leaders over here who are trying to also call the Ghana Police Service to ask again for reinforcements because the situation here is not looking calm. The members of the National Democratic Congress think that they are being cheated, sort of. And the NPP is also sort of insisting that the coalition has not been done. And so therefore you cannot declare yourself winners when we have not collated everything. This actually started somewhere yesterday, even before the EC, the presiding officers, submitted their documents to the Electoral Commission for the coalition, the NDC had started declaring that they had won the election. But this morning, it's gone worse because they said that they expect that the final result should have been declared by now.
Etonam, please stay safe. Please stay safe out there. Please find a place to take cover. A very worrying development coming in from the Nsawambe area, where some military officers were called in for reinforcement because the crowd was becoming difficult to control. They had to fire gunshots to disperse the agitating crowd. And these are some of the consequences that some of the analysts have pointed to when the results or when the coalition delays. And so the expectation is that this process will be sped up so that it will reduce the level of confrontations and agitations in some of these coalition centers. We are recording. We're just coming from the Nsawambe area where, military officers were called in for reinforcement. You recall that the task force assured us that there won't be military officers at the various centers unless it is absolutely necessary. So in this situation, I believe they believed that it was most necessary, and they called in the reinforcement. And to disperse the crowd, what they did was to fire the gunshots to disperse the crowd. You're still watching the Election Hub here on GHOne television, also airing on Star 103.5 FM and our various social media handles.
All right, so this is one of the moments that we've been waiting for. Ayawa Central constituency, we can confirm very confidently that Abdul Rauf has beaten Henry Korte. We have an interview with the now Member of Parliament elect for the Ayawa Central constituency. Let's take a look at that.
Obviously, you can tell I'm very happy and I'm very excited, and I'm humbled by the trust the people of Central Ayawa have given me today. I believe it's a big responsibility, and I'm willing to fill the shoes of the MPship in Ayawa Central. You see, I have always, not to say that I'm too confident, but I've always believed I could beat him. And when I looked at him, there were a lot of flaws in him that I believe that I had more advantages than him. I'm easy to get along with. I'm able to also move, do the house to house, talk to people. He wasn't able to do all those things. His best asset was money, and I had other things I could do. And most importantly, I had a very good team. The team were here to support me, to help me achieve, the victory we are looking for. They were not looking for money. They were looking for somebody that can lead them and help them also have a better future. And that is what we've delivered today. Look, there are basic things. They should expect somebody who will respect them, somebody who will work with them, somebody who will sacrifice to make sure that the right things are done. I will push and push and push to solve all the problems, or most of the problems in the constituency for all of them.
So that's Abdul Rauf there. Of course, very excited about that win. He's been able to unseat the giant, the Honorable Minister for the Interior, Henry Korte, and he will be going to Parliament in his stead. That's a very interesting one.
Categorizes as a David and Goliath situation.
In terms of body size, or in terms of political stature?
No, in terms of stature. Like physique, that's it.
In terms of physique, obviously,
yes.
This is a David and Goliath situation in terms of his physique. But it is not the physique which will win you the election.
And Rauf won second time asking in the same fight that took place in 2020. And of course, second time lucky. Let me take you to the Cape Coast North constituency. I have the parliamentary and the presidential results here. Of course, so Cape Coast North parliamentary, Ewusi Horace Eko. You remember him?
Yes. The excavators, right?
Yes.
That it resulted in his suspension from the party.
Yes, exactly. As a regional executive, he used to be a regional executive. He decided to contest for the Cape Coast North constituency. He pulled 17,045. 17,045. Dr. Kwame Naminta, who was a lecturer at the UCC and decided to abandon the class and enter Parliament on the ticket of the NDC. he's been retained with 23,521. 23,521. What this means is that Cape Coast North, South, once again, green. That's parliamentary. Now, presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, NPP, 14,502. He does better than his parliamentary candidate. And then John Dramani Mahama at 25,004. 25,004. So that's the result from there.
Did he do better than the parliamentary?
Yes, he did. He did about 2,000 better than the parliamentary candidate. Yes, so Cape Coast is thoroughly green.
Yeah, both north
and south.
Cape Coast North and South have all become.
So we are waiting for KEA.
Yeah, we're waiting for KEA. Yes, and then we'll see how it's playing out. But it's interesting. What's happening in the central region, right? It's really interesting.
And then I told Na when I returned from the region last week. That the region is green. And you could feel it. It was tangible. You could actually touch
feel it.
The pride
and there was a wave of change coming.
Displaying the colors of NDC as backpacks. As headscarf.
As
bandanas.
They were boldly rocking the paraphernalia.
All kinds of paraphernalia.
Yes, and that's something you don't see in a city, right? In the past, but this time around, it got me to draw that conclusion. But of course, aside that, I engaged some of the residents, and then I got the sense that they really wanted to vote this.
You know that the last manifesto launch of the MPP was in Cape Coast, right? The very last one in 2020, the manifesto launch of the MPP was in Cape Coast, right? That happened at the University of Cape Coast, right? And then this time around, it was the MPP, that went there to go and launch their manifesto, but I don't know. That seems not to be inuring to the benefits of the MPP.
Are you saying that because they launched it there, it likely led to their defeat?
I mean, in 2020 when they launched it there,
Well, so let me give
them small moment.
Let me give you Ningo Pram Pram. Sam George has just shared the results for his constituents
on his Facebook page.
On his Facebook page. Right. So presidential, John Dramani Mahama 47,251. 47,251, constituting 80.92%. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 9,989, constituting 17.11%. All the others 1,149, that's 1.97%. When you come to the parliamentary, let me give you that of parliamentary. Yes. Yes, of course. So that's for the presidential.
Yes.
Let me see whether he shared that of the parliamentary. Yes, parliamentary. Samuel Nate George of the NDC, 44,000 means John Dramani Mahama did better than Sam George. 44,953. 44,953, constituting 76.58%. 76.58%. And Michael Tete Eku of the NPP polled 12,101, and that's 20.62%. Evans Tetenati, who came from the fold of the NDC, and that explains why Sam George's vote
numbers
went
have come down.
He got 1,426, and that's 2.43%. And there was another independent candidate, Frederick Fozi, who he had 217. That's 0.37%. So that is it for Ningo Pram Pram. Sam George once again returns to the 9th Parliament. John Dramani Mahama got 80.92%.
But I'm not surprised. No surprise there. Really.
No surprise. I told you how pastors and imams and religious leaders had gone there to campaign for even the internal elections of the NDC.
Sure it's because of the campaign.
His crusade.
Yes,
the campaign is waiting.
The narrative was that there were others who were out there to get him because of what he stood for. Right, so he needed to be protected. Yes.
Well, as to whether there's a direct link between his crusade and the interest people have in voting for him, it's another issue.
Yeah, Ichimensa held that seat for a while. The seat has always been NDC anyway.
Unless there's another wind of change that blows.
In future. Okay, so wins have blown.
No,
right? E.T. Mensah was there when Kufuor was there. Those winds blew. E.T. Mensah was still E.T. Mensah.
Because some of the constituencies, no matter the...
But let me tell you a funny story about Ngo Pram Pram.
Yes.
In fact, the constituency has Akufo-Addo as his in-law. Rebecca Akufo-Addo is from the constituency.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, so if there's no stronger wind than that.
Well, come on.
You get the point.
No, but the Ngo Pram Pram has never flipped.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's never flipped. It's been NDC since '92 from E.T. Mensah to Sam George.
Yeah.
Unless it's something really...
so
when something like that happens, then it is a tsunami. You know that, right?
Yes.
Unless... Because I'm thinking, well, let's see. Maybe there'll be different instances there. But, let's really look at this issue about the voter turnout.
Yeah.
Most of these individuals winning in some of these strongholds are beneficiaries of the apathy that we're seeing.
Yes, especially the seats that the NDC has been able to flip.
Yes.
Hands down.
Ayawaso Central is an example.
They've been able to... The point I'm making is, it will take a miracle for you to be able to make people angry in opposition. Like, see, what is it that you will be able to do in opposition that will anger somebody to want to go and vote against you?
Yeah.
The reverse is the reality. It's very easy for the incumbent party to make people angry.
Yeah.
That's why it's not surprising. Some people have deactivated their social media handles.
Yes.
Right? It's because of the way some people handle themselves. It's very easy to ruffle feathers.
Yeah.
So if there is apathy, the apathy will not go against the opposition.
No.
It obviously go against the incumbent. We'll spend time, I'm sure, in our subsequent coverage to talk about the polls. And that's how come I had engaged Benefsin, and he had given me the reason why he felt the NDC was going to lose. And then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is going to win by over 51%. And he says there will be apathy in the voter region. Yes, there was apathy in the voter region. But for every 4 people that decided not to go and vote for John Dramani Mahama, 10 more people decided not to go and vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And some extra 10 more people decided to go and vote. So you look at the figures, and in certain constituencies, Bawumia is doing single digit. He's doing 1,000. And then we have 17,000, we have 18,000. Yes, indeed, by way of margin of victory, if you compare to 2020, it will definitely be lower. But the point is, the margin is still there. The region that ought to show up, and when it shows up, the numbers are huge, is the Ashanti region. The problem of apathy. And the signs were there. We spoke about this. I personally, on Morning Star, spoke about this. Kodeu, 6% of individuals who voted for MPP are saying they won't vote again. Musa Dankwa, 6% of individuals who said they voted for MPP in 2020 said they won't vote again.
Would you say that, or to people who would say that, well, they didn't do anything about it?
They did.
It may not, it would not go, because it was a reason Napo was chosen.
Yes.
As is Dr. Matthew Puku Prempe of Menchia South, right?
Yes.
He was chosen.
Yeah.
His utterances, they brought in former President Kufuor to speak to the people in the Ashanti region. Yet,
it didn't change anything.
It didn't change anything.
And here's the thing.
Were the people that upset? And what really upset them to this level?
So we were in the region for 4 days.
Yes.
We engaged constituents across the region.
Yes.
To say the region has been turned into, especially Kumasi has been turned into a construction site, is you being factual.
Everything is under construction.
There are 2 things you do with that. The people can then be expectant. They can either be expectant and say, let's maintain you to complete it, or think that at this time, this you could have done. And you see, there are some pages, the Ashanti page on Facebook, the Ashanti Nation page on Facebook. There are others that I don't know the individuals behind it. But whenever anything is inaugurated in Accra, they post about it. And ask the Ashantis why they are excited about, say, inauguration of the flower pot interchange. Ponsufo Line interchange has outlived President Kufuor, outlived President John Evans Atta-Mills, has outlived John Dramani Mahama, and it's outliving Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. You might take it lightly, but it's ingrained on the minds of people in the region who play on social media. So let me tell you what happened yesterday. They went from house to house, asking people to come out and come and vote. And we were together when
Bediako told us about it, where people had gone to homes to tell them and plead with them to come out there and cast their ballots.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And talking about coming out to cast their ballot, some of them had asked them as to whether they were the people to tell them to go and vote. Some of them were being driven away. The level of apathy had so been ingrained and entrenched and cemented that not even the president of former President Kufuor could change anything. And that's how come when the target was 85%, many people said, Kufuor, who became the very first president of the Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition, could not get that percentage. What is markedly different about this time around? The region might not do even 65% voter turnout. The region might not do. In fact, nationally the voter turnout will be low, but the gap between the numbers of John Dramani Mahama and the numbers of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is making it practically immaterial for you to look at the national average of the voter turnout. But the one that is going to be the Waterloo of the NPP will be the refusal of the Ashantis to vote.
All right. Earlier, Nadede Tete spoke to Etonam Kumashi from the Nsawam Aduajiri constituency, where we heard that there were gunshots around the coalition center. Well, Etonam Kumashi has been speaking to some NDC supporters in the Nsawam Aduajiri constituency who have been explaining what led to the gunshots. Let's take a look at this.
This is Nsawam Aduajiri constituency, and we know we have won.
So you
have won more than we are leading Domprel 1,000 votes, and he should know better.
Okay, so I just have a few questions for you. Here in Nsawam Aduajiri constituency, this St. Martin's Secondary School, you believe that they are trying to rig the election for Frank and Domprel?
And we have got some people that bringing the patient. 5 of people, they are now in the police custody. They are now in the police custody.
So some patients have been brought here.
Yes, and we have them. We have our evidence.
Okay, but you said also earlier that some military persons entered, and you don't believe they are military.
Fake military. They are fake military personnel.
Okay, and there were gunshots as well. Why were gunshots
They want
fired
the people to scatter because of they want to steal us, and we are not agree. We can't agree, and we will not agree. I'm telling you, fat and there again.
Okay, is your candidate currently around? Because Frank Anodompe just came to the premises. Is Salam also around?
Our candidate is here since 5 o'clock in the evening. Up to now, he's still in there. What we want is to declare him winner, and we can live here. And if it's not declared, we are not moving.
So, some NDC supporters from the Nsawam Aduajiri constituency at the coalition center, there is agitation because results have not been declared yet. And that is one thing that a lot of us are also worried about, right? Yes, because one would imagine that by this time we'll be getting a lot more results coming in from the constituency coalition centers. But there seemingly is a delay. And we cannot understand the reason why there is that much of a delay. I mean, when Abdul Hanan was reporting earlier, he says the party agents were quite frustrated because collation was very slow. And, it's making me wonder exactly what is slowing down the entire process, right? If everybody has their pink sheets and the elections have been declared at the various polling stations, it's just a matter of putting all of the figures together. And, I mean, if by, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. thereabouts, we're already at the collation center and collation had begun. By now, a lot of the constituency collation center should have declared their results, but it's pretty slow, and we've not even had a single one, from the Ashanti region, right? And it's quite worrying, and that is what is going to cause all of these agitations. You can clearly see what is happening at Nsawam Aduajiri, because if per the pink sheets that a lot of the party candidates have, they know after doing their own collation that they have won, and they've already been able to do their collation. What is slowing the EC officials down at the collation centers that it is taking so long for the results, to be declared at the collation centers. It raises a lot of issues.
Well, talking about the Ashanti region results, I think some of them are in. If you just say Asokori, presidential results, NPP 22,769, NPP 22,769, NDC 8,094. Of course, the rest have single digits there, and so that of if you just say Asokori is in. So at least you have one, and I'm told that of Old Tafo as well has been collated. So the results have started filtering. But back to Nsawma Dwajiri, which is the seat currently held by the majority chief, Frank Anodompre. I think the EC ought to be proactive. Let me tell you what is emboldening the NDC supporters. They've scanned, they've been watching GHOne TV, they've been listening to Star FM, and they are aware of how the trend has started developing. They are aware of seats that they have won, and they are convincing themselves that they just might form government. So they would not just take no for an answer, right? What the EC ought to do is quickly collate the results transparently as it has been doing. Let them know if their candidate has lost. I'm not sure the NDC went into this election thinking they could flip to Nsawma Dwajiri. But if it happens, kumbaya, right? They will take it. So just go ahead. Once there's no hindrance, because we've not heard any report, Etonom didn't tell us that there's anything hindering or impeding the EC from going ahead to collate the result. So that must be done. This is a needless tension that's been created. We don't want to hear anything untoward happening because the military were already deployed. And of course, this is a situation that you can say required military presence because they had overtaken.
Yes, they had overpowered their numbers. They outnumbered the police in the area. And so we are hoping that this will be fixed as soon as possible because I cast my mind to Techiman South and I remember, how people had been there for so long in relation to the coalition, and then subsequently there was a little commotion. It spread and people lost their lives, and so we would want that this process be sped up. I've heard IDEC, for instance, and the likes talk about how the voting process is smooth, ends early, but then the coalition, the regional coalition and other stuff, it is putting needless bottlenecks in the way, and in the end, everybody suffers.
We should be able to do the collation, very fast, because if voting ended around 5, counting of ballots ended around 6, 7, or even say 8 p.m. in some of the cases. By 9 p.m.,
it should be
by 9 p.m., a lot of the ballot boxes had already been transported to the collation center. But for a few of the incidents where, like Ablikumenko, where there was a bit of a scuffle with regard to people wanting to enter the collation center and all of that. And so, I would imagine that overnight, right, with the party agents there being vigilant, putting the figures together and all of that, with bringing all of the pink sheets together. By now, we should have a majority of the declared results out there. But like I've been saying, it's quite worrying. It's quite worrying, and it's getting a lot of people to sit on tenterhooks. And you see, when the party supporters, like you're saying, are picking signals from their party people, from some of the party agents who are there, who have had pink sheets and all of that, that my candidate is winning, my candidate is winning, my candidate is winning, and then at the collation centers the results are not being declared, then you begin to see the agitations and people are beginning to get jittery. And then when people begin to get jittery, they begin to get rowdy, and when they begin to get rowdy, chaos erupts, and when chaos erupts, then external security forces are called in, and then it degenerates into something entirely. That is why with alacrity the EC officials at the various constituency collation centers must work with speed, must declare the results, they must finish tallying the results. They shouldn't allow anything to stop them, because in the last election things happened at collation centers. Soldiers came to collation centers, lights went off at collation centers, and all of those things. We don't want to see some of those things happen now, because people have learned lessons from the last election, and they are very vigilant and don't want anything to happen. They are not letting their foot out, both MPP and NDC people. So let us not allow that to happen. Let us collate with alacrity, right? Let us do that. And we have some more election results coming in, right? We have some more election results coming in. So let's do the elections from the new constituency that was created.
GHOne.
The GHOne constituency. And you will not be surprised, obviously, at the results that are coming in from the GHOne constituency. Landslide. So let's begin with the parliamentary, right? Yes. Michael Osibo of the NPP polled 2,998 votes.
2,000?
Yes,
okay.
2,998 votes. Agbenyo Fred, the C of the NDC, 9,963. So this is a new constituency. This is the first election from that constituency. And there was Seko Susi of the NDP with 82 votes. So,
So Fred Agbenyo will go to the ninth parliament.
Yes, Fred Agbenyo.
This was a constituency that John Domelo was nurturing after his painful defeat
in Ayawaso West
Bogon. He went there, he surveyed the environment, gauged the mood, and realized that Fred Agbenyo had already done some work there. And so he had to compete with him. I don't know which bird whispered what exactly into his ears, and he returned to Accra. There were many who questioned that decision because even from outside, Lydia Al-Hassan had defeated you with a little over 2,000 votes.
Yes.
Now, she had then established herself.
She was now an MP?
She was now an MP. Not just an MP. At the point, she was given a leadership role in Parliament. When polls were done and President Akufo-Addo realized that grounds were shaky, he topped it up with another ministerial position. And President Akufo-Addo did that across board. Sylvester Mensah, English among from, that's another resource we are waiting for, right? Botiano English among from, and among Infantiman.
Yes.
Ophelia has lost, right? But then Ophelia was made a substantive minister just to cement her hold on her constituency. Obviously, it didn't work, right? So, Domelo, regardless of what we all might have said about you, your resilience is worth
and I recall that when we were asked whether we would predict a win for him, I said it would be for me it's too difficult. I will not stick my neck out. I think you did.
I did. I mentioned that Kennedy Aponte lost that. Kennedy Aponte won that constituency, and there was a reason why Kennedy Aponte won that constituency and Bawumia lost during the internal elections of the NPP. It's an elite constituency. It had been affected largely by economic decisions taken by this government, including the DDEP. And now, I mentioned earlier that you scan the parliamentary terrain. Crowell, Kennedy Aponte won. Bawumia lost. NDC is retaining that seat. Ladade Kotopon. We are yet to hear from Lejo Kuku. Why is Lejo Kuku delaying? Lejo Kuku shouldn't be delaying.
The last year I was there. By now we're still waiting. We're still waiting for the results.
We're still sticking to scripts.
Sticking to scripts.
No
and
problem.
you know, even speaking of the results, you know, I recall that if 4 years ago by this time, a few of the certified results had come out.
Yes. At the constituency, but now we have that. We have that from the constituencies.
Okay.
We have the certified results. In fact, all the results that you have read to our viewers and listeners, including the one that is before you that you are here to read, is certified.
So this is coming from, on that note, this is coming from...
but I didn't finish with the presidential for GHOne, right? We did parliamentary for GHOne.
Did you mention the two major contenders?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so
we've done GHOne. So Mahamudu Bawumia is doing 2,103.
Okay.
And John Mahama is doing 10,603.
Okay.
So that's
this is the
GHOne constituency.
GHOne constituency.
Yes. The one
Thankfully,
that Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman went there and asked them to punish the
NPP administration for disenfranchising them.
At least for
so
now.
The punishment is a 10,000.
For now, we can be compensated as a people that a group of people who were left out in terms of representation in Parliament have now been catered to. And so at least for that...
The seat was created and gifted to the NDC.
Better late than never in relation to that. So I also have some results here. This is for Ofuasia Yiribi. Kojo Opon-Nkrumah. I think it's become a safe seat for him. He's with the NPP. He polled 18,601. His opponent, Alfred Osei Poku with the NDC. He polled 13,415. So as the results stand, the incumbent is a member of parliament elect for that constituency of Ofuasia being the person of Kojo Nkrumah for the NPP. Let's quickly go through that of the presidential results as well. In the camp of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he polled 18,124. It seems as though more people love Kojo Nkrumah than they do love the vice president. This is just a person's comment. The difference here is that Kojo Nkrumah polled 18,601, whereas the vice president polled 18,124. That of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, he polled 12,977.
Okay.
12,977. That's for the presidential results coming from Ofuasia. The indication we are also picking is that Yendi is very tight. We will give them the confirmed results from our strong room.
We'll give them confirmed results. But I have Tema West.
You have Tema West, okay?
Yes, and Tema West is quite interesting. The presidential. Bawumia, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, MPP, 22,262. 22,262. Now wait for this. John Dramani Mahama, 40,000.
Wow.
423.
Tema West. The incumbent is Carlos
Ahinkra.
The one who
ran away with the ballot papers in Parliament.
And chewed it.
Yes. Who was chased by Muntaka.
Yes, and had to endure a slap from Muntaka to take the chewed paper out.
Yes.
That's
So
for the presidential.
John Mahama has almost doubled Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's.
What is the population of that constituency?
Okay, so if Bawumia is doing 22,000 and Mahama is doing 40,000,
yes,
put that together, and that is about 63,000.
Yes.
Right.
And even with this, I'm sure there's still apathy.
Yes.
So what about
we all know the side that the apathy has?
So what about the parliamentary results from Tema West?
I don't have a parliamentary answer yet.
This is the presidential.
So that's the presidential.
Okay.
I'm sure they are now counting the parliamentary.
Yes. Wow,
yes.
It will be interesting to see if it's going to flip to the NDC.
Yes.
Because the last time Carlos Ahinkra didn't have it very easy.
Per this result, that constituency has now turned green. It's never.
For the presidential.
For the presidential.
The last time Carlos Ahinkra, I think the last time John Mahama still won the presidential in Tema West, and then Carlos Ahinkra had a little bit of a tough time, with that seat, but he eventually emerged on top.
Yes,
it's just that he's not contesting again this time around.
No.
Yes.
So there's a new crop of people who are coming.
Yes. So that's it for Tema West, basically,
yes.
The presidential.
And
you were talking about Yendi. Yes, we'll get the certified results for
very soon.
Our viewers and listeners.
Yeah, and Tema West, many had said that the signs were already on the wall.
Yes.
Especially looking at how things unfolded 4 years ago.
Yes.
Where at a certain point, journalists were driven out of the coalition center.
Yeah.
And our colleague who was then with us.
That was Sedina Francisca, who was there at the time. Yeah.
Told us, painted a vivid.
Were taken.
Exactly. And so I guess when the time is up, the time is up. So basically, perhaps that is what it is.
Yes, and of course, our Ghana map is equally filling up, right?
Yes,
and that's
gradually
for the national coalition.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
so we have
green areas, you have blue areas. By the time we are done filling the last region, exactly. In fact, we don't have to fill the last region. We'll have enough to be able to project.
Yes.
But I'm sure if you've been watching us from the beginning, you know where it's headed, right? You definitely know.
There's a certain pattern which is beginning to emerge.
We know there won't be a second round. So all the posters who predicted second round. Yamutu.
Yeah.
So that will not happen.
Right? So the number of seats that we know now, which is officially confirmed, when you go to the EIB election hub for the NDC, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 seats, certified results.
Yes.
15 seats as at now. and NPP has 4 seats, right, as at now, and then there is 1 independent.
Yes.
1 independent.
Yes.
That's
and talking about independent.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get you that Asante Akim North.
Yes.
That will go.
Yes.
So, okay. The MP for Daboya, I think, has sent me a certified result. Let me just check.
MP for Daboya.
Yes, Honorable Nikwe. Let me just check the certified results. Yes, so Saboba. Sorry, this is for Saboba. And NDC, that's Bukari Nikwe Joseph, pulled 14,231. 14,231, representing 43.8%. And then Charles Bintin, former MPP, he pulled 9,116, 1,916. And Emmanuel Kutin, independent, pulled 9,063. 9,063 independent candidate. Yes, that's significant. And another independent candidate, Samson Yajabrum, also polled 29. So that explains how come the incumbent MP, who has retained his seat, won with 43% of the vote, because there were other contenders.
They took a chunk of his vote.
Exactly. So, Honorable Nipe has survived. So Saboba's seat remains with the NDC. That's for the parliament.
Then it means that those who went independent are most likely from the fold of the NDC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because to take as much as 9,000 votes, that's quite significant.
That is
and it means that if the person makes a second attempt and gets a backing, he probably could. It may be easy for the person to.
Yes, but antidote is that if your party is in power, they have a way of neutralizing you.
Okay.
But speaking of independent,
you
candidates,
may neutralize, and in the end it will backfire.
No. I'm talking about positive neutralization.
Okay.
They find some appointment for you. They fix you somewhere. And you go.
So that's the point.
Speaking of independent candidates, I mean, I know all of us are keenly, waiting to see, what will happen.
Yes.
Famous individuals who became. Whose seats became controversial, in the 9th Parliament when their seats were declared vacant by the Speaker. Those 3 individuals. It will be very interesting. Emma Morrison.
And Cynthia Morrison has given the seat back to NDC. She has given the seat to NDC. Her decision to go independent has allowed NDC to
take the vote of the NPP
to pick that seat.
Yes. So Asante Akim North.
Yes.
The first independent. And that's the dot, the independent dot on our board. So NPP and the Apia Kubi he had 8,933. 8,933.
Very surprising.
NDC had 2,469. I'm sure if the NDC people are looking for the rest of their vote, they know where to find it, and it's coming up right now. Independent, that's okay Frimpong had 26,926. 26,926. Rejected ballot 513, and total vote cast 38,841. Vote difference between MPP and independent 17,993.
Can you imagine that?
Such a wide margin.
Very super.
But why didn't he just step aside?
And the Apia Kubi. Yes. And the Apia Kubi made things much more acrimonious.
Okay.
And there was a lot of antagonism between the two.
The two individuals.
And once again, it's about you promising somebody that I'm doing 2 terms, and then I'll bow out for you to go.
You and I were not there when he made that promise.
Oh yes, and that's what we went there to do Voters Connect.
Okay.
Remember?
What if he never did the promise?
Okay, he has lost. So I'm sure there won't be any opportunity to explain. Right.
Anyway.
Yes. So, but Daniel Kubi is one of the level-headed politicians the country can boast of.
Yeah.
He calls a spade a spade. He is like a subtle version of your PC Apia Ofori.
Yes.
Who called a spade a spade. He will.
But it's also quite worrying. I've heard a lot of political watchers, especially those who watch Parliament, also say this that it looks like we are losing, a lot of experienced hands
in terms of the level of attrition in Parliament.
So and it looks like this time around we're going to see a lot of very new faces, quite a number of new faces in Parliament who are going to begin to learn the ropes all over again, to acquaint themselves with the processes and all of that.
and to see whether Titus Bayu.
Yes.
Lambusie.
Lambusie constituency. Yeah.
If he's going to Parliament or not. But yes, imagine the 9th Parliament without Osei Mensah Bonsu, and that's the reality you are getting.
And he's not going to be there. So Osei Mensah will not be there. We don't know if Alba Bagbe will continue to be Speaker.
I can tell you on authority that Bagbe will not be Speaker.
That is if
he said it.
The NDC gets a majority. That is if the NDC gets a majority.
Whatever trend you think has been established, I'm speaking based on that trend. That Alba Bagbe himself has said he will not be speaker again. But then you can never put anything past the politicians. They can change their minds, right?
Yeah, they can't change their minds.
But I don't see that happening.
You don't see it happening?
Personally don't see that happening.
At all?
I think he will be engaged differently, right? Yes. I think that Dua Jaho might return as speaker. And that's my bet.
Dua Jaho?
Yes, Dua Jaho might return as speaker for the purposes of balance. If Dramani Mahama wins,
I get you.
It will not make political sense for the speaker to also come from the same area.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the point.
So we'll see how that plays out in Parliament. So far,
I use the word if.
So far, with regard to the parliamentary elections that we have, we are talking about 4 seats for the NPP, and we have about 14 for the NDC and 1 independent, right? So up till now, these are the constituencies that we're working with, right?
Yes.
These are the constituencies that we're working with. And we have how many constituencies in so far? 20?
So far, we've had roughly about 20 constituencies coming
so
in.
Far, yeah.
Yes, and for the presidential, we can say that John Dramani Mahama has about 300,000 votes so far, and it puts him at some 56.68%. And this is in relation to the 20 constituencies that we have had so far. It's all the
just 20 out of 276.
Yes, and the numbers stand at about 300,000 votes for John Dramani Mahama, whereas Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is in the 200,000 or so region. So that's what we have for you at this particular point in time.
But with this provisional results, let's look at the others. Let's look at the others, right? Let's look at the others, right? So the independent candidates, there are 4 of them. Cheddar, Nana Kwame Bediako, according to what we have and what you see on your screen now, has 0.77% out of the provisional results that we have now. 4,112 votes for Nana Kwame Bediako so far out of the number of votes that have been cast, right? Alan Chamanting has only 1,215 so far. 1,215. Nanaya Sapon Kuma has 1,050. Christian Kwabna Andrews has 1,016. GCPP Danlate, or Danlate Jr., if I can call him that, has 610. Hassan Ayariga of the APC has 581. NDP 202. Kofi Akpalu 184. Joachim Berima Edu 111, and Kofi Kranting 102. So apart from NDC and NPP, the third force is Nana Kwame Bediako, according to the provisional results that we have. And Alan Chamanting is behind Nana Kwame Bediako, with 1,215. So that is what the trend is looking like. So as it stands now, John Mahama is polling 56.68%, and that is 303,208 votes, as against Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 41.6%, with 222,545 votes. And this is coming from 20 constituencies.
Yes, and one person I would like to engage at this point in time will be Kofi Akpalu, because I did engage him on Thursday.
Yeah, you engaged on the Morning Star.
The day that the 2 major political parties had their rallies, and he was confident that he was going to win. What are we talking
Win
about?
the presidency.
Win the presidency.
He was very confident.
And
he said, I'm going to win.
He said, I'm going to win.
I'm winning.
And I asked him whether he was being serious or, I mean, it was just for the fun of it. He said he was being serious.
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me of the NDC primaries. You remember Chen Hini's interview with Professor Alabi?
Yes. Are you not
happy to be talking to a future president?
Future president.
Yeah, so Kofi Akpaloo said he's going to win.
He insisted that he was going to win.
Yes.
And I said, okay, are you being serious or?
No, but why would he go into the race if it's not with the intention of winning?
He said
everybody wants to win, right? So why will he be in the presidential race? This is not the first time he's contested. So Kofi Akpaloo has been contesting, and he's been wanting to be president, so he believes that he's going to win.
You mean to tell us that Cheddar didn't know he was going to lose? Alacha Mati didn't know he was going to lose. Sapon Kuma didn't know she's going to lose.
You know, all of them want to be president.
Trust me, apart from
all of them want to be president.
Apart from Baumia and Mahama, everybody else knew that they were going to lose. In fact, they even say that among the two, Mahama and Baumia, at the point they look at the figures and they knew one of them was going to lose.
No, so I mean, are you saying that people cannot, dream?
Yeah, they can't be confident that Ghanaians will decide to do away with NPP and NDC.
Your dream must be realistic. And I said this that, see, they are doing business. And we grant that, right? But sometimes in your quest to talk yourself, or talk some confidence into yourself, don't belittle anybody's intelligence. Who doesn't know that we are here today talking about two main people, but because we've given them an opportunity to join, we've had to mention their names as well. I didn't know on our screens. So that makes them popular. That's it. Their aim is...
So you're saying that's the reason why they decided to contest, not because they legitimately
just to add to
that they had a chance.
Yeah.
You are saying that Alan Chemantin...
how long the ballot paper was.
So you are saying that Alan Chemantin going into the election...
Alan Chemantin had a mission, and I think so far in Ashanti region, mission accomplished.
But are we shocked that there's been a lot of talk about Alan and the Ashanti region and stuff like that? There was apathy in the Ashanti region, but if indeed Alan appealed to the Ashanti region, even with the apathy, would have seen, people vote for him.
Now you are right, but you see, when you are on top of a tree, right, and your aim is to get down, whether you descend slowly or you fall right from the top to the ground, you are down, right? If indeed the aim is to send MPP to opposition, regardless of how Alan succeeds in doing that, he has done it. And to him, I'm not sure if there are some aspirants who will be whipping this morning, or some of the candidates who will be whipping this morning. Alan will be one of them.
Yes.
Right. It's either John Mahama or Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Because they know how closer they have come to the final end of the game, right? So all of them had a mission. Alan Chemantin will be a very satisfied man if in the coming hours it's established that MPP is in opposition. What else would he want? You saw how he took on former President Kufuor.
Yes.
And if Alan still is given a microphone and he's to speak, he will say, upon everything that you did, what did it amount to?
Yeah. And I mean, Mr. Chemantin, I sincerely thought he would benefit from the votes in the Ashanti region, even when there was the apathy.
Because that is what we're looking at, right, with the Alan Chemantin factor, because he's also a son of the Ashanti region, and he's a stalwart within the NPP, and there are quite a number of people who like him within the NPP and would have even wanted him to be flag bearer of the NPP. Although when he was leaving the party, they didn't leave with him. There are some who left with him, but some did not leave with him. And so one would have imagined that he would be able to appeal to those people in the Ashanti region, because we saw some of his, campaign movements in the Ashanti region when we were in the heat of the campaign, right, with the butterfly movement. He'll go to markets and all of that with his yellow t-shirts, and he's received with quite a sizable crowd.
If we were going by the crowd,
I know, but one would have imagined that he would do well. So the voter apathy in the Ashanti region would rather have been perhaps protest votes. Let's go and vote for Alan to show that we really like him, so that it takes some away from the NPP candidate. But we are not seeing that happen. They've just decided that they are not even going to vote at all.
I get you. Lantam, you are from the Ashanti region.
Yes.
You were there before joining us here in Accra. But you don't seem to know your region. You see, Ashanti region will either vote for MPP or not vote.
Or they don't vote.
That's it. Just know this and be safe. They will either vote for MPP or not vote.
I mean, we know that, but you'd imagine that, with the level of disappointment that a lot of folks in the Ashanti region express. And we're seeing a lot of that. And you touched on it a little bit, because when you go to Ashanti region right now, it's more or less like a construction zone. There are projects which have been there since President Kufuor's time.
Yes. Yeah, and they are still there.
That are still there, that have not been completed, right? And people are complaining about it. How long have we been working on the Sofo line interchange all the way to the Ebuakwa stretch? The road from Kumasi to Sunyani. How long have we been talking about that particular road, and how long have we been constructing that particular road? Many of the interchange, the Swami interchange. What has happened to the Swami interchange? You go there right now in Kumasi, and it's an eyesore. The people are complaining about that, and they feel like they are being neglected, because every time we are giving you the votes, and you're not doing anything, to show us the appreciation, that you have for us with regard to the votes that we've been giving you. We love you. We don't like the NDC at all, and so we'll just sit down and fold our arms and we'll go and vote.
Yes.
And people, like you said, people were begging. We're going from house to house in the Ashanti region, telling people, go out and vote, go out and vote, go out and vote. And they were very nonchalant. It's like they didn't care, about it.
It's because of what they have seen over the years. Some of them, prior to the election, sometimes when I'm taking a stroll in town or I'm engaging people, I just would want to pick their mind with regard to the election and what they make of it and whether they are participating. A good number of the people I engaged spoke about how they were tired of the system. None of them were any better, so they would not vote anyway. Exactly. Do you understand? So the politician needs a reflection at this time. Whoever gets the opportunity to lead this country would have to lead a conversation or lead by example, that as a country, we must have some values. Do you understand?
Yes.
We must have some values, and if as a politician you promise the people that this is what you're going to do, please ensure that you do it. Because when you don't do it, or you do it haphazardly, every other person will look at the politician and judge them with your standard.
Yes, that's true.
You understand?
That's true.
So
but can we stop paying E-levy now?
Come on.
Well, no, all the results.
No, the elections are done, right? And the leading contenders, right?
All of them,
all said they were going to scrap E-levy. So now that we are done,
come into office.
But one is in office.
7th January 2025. So let's wait for that.
But on a more serious note, that was on the last note. I realized that another day was feeling sleepy. So
are you serious?
Well, on a more serious note, the point you made is very, very, very profound and crucial. See, many people do not care about democracy anymore, especially the young people, right? They feel they are not getting the dividends of democracy. They think it's a quick avenue to take yourself out of poverty. And they see that around them. They see that right before their eyes. And so whoever wins, right, the first 2 years will be crucial and critical. In reinstalling confidence and letting people know that democracy is not that hopeless, right? And trust me, there were many who thought that democracy was on the ballot paper. As in the sustainability of democracy, the survival of democracy or otherwise was on the ballot paper. People thought that way. People thought accountability was on the ballot paper, right? And trust me, the opposition sold that message and sold it very, very well. So Martin Ami, this writer, I don't know how he'll be feeling now, and I don't know how NDC will feel towards Martin Amido, right? But nonetheless, he said that he was the one who championed the accountability crusade and indicated that John Dramani Mahama might not be an angel, but at this material point
he's the one who can hold
the one who can
Akufo-Addo accountable.
Good.
Because if you're speaking of accountability, people have always made the arguments that if you look at the level of accountability within John Dramani Mahame's government and the level of accountability within Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, there is a stark difference. So let's put them side by side, right? We have an Akufo-Addo government who has said that, first of all, if you want to make money, don't join my government. Who coming into office said, I've not been corrupt, I've never been corrupt, and I'll never be corrupt, right? Who said that I will protect the public purse? You know, he made these very famous comments, you know, and he is the one who even said he was going to set up the independent office of the special prosecutor. He also said, when I come into office, I will use the ANAS principle. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said all of these things prior to becoming president, and then he becomes president. Now let's look at when he becomes president. Yes, he created the office of the special prosecutor, and then he put Martin Amidu in there, you know, as special prosecutor. Martin Amidu resigned from the office of the special prosecutor, calling him the mother serpent of all corruption. Now we also have many other instances where Akufo-Addo, you know, has said that, well, I'm not going to allow just any allegation to be made against my appointees without any due process. So I'll let them go through due process. Any allegation that has come, I've allowed the agencies to investigate, and then my appointees have come out on top. And that is where he got the name clearing agent from, right? Because people felt as though some of these investigations were shrouded in some sort of secrecy. So if there are investigations, put the findings of the investigations, you know, out, you know, and let us see what is going to happen in that regard. So you look at the corruption perception index as well, and then you'd realize that Mahame's best performance is this government's what? Worst performance with regard to the I mean this government's best performance, you know, is Mahame's worst performance, sorry, you know, according to the corruption perception index. So people have done that comparison and said that but you said all of these things when you were coming into office, and you've come into office and it's seemingly, you know, the opposite of what you were saying. Now let's look at John Mahame's government, you know, as well. When John Mahama became president, there were corruption scandals after corruption scandals after corruption scandals, and it's arguably one of the biggest reasons why he lost the 2016 elections the way he did, because there was GHOne, you know, there was SADA, there was Bas Brandon, you know, there was the Ford gift and all of that. Now let's look at what happened in all of those instances. Let's look at what happened, you know, with regard to, you know, GHOne, right? GHOne involved who? The late Honorable Abuga Pele.
No, it's not late.
It's not late. I mean, sorry, I beg your pardon. Abuga Pele, right? Yes. So, what happened in that particular instance?
He was prosecuted.
Exactly. He went through the process, right? He went through the process, and there was pressure, a lot of pressure on former President John Dramani Mahama, you know, to do something about this. But he didn't heed to the pressure. He said, you know, let the thing go, right? And then it went through. Eventually, what happened with Abuga Pele? Abuga Pele was jailed, right? What happened in the case of Victor? And these are the things that, you know, political actors and political analysts will always point to, right? What happened in the case of Victoria Hammer, who, you know, no corruption was found, you know, with regard to her work or anything. She was just heard in a record, and that was a scandal, saying that she wants to win 1 million. I mean, she wants to make $1 million before she leaves office. You know, Victoria Hammer, she was fired, you know, by the president. And these are some of the instances, right? Even in the Ford gifts, you know, where Manasseh Azure investigated that he got a Ford from Kanazoe, who is, you know, a Burkinabe contractor, and got, you know, a contract to construct a certain wall and roads, you know, and all of that. John Mahama went through Shraj and went through the process. What was the verdict of Shraj? The verdict of Shraj was that John Mahama did nothing wrong. I mean, he's not guilty of corruption, but he shouldn't have taken the Ford. That was the conclusion of Shraj. So even though they absolved him of blame, they said he shouldn't have taken. So when you touch on some of these things, right, and you do a juxtaposition to President Akufo-Addo's, you know, tenure, that is where you will see the reality of the corruption perception index come. That, okay, corruption seemingly was very bad at John Mahama, and we're very upset about it. But those who have come, what have they done about corruption? You know, and they've sort of, you know, they're sort of not even talking about corruption, you know, anymore, because there's one scandal after one scandal after one scandal.
With the time, people have had the opportunity to compare. They've had the opportunity to compare the then John Mahama administration and the current Akufo administration.
Yes, they've really had
and
time
how
to
they
compare.
have dealt with some of these issues that have come, how they have reacted to some of these issues that have come. And you know, there have been instances where the public sentiment is against something, but then you'd see governments push through.
Yeah.
There were instances like that under the Mahama administration.
Yeah.
But there have been more instances like that under the
It's like
Akufo
what we will
administration.
do is what we will do.
And the reactions have not been too pleasant. Apart from, for instance, which one did they back down on? The district level elections, right?
Yes, what's the name?
And which other one?
Election of MMDCs.
And the election of
MMDCs.
Yes, that was the district level.
There was, you know, there was
luxury tax.
The luxury tax.
Luxury
yes,
vehicle luxury tax.
They pulled back,
they pulled back
on that one. But even with,
but there was pushback on e-levy, and they pushed.
but even with
e-levy
the luxury tax one, there are economists who say that it was a good tax.
The vehicle luxury
just
tax.
that, yes, just that it was because the middle class, not middle class, the well-aligned people in society were going to be the ones to bear the brunt, and usually the well-to-do people, they don't want to pay that. The well-to-do, they have links within the government and stuff like that, and so on. But I mean, many people said if it had been structured properly, it would have been better to stick to the luxury.
You know, and all of this speaks to, you know, the candidate's honesty and the candidate's character. Because if you look at the Afro Barometer report, you know, talking about what will influence the choice of people to vote, when it comes to the issue of the candidate's honesty, right? We're talking about honesty. Who do the Ghanaian people see to be more honest among all of the candidates, right? And how much of that will influence your choice to vote, right? According to Afro Barometer, the candidate's honesty would make up 73%. So 73% are looking at all the candidates. Who can I trust? Who is honest in their dealings, right? Among all the 73 candidates, right? And 17% said they will look at it a little. And just 5% said they will not look at honesty at all. When it comes to the candidate's character, that's also very key. 70% are saying that they are going to look at character, right? 18% said they are going to look at character, but they are going to look at it a little. And 6% said, you know, they are not even going to look at character at all. Before campaign promises, right? Campaign promises, surprisingly, is lower. So a lot of people were not necessarily looking at campaign promises on the campaign platform, right? They were rather looking at character and honesty, because campaign promises, 35% said they are not considering campaign promises at all. 35% they are not considering at all. 27% said we are considering it a little bit, and only 32% said they are considering campaign promises a lot. So you see, that's what happened, and then the rest is, you know, money, gift, favors, candidates, ethnicity, which even they didn't play at all, and, you know, the religious faith, you know, and all of that. So when you look at, you know, what is happening now, I don't know, IB, if you will, you know, say that looking at the trend, all of these things are playing out. But
before you let IB come in, let me quickly go to Lejo Kuku and speak to Murtala Inusa, who is there for us. We understand that a coalition there is almost over. Murtala, what can you report?
One of the hottest spots that you can refer to is the Lejo Kuku seat. Currently, Benjamin Ayiku is the one who is holding that particular seat, and everything at this particular point in time is pointing to victory for Benjamin Ayiku. And you know, for those who remember, in 2020 parliamentary elections, many will remember that the vote margin, the margin with which Benjamin Ayiku, as it were, seat Dr. was elected by 1,000 votes. This time around, the output that they have done over 340 polling stations or polling centers. But 250 have been collated. I like it like that. And what has been collated shows that Benjamin Ayiku is in the lead, but for them, their own projection that they have done shows that they are winning, or he's winning this particular election by some over 12,000 vote margin. But of course, when you come to these premises here, at Lejokuku. Everything is going, collation is happening. Those polling station officers are in queues. And interestingly, when if you look at what is happening at home, the people or the indigents here have been able to enter into the precincts of the police station. But the police have made an arrangement just so that they do not directly interfere with the processes of collation. But what is also very key is that they have been able to comport themselves. But one thing that you cannot take away from them is the song that they have been singing, is the expression that they have been showing. Everything to show that whatever they want is what they are getting. And now one interesting thing also is that previously you would have seen tension here, but because of what they do know already by way of their own collations and what is happening, it is also members of the NDC that you can find here in their majority or bulk majority. And so you do not find that tension that you usually will find when both parties or both camps are here, both the NDC and the MPP are here. And so it has been a one-way traffic here. Some of them are behind the wall. Some of them are also seated. And just before I came to engage you that day, I had a brief interaction with the man himself, Benjamin Ayiku. In fact, he is seated there in all white, smiling all over. And as it said, if you know him very well, he's a man of few words. He doesn't speak so much. He's not that outspoken. He just gave me a smile and said, look, whatever you are hearing, if you are saying that I'm winning, that is fine. I am here because I also think that I am winning, but I'm waiting for an official declaration from the EC, just so I know that I have retained the seat. But he is eyeing a very resounding vote margin against Dr. Okoboy, who is currently the Minister for Health and also a former member of Parliament here, who he actually defeated before coming to before getting the seat for the NDC, and of course he's hoping to make a repeat. And one thing about this the Kuku seat is that no parliamentarian or parliamentary candidate or somebody who has been a member of parliament, sitting member of parliament, has never retained the seat.
Yes.
Here, once you can talk of Nole came one term for the NPP, he left. Honorable Nilo Tebua came in one term, he left. Benita Sena Okitikbia came one term, he left. Bernard Okoboy came one term, he left. And then Benjamin Ayiku is now in, and he is in probably or potentially to make history. So for what is happening now here, it looks like he is in a comfortable lead and he might retain the seat for the NDC.
All right, Mutala, thank you so much for that update there, telling us what the situation is in the Lejokuku area. And he tells us that they are almost done and it's looking like Bernard Ayiku will retain that seat, and you, like you just as you had predicted too, yes, that he was most likely going to, maintain that seat.
Yes, I had said that I've never heard Ayiku speak in Parliament, but you speak to the constituency and they don't care because they feel he's attending to their needs in the constituency. Yes. We also talked about the Homo Jamboree that was scattered. Yes. The reason why Okubo was never forgiven. And I remember I asked a question as to whether 4 years will be enough for him to be forgiven. If what Mutala told us is anything to go by, he might have to return again to get the forgiveness, right? I think there are many stories and conventions that we are used to that are being rewritten. Adentan is one of them.
Yes.
Right? And those stories are being rewritten, political stories. Lejokuku has just followed suit. If what Mutala told us is anything to go by. So now you cannot say that these constituencies are no-go areas. I was talking about Ododododo. That I'm wondering why you guys still refer to Ododododo as a swing constituency. It's not. MPP took it once, NDC took it back and it's never left.
That was in 2000?
Yes.
MPP took it in 2000.
And when MPP took it, MPP was in power. When it slipped, it's never gone anywhere. So Ododododo can never be referred to as a swing constituency anymore.
Yeah.
Right? And I referred to you what happened during the internal elections of the NPP.
Yeah.
All those places, Kennedy Upon War. It tells you the disaffection between the people there and the system.
Yes.
Right.
All right. You just touched on Odododio, right?
Yes.
So we're getting some parliamentary results from Odododio this morning. we understand that Abdul Manaf Soa in Ododo has polled 24,877 votes.
Yes.
Right? Alfred Nikoteashi of the NDC has polled 38,473 votes, which means he has retained the seat for the NDC, right? Exactly. Taking over from Neil Lante van der Poy in Ododo. And there were some skirmishes earlier in Ododo, as Kweku Teming has been reported. Alfred Anete Abe of the PPP 193 and Richard Jate Abe of the CPP 175. So the NDC has retained the seat at Ododo. The total rejected ballots in Ododo is 468, and the total votes cast is 64,186. So to the point that you were making, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, Ododo remains with the NDC. So Edwin Neil and van der Poy has handed over the baton to his fellow comrade in the NDC, Alfred D. Koteashi, and he has won that seat with 38,473 votes. Now, my colleague Kweku Teming has been in Ododo. So we will be going to Kweku Teming to give us an update with regard to what's going on in the Ododo constituency as these results are trickling in. If Kweku Teming is there and Kweku Teming can hear me, okay. We don't have Kweku Teming yet, but this is from Ododo.
Oh yes, and I remember Kweku Teming earlier engaged Ashikote, who was in what talcum powder, Yes, so he was
but let's go to the northern region now, because our man in the northern region, Noah Nash, is joining us. Earlier we were picking up some reports from the northern region, especially with regard to Yendi. Noah Nash, what can you report to us from the northern region as regards how collation is going on?
So this morning, since yesterday afternoon, we've been at the Regional Coalition Center, which happens to be in Tamale, and we've been receiving some feedbacks. And I can tell you for a fact that it's been a very troubling one for a lot of people who are in Yendi. There has been some jubilation so far in Tamale Metropolis over what the results seems like to be trickling in to confirm that Honorable Farouk had lost the seat in Yendi. And the margins are quite very interesting. The trickling in results that we've seen so far. For the NDC, which happens to be lawyer Fatawi Jufa, who happens to have pulled 30,707. That is the total number of votes he pulled out in the Yendi constituency. Then Farouk, who happens to be Alhaji Farouk, also pulled 29,819. Then there is an independent candidate. The independent candidate actually pulled 9724. That means that he had pulled a vote that could have gone to Farouk, and based on that, a lot of people are not too excited about the situation. And it's been confirmed by some party officials that Farouk has lost the seat. But the information coming from his campaign team is that he is actually saying he wants to contest the result because he feels that few anomalies have happened in certain areas and he wants to do so. And we are waiting for the communication team of Farouk to actually serve us with any written document with respect to whether he actually has some reservations on the actual results that actually took place in the Yendi constituency. Another one that I want to also bring to your notice is another seat that has also been lost to the NDC, is the Woolensey seat. The Woolensey seat has gone to an independent candidate. The independent candidate is the one that has won the Woolensey seat. The NDC candidate has lost it. That gentleman who won the Woolensey seat now happens to be an independent NDC candidate who contested in the primaries and lost and has some reservations. That reservations were not dealt with, and apparently he felt that there was a need for him to go independent. Now, these are the two dynamics that happened in that particular Woolensey constituency. There were two Nanumba candidates that actually took her, and he is the only Kukumba candidate that actually stood for that particular seat. And so it's presumed that based on those interesting dynamics, that Kukumbas will always be loyal to you, have actually played a key role in actually making him a winner. So these are the tricky ones. And also, there are some few seats that have, the Nanton seat, for instance, the result that came into the coalition center actually gives us a confirmation. That the Nanton seat has been won. So the NDC candidate have actually won the Nanton seat. The Pandai seat has been lost by the NDC. The Pandai seat has been lost by the NDC. Zabul seat has been won by the NDC. And then there's also another one that I want to also share with you. These are very interesting ones. Sanarugu seat has been won. The Mion seat has also been won by the NDC. Savulugu seat has been won by the NPP.
All right, so we're having issues with Noah Nash's connection, but he has been announcing some of the seats that have been won in the northern region. He's been announcing the seats, quite a number of notable seats there. You know, Myong, Pandai, you know, is going back.
Formerly held by Murtala
Mohammed before he went to Tamale Central.
Yeah, NDC has taken that seat. Pandai NDC has lost to Matthew Nyindam. Matthew Nyindam, at the point, was a leader in Parliament. Lost the seat. And he was very confident that he was going to take it back. Yeah, he's been successful in that regard. Yes, and then, of course, the Woolensey seat. The Woolensey seat has equally been won by an independent candidate.
Who takes his roots from the NDC.
Yes.
All right, but let's take some more results now.
Yes, let's go to Joel. He is in Adenta. Joel, what can you report where you are? Joel.
All right, good morning. Trust you guys are doing well in the studio.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. What can you report from where you are?
All right, so we've been here. The coalition is still ongoing. The results are not out yet. It's been quite slow. The incumbent has been here with us since dawn as well. He's now leaving he says he wants to go and take a rest. He's also been observing how things have gone so far. We've been in there with him since dawn. Till this. It's not been declared, but the way it's looking, from out of 406 polling stations and the coalition that is going on, it's obviously looking like, we know this particular constituency is a swing one because it doesn't belong to one party. That's the history here. But unfortunately, it's looking like the NDC might be taking it. It looks like the incumbent will be retaining this particular seat, looking at the figures that are coming in, that are being collated. So I'm sure he's also expecting that by close of midday, we should get some results, confirmed results that will be signed and then sent to the EC for confirmation.
All right, Joel, thank you very much with those updates there. Let's now quickly go to the Odododio constituency and engage Kweku Timing. He's also been there from yesterday morning through the night all the way to today. Kweku, what do you have?
Well, I adore the way you presented it right from yesterday. So we've done more than a 24-hour run, and we're still here at Odododio. Confidently, I can tell you, just as we've been reporting throughout yesterday till this morning, the NDC, kind of after getting the results, is in the lead. But let me share some of the statistics of the figures that we're picking with you. Abdul Manaf Soa, who is contesting for the MPP polled 24,877, and that's if you put all the polling stations together. This is what he polled. Once again, 24,877. Now, Alfred Nikote Ashi, who has widely been celebrated in the constituency, he is standing on the ticket of the NDC, put 38,473. 38,473. So it just goes to tell you that, yes, the NDC has maintained its dominance right here in the Ododo constituency. Well, the presidential is going that same direction, but the figures are still being put together. The cameras will pan a little bit. You realize that the electoral officers are still actively engaged in their duty. They've been running 24 hours and ensuring that all the figures that they put out there are figures that will be certified, although provisional for now. We had some other persons contesting the parliamentary seats, and that includes Alfred Anete Abbey. Alfred Anete Abbey stood for the PPP, and I had an interview with him early on where he mentioned that, a vote for the NDC or the MPP is a waste of votes because they've been in, they've been out, they've not done anything for the constituents that he is in to help the fisher folk, provide insurance, amongst other things for them. But unfortunately, with all his campaign words, campaign messages, and everything that he assured the electorate, his numbers were simply not enough. So Alfred Anete Abbey for PPP pulled 193. 193. And then finally to the CPP, where Richard Jate Abbey contested for the CPP. He also pulled 175 votes. So those are some of the figures for the parliamentary. Of course, it's provisional. These figures are done with by the EC. It's just left with the announcement.
And so that was Kweku Timing bringing us the latest in relation to the situation in Ododo constituency. Let's go and speak to Etonam Kumashi. She is in Sawam Idredri area. Earlier when we spoke to her, there were some gunshots that were fired at the collation center. Let's see whether the situation is better now. Etonam, what can you report at the moment? Etonam. Well, Etonam, can you hear me? Etonam, can you hear me? And sincerely, to our viewers, viewer discretion in relation to the video we're about to show you. There are scenes coming from the Insawame Dredri area after the military reinforcement was called in to instill order as a group of people attempted to get into the coalition center. They were agitating because of the delays in the coalition, and there have been some injuries as a result of it, and we are asking that there be some viewer discretion as we project those images there. Etonam, what is the situation at the moment at the coalition center in Isawame Dredri? Etonam. Okay. All right, so the scenes you're seeing on the television, on your television sets, like I did say, viewer discretion, first of all, but then this individual in question was shot in the thigh, and this is an injury the person sustained as a result of the gunshots that were fired to disperse the crowd that were insisting or demanding that the process be sped up. There are scores of allegations being made all around because of the delay. There are claims being made on all that, but those are unverified claims as we speak. But these officers were there to restore order. As we understand, they were called in as reinforcement. They fired gunshots. Unfortunately, some individuals have been injured in the process, and that is what you're seeing on your screens at the moment. We'll try one more time to see if we'll be able to reach our reporter on the ground, Etonam Kumashi, to give us some further details with regard to this situation. Etonam, can you hear me? Well, Etanam doesn't seem to be able to hear me, so we can still go ahead and watch the unfortunate scenes on the television while we wait to connect with Etanam. And this is troubling. We have talked about it here, that these delays is agitating a lot of the people at these polling or collation centers and must be speedily addressed. Lantam, okay, before I go to Lantam, let's try one more time to see if we'll be able to speak to Etanam. Etanam, can you hear me? Etanam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So we've seen videos of someone who was shot in the thigh and has been injured.
Hello?
Etanam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. What can you report at the moment?
Okay, so currently the EC has refused to declare the results at the Insam Adwejri constituency amidst the chaos happening here. So one person has been injured. It has still not been confirmed how he was injured or who actually took the shot, but he's been taken to the hospital. And the military, the security personnel around, the military, the police, the prison officers, they have left the premises. So the coalition was happening at the St. Martin Secondary School, but currently everyone has moved. So I'm making my way. I'm actually following the police car to see where, it's going to, because the EC has left. The EC has left St. Martin Secondary School. So right now, we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know whether the results will be declared today. We don't know where the result is going to be declared. So I'm just following. That is the update right now. One person has been injured, by the way. He was sent to the hospital. There are allegations that he was shot by bodyguard of the MP, and some are even saying that it's the MP himself here for the Insam Adwejri constituency, but nothing has been confirmed just yet, so I would have to confirm that. But one person has been injured and he's been sent to the hospital. He was shot.
Etanam, you tell us that the officials of the Electoral Commission, because of the chaos, have refused to declare the results. So they made away, they've left with their documents and their pink sheets and all?
So they still hasn't declared the results. They were supposed to declare it hours ago. And that is what agitated supporters of the National Democratic Congress, but believe that they have won the election and so they wanted it declared. But the chaos and everything, I said initially that the gate has been breached. The gate to the secondary, to the coalition center has been breached. So everyone is entering with accreditation or not. And so the EC has decided not to declare the results at this particular center. Currently, where it will be declared, we don't know. We don't even know if it will be declared today. So I'm just following up to see what I can gather as far as this concerns.
And with this computation that the EC did, any indication as to who won that particular constituency?
So currently, it looks as if Philibert Selom-Fume, who is the candidate for the National Democratic Congress, has won the election. That is how it looks. And there were even speculations that the MP Frank Anodompe refused to sign the documents, and that is why the EC has also been unable to declare the results. He says that he will not concede defeat.
And you say that currently it seems as though it is the candidate of the NDC who has won it. Usually at the coalition centers, they project the figures on a particular screen. Was that the situation?
Please take the question again.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you said that it looks or seems as though it's the NDC candidate that has won, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm asking.
That is what it looks like now.
Okay, and I'm. All right, so Etanam Kumashi is our reporter on the ground, bringing us the details with regard to the situation at the Insam Adwejri Coalition Center. At the moment, she tells us that the Electoral Commission has halted the plan or intention to declare the results of that constituency because of some chaos there. Etanam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, are you okay? Are you okay? Etanam?
Yes, hello.
Yes, are you okay? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't hear the question.
That's fine. I'll take it again. I'm saying that were the results projected on a screen at the coalition center?
Yes.
Okay. And per the computation, you saw that it was the NDC candidate that was winning?
Per
the results that were projected on the screen, did it indicate that it was the NDC candidate that was winning?
Hello?
All right, unfortunately, we'll have to terminate the conversation and try and re-establish contact with Etonam. I asked her about who had won the election there, following the agitations and all that are coming in. She says that it seems as though the NDC had won. But usually at the coalition centers, there are screens projected there where you see the computation being done. So I just wanted to know whether the computation pointed to that. And so if we're able to get a better connection to Etonam, would have that conversation with her. But the gentlemen are still here with me. Lantam Papanko and Ibrahim Al-Hassan. Unfortunately, somebody has been injured as a result
as a result of gunshots. You know, and it's always disheartening when we see these things during our elections, right? And to the point that the NDC was making before the peace pact was signed, and when Adam Bona was asked earlier, right, he made these points that, look, the peace pact will be meaningless if the necessary measures that need to be taken to ensure that there is actually peace are not done. The peace pact will just be a paper that we come and sign and, you know, do jamboree and say that we are signing peace pact, and it will mean nothing. You see, that is why the NDC referred to what happened in the last election, where people were shot, 8 people died. Those issues up till today are unresolved. Up till today, those issues are unresolved. Yet again, in this election, we are seeing people dying and people getting shot and injured. Once again, even after signing the peace pact and after that caution had been sent. Now look at what is happening. And in Sawama Dueju, look at what is happening in Kaswa, look at what is happening in Tolong, and all of these places. And it is highly unacceptable. Highly unacceptable. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand the reason why Ghanaians and the politicians that Ghanaians support, and the Ghanaians who are members of political parties and staunch members of political parties who want their candidates to win, cannot simply go through the process. If you lose, you lose. You come and try again. If you win, you win. You try to do better so that you keep your win. Can't it be as simple as that? Why does, because of power, somebody have to take up, you know, a gun and try to do some machination somewhere and try to sneak in ballot papers because I've realized that I'm losing, and, you know, I have to take in a gun, I have to use macho men to go and intimidate people because I may be like, I don't understand for the life of me why, as a country, you see. And the sad thing about all of this is that the person of interest, who is the parliamentary candidate, who wants to win at all costs, and will use some of these thugs, you know, and some of these hoodlums to foment trouble, at the end of the day will be unscathed. And the individuals who they will use to foment trouble are the ones who are eventually going to be made. Now, when they become the sitting member of parliament, you went to pick up the gun. Those people who have been arrested with the AK-47, you know, weapons, right? Those people who have been arrested, you think that the sitting member of parliament is going to do something for you when he's in parliament? When he's sitting in parliament, doing when he's driving in his Land Cruiser, when he's taking his sitting allowances for committees, when he's, you know, taking his emoluments as an Article 71 office holder, you know, and when he's doing all of those things, where will you be? Where will you be? Are you going to be enjoying it with him?
It's rather unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate.
And we would want that the Electoral Commission will address this as soon as possible. And we've been talking about it, that this is something that should be addressed. And consistent, it was one of the major problems that was identified in the 2020 elections. That the delays at the coalition centers. When people are kept in a place, an uncomfortable place for that matter, for that long.
What is happening at Sawama Dueju?
It will create agitation.
Why is, you know, because from what Etonam Kumashi is telling us is anything to go by, and I mean, we trust our reporter, right? It looks as though collation has been done and we know where we are headed, but one person probably is refusing to concede, because we've heard the reports that Frank Anodompre, who is the incumbent member of parliament, is refusing to sign, the results, because, the candidates have to sign before the EC. And so they've left the place. Where are they going? Some of these things happened in the last election, where EC officials were whisked away from the collation centers, and results were declared at places where they were not supposed to be declared, without anybody there, without any party agents and anybody there. And I mean, the issues that came up at Techima and South and some of the areas in the Bono, we saw some of these things happen, didn't we? Where it was giddy. All of a sudden, then the EC officials are not there, the candidates are not there, they've gone to stand somewhere and they've gone to declare results. Why are we doing that? And what mechanism does the EC have in place, right? If the EC notices and the EC themselves are convinced that these are the results that we have, and it is certified for us, and somebody is refusing to accept it there and then, what are the protocols for the EC? What do they do with regard to declaration? Do they try to coax the candidates to sign, or because the candidate has not signed, they don't declare the results? I'm wondering what the protocol is in that particular regard, and it's worrying. It's very, very worrying that up till now, it's 6:58 a.m., it's 2 minutes to 7 a.m. Up till now, we still do not have a majority of the constituency results out.
Yes, and it's once again troubling. It's once again troubling that we are having to have this conversation over and over again. Over and over again. Whenever this conversation comes up, the EC defends it and says that it is confident in the process. The EC would tell us that some of these things are outside its purview. But then again, when you introduce processes that makes the whole process more cumbersome, what do you solve?
Yes.
What do you solve?
So now, it seems like the caution we sent out has not been heeded to. We actually predicted in our earlier comments on the back of the agitations from the party supporters or the young people who have massed up at the collation center in Nsawam Wajiri. We had actually mentioned that if alacrity is not deployed, if care is not taken, and these young people are allowed to stay there for a while, there will be trouble, because the military had been deployed, and the military went there with loaded weapons. Later did we know that the next report we will hear from the enclave is that somebody has been shot.
Yeah.
See, the point I made was that the individuals there have been emboldened by reports that they picked across the country.
Exactly.
They know the status of their party. They know the seats that they have reportedly won. Now, a group that is confident in a quest that is embarking on is a group that will go to the very last point.
Yeah.
If there's a need for an intervention from the higher authorities as far as the EC is concerned, that must be done and must be done quickly. The report I picked from the EC still is that the explanation for the delay is that residents or party people have massed up at the collation centers, including Techima and South, where we are learning that a ballot box was picked and bent because of suspicion.
Techima was South.
Yeah.
The same place.
Yes.
Same place.
Yes, same
place.
The same place.
Yes.
Some of these things, it's really unfathomable, because you're thinking that we have moved beyond these things. One would ask that how are the political parties going to these centers and claiming they are won?
Yeah.
You have had, initially it used to be political talk, where the politicians will say the elections are won
at the
polling stations.
No anymore.
The EC itself has been harping that narrative. So you are telling the people that they should have parallel tabulation systems, right?
Yes.
And so if that is what they have done, and to them they have won,
and they have their pink sheets, and they have their pink sheets,
they have won,
and the results on their pink sheets.
They will agitate.
Of course they will.
They will agitate.
The slow pace, and we've said it over and over again, the slow pace of the collation doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help matters. And I want to understand, I really want to understand what factors contribute to the slow pace of collation. I just want to understand that. Is it that they are trying to be very meticulous, and so because of that, they want to go over it again and again and again? Or, what is it? I really want to understand.
Maybe the numbers are really huge, and so it delays the process, perhaps.
There's nothing like huge.
But see, I'm telling you now, both major political parties, the MPP and the NDC, have a majority of their results. But they've decided that they are not going to put a lot of it out there because they want to wait. They want to wait on the EC. But I'm telling you for a fact that as at now, both of them know, from the majority of the results that they have at their various collation centers, both of them know where they stand. You see, and some of the party supporters who are picking up information from these collation, centers of these political parties, that is where the agitation is coming back. You see, because if per information that they are picking up, they know that we are winning here, we are winning there, or we are losing here, we are losing there, and the collation is taking too long, we are going to see agitation. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that now at least, light has come back and we are not doing it under the cover of darkness again. So if light goes off or anything, at least now the sun is up. I'm happy about that. But see, the collation needs to be faster than this. It needs to be faster than this.
It absolutely. Ibrahim, do you want to take some water?
Yes.
And our election coverage is brought to you by Verna. Verna purified water. Yes. And can see Verna, we are able to refresh, our throats because we keep talking. But we've been talking since what time? About 4 a.m.
I think since forever.
Okay, you have been here.
You've been here.
You have been here, right? But at least for Lantam and I, we've been talking since about 4 a.m.
Right? And talking about the Nsawam, Aduaji seat,
and
that is held by.
Hold on briefly for me. I mean, let me finish with my accolades when it comes to Verna, okay? Because this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general elections. Now, Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. Make sure you drink water, okay? Because all these things can be a little stressful. Ibrahim,
yes, indeed,
how do you do it? That you keep talking in?
Yes, it's the water one. So Verna, if you want to talk like me, Verna.
If you want to be talking from 2 a.m., I think you should take a sip, right?
Yeah,
I think it's a perfect time for all of us to take a sip.
You say, right, all of you are drinking Verna, and I'm Vernaless. Please, someone should get me some Verna, please.
The easy officials at Insawam, if they were drinking Verna, they wouldn't be doing what
we should do cheers before we drink it.
Since when do we do cheers to water?
Cheers, yeah.
By the end of the day, some people will be doing cheers. Some people will be doing cheers, and other will be.
It depends on where you fall.
Other will be licking their
whatever be the case. Ultimately, I think Richard Ahiagba said something. Ultimately, it's about Ghana, right?
And it's about easy too.
It's about Ghana. Okay, no, I was even talking about at the end of everything. There will be victors and there will be the vanquished.
Yes.
But ultimately, it's about Ghana.
So
Ghana has won.
I'm going to tell the victors not to jubilate. Don't do that. Or is that what
no. I'm just saying there will be.
Okay, so
there will be victors, there will be vanquished.
Yeah, but there's what?
Ultimately, it's about Ghana winning.
They should be magnanimous in victory.
Well, I just hope they don't go about.
You can't
I just hope they don't
that.
go about blocking toilets. That's all.
Yes, that's the thing. Yes.
But I mean, people.
You will be surprised.
Okay, the last time toll booths.
Yes.
People took
but now the toll booths are no longer.
But now the toll booths are no longer.
Because there are no toll booths, all eyes will be on the toilets.
Or they might go and open the toll booths themselves.
On the public toilets. I'm saying because there are no toll booths now, there'll be more pressure to go and lock up there. So we are admonishing all of you, please don't do that.
Don't do that.
But I wanted to come back and talk about the Nsawam Aduaji seat, right? Which is held by Frank Anadompre. He's a whip.
So what?
He's a leader in parliament.
So he cannot lose?
No, but I'm saying we don't know. Reports indicates that he may have lost. But we don't have the certified results from the Electoral Commission, right? We do not have that.
No,
that's true.
Right? So we are not definite. We are not making a definite pronouncement. We don't know.
Yes.
But according to reports, it appears, from the reports that we're picking up on the ground at Nsawam Aduaji, that he may have lost because he's refusing to concede, according to reports, defeat.
Yes.
You know, and he has refused to sign onto, you know, whatever results that have been declared.
Have you seen the results from the Sound prisons? Oh, you should look for it. Oh, prisoners vote. Why are you looking
I know they do, but I have never really paid attention to
I'll
who
send
they
it
vote
to you.
for.
The results from the Sawan prison.
Yes.
They voted overwhelmingly.
It's telling, very telling. I think so.
Yes.
I saw it.
We'll find that and share that with us.
You know, but you were saying earlier that, you know, in Sawama Duajiri seat would be, one would imagine that it would be a safe seat for the NPP.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a safe seat for the NPP.
There are a number of dynamics in the Sawama Duajiri constituency.
Yes.
There are many settler communities in the constituency. Hitherto, the NDC had never have a formidable candidate. I remember in 2016, the NDC fielded a lady, and that was where John Mahama went and said that they should vote for the lady because his female appointees were outperforming his male appointees. And I remember doing the story, and later on, the male appointees were accosting me and asking me where the president then said that, and I sent them the audio. Right. The point I'm making is, it looks like this guy has come with some level of force, and Frank Anadompre, before the party's even primaries, right, supported Baumia. He just didn't support Baumia.
Okay.
He took a dig at Kennedy Japan, and it was quite hot.
Yes.
Constant exchange of words here and there. I remember I attended no less than 3 press conferences, right? Now, Kennedy Japan then vowed to unseat him, and I'm not making this up.
Yes.
But just that the candidate that Kennedy Japan sponsored did not sit up, as the Gen Zs will say. There's also a chieftaincy, raging chieftaincy matter in Nsawama Duajiri that involves the Otihene and what have you. And so there is more to happenings within the constituency than just a chief rep who has been an MP on 3 occasions, 4 occasions, and what have you. And that's what we're witnessing. But the point we're making is that regardless of what the outcome is, collate, make it known. Farouk is already saying that he said it to the court in the ND. The court is still there for whoever feels that you need redress.
Go to court.
Yeah.
Go to court and let the court decide. You know, and let the court decide.
If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Election Hub here on GHOne Television, also live on Star 103.5 FM, streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and our other affiliates across the country. Let's take you through some of the results that have come in so far for the Seshwi and Kontombra constituency, a seat that was held by the NPP. It's been taken by the NDC. The incumbent is Jonubua Alex Tete. He is with the NPP, and he polled some 13,486 votes, and he has lost to the NDC's candidate Pius Kwame Inka of the NDC. He polled 16,693. That's for the Seshwi and Kontombra constituency. And for the presidential race in that constituency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we'll just stick with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and John Dramani Mahama. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP, he polled 11,834. And then for John Dramani Mahama, he polled 17,548. So the NDC won both the presidential and parliamentary in that constituency. Lantam, which constituency do you have?
So I have results from the Himang Lower Dentra constituency, and we will begin with the presidential results that we have. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia coming in with 13,943 votes. Daniel Latte of the GCPP with 30 votes. Christian Kwabena Andrews of GUM with 69. Kofi Akpalu with 11. Mohammed Frimpong with 6. Nana Akosia Frimpoma Saponkuma Kuba with 38. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC with 12,423. Hassan Abdullah Ayariga 38. Kofi Kranting 6. George Chumberema 5. Nana Kwame Bediako 192, and John Alan Chemanting 75. So this is Hemang Lower Dentra. And in the presidential election, by about a margin of a little over 1,000 votes, Alhaji Dr. Mahmood Bawumia has won that constituency in the presidential election. Now, in the parliamentary election, Lawrence Ajinsem of the NPP, 17,228. Ejapong Mensah Seth of the NDC, 9,527. Samson Kwame Onoa of the CPP, 113. And Benjamin Bimpong Donko Independent, 377. Now, it's very, very interesting if you look at the figures here, comparing the two major political parties, right? You're looking at Alhaji Dr. Mahmood Bawumia's figures for this constituency, right? Hemang Lower Dentra, 13,943, right? And compare that to the NPP candidate who has won in that constituency, 17,228. So the figures are telling a story that there has been skirt and blouse voting in this particular constituency, right? Because John Mahama has 12,423. 12,423. So that is just, about 1,000 and a few hundred difference, right? If you do the tabulation between Mahmood Bawumia and John Mahama in the presidential election. But when you look at the parliamentary candidates for this constituency, it is 9,527. Right, so you can see that there was a little bit of a skirt and blouse if you look at the situation, if you look at this constituency, right? So the total number of votes that were cast in the presidential is 26,834, and the rejected ballots were 833. And of course, we have 27,245 for the parliamentary, and rejected ballots 400. So this is Hemang Lower Dentra
all right.
constituency.
Very soon we'll be going to the central region because the returning officer for the Cape Coast South constituency has officially declared Kweku Ricketts Hagan George as the Member of Parliament elect for the Cape Coast South constituency. I think this will be one of the first official declarations we are seeing from the coalition centers across the country. Let me also bring you the results from Ofuasi Ayerebi. No surprises there. That seat is occupied by Kojo Opon Nkrumah, a former journalist. When Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into office, he appointed him as a deputy information minister. He rose to become the substantive information minister. He was there for the longest part of the term before he was recently moved to the Works and Housing Ministry. And so Kojo Opon Nkrumah stays firm in Ofuasi Ayerebi. He polled some 18,601 of the votes that were cast there. And his opponent, Alfred Osei-Poku of the NDC, polled 13,415. And this is coming from a total vote cast of 32,475. And then the total rejected ballots, 459. We're still having conversations about rejected ballots. They are quite a number. Let's look at what they got when it comes to the presidential race. I'll stick to John Mahama and Dr. Mahmood Bawumia. Dr. Mahmood Bawumia polled 18,124. All right. And then John Dramani Mahama, he polled 12,977. And like I said earlier, the total vote cast, 32,541. And the total rejected ballots for the presidential, 851. 851. Compare that to the 459 from the parliamentary elections. This is over 1,000 votes. And this is an instance where people are winning the elections with just a few hundreds, sometimes with 1,000 and below. And you are losing as much as this when it comes to rejected ballots. Sincerely, that is very concerning. And so those are some of the constituencies that we have here at Lantam.
Yes, and we are going to the new constituency, the 276th constituency that was created. These are the individuals who were disenfranchised in the last election. That is the people of Sal, Santoro Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi. You remember in the last election in the year 2020, they did not have a member of parliament. They were only allowed to vote in the presidential election. This time around, the GHOne constituency was created and they have a representation in parliament. Now, if you look at the representation of the GHOne constituency in parliament, they are going to be represented by an NDC candidate. So the member of parliament elect for the GHOne constituency is Agbenyo Fred Kwesi, and he polled 9,963 votes. 9,963 votes. The NPP's Michael Osibo came in with 2,998 votes, and there was one Seko who is with the NDP, Seko Susie, with 82 votes. So this is for the GHOne constituency, that is Santoro Kofi, Likpe, Akpafu, and Lolobi. Now, when it comes to the presidential, of course, you remember famously that Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman was asking the people of Sal to punish the NPP for denying them representation in parliament in the last election. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia coming in with 2,103 votes for the NPP and Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. John Dramani Mahama coming in with 10,603 votes. So that is a difference of about 8,000 for the GHOne constituency. The other candidates in the GHOne constituency are GCPP 18, Christian Kwabna Andrews 33, Kofi Akpalu 3, Mohammed Frimpong 6, Sapon Kuma 29, Hassan Ayaraga 15, Kofi Krantin 2, George Chumberima 2, Nana Kwame Bediako Cheddar 18, and Alan Chairman-Ting 26. So that is results from the GHOne constituency.
Let's take you to the Ayawaso Central constituency. This is a kind of result where you would hear people say, well, an oak tree has fallen. Henry Quarte, more of a colossus of that constituency after he was elected after Sheikh I.C. Quay. He has lost the seat to the NDC's candidate. Henry Quarte, he polled 23,345. And then his main opponent, Abdul Rauf Tonjim Tubazu, he polled 29,755. That is for the Ayawaso Central constituency. This is a constituency that has been predominantly NPP. It's been predominantly blue. It's gone the way the NPP is gone the NPP way since its inception, since that constituency was created. But in this year 2024, the wind of change has caught up with it. Also, the Ayawaso East constituency. You have there Mahama Nasature, he polled 21,250, and then Zak Rahman of the NPP, he polled 549. So no surprises there really, because it's a seat that was for the NDC earlier. And then Ododo Diodo, Alfred Nikote Ashi, he polled 38,473 of the votes that were cast. His main opponents, Sowa Abdul Manaf, he polled 24,877. Right. That's for the Dudu constituency. No surprises there too either, because this is a seat that has largely gone the NDCs. We are apart from the year 2000.
Yeah, where he was taken by the NPP, yes. And so no surprises there. Another area where there are no surprises is the Buem constituency. Yes. The constituency that Kofi Adams represents. Of course, it's always been green, and it continues to be green because Kofi Adams has won in that constituency with 17,510 votes as compared to Richard Kojo Ajayi's 4,852 votes in the Buem constituency, right? For presidential, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is doing 4,030 votes. John Mahama is doing 17,758 votes in the Buem constituency. And of course, the other candidates in Buem, Daniel Augustus Latte, 28, Gum, 51, Akpalu, 4, Mohammed Frimpong, 9, Sapon Kuma 68, Hassan Ayarga, 39, Kofi Krantin, 3, George Chumberima 3, Nana Kwame Bediako 28, and Alan Chamanting 59. So let's go to Bolgatanga Central, where my colleague Musa Lansa is standing by. Musa, welcome. Good morning to you. Tell us what is happening in Bolgatanga Central. Are we seeing some collated constituency results?
That time has been a very slow and painful process from the Bolgatanga Central constituency. As we speak, you can see from the back the collation of figures from the various polling stations are still ongoing. Bolgatanga Central has 152 designated polling stations plus 2 special voting polling stations, making it 154. And from last night, we've been collating the figures from the various polling stations. Most of them are in very remote areas, but now all the pink sheets are in the collation center here at the Regional House of Chiefs, and the electoral officers are inputting them into the system. And so we're looking at somewhere 8 a.m. when the whole process will be over. So far, we just have about 38, a little over 38 polling stations out of the 154 polling stations to be done. In the Upper East region generally, collation of the various collation centers has been very, very slow, and because of the nature of the areas the polling stations are. As at 10 p.m., some polling stations were still counting, especially in the Busiga constituency.
Right, Musa Lansa, my colleague there, looks like the network is not favoring us this morning, but he has been reporting that it's been generally smooth in the Bolgatanga Central constituency. All right, Musa, we have you back. We lost you for a moment there. You were giving us some more updates.
Well, so as I said, collation has been painfully slow. Most of the people who were here last night have left. There's just a few of the electoral officers who are still here, and some party observers from especially the NDC. You know, Upper East region is largely an NDC region from 1992. It's just a few times you find the MPP winning some seats here, but generally it's not been like other areas where people massed up at the collation center to see what's happening. Yesterday, that's at 11 p.m. Just a few people were here at the collation center in the Bolgatanga Central constituency. Now, most of the people from the constituencies have taken their items to the regional collations, and from here we'll be heading there to see how the regional collation is being done. But so far, the NDC seems to have won 15 out of the 15 constituencies in the Upper East region.
Right, thank you very much, Musa Lansa, for bringing us that update from the Upper East region, and he has been at the Bolgatanga Central, constituency, and so it looks like the process has been smooth.
It's the same problem everywhere.
The process has been smooth there, but collation, and that has been the problem. Now,
it is difficult to say that maybe it was a number situation. I think it's a general approach taken by the Electoral Commission, because it's unacceptable that we are into the next day.
It's 7:26 a.m.
It's unacceptable.
7:26 a.m.
And the general chorus is that the process has been slow. I remember I was frustrated when I went to Lejoku quarters because I was wondering, why can't we just finish so that we can go to our various homes? This should be a simple process. It shouldn't be complicated. It shouldn't take us 2 days.
At all. It shouldn't take us 2 days at all to be able to, collate the results, right? You see, and even adding an extra layer, and this is something that, some political actors have been against, and we've spoken about this before, adding an extra layer of the regional collation centers, right? Because I would imagine that, once the constituency is declared, we get because there are 276 of them, we get a figure, we add. Constituency number 1, we add. Constituency number 2, then we add. Constituency number 3, then we add. Up to when all of it comes 276. But now we have to go to, then after it has been declared, then we can now do the regional breakdown. But now from constituency to region, and it makes the entire process cumbersome. But at least still, if we know constituency by constituency by constituency, it can still paint a general picture of what we are dealing with as far as the election results are concerned. And that is what we are not getting. Officially, as we sit here, we have 20 constituencies out of the 276 certified. Right? Official results we have from the Electoral Commission, you know, and when you go on to starfm.com.gh, you go to Election Hub on our website, you will see the figures there. We have 20 constituencies as we speak out of 276.
Yeah, it's troubling, and I wish that this process will be sped up as fast as they can. We are not saying that you should sacrifice accuracy though for speed, but something definitely can be done about it. We're looking at some of the results that have come in. We'll remain. I was taking you through, or you were. It was your turn, right?
So I have just gone through the Buem constituency. I have the Akimodar constituency results here as well.
Can you take us through it?
Yes. So for the Akimodar constituency, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia having a very strong showing in the Akimodar constituency with 17,072 votes. 17,072 votes. Danlate 11, Gum Kwabena Andrews 46, Kofi Akpalu 6, Mohammed Frimpong 6, Sapon Kubankuma 26, John Dramani Mahama 9,096, Hassan Ayariga 20, George Chumberema 5, Nana Kwame Bediako 277, and John Chamantin 59. So this is from Akimodar constituency. And of course,
what did Nana Kwame Bediako do so much to outperform Alan in such a manner?
I think,
or it's just because
the youthful exuberance that he came with, right,
is what caught
a lot of the youth. You know, his message resonated with a lot of the youth because he is a young man himself, right? And so that, you know, may have influenced people, right? But let's go to the Western region, where my colleague Frank Corsa is stationed. Frank Corsa will bring us some update. Frank, you are in the Western region. What is the situation looking like with regard to collation? Do we have some constituency results, more constituency results out yet?
Here in the GHOne Valley, still coalition is ongoing. As you can see, the EC has set out, and it will be here soon. Yesterday evening around 7, and as at now, still we are not done with coalition. I have with me here an agent from the NDC who tell us what the EC has told them and how far they have come with the project. Good morning, sir, and thanks for joining us on GHOne. How is the process going?
Well, the process is going well. The reason for the delay is because the process is a very big one. You have to travel 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 20 minutes to a particular polling station. We have about 280 polling stations to collate. So yesterday, they all came around, presented their pin sheet to the returning officer, and then when they finished, even currently as I speak, there are 1 or 2 pin sheets that has not arrived yet. So when they finished, before we start the collation, and the EC official was very smart, so he decided to do parliamentary and then the presidential simultaneously so that we can beat time. Even that one, you can see how slow it's going. We are about 70% complete, 70% complete with the collation, and then the results will be declared for the parliamentary, and then we'll take the rest to the regional. That's the presidential and that's the parliamentary to the regional. So that is what it is. Okay.
Thank you. So you had me speak to the NDC agent here in the GHOne Valley. As you can see, the process started very late yesterday, and as at this morning, 7, we are still here in the coalition center. We are hoping that by 10 or 11, we should be done. As you said, 70% copy. We are looking at over 280 polling stations. So it's a hectic work, but we hope that by 11, we should be done, and the winner will be declared by the EC.
Thank you for bringing us that update. So yeah, still the same story. Nowadays, still the same
delays.
story.
Delays everywhere.
Delays upon delays. But let's hope that by later on this evening we'll have a clear path. You know,
hopefully we'll have a clear path by then. Let me now take you to the Western North region in relation to the results that we have gotten from there. And we have this information on starfm.com.gh. When you go there, just click on the election hub button, and then every information you're looking for, as and when we upload them, you would find them there. So let's take you to Bodi. When I mentioned Bodi, who do you know? Who do you remember? But why are you laughing? Who do you remember? Who do you remember? Lantam, are you using the laughter to cover up?
I just remember something he said. Mr. Speaker, who will be the franchise, he couldn't pronounce. Franchise. That is the reason why I'm laughing. But of course, we're talking about Samson Ahi.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Samson Ahi, he has retained his seat, 13,086. 13,086. You don't know the kind of things that goes on in our ears.
I know, right?
And then his opponent, Ando Nicholas, he polled 9,230. That's for the Bodi constituency. Then you go to Sechia Kontaba, which I spoke about earlier. A predominantly blue seat has gone to the green side. All right, and we'll be taking you to the Ablekuma Central constituency as well. The information we're getting is that he's being led by the incumbent by some 2 votes. 2.
Yeah, just 2.
When we have had situations where we had 851 rejected ballots. There's 2 votes separating him from the incumbent, Jefferson Saki. We'll get the fine details of that and bring that to you. I remember when Jefferson first indicated his intention to go and contest that constituency, there were people who thought that, looking at the demographics in that constituency, he may not necessarily fit in with regard to they choosing him as a member of parliament. And the incumbent seems to have a lot of visibility. He does a lot of groundwork and all that. And, well, this is what we have now, 2 votes. It tells you that, hey, not everything is what it is, or like on face value is what it is. I am surprised. I'm surprised. 2 votes?
Yeah, 2 votes.
Wow.
But we still want to wait for all the results to come out, right? We still want to wait for the full certified results to come out. But we understand that there have been some gunshots once again at the Kaikwe Central constituency. My colleague Calvin Powell has been there, and we understand that people have had to run for their dear lives, including some police personnel in the Okaikwe Central constituency. We understand that a fight erupted at Okaikwe Central at the Collation Center, and polling materials were destroyed. Calvin Powell, you have been at the Okaikwe Central. We're getting some reports about a fight and polling materials being destroyed. What more can you tell us? Hello, Calvin, can you hear me? Right, my colleague Calvin Powell.
If you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm currently in front of the police depot. There is an aberrant confusion at the Okaikwe Central Coalition Center at the Accra Technological University. Everyone has run for his dear life, including the police officers, the EC officials, the media personnel, due to the fact that some supporters of the NDC candidate, Baba Sadiq, were not happy with the coalition. We were left with 4 police stations to go, but looking at the margin, they said something fishy had gone on, so they started distracting everything. All the EC materials have been destroyed, including the furniture of the school. Some observers, a lady observer from Kodeo, has been hit hardly with a furniture and she was carried away. They were using fire extinguishers to spray our faces, and all of us have run. Some of my colleagues, as you can see far, are standing behind the NIMC here and we are all accepting for now, but there's no one at the auditorium currently. Some people are even setting fire to some materials over there. So it's a confusion, altercation, and throwing every missile that they lay their hands on. But for now, the media and some other persons are at safety. I'm right in front of the police depot here, and I can see the collation center in view far away over there. As you can see, everything is a total mess right here. Everything has been destroyed, including the projector and every equipment that has been used to collect the ballots from various police stations has been destroyed. That is the current situation right here at the Ghana Technology University, which serves as the collecting center for the Okankwe Central constituency, Lantam.
Right. You mentioned that, materials have been destroyed.
It's a total melt.
Projectors, furniture, and, other materials that the EC was using. What about the ballot boxes and, the ballots, that were in there? What happened to those? Were those among those?
I'm currently tense. As I speak to you, all the police officers inside have also run for their dear lives. There is no one currently in the auditorium as I speak to you, except those that are causing the distraction to EC materials, Lantam.
All right, very well. Calvin Powell, thank you for bringing us that update. Quite worrying coming there from the
Okankwe
Central constituency,
and
where Baba Sadiq, is contesting the incumbent member of parliament.
We will talk about this right after I go to Ablekuma Central, where we understand that Jefferson Saki has lost his bid to become member of parliament for that constituency. Let's go live and speak to our reporter on the ground for some more on this. Theophilus, what can you report?
Hello, Nadi. Good morning. So I'm currently standing at the Ablekuma Central Collation Center. It has been shown the results for the provisional votes, and during the results, we found out that the NPP parliamentary candidate Jefferson Saki was able to garner 32,735 votes, with the incumbent NDC Abdul Latif getting 45,066. So by rough estimation, it's over 12,000 votes difference. There were 423 rejected ballots, and the total votes cast was 78,224. Upon receiving the results, we asked how far they were with the presidential coalitions, and we were told they were not trying to put together the information and provide the results, and there was some dissatisfaction or displeasure from the agents. Why couldn't they collate the both results at the same time? However, peace was able to establish peace and calm for them to start the process for the presidential elections. Behind me are still some scores of fans who have been waiting outside to hear the results the whole day. So far, they have not received I don't think they haven't heard the results for the parliamentary yet. It's still indoor. It has not been displayed outside. However, they are there. Some are singing, some are chanting, and waiting to hear the information. In the collation center, the EC officials are trying to do their possible best to collate everything successfully. The MPP and the NDC agents are also cross-checking with their data to find out if there's any mistakes or problems anywhere.
Theophilus, so just reiterate this for me. In terms of the vote margin between the incumbent and Jefferson Saki, what was the margin?
Roughly, it's over 12,000.
All right, Theophilus, thank you so much, and stay safe out there, all right? All right, so you had to speak to our reporter, Theophilus, there, bringing us the results from Ablekuma Central.
Yeah.
So I have to do a quick correction there. Earlier I had said that it was just a separation of 2 votes.
No,
that's what it is, a margin of 12,000.
A huge margin.
That's a huge margin. They are nowhere together close in terms of
so
that's Ablekuma Central.
So we're getting some results also from Tema West. Right?
Yes.
From Tema West. But this is the presidential results that we're getting. We understand that they are now about to collate parliamentary results for Tema West. So collation for presidential for Tema West has been done. We are now about to collate parliamentary results for Tema West, and the results that we're getting from Tema West. Dr. Baumia, 27,049, and John Dramani Mahama, 48,210.
This is Tema West?
Tema West constituency. NPP, Dr. Baumia, 27,049, and 48,210. Let's take you now to the eastern region, New Jabbing to be precise. My colleague Kuku Ansa is there to tell us what has been happening. What can you report from the New Jabbing constituency this morning?
Well, Antam, so reporting live from the Coalition Center of New Jabbing South. It's been stressful hours waiting for the Electoral Commission to declare the results that's triggered in from the various polling stations. So now the results are ready, and the EC, even though yet to declare, they've projected the results on the live screen. And when you look at the presidential election results that have been so far projected, the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had 29,830 votes. Then GC, then you look at the NDC, you go straight to the NDC, that is John Dramani Mahama. He had 26,261 votes. Rejected ballots alone were 622 votes. The total number of votes cast were 57,643. Then you go to parliamentary election results. Michael Chibefi, the incumbent member of parliament, had 32,134. Then Martin Otu Ofei of the NDC had 23,735 votes. An independent candidate, Evans Appiah, also garnered 1,306 votes. Lantam, when you look at the 2022 results and compared to the 2024 results that I just mentioned, you can see clearly that the NDC, both President John Dramani Mahama and the parliamentary candidates, they have, appreciated very well, and the NDC is happy about the results, because in 2020, Michael Chibefi had 47,862 votes, representing about 69.88%, and Martin Otu Ofei had about 20,164 votes, representing 29.44%. But with the 2024 results, you can clearly see the parliamentary election results. NPP had 55.8%, NDC had 44.2%, and the presidential NDC moved to 48.3% as compared to 51.7% of the NPP. So NDC is actually happy that they've made inroad. And in fact, when you look at the polling station results, there are even some polling stations that the NDC has never won before. However, this time around, they managed to win those polling stations. I have with me here the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Mr. Martin Otu Ofei, for a quick word regarding the results so far.
All right, so that's Kojo Ansah there from the Jabbing constituency, bringing us those updates. The NPP, of course, will always win that seat, but as he's reporting the margins of the NDC in that constituency have appreciated, and he was just engaging the parliamentary candidate for the NDC. Let's go back.
You see the margins in the results of the presidential, and it's a great gain for us compared to 2020. So we want to congratulate ourselves and pat ourselves on the back, but we need to do more work in 2029, because come what may, this seat is going to turn green, and we have to work so hard to turn it green. But we are really excited that at least we can get these results for our president, and also be able to get some good results for the parliamentary. And we are really excited as a party.
What do you think worked the magic for the NDC here in New Durban South?
It's hard work. We never rest on our horse. We run around. We've run a campaign that has challenged MPP to the core. And, you know, it's hard work. It's just pure hard work. The grace of God.
Okay. So, Lantam, that is Dr. Martin Otuofe, who is the parliamentary candidate for the NDC.
Thank you very much. GHOne South there speaking to Dr. Ofe, who is the NDC candidate for the Grabin constituency in the Eastern region. And clearly, you can see that they are happy. They're happy about the results in that constituency. Of course, it's in the Eastern region, which is also, you know, one of the areas which predominantly always votes for the MPP. That's the president's home region. And so you were not expecting any, you know, different results in terms of who is actually winning. But of course, you heard the candidates there say that they are happy about the numbers appreciating from the last election. So it means they've made some inroads in there.
Now, let's talk about the Okankwe Central situation. That's where Calvin Powell reported from and told us the unfortunate story or incident of people believed to be supporters of Baba Sadiq who, unhappy with the results, unhappy that the results are not going their way, have decided to storm
to invade the coalition center.
The coalition center, vandalizing property, injuring people in the process. Injuring an observer.
And even the police have, according to Calvin,
had to run for their dear lives too.
Yeah, so what is going to happen? What is the elections? Because the elections security task force will need to send reinforcements and zoom in and secure, you know, the ballot boxes. Because you notice I was asking Calvin about the ballot box because they said the projector. He said the projector had been destroyed.
They destroyed the furniture. And they even hit one of the observers in the process. She had to be carried away. Journalists are running for cover. No, is this what the candidate stands for?
That is terrible. So if Baba Sadiq is minded, and indeed it is true that these are people who are his supporters, he should call them to order. Call them to order, because this is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And the election security task force, I believe that the policemen and the immigration officers and whoever were there will call for reinforcements, because this cannot be allowed to happen.
It is absolutely unacceptable.
It is uncalled for and disgraceful. Uncalled for and disgraceful. If you are losing peace. If you are winning peace. You don't go to a collation center to go and destroy ballots and cause mayhem. These are the things we've been trying to avoid.
Absolutely. And these are tactics various candidates employ most of the time, that when they realize that the votes are not going their way, what they do is to deploy some of these tactics to cause confusion, and sometimes would use it as a basis to demand like a rerun or challenge the results of that particular constituency. So absolutely condemnable, should not have happened, must be condemned. And I wonder if that's what the candidature or the candidate Baba Sadiq stands for.
I don't want to believe that is what Baba Sadiq stands for. I don't want to believe that, right? I want to believe that he is someone.
So you believe that these are youthful or exuberant or overzealous youth that are doing it in his name?
That is what the candidate stands for, because it is most unfortunate. It is most unfortunate that this is happening, and we'll continue to call on the police to send reinforcements to make sure that they arrest these hoodlums and bring them to book, because these things are crimes. Crimes are being committed. This is a criminal activity that these individuals have just engaged in, and we do not need to allow them to go scot-free. So these young men who are identifying as NDC people who have gone there to go and cause this mayhem, they should be brought to order. I'm pretty sure that the police are on notice with regard to this particular incident that has happened in the Ablekuma Central constituency there.
So, speak away from the commotion.
Yes,
we understand that there will be a press conference by the Vice President later this morning at 9 a.m. at his cantonment residence. It will be interesting to know what he will
at
be
9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.
So that is in just about an hour and 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
In about
and
an
so,
hour and 10 minutes.
And we'll see. It would be interesting to know what he'll be talking about at that press
it will be very interesting to see, because I mean, because at this time I'm not sure by 9 a.m. we would have collated results out.
I was going to say that
until now we don't know. So
I was going to say that, I mean, the indications are pointing to something.
Well, no, but we can't. For now, we can only conjecture.
Yes,
we don't know.
That's something that there is information out there.
No, but I don't want to believe it is what I'm thinking.
That is a concession.
No, I don't think it is.
No.
I don't think it is.
So that's why I said
because nothing. So
that is why
we have
I
276 constituencies.
Last time
only 20.
You didn't let me finish. I said I also thought about it too, but then I felt it would not add up, because where are the figures that you are conceding to? You understand? So let's wait. We are all we are all expectant.
Maybe he wants to talk about some of the violence that has happened during the election, some of the anomalies here and there, and all of that.
We are all eager to find out what exactly would be
on those issues.
So there is some results coming in from Garu. We'll get that for you shortly. But then for Okankwe North, Nana Madukia, she polled 20,000 votes, 627. Theresa GHOne polled 28,363.
Can you go over that again?
Okay, Okankwe North.
Mm-hmm.
This is a seat that has been predominantly NPP.
Mm-hmm.
It was in year 2020 that Theresa GHOne snatched it from the feet of the NPP.
Yes.
And this time around, Nana Madukia, who was the member of parliament for where Sami Jemfi is contesting.
You mean Samia Uku?
Samia Uku, sorry.
Where Samia Uku is
in the eastern region. I'll get that and bring that to you. So she was the incumbent there. And you remember that there was a time Philip Addison wanted to contest it. There were some machinations. Eventually he couldn't contest in that constituency. But this time around, when Samia Uku came, it appeared as though, there wasn't much she could do about it. So she moved from that constituency to Okankwe North, hoping to also grab that seat. But the incumbent, Theresa GHOne, has maintained her position and is the MP-elect for Okankwe North. So I'll run you through the figures one more time. Nana Madukia Esiama Eje, she polled 20,627 of the votes. And then Theresa GHOne, who is incumbent, she polled 28,363. So about 700 and something. Difference in terms of the vote. So that's the results coming in from the Okankwe North constituency.
So we're talking about the Okuapem North constituency.
Absolutely.
Okuapem North.
She likes to go to the north of various of the constituencies.
Yes, Okuapem North constituency. Coming to Okankwe North. So she was MP, or she is still?
She's outgoing MP.
She's incumbent MP now.
Yes.
For Okuapem North constituency, right?
Yes.
She has not exited parliament yet, but she's contesting to represent the people of Okankwe North constituency, right? And these are the results that are coming out.
And Okankwe North is an adjoining constituency. It's the next neighboring constituency to my constituency, which is Okankwe South. So it will be interesting. It will be also good to get the results from my constituency as well, Okankwe South.
Yeah, to see. But there are some more results, coming out here. We're looking at results from the Upper East region, right? We're looking at results from the Upper East region, and we're looking at some of the parliamentary data that has been sent in. Okay, this is Garu constituency, right?
Yes.
So the final results from the Garu constituency, we have the NPP candidates, Georgina Ladi Azuma, polling 7,936 votes, which is 30.8%. And Anaba Thomas Winsum, 17,832. Representing 69.2%, of the vote. So that's a total of 79 polling stations collated. And this is the results that we're seeing. Rejected ballots 338, total votes cast 226,106, voter turnout 67.8%, total valid votes cast 25,768. So this is from the Garu constituency. These are the results we're getting from there.
Yeah. All right. So you're still watching our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections here on GH1 television and on Star 103.5 FM. We started with you on election eve, and we have been with you through that time all the way to today, the 8th of December 2024. Today, you know, on the morning side, I usually would say that last by tomorrow everybody will know their sweetness level.
By this evening.
But you think by this evening?
By this evening.
Well, we are getting delays in relation
by
to
this evening.
Okay, if you are confident about that, I want to give it some grace period to give it up to Monday morning. By Monday morning, everybody will know their smoothness level. So, by all means, eat something. So by all means, find something to eat in time so that you don't lose appetite.
Yeah. So those who chop breakfast will know, and those who not chop breakfast will know. So it's interesting. So Nana Madokwa could not make it back to Parliament.
No,
she couldn't make it back to Parliament.
I mean, the contestant or the gentleman who was contesting her in Ibuakwa, is it Ibuakwa North?
Ibuakwa North.
In Ibuakwa North was too big of a fish, so she had to make way for him. Unfortunately,
she's been unsuccessful.
Unfortunately, she couldn't make it at the Okankwe North area. Let's see. Maybe I'm sure she will make a comeback, and let's see how that goes for her in relation to that. And so far, we're doing some numbers with regard to the various results that have come in. So over here at your election hub from our strong room, provisional results so far, when it comes to the presidential results, 26 of the 276 constituencies that we have had. The total number of votes for those 26 constituencies, John Dramani Mahama stands at 367,471, representing 56.73% of the votes. And then Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic and also flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, he has polled 268,194, representing 41.41%. Now, this is coming from just 26 out of the 276 constituencies so far that we have collated results from for the presidential election. So that's how things stand now for us here at GH1 television and Star 103.5 FM, your election hub, as we bring you minute by minute update with regard to the election that started on December 7. And we'll be going to some of our reporters as well. I did mention to you that in the central region, the official had talked about the presiding officer had declared the results in favor of Peku Ricketts Hagan. We will reach out to our correspondents for some more in relation to that. But the general assessment for yesterday's exercise was that it was generally peaceful, apart from the pockets of incidents and the unfortunate deaths recorded in different parts of the country. We have been saying this and we cannot overemphasize it, that we had hoped that we would not get to this point where people would lose their lives just because they are voting for somebody to come and take over the helm of affairs and manage it, because we cannot all decide that we are managing Ghana. It will not work. So we need to agree that we'll select a few people that would manage and steer affairs of the country and steer the affairs of the country on our behalf. People don't have to lose their lives because of that. And that's the unfortunate situation about the exercise. Though it has been largely peaceful, these pockets of incidents where people have lost their lives is deeply troubling for all of us, and we must all ponder on that. But then again, after the voting process going smoothly in many areas, apart from the pockets of incidents where there were delays and all that, collation. That is where the delay has largely been, and is leading to a lot of discomfort, agitations, among others. People, police calling for reinforcement, gunshots being fired, people getting injured, and all that. And many of the supporters and observers and journalists as well are frustrated as this process delays. We wish that this process be completed as soon as possible so that everybody can go about their normal activities. I'm sure Monday is right around the corner. People will go to work. Lantam, you will be here.
Well, we are here.
I will be here. We're here. I can't even feel that today is a Sunday.
Yeah, it's a Sunday morning, but we're here. We're here, right? And so we're just hoping for the election results to be declared very soon. And we want to get some explanations from the Electoral Commission as well. We know that the Electoral Commission this time around has done well in providing constant updates, periodic updates, and asking journalists or giving journalists the opportunity to ask them questions with regard to reports that they are also picking up so that they can answer. So on that particular score, I think the EC have done well, with regard to that. And I believe that the EC are getting ready to do another address. And so we want to hear what they've got to say. And probably they will be telling us the reason why collation has been so slow. Well, I mean, it's typical, of the EC. But let's go now to the Electoral Commission headquarters for that press conference by the EC.
The ballots are counted at the polling station in the full view of party agents, the media, observers, and the general public. And then the results are documented on the pink sheets, the polling station results forms. The pink sheets are then signed by the presiding officer and all the agents present at the polling stations. Copies are given to each candidate, and a copy is also posted of the final result of an election. It forms the basic document for declaring results at all levels. As such, for this election, the pink sheet generated from all the 40,648 polling stations and signed by the presiding officer and the agents will determine the final results for this election. As such, for this election, the pink sheet generated from all the 40,648 polling stations and signed by the presiding officer and the agents will determine the final results for this election. Nothing will change. From the polling stations, as I indicated, the pink sheets are sent to the constituency collation center and collated at that level. The constituency results summary sheets are also signed by the returning officer and the party agents. The agents are also given copies of this form. A copy is then pasted at the constituency collation center. From there, the results are sent to the regional collation centers. And then at that level too, the results are collated in the full view of the party agents, who then sign and receive copies of the results. A copy is also posted at the regional collation center. It is from these forms that the results are sent to the national collation center via fax. The results, the regional results summary sheet that are completed at the regional collation centers and copies given to the agents are the very forms that are faxed to the national collation center. Once received, the results are also collated in the full view of the party agents who are here with us, and a copy given to each agent present. The results from the National Collation Center are also posted at the National Collation Center. Once this is done, the returning officer for the presidential election in the person of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, declares the winner of the presidential election. For the information of the general public, as we speak, no results have been received at the National Coalition Center. And I repeat, no results have been received at the National Coalition Center from the regions. Our feedback from the field is that the results are trickling in to the regional coalition centers. Hence our inability to publish these results at the National Coalition Center. We want to assure that as we receive the results, region by region, they will be published. We urge all citizens to exercise patience and follow the EC's periodic announcement. We will keep you updated as we have done over the past 24 hours. We also call on both our permanent and temporary officials across the country, particularly the constituency coalition centers, to stand firm and carry out their duties as expected of them. We also urge the agents of the political parties to cooperate with our staff to ensure the smooth transmission of results at both the constituency and regional levels. We are grateful for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Electoral Services. On this note, the updates for this month.
Right, so that's the EC's Director of Electoral Services addressing the media. Essentially, what he's saying is that as at now, at the main coalition center, what would we call the strong room, right? There are no results that have come from any of the constituency coalition centers to the EC's head office as we speak, right? And so they would have to wait to get all of that. And presiding officer, of course, when she gets all the results, will come and declare, the results. So he's trying to say that, look, the process is ongoing. So everybody should be patient for the process to play out, right? And so we'll wait on the EC and see what they are going to do in that regard.
I mean, as much as it is frustrating, I think that we'll just let the Electoral Commission be. We don't want them to sacrifice accuracy over speed.
Yeah.
Especially with what happened in 2020 happened in mind. We're going to Okankwe North constituency to speak to Nanama Jiman. Okankwe North is where Theresa Ladia-Winnie has retained her seat. Nanama Dokia was seeking to come there and be an MP, but that didn't work. Nanama, can you hear me? Nanama, can you hear me?
All right. Hello, Nade.
Yes, can you hear me?
Who has been crowned the MP for country, but he has retained a seat actually. Honorable, I spoke to you during voting and you were confident of winning. Now you won. What do you make of it?
Unfortunately, we cannot hear Theresa Ladia-Winnie. We'll try and get that rectified with Nanama so that she's more audible and then we can hear what she has to say after securing the seat in the constituency. It's going to make her an MP for that constituency for a second term. Theresa Ladia-Winnie did the pulled a surprise in 2020 when she won that seat,
and she has retained
that seat.
Exactly, she has retained
we'll
the
see.
seat.
We'll see how that goes for her, but we'll try and re-establish contact with Nanama Ajiman to get some further details as well as she tries to interview Theresa Ladia-Winnie in that particular area as she is crowned. Can I say she's crowned?
Well, she's incumbent MP and MP elect at the same time, so the status quo continues.
Yes, as she wins the election to represent the people of Okankwe North for another 4-year term. So it's coming in slowly. EC says, please remain calm. They have things under control. As and when they receive the results, they will definitely bring those results to us. But once they are not in, there's nothing much they can do about it.
Yeah, there's nothing much they can do. They've not
Let's
received
give
any
them the
results
benefits
there.
of the doubt, right? So accuracy over speed, clearly. That's what it's going to be.
All right, so let's go back to the AC headquarters. Evelyn Araba Edu is standing by. Just a while ago, the AC addressed the press conference. Araba, if you can hear me, what more can you tell us from the AC's head office? All right, we have Araba. We'll try and reach her. Araba is a woman on the ground at the EC head office. But of course, we've heard from the EC earlier, as Nadidi was telling you. You know, they are saying that the process is ongoing, so we need to stay calm. They've not received the constituency collated results yet. So as and when they have them, they'll start putting them together. Then the returning officer for the presidential election, Madam GHOne Mensah, will come and announce the results. But as of now, it is too early to call. Even here at the AIB network, officially, the results that we have are from 26 constituencies now. 26 constituencies now. That is what we have. And of course, that is not an indication, or cannot be an indication of anything at all until we have the complements of the full result from all 276 constituencies, or a majority of the constituencies where we reach our magic number, right? Constituencies where we reach our magic number, because we need to make sure that, because there is a particular figure that if a candidate is able to reach, it means it will be statistically impossible for anybody else to come and overtake that particular candidate, right? And you know, in Ghana we say 50 plus 1, so you must get more than 50% of the entire votes that have been cast, right? So once you get more than 50% of the entire votes that have been cast, then you are declared president, right? Then you are declared president. So when you are declared president, then you become president-elect. And of course, when you become president-elect, then the way has been paved for you to go and make your office at the Jubilee House, or is it the Flagstaff House? Whichever one, you know, it will be. But talking about our magic number, right? Generally, we have a voter population of well over 18 million. To be exact, 18,774,159. That is the total number of registered voters that we have, right?
Yes.
And the projected voter turnout was 80%, right? And this is what the EC was expecting, right? 70 to 80%. But it seems as though we may not be getting those numbers, especially if you look at the apathy that we are witnessing, in a lot of the areas, right? Especially in the Ashanti and the Eastern regions.
But you know, with the apathy aside, there are our research desk, you know, they have been looking at the numbers with regard to our voters register, and they say that it is overstated.
The apathy is overstated.
No, not the apathy. The number of people on the ballot, on the register is overstated, because we haven't necessarily done any cleaning of the register.
Right.
Remember that we compiled a new register in 2020 during COVID, and when we finished with that, as we prepared for the 2016 elections, we opened the registration process to allow people register. So there hasn't necessarily been any cleaning of a sort of the register, and so they base their point about the register being overstated on, you know, the percentage of deaths, the death rates of the country. As a country, everybody, so within a year, there is a certain proportion of the populace that will die. And so if they are looking at those numbers, it's not necessarily
so it may be bloated. But let's go back to the EC headquarters where Araba Edu is standing by. Araba, let's come to you. What can you tell us from the EC head office?
I can tell you that officials of the Electoral Commission are actually getting worried about what is happening. So it's been over 15 hours after close of polls, and still no single
have been received here at the National Coalition Center. The reason the EC has been telling us is that some party supporters have received the various constituency office, and they are making it very difficult for the returning officers there, the electoral officials there, to even make declaration. And for some party agents have also refused to sign the pink sheet for these figures to be collated to the regional level and then also to the national level. Now, the EC has been raising concerns of that if this keeps happening, then they are afraid that what happened years ago in 2008 may also repeat itself. Now, what happened in 2008? We saw some party supporters coming to the EC, raiding cutlasses among other arms, other weapons. And so the EC is very concerned about this development, and they want all political parties to call their supporters to order. Because initially I spoke to one of the officials here off camera, and then he told me that some of the supporters have especially received some isolated stations, which is making it very, very difficult for the officials there. They mentioned some of the areas as in that of the Tono, where the Honorable Frida Pempe is, and then they also mentioned some consistencies in the Asham region. And this is the reason being that most or let me say, both political parties want to ensure that they are winning, which is why we are seeing this development. So as we speak today, no result has been collated to the, or has been passed to the National Coalition Center here, and after 15 hours of vote of polls nowadays.
Right. Very well. Evelyn Araba Edu, there at the EC head office, also bringing us an update, reporting that the EC officials are quite worried.
Yeah.
That up till now. But isn't it strange?
You know, what she talks about, that the EC is citing as the reasons for the delay, is that in many instances, the political party agents are refusing to append their signatures. Yes. Now, that is very alarming, because if it is the people abusing the process, it is very troubling. Yeah. Because if you know you have lost and you do not like the sound of it, so because of that, you are putting impediments in the way of the work, something definitely has to be done about it.
Yeah, but that's why I was asking earlier what the protocols are with regard to these things.
You know, because when the results are declared, the two of the very, I'm saying
the winner and the loser all sign.
So all the parties involved must be there to append their signature that this is the result as it is, and we have appended our signatures to it. Essentially saying that you agree to that this is what it represents. So in a situation where people are not signing, unless it is for good reason, but from the way it is happening across the country, it doesn't look like it's something that is for good reason. It appears quite coordinated. And the political parties, you are seeking to lead a country. Let's have some compromises from either side, whichever ones are the ones are delaying the process. Please, kindly do the needful and let Ghanaians get access to the results. Because I simply don't understand.
So that's what I was asking, that, you know, what is the protocol in place for the EC in the event that something like this happens, right? When they refuse to sign the declaration forms and you have all your data intact with all the pink sheets and the number tallies, but the candidate is refusing to sign, what is the protocol? What do you do? Don't you, because you have your things intact, so don't you go ahead and declare? Or does he by force have to sign?
Yeah.
You know, or what? What is the EC doing in that regard? And that, you know, that's what I really want to know.
What you're saying, it seems as though the EC is
if they don't sign, it seems as if the EC, if the people do not sign, it means but you have the data.
Absolutely.
And these are your officials who have collated the results. And at the various polling stations, the pink sheets are there. So if the pink sheets are there, you know, aren't we working with the pink sheets?
No, this is very unfortunate. Another unfortunate situation. And if it were pockets of incidents like that, I would understand. But where it is all across until this time, 8 a.m.
Yeah.
8:21. 21 minutes past the hour 8. Till this time, nothing of that nature has happened. No, that's just not right. It cannot be right.
So the EC will be minded, and they will do well to make sure that they are given the proper instructions to their electoral officers to transmit the results, nonetheless, right? So that they themselves can begin to get a sense of what is happening. I'm pretty sure the EC officials have a sense of already what is happening, right? They are just worried because of the machinations that are happening. That there are people who are blocking the results from coming because they are refusing to sign, which we've already said it's unfortunate. So whatever protocols that the EC has, they should activate those protocols.
Absolutely.
Because time is of the essence, right? And the longer it takes, the more tension builds up in the country, and that is something that we do not want, for tension to begin to build up in the country. Already there has been tension, and already we've conducted another election where there has been violence in some areas and people have died, right? And we don't want there to continue to be tension in the country because results are delaying unnecessarily. So the EC will do well to do the needful and make sure that whatever protocols, like I've said, need to be activated are activated so that we can begin to get the official results in. And of course, we're still bringing you our live coverage of the EIB Election Hub, and it's the morning after voting where results have continued to trickle in. We have already brought you some of the results here on GHOne TV, Star FM, and other affiliate stations, and of course on social media as well. As it stands now, we here at the EIB network have been able to get results from 26 constituencies.
On that one, let me just bring you an update. We have results from 34
constituencies now.
Out of the 276.
All right,
and
34 constituencies now.
The figures stand. So quickly, let's quickly go to a press briefing by the NDC. The NDC headquarters, its National Communications Officer, Sami Jemfi, is addressing the press.
Of the crucial December 7, 2024 general elections. This will be, I believe, our fourth address to the media, and by extension, the good people of Ghana. And this address has become imperative because of the need for the National Democratic Congress to update the nation and its supporters on the current status of the electoral process currently ongoing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as a serious political party, we have polling agents in all the over 40,796 polling stations across the length and breadth of Ghana. We also have party agents in all the 276 constituency coalition centers across the 16 regions of Ghana. We are almost through with our internal coalition as a party, and so we have provisional results that gives an indication, a very clear indication as to how the people of this country voted yesterday. And I'm happy to inform you, and by extension, the good people of Ghana, that from the results we have seen so far from our internal coalition, provisional results, it is very clear that Ghanaians have rejected 8 years of corruption, 8 years of state capture, 8 years of wastage, 8 years of nepotism and cronyism, 8 years of economic mismanagement, 8 years of insensitivity and arrogance of power, 8 years of crass incompetence and ineptitude. And it is very clear that the people of this country have voted overwhelmingly for change. They have given the National Democratic Congress an emphatic, resounding, and a landslide victory. And in fact, the provisional figures we are seeing from our internal coalition show that this landslide this overwhelming, resounding victory, giving the NDC in both the presidential and parliamentary election, is unprecedented in the history of Ghana as far as this fourth republic dispensation is concerned. That is taking out the 1992 elections won by Flight Lieutenant Jerry Joe Rawlings of blessed memory, our founder. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we want to update you because clearly we are all experiencing significant delays on the part of the Electoral Commission relative to the collation of results at the constituency level and the declaration of parliamentary results at the constituency level. And as part of our quest to promote transparency in this electoral process, right from the start to the end, we deem it necessary to update the nation now on the provisional results we have so far collated as a political party. And so if you look behind me, you will see 8 screens. And on these 8 screens, you will see a summary of our collated results for the presidential election. And from the screen, if you look at the far left, my far left corner, you will see that so far of the results that have been collated, the National Democratic Congress has garnered, even before I get there, you look at the far left corner, the bottom part, and you will see that out of the 40,976 polling stations, 40,976 polling stations, we have received results from our agents covering 38,896 polling stations. And these are results backed by pink sheets. We have pink sheets from our agents in 38,896 polling stations out of 40,976 polling stations in Ghana. The total valid votes involved in these 38,897 polling stations are 11,159,430. The total rejected ballots that we have recorded is 228,443. And if you look at the results summary between the 2 main contenders, the presidential candidate for the NDC and the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party, you can see that John Dramani Mahama has garnered, per our internally collated provisional results, 6,286,600 votes, which is equivalent to 56.33%, whilst the failed presidential aspirant of the NPP, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, has managed to garner a paltry 4,614,606, representing 41.35%. And let me emphasize that we have pink sheets to buttress this. And so it is very clear that the people of this country have voted for change. And this is not just a vote for change. It is an extraordinary vote for change. It is a historic event that has happened in our country. And we are grateful to the people of Ghana. What we want at this stage is for the Electoral Commission to fast track the collation process at the constituency collation level, because we see evidence of deliberate delay on the part of some, not all, some EC officials at the collation center, at the constituency collation level. And I'm going to give you further and better particulars to that effect. Now, aside this, we also have provisional results for the parliamentary elections across the length and breadth of Ghana. And the trend is not any different from the overwhelming presidential mandate that the great National Democratic Congress has been given by the people of Ghana. We have it on authority that in the Upper East region, out of the 15 constituencies, the NDC has won 15 over 15. 100%. We can also tell you on authority that in the Upper West region, out of the 11 constituencies, the NDC has won 100%, 11 over 11. We can tell you on authority that in the northern region of Ghana, based on our internally collated results, provisional, the NDC has won 11 out of the 18 constituencies. We can also tell you on authority that in the Savannah region, the home region of our presidential candidate and the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, the NDC has won 6 out of the 7 constituencies there. I'll come back and explain to you, some concerns we have with that one constituency, Damango. Then, in the northeast region, the home region of the failed presidential candidates of the MPP, Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, I can tell you that from our internally collated results or provisional results, we have won 3 out of the 6 constituencies, and that is Yonyu, Triponi, and Bukubu. For Savannah, Yape, Bole, Sola, Salaga South, Salaga North, Daboya have all been won by us. There is a challenge with Damango which we are trying to rectify. For Upper West is 11 over 11, so I need not mention the constituencies. Upper East is 15 over 15, I need not mention the constituencies. I will share with you the 11 constituencies in the northern region, which we have won convincingly. And in fact, we won, there is one seat that went to an independent candidate at Willensee, and that is an NDC member. If you add that, that will be 12. But officially, what we have won, the number of seats we have won per the provisional results, we have collated internally 11 constituencies. And these 11 constituencies are Tamale North, Sagnerigu, Kumbungu, Tamale South, Mion, Sabuba, Tamale Central, Zabzugu, Tatale, Nanton, and Yendi. Of course, Willensee has been won by an NDC person who ran as an independent candidate. Now in the Bunu East region, the home region of the incoming First Lady of Ghana, I can tell you on authority that out of the 11 constituencies, we have won 10 out of the 11. The only one that we didn't win is Techiman South, but all others, so I need not mention them, we've won. I can also tell you that in the Bono region, the home region of the national chairman of the great NDC, and should I say the national communications officer, out of the 12 constituencies, the NDC has won 11 over 12. We have won in constituencies that the NDC has never won since the 1992 elections. And it is unimaginable, unbelievable, incredible that even some of us struggle to believe the scale of the victory that God has graced us with and the people of this country, have given us. Then in the Ahafo region, out of the 6 constituencies, I can tell you on authority that we have won 5 out of the 6. The only one that it appears we didn't win is Tano North. Then in the Ashanti region, the stronghold, the so-called stronghold of the MPP, which I dare say has been turned into a swing region on the basis of the outcome of this year's election. In Ashanti region, so far, we've won 7 constituencies without any dispute. We've won 7. We've added 3 to the 4 we had already, and these 3 have already been declared by the EC. In total, we've not won 7. This is what the internally collated results we have shows that we have won for now. But there are 3 constituencies in contention, which we believe we have won. And those constituencies are the Mankrauso area, Obuasi East, and then Tepa. So these three constituencies, there are serious contentions there that I'll be speaking to. We believe that if you add that, we should be around somewhere 10 or so. So, but the ones that there are no disputes about, we've not had any challenges with, have to do with 7 out of the 47. And we are still following keenly the 3 other constituencies in contention relative to the parliamentary results. For the Eastern region, the home region of the failed, despotic tyrant Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the NDC in the presidential election is hovering around 47%. And in the parliamentary election, out of the 33 constituencies, the NDC has won 10. Another independent candidate who ran on the ticket of the NDC has won 1. And the 10 we have won in the Eastern region are in Sawama Duadri, the constituency of the minority chief whip. The arrogant minority chief whip. Another prayer. Upper West Action, which is Adesso, the capital. Lower West Action, Asamankese, Abri, Fantiakwa North, Asujaman, Payosika She. Lower Menya Krobo, Upper Menya Krobo, Yellow Krobo, and Afram Plains South constituency. We won Afram Plains North, but it was an independent candidate from the NDC who won that. In the Greater Accra region, the capital of Ghana, out of the 34 constituencies, per our internally collated provisional results, we can tell you that we've won 30 out of the 34. We've won Adan, we've won Sege, we've won Ligo Pram, we've won Po Katamanso, Shai Osuduku, Ashaman, Tema East, Tema West, Crowell, Lijokuku, Ladadi Kutupon, Klote Kole, Ododio, Ablikuma South, Ablikuma Central, Ablikuma West has been declared. Osla is a goner. Amasaman, Adenta, Madina, Ayawaso North, Ayawaso West were gone. Ayawaso East, Domia Blobum, Okaikwe North, Okaikwe South, Ayawaso Central. Yes. Domi Pabinya. And I'm just receiving confirmation that we have won Botiano English among Now we've won. There are a few others in contention that we are still battling it out with the NPP and the Electoral Commission, and I'm going to speak about that. But if for nothing at all, we know that Ayawaso Central and Ablikuma West have been declared by the Electoral Commission. We've won that without any question. In the voter region, the World Bank, the proud World Bank of the great NDC, there are 18 constituencies. One mistakenly went to a man called Peter Amewu in 2020. Now that constituency, the whole constituency, has come back home to the NDC. And I can tell you that we've won 18 over 18. In the OT region, out of the 9 constituencies, the NDC has won 9 over 9. 100%. In the central region, the home region of our mother and the incoming first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, the region which also happens to be the home region of the current majority leader of parliament, Dr. K.C. Latofose. I can tell you that out of the 23 constituencies, we have won 18. And in the western region, I can tell you that in the western region, which is a swing region, just like the central region, out of the 17 constituencies, the NDC has so far won convincingly, based on our internally collated provisional results, 15 out of the 17. The only ones that we didn't win from the results we have are Takrade and Ifia. In the Western North constituency, which has 9, Western North region, which has 9 constituencies, I can tell you on authority that we have won 8 out of the 9. The only one we did not win is Swaman. Bibiani has been won by the NDC. And so, do a brief summary of the tentative provisional results we have collated, so far, even if you take out the contentious ones, the NDC is hovering around 185 parties out of the 276. And as you saw from the results we showed you, the presidential results, we are hovering around 56%. And for your information, in nominal terms, the difference between John Mahama and Alhaji Bawumia is over 1.5 million votes. And that number is bigger than the population of about 5 countries that I know. So we are not talking about an ordinary victory here. That is why I said this is an emphatic, resounding, overwhelming, historic and unprecedented victory that the NDC has struck. If you take out 92, and I don't even count 92 because of all the challenges we had with that first. So I'm even hearing that some of the constituencies that we had issues with, we are working on them. Techiman South, we are working, and other constituencies. I'm just talking about the ones that are not in dispute. And it is very clear that by the close of day, we would have resolved all the other ones with dispute, and this number is likely to go up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the most worrying issue for us at the moment has to do with the attitude of some criminally minded EC officials in some of the constituencies. Not all of them. Some have been very professional and they have done their work dutifully. But others are deliberately delaying the collation of resources at various constituency collation centers. That is escalating tensions and leading to violence. In some places, our supporters have been shot at, some have been murdered. Already you know that in Tolon, a supporter of the NDC has been murdered by thugs of the NPP under the instructions of the PC for the NPP there, Habib. We had the same incident at Kaswa, Awutu Senior East constituency. One supporter murdered, another seriously injured. By the way, that gangster woman is out of parliament. She's a goner, she's lost. Hawa Kumse. And the day of accountability and reckoning is coming for her. But aside these sad events we have recorded, only last night at Mankranso would be what? Ahafwano Southwest. Ahafwano Southwest constituency, ladies and gentlemen. From the collation we did internally, we knew that we had won the constituency, but we had to go to the designated constituency collation center to go through the collation process, the official collation process with the EC. When we went there was a dispute about one polling station resource, which our polling agents had objected to at the polling station level, which had to do with overvoting of about 3 overvoting. And our agents were of the opinion that that case of overvoting also existed in other polling stations. So, so at Mankranso, there was overvoting in connection with one polling station, and the votes involved were about 3 more. And we had cause to also believe that the results from other polling stations also had the same irregularity of overvoting. So a protest was made. Now, as we were thrashing that out with the Electoral Commission, we saw some EC officials coming to the collation center with a ballot box. And so our people resisted. They took the ballot box, and when they opened, the ballot box was full of ballot papers, and all of them had been thumb printed for Alhaji Bawumia. And so they destroyed the ballot box. And so in the heat of the moment, in the midst of that pandemonium, the EC officials called the military to come in. When the military got there, the reasonable thing they ought to have done, because none of those supporters were holding any offensive weapon, and they could have simply engaged them to restore calm and order to the place. But they just got there and fired at the people, and they murdered, one person at the spot and injured over 4 people at Mankran. So that is what has happened there.
I know. Don't worry.
All right. So that is Mankran. So please, let me just put out this information. It is very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also receiving the final internally collated provisional results for the Techiman South constituency in Bunu East. And contrary to the earlier indication we had, it is very clear that the NDC has also won the Techiman South. So overall for Bunu East, we won 11/11. 11/11. That is the indication we have for Bunu East. So the earlier communication from the regional secretariat has been amended. I told you that there were some contentious issues over there, but they've been rectified, and we have our pink sheets, and from our pink sheets we have won. And so it is now left for the Electoral Commission to do the needful. Thank you. So the challenges we are having has to do with number one, Mankran. So the same thing has also happened at Tepa, where from our internally collated results, we won the election. We went to the Constituency Coalition Center for the coalition. All pink sheets were present, were there at the center. Yet the EC official was pussyfooting, dragging their feet, refusing to commence the coalition. Our people, led by the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, pressed on her to commence the coalition. She still refused without giving any reason, because she had the full complement of all pink sheets, and we didn't understand why she had to delay the coalition process. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our agents decided to go behind the coalition center to go and urinate, and when he went, he saw that a pink sheet, which is the main EC copy, had been torn into pieces, folded, and thrown into the bush. So he took it and saw that, no, this is the EC's copy for a particular polling station. Why has it been destroyed and thrown into the bush? So he brought it in, and it led to some, exchanges, verbal exchanges between our people and them, because clearly this was an EC official who wanted to create the grounds for the delay in the coalition by destroying a pink sheet from a polling station. So we protested, and our people decided that once they have done that, we are not going to allow any EC official to come to the coalition center with any new pink sheets, because that is their game plan. They have a lot of ballot papers, and by the way, this is the only election in the history of Ghana since '92 that we have seen printed ballot papers and pink sheets flying all over. We've never seen this in the history of Ghana. So they have it in ballot boxes with seals from the Electoral Commission, ready for ballot box swapping, pink sheet swapping, and so on. But thanks to the vigilance of our polling station agents, observers, and supporters, we have been able to block this evil plot of the NPP. And so, because our supporters decided to prevent EC officials from going to the coalition center with new pink sheets, which obviously were concocted and fabricated, they called in soldiers. Soldiers got there and started shooting indiscriminately. Thankfully for them, nobody got injured, nobody got murdered, but they scattered the place and destroyed all the ballot papers and all the electoral materials. So that is the challenge we are having there. And we are having a similar challenge with coalition in Obuasi East as well. The NPP is refusing to allow the coalition, to take place. So that is what is happening in Ashanti region. In Wenchi, I don't know the situation now, but before I came to address you, the brief we had was that everything is ready. The results, all the pink sheets are ready. The EC official responsible for the collation is dragging her feet, refusing to do the collation. And that is escalating tensions in the area. If you go to, even here in Greater Accra, I spoke about Ayawaso Central, which has now been declared, we thank God. But Okaikwe Central and Tema Central, there are serious security issues because of these deliberate, this deliberate delay of collation in certain critical constituencies that the NPP believes the NDC has won. And in most of the constituencies, the NPP agents are nowhere to be found. For example, in some of the Bunu constituencies we have won, they are nowhere to be found to sign the results as collated. And EC officials are saying we are waiting for them. We want to tell the Electoral Commission that if the NPP will not come and sign, declare the results. It is not by force that polling agents sign. If you are not there to sign at the end of collation, declare the results and spare the nation the tension you have plunged us into. And Alhaji Bawumia, for God's sake, you are an Alhaji. You call yourself Dr. Digital. So I'm sure that by now, through your many digital applications, you have collated your results. You know you have lost. Please call your senior brother, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, concede defeat and congratulate him, and save this nation the unnecessary tension that you and your goons have plunged us into. Enough of the killings. Enough of the violence. Ours is a democracy governed by the rule of law. The will of the people expressed at the polls is supreme and must stand. Be a Democrat and respect the will of the people. Leading figures of your party have already considered defeat. Richard Ahiagba has considered defeat. Even the defectees from the NDC who came to support your cause have considered defeat, like Alote Jacobs. All of them. What are you waiting for? Ghana is the only country we have. So please, do the needful. Concede defeat and call your supporters to order. And IGP Dampare will continue to commend you and the Election Security Task Force for the yeoman's job you have done. But your job is not done because we are nowhere near the conclusion of the electoral process. Your work is being undermined by certain elements in the new patriotic party and their collaborators in the military. What we are seeing at constituency collation centers is not what the IGP promised us, and it is not what the CDS promised us. And we know that they are not a party to what is happening. But only they can stop the nonsense going on. And they have to put their foot down. They have a choice to make. You choose between the NPP and the Constitution of Ghana. Choose between the outgoing government and the supreme sovereign people of Ghana. Your fidelity is to the Constitution of Ghana and not the NPP. They have lost. Nothing can save them. They can't kill all the people in Ghana. There is no way you can overturn this result through violence. There is no way. So if they will not do the needful by conceding defeat, we want you to put your foot down and stop the nefarious activities of these MPP thugs who have been clothed in military uniforms. And in some cases, real military men who have been given directives to go to constituency collation centers, scatter the place, shoot at people and all that. Human lives matter. Nobody is supposed to lose their life because of an election. We are appalled and disgusted by what is going on. The NDC has lost elections before, even when we were in power in 2016. We handed over power peacefully. Nobody died. Nobody was murdered. Even under Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, who was a soldier in 2000 when we lost power, not a single Ghanaian lost his life. In 2008, under J.A. Kufuor, an MPP president, the NPP lost power. There was a peaceful transition of power. Nobody died. In 2016, nobody died under John Mahama. Why is it that only you in 2020 you killed 8 people? That blood is not enough for you, and you are still killing people as we speak. You've killed over 4 people in this election. How many more do you want to kill? How many innocent civilians do you want to injure and hurt? You have lost. It's as simple as that. Your Sisifia campaign, attention. It's as simple as that. And it is time to pack your things and leave the Jubilee House.
Yes.
And we want to tell the Electoral Commission, Madam G. Mensah, the peace and stability of Ghana now depends on you. You are the returning officer for the ongoing presidential election. Your officers are deliberately delaying the coalition process in some constituencies and in some regions. Please, Madam, do the needful. Direct them to fast track the process where they have the full complement of pink sheets. There is no legitimate reason why they should delay the process. There is no legitimate reasons. In some regions like Greater Accra, I mean, the declared results are not even more than 5. Meanwhile, the results are ready. What are you waiting for? And the situation is not any different in most of the regions. And so please, we call on the media, the Peace Council, the chiefs, the pastors, to call the EC to order. This is the time for them to intervene. The NDC has remained law-abiding and peaceful. We've acted responsibly against serious provocation from the NPP. Our people have been murdered, beaten to pulp, attacked, yet we have exercised restraint. But we will not sit aloof for EC officials to deliberately delay the electoral process in cahoots with the NPP for the sole purpose of giving room to thugs of the NPP to manipulate the results, at least at the parliamentary level. We will not allow that. So they must fast track the process. In constituencies where there are no disputes over polling stations, they must fast track the process. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your attention. And let me quickly do a brief, and I'll be very brief. Let me do a brief summary in 3 of the presentation I just did. Abusuanfo, your friend Moha and your bonnet. Abatwa and Ragana Fujina Yokotwa.
So that's Sami Jemfi of the NDC addressing the media there. And according to the National Communications Officer of the NDC, they believe that the NDC has won the election. They believe that according to their internally collated results, the NDC has won the election. This is what the NDC is saying. They say that they have their collated results. They have their own collation center. And according to results that they are getting from their own internal collations, they believe that former President John Mahama has won the election, and they display that on the screen, which was behind Sami Jemfi, indicating that about 11 million votes so far that have been cast, and John Mahama is hovering at around a little over 6 million votes. And they talk about taking all the seats in the Upper East region, taking all the seats in the Upper West region, taking a number of seats in the Northern region, taking about 3 seats in the Northeast region, taking a number of seats in the Savannah region, taking all seats in Oti and Volta region, taking seats in the Bono and the Bono East region, and the Ahafo region, and the Central region, the Greater Accra region, winning all about 1 seat. So this is what the NDC is saying. And they are further calling on the EC to expedite action as far as the collation is concerned and make sure that the results are declared early. He's also called on Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to call John Mahama and concede defeat. But this is what the NDC is saying. The last time the EC addressed the media, the EC told us that they have not had even one single result from any of the constituency collation centers at the National Collation Center at the EC head office. And so we have nothing official to work with from the Electoral Commission. We have nothing official to work with from the Electoral Commission. This is just the NDC according to their pink sheets, and we don't have the official results from the EC Nadidi.
And yes, it's quite disappointing. But then we know that the Electoral Commission did address the media,
yes,
and talked about how this challenge is as a result of some challenges they're experiencing at the various, collation centers, where people are refusing to sign some of the pink sheets. And Araba referenced us to one of the constituencies in question, which is Tano North,
yes,
where Frida Prempeh is.
Yes.
And basically, these are many of the bottlenecks they are experiencing.
And even in Sawam, Aduajuri, Etonam, Kumashi, also, said that the incumbent MP was trying to was refusing to sign the sheets. Okay, let's listen to Gideon Boako, who. Okay.
Yes,
all
so
right.
In terms of the Tano North constituency,
yes,
it is Gideon Boako. He beats Frida Prempeh at the primaries. Yes, so that's what it is at the moment.
All right, sure. I thought we had a sample.
So yes, we just be emphasizing that these are claims being made by the NDC. We're yet to get the official results. But sometimes when the results delay, these are the things that it gives room to. It gives room to some of these declarations and stuff by the political parties, and we hope that these bottlenecks that the EC speaks about are quickly addressed, so that we can get ourselves out of this needless, if I can say, tension that is gradually building up because of the delay in getting the results across.
You remember something similar happened with the 2016 elections, right? Where in the wee hours of the morning after the election, the NDC said, their internally collated results, if they know that they have won the election, and they are urging Charlotte Osei to come and declare the election results, right? Yes. And after that, eventually they were declared with, because they felt that through their internal collation mechanisms, they've been able to, they're able to know,
yes,
where they are, and so their results should be declared. The NDC has picked that strategy, has come out this morning that per their internally collated results, they have won the elections, and so the EC should do well and make sure that they expedite action with the coalition and come and declare the results. And they seem very, very confident of this. They say they have won 180 seats. That leaves 96 seats for the NPP. If indeed it is true that the NDC has won 180 seats, 276, right? Let me just do the calculation for you. 276 minus 180 is 96. I was correct. That leaves 96 seats for the NPP. And I don't know, is that up to 2/3? Is that up to 2/3 majority in parliament?
I cannot do the math off my head.
You can't do the math
right
off your
now.
head. But that is in fact. But this is what the NDC is saying, right? We don't have the official ones. We don't have the official ones.
If we were to divide the 276 into 3 equal halves,
okay,
what would be the 2/3?
So let's do 276 divided by 3. Yes. 276
divided by 3
divided by 3
is equal.
That's 92.
92. So 92. That would be 184.
Yeah, 184.
So 184.
So if the NDC were to win 4 more seats, that would give them the 2/3 majority, and then they will not need the opposition for anything.
But that would be.
That's as if what the NDC is saying is true.
Yes, and if that's the case, that would be very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous. So it means it will be. We'll go back to the era of the rubber stamp parliament. Yes. We'll go back to the era of rubber, and this is something you see. And the last election where it was 137, I think that Ghanaians were trying to send a message, right, that we need a lot more collaboration and things need to be done right in the lawmaking chamber. And when a government has too much power and the government is not checked, they bulldoze. I mean, they do whatever it is that they want, and they don't care whose ox is God, and that could be dangerous. So if that is the situation that we are witnessing with regard to this election, and we do not know, let us continue to emphasize that we do not know. We are just doing this conjecture based on the information that Sami Jenfi has provided according to their internally collated results, as he put it. And we are not working with the EC's official figures. If that happens, then it's going to raise a situation where, like I've already said, the NDC will not need the MPP for anything whatsoever in Parliament, and anything goes.
And you spoke about the 137 being a message from Ghanaians to the at least the political parties that we need more consensus.
Yeah, we need
building.
more consensus.
We need more collaboration.
More scrutiny.
Then this other one, if the numbers are this, if the victory is this, is a landslide one, an emphatic one in Parliament as well, it also sends another signal that if you do take the citizenry for granted, they will pay you back.
Yes.
They will pay you back.
They will.
And to think that, then again, these are claims. This is what the NDC is saying, but from the general
monitoring, and information we are picking up from elsewhere.
Many of the NPP folks, even on social media,
they are not talking.
Are putting cryptic messages that suggest that they know they have lost.
Some are not talking at all. The very loud ones, whom you would see very active on social media at this time, are not talking at all.
If we take it that if we are putting some value on what they're saying, that seems to suggest that they have lost. It also sends a very deep message across that this is a government that came into power with so much goodwill.
A lot of goodwill.
So much.
A lot of goodwill. In 2016, President Akufo-Addo won with an emphatic over 1 million vote difference.
So, emphatic victory, had so much goodwill. The president said everything that every Ghanaian wanted to hear.
Yes.
They wanted to, deal with corruption.
Head on.
Better economic conditions.
Yes.
And they criticized the government for running down the economy.
Family and friends government.
Family and friends. And taking the government, taking us to the IMF.
Yes, we'll never go to the IMF.
Everything.
A Ghana beyond aid. You remember? A Ghana beyond aid.
Beautiful speech.
If you cast your mind back, you can look at so many things that the president of the Republic of this country, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, said when he was in opposition. And when you place them,
you juxtapose them.
Juxtapose what he said in opposition to what is currently happening, it leaves much to be desired. And I think that a lot of Ghanaians may be upset about that. And I even highlighted some of them earlier, right? He said, I'll use the ANAS principle to deal with corruption. I'll set up the office of the special prosecutor. If you want to make money, don't come into my government. My government will not be a family and friends government. Be a citizen and not a spectator. I will use the ANAS principle. Yetisikaso, and so we come there. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bamia is the economic whiskey, and we are going to manage the economy well. We'll never go to the IMF. A whole lot of things were said. All right. Now, you can talk about COVID-19, which came. We cannot run away from it. It is fact. It happened. It had an effect on the country. But how much of the economic crisis that we are going through is attributed to COVID-19, and how much of it is attributed to mismanagement of the economy, right? In the words of the opposition, they would argue that there has been a lot of mismanagement of the economy rather than COVID ravaging the economy, which is the biggest excuse that the government will always go to. And when you look at, and I was showing you earlier, what the Afrobarometer was saying with regard to reasons why people will decide that, they want to vote, right? What Ghanaians will prioritize. Ghanaians will prioritize a candidate's honesty, character, and campaign promises in the 2024 election. So when you look at that Afrobarometer survey, I was telling you earlier, that the candidate's honesty, when Ghanaians were asked, what is influencing you to vote? The topmost thing on the Ghanaians' mind was the honesty and integrity of the candidates. Honesty and integrity of the candidates. 73% says they are looking at the honesty a lot.
Yes.
17% said they are looking at the honesty somewhat. And it's only 5% who said they are not looking at the honesty at all. 70% said they are looking at the candidate's character. 18% said they are somewhat looking at the candidate's character. And 6% said they are not looking at the character at all. Then campaign promises, which you would imagine is going to be the driving force. Only only 32% said they are totally looking at campaign promises. Then 27% said they are looking at campaign promises somewhat. Then 35% said they are not even considering campaign promises, at all. So if this is anything to go by, does it mean that Ghanaians see John Mahama as more honest and having a better character? Is that what's, if indeed what Sammy Jemfi has told us is anything to go by, is that what it actually means, that Ghanaians believe that? Because Ghanaians gave John Mahama and the NDC an emphatic loss in 2016.
A statement was made.
Statement was made that we don't trust you, we don't need you, we think your government is corrupt, you have mismanaged the economy, our lives are not better. Go and let Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo come and make this country better. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came, did the first 4-year term, 170 ministers, all of those things, 120 ministers, all of those things that happened. Then in the second term, there was an emphatic win in parliament as well. They had a significant majority in parliament, well over 160 seats or so. Then 2020 comes along. Then the margin between John Mahama and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo reduces. Then the NDC, remember, said they had won 140 seats. Before I realized the NDC had won 137 seats. Right? So they won some more seats.
Could this be a similar situation?
But it was still an endorsement of Nana Twaso for more to do more.
Yes.
Right? For more to do more. Nana Twaso. Yeah. And now Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is going out of office. Going out of office under an IMF program. Going out of office when a lot of Ghanaians believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction, according to an Afrobarometer report. Going out of office under harsh economic conditions where Ghanaians have complained the most. So these are some of the things that I am looking at. So what does it mean? If anything the NDC is saying is anything to go by, would be happening. These are some of the things that will come up. But let us re-emphasize that that the NDC has said is the NDC's own figures. We do not have those figures from the Electoral Commission. The ones that we have are 34 constituencies, right?
Or it's been updated now to 41.
Okay, 41 constituencies.
Out of the 276 constituencies.
Right.
And out of that, I'll give you the percentages with regard to who is where as we speak. So we have updated our figures now gradually. We're getting there in terms of the figures and who is getting what. But at the last time, when we were at the updated number of 41, I'll get that for you shortly. But this is GHOne Television. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM. It's our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary primaries. We've been doing this since the 6th of December. We're still here, the 8th of December. And this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general elections. And Verna is wishing all Ghanaians all the best as we head to the polls. We are almost there, so let's finish hard.
But we are not there yet. The constituency
we are
results.
Almost there, but let's finish
the
hard.
constituency results are not coming in, and I'm a bit skeptical as well, because you remember that in the last election, I remember there was a famous tweet by ex-president John Dramani Mahama who said that, "Thank you, Ghanaians, for giving the NDC an emphatic win in the parliamentary elections of 140 seats." Right. At the end of the day, when the results were declared by the Electoral Commission, we found out that the NDC had 137 seats. Right. So let's not just assume that because the NDC has come out in a press conference to come and say that they have won 180 seats, it means indeed it is true that they have won 180 seats or 181 seats, if that is how they want to put it. Because we don't have those figures from the Electoral Commission. And once we don't have those figures from the Electoral Commission, we really don't have anything to go on. The official figures we have here at the EIB network, as we have collated, is what we have shown to you. And so, I mean, that is what we've shown to you essentially. We don't have any other figures
on our screen.
Yes,
so
we don't have any other figures from anywhere.
Okay.
And so sometimes when politicians talk, we have to take what the politicians are saying with a pinch of salt.
All right. Okay, so for those of you listening to us on Star FM, you do not have the benefit of watching the figures on displayed on our television. So I'll take you through the figures as we have it. As of now, out of 41 out of the 276 constituencies, in terms of the presidential results, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stands at 43.79% with 660,599 I beg your pardon, of the votes. 660,599 of the votes cast. His main opponent, John Dramani Mahama, former president of the Republic, has polled 54.38%, representing 820,349 of the votes cast. This is from 41 constituencies. And for the others, they all amass 1.83%, amounting to 27,637. So that's where we stand, where the figures for us here, in terms of the figures, 41 out of the 276 constituencies at the moment. John Mahama is leading Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. John Mahama stands at 54.38%, whereas Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stands at 43.79%. And these are just results from 41 of the 276 constituencies.
Yeah. 41 out of 276. That is what we have. Very soon we'll go to Edem Kojo, who has also been crunching the numbers all night long, and he will give us a certain perspective with regard to the figures that we are getting in at the EIB election hub. Of course, we are not yet in the position to officially project who is in, officially project who is likely to win, because we've not gotten to that magic number yet, right? Because we had a magic number that we wanted to get to, right? And the magic number is well over, or the victory number, if we can put it that way, the victory number, that is, according to our own projections, the number that a candidate in an election, or in this particular election, will need in order to cross over, and then it will be statistically impossible for that particular candidate to win the election. And that number, like I said, was a little over 7,359,471. That is a number that we here at the EIB network put up, that if any candidate was to get 7,359,471 votes, they would be able to edge over, assuming that the projected voter turnout is 80%. But it looks now as though the voter turnout, may be a little lower. So depending on the voter turnout, the figures, may change, right? The figures may change. So we will take a look at that, right? We'll take a look at that. So you're still watching the EIB Election Hub, live coverage of the elections. This is the morning after election 2024. Of course, voting has closed, ballots have been counted, collation is going on at the various constituency collation centers. That is where collation is going on. As it stands now, the Electoral Commission has not, as at their last update, received even a single constituency collation
and we know that one of the reasons that the EC cited, or the major reason, is that some of the agents are refusing to sign. And it will be good to engage our Eastern Regional correspondent Kojo Ansa for more on this particular one, because in the eastern region, specifically New Job in South Coalition Center. The NPP agents there, they are absent from the center after they suffered the defeat. So it would be good to have him on as we speak further too. So these are some of the things holding up the transmission of the results. So other developments also coming up in relation to the election is that the police, they have picked up 4 persons in connection with a disturbance at the Ghana Communication Technology University, which serves as the coalition center for the Okankwe Central constituency. We spoke to our reporter on the ground earlier, Calvin Powell, who told us about the situation where even police officers had to run for their dear lives. Journalists themselves, these individuals in questions believed to be supporters of Baba Sadiq, who contested against Patrick Buama of that constituency. They stormed the center to vandalize the place because it looked as though the results were not going in their favor. They vandalized the property furniture there, even injured someone in the process. So in relation to these latest arrests too, it would be good to hear from Calvin and how the situation or calm has been restored to the area as we speak. So some of these pockets of incidents we'll be bringing to you in the course of the show. My name is Nadi Ditete, and I am here with...
And my name is Lantam Papanko. Yes, and like Nadi Ditete has been telling you, it's our live coverage of the elections, the 2024 parliamentary and presidential elections. Now, the man who has got all the data and all the numbers, Edem Kojo, is here in the studio with us. They have been crunching the numbers and making sure that we have all the updates. Edem, good morning to you.
Good morning, Lantam. It's been a long night.
Yes, it's been a long night, and it's great to see you've been crunching the numbers, feeding us with the numbers, and we've been announcing some of the results. What more do you have? What is it looking like? What analysis do you have for us?
Okay, so Lantam, and to you out there, the first thing you need to do today or this morning is to log on to starfm.com.gh, because that is the portal where you are getting real live updates of whatever is happening in the country. Now remember that these results that are coming through on starfm.com.gh are results that have been certified. They are results that are on EC pink sheets, collation sheets. So when you go onto the starfm.com.gh portal, you'll see a tab called the Election Hub, and when you click on it, you begin to see the numbers as they are told in this election. So this is a picture of what currently our dashboard looks like when it comes to the presidential election out of the constituencies we've collated so far. Now currently, if you come in here, at valid votes that we have tallied so far are 1 million or 1.671 million, and you realize that rejected votes, which I'll come to, we'll talk about it shortly. But clearly there are 2 lead contenders in this race, John Dramani Mahama of the NDC and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP. Now currently, based on the votes that we've tallied, 1.67 million votes, John Dramani Mahama leads with 912,853, representing 54.63% of the votes we've tallied here at the EIB network, while Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia trails behind with 725,964, representing 43.44% of the votes that we have collated so far. Now you can see down there we have of all the other candidates. Now interestingly, in third, and it's actually a runaway third, is Cheddar with 15,010, representing 0.9%. So Cheddar is doing close to 1% of the valid votes that are coming in so far. And Alan Tremantin, some may describe as the biggest political disappointment of the season, per the data we are going through currently, is doing 0.27%, just close to a quarter of a percentage point. Now there is also Akosia Frempoma of the CPP. There is Christian Kwabena Andrews, who last 4 years was actually in the position of Cheddar, being the runaway third place, and here he is this time trailing behind or far behind. Then we have Hassan Ayarega, we have Latte, we have Akbalu, we have Frempom of the National Development Party. Then we have the two independent candidates, Kofi Cranton and Berema. So this is what we have in here. Now, ironically, if you look at this, rejected votes so far stands as a whooping 21,556 votes. Guess what? The number of rejected votes is greater than the number of votes the second or the third person in the race is facing. Now remember that on the ballot paper there were actually 13 faces. However, due to losing Ekwadonko, any vote that has been given or any vote towards Ekwadonko is populated as part of the rejected votes. Now in effect, we do not know how many votes or how many people have really voted for Ekwadonko, but we tend to think that the reason we have such a high rejected voter turnout is because people are probably voting for Ekwadonko, which in turn turns into rejected ballot. So this is an overview of our presidential election. Now when we move up and we go up, we take you to our dashboard. Now this dashboard gives you the regional map performance, and on your left hand side you see the performance based on the results that have come on each region. And on the right hand side there are 276 dots on the right hand side, each dot representing a parliamentary seat. And anytime a parliamentary seat is called, per our collation, a color code is given. Now over here we have close to 41 parliamentary seats called so far. Out of this, the NPP has 15. An independent candidate has 1. And the NDC so far is leading with 25 confirmed seats per our coalition down here. So the question one will ask, yes, we are hearing so many rumors, we are hearing so many claims of people winning as many as 185 seats, while the same people say that the EC or officers have not yet declared results. So yes, over here we are only giving you the results that have been declared. So let's go into the data and ask ourselves, which seats so far have been declared? Lantam, which of these regions do you want me to start from?
Well, let's start from the Ashanti region.
Okay, so
the Ashanti region.
Very interesting. The Ashanti region. So this is the Ashanti region. Blue, which will tell you that it's a region the MPP is dominating as we speak. But the reason why I want to go further into this is that we are going to look at the data in depth. Yes, it may be blue, but how blue is the blue? So let's go in. Okay, so this is what we see from the onset. For the presidential in the Ashanti region, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, out of about 3 or 4 constituencies. Yes, we're working with a lot of polling station data into the night. Constituencies cleared so far. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is at 188,226, and John Dramani Mahama at 71.710%. Now, note that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia per this is doing 70.72 as it stands. If you recall what happened in the 2016 elections, candidate Akufo-Addo had a performance of 73% and over in the Ashanti region. So right from the onset, when you look at the data, although this is just a few constituencies and might not necessarily give you the full picture, but could be an estimation, this will tell you that already Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has started underperforming in the Ashanti region. On the other hand, John Dramani Mahama is doing 26%. This is a figure close to what he did in the 2020 elections. So 2 things you can see in there. Although John Dramani Mahama is maintaining his percentage, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, per the first set of results that have been confirmed from the Ashanti region, is losing grounds in the Ashanti region. So you can go up, we can go up and see who is chopping into the Ashanti region's votes. Cheddar, Nana Kwame Bediako, 1.34 percentage points out of the Ashanti region. Alan, 0.54%. When you put these two together, it means that these two candidates are gaining nearly 2% of votes in the Ashanti region. Remember, I told you that John Dramani Mahama, from the results you've seen right from the onset, is maintaining, or looks as though he's maintaining, his stance that he gained in 2020. So clearly, whilst Mahama is maintaining, the NPP and its candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, seems to be losing votes to these two men, Nana Kwame Bediako and Alan John Kojo Tremanzen. Now let's just go further down now. So this is a confirmation, and that's the nice thing about this portal. We actually have 6 seats from the Ashanti region that have so far been declared and put into the system. So if 6 seats out of a possible 47 have come out, and you're already doing 70%, it's a cause for you to be worried. Let's delve deeper into the seats and have another conversation. So to you out there and to Lantam, this has all the constituencies. Whenever the result is put in and is certified and is put in there, it would appear here once you refresh your system. I'm trying to find which of the constituencies is ready. I keep going. Okay, and I have a first one. First on the list, and it is very important that this came up, Bantama. Lantam, you are smiling. Why?
So I'm smiling because, yes, the Bantama constituency is like, when the NDC talks about the World Bank of the NDC and they talk about the voter region, and then the NPP talks about their World Bank and they talk about the Ashanti region, the heart of that World Bank is Bantama constituency.
Okay, yes. So this is Bantama constituency. And Francis Asenso Boache, the parliamentary candidate, gets 85.49% of votes. And the NDC candidate, Simon Adai Dapa, gets 14.51% of the votes. But hold on, beyond the percentages, let's try also look at the nominal figures. And maybe if you're around, you have a pen, you can take it down because we will do some comparisons later. So for Francis Asenso Boache, based on the declared result from Bantama, he polled 47,275. Lantam, I need you to keep that number because we would use it for some analysis on 47,275. Francis Asenso Boache, and the NDC candidates 8,023. So having seen Bantama here, we'll take you to our own system we developed where we do a comparison with the previous year. So over here, I'm taking you to the Bantama constituency. So we have Bantama loading right in front of us. And your far left is 2020, 2016 in the middle, and 2012 here. I'm just going to scroll up slightly for you to see the results for Bantama in terms of the parliamentary, and then we'll compare it to the figures we see today. Lantam, do we start from 2012 to 2020 or 2020 to 2012?
All right, so we will come to you, Edem, and then we'll figure out where we are going to start from. Perhaps we'll go all the way to 2016 and then work our way up. But what you're seeing on your screen now is Vice President Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It was said that he was going to address the media at 9. He's there, so let's listen to what he's got to say.
So, are you guys ready? Should I go?
Which part is it?
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election
even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
So you've just seen the Vice President from his official residence, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP. He is also the flag bearer of the NPP, just addressing the media and conceding defeat. The main contender for John Dramani Mahama, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, says, per the NPP's own collated results, they know that they have lost the election, and because of that, he has conceded defeat, and he has called President John Mahama to congratulate him as president-elect. You can see Dennis Miracles Abuaji in your shot there. All Samia Wuku and other stalwarts, Mustafa Hamid, Anthony Cabo,
Vice President.
Yes,
when he made his way out of the place.
And on the other side, you see scenes from Adabraka,
yes,
which is the headquarters of the National Democratic Congress, and there is a lot of jubilation. So I think this is essentially going to calm the tempest and calm the storm that was beginning to brew.
And Lantam, you think one thing that I think that this speech would do would also alert the people. Okay.
This morning, after the Vice President.
Okay, so our colleague Obed King Aglo is at the headquarters of the NDC. He's gauging the mood there. You can see the excitement there.
Maja Baba go because you go you to take Ghana. So they be a minister go. What you bro? Hey, you wine you change. Oh my God.
All right. So that's one of party members of the National Democratic Congress telling us that he's extremely happy about the situation and that they are tired of the economy and henceforth they hope that things will change. Let me still engage some more people about the concession speech by the Vice President. Madam, it's saying,
Manage pa because abana tue because me say me mama remember power so say na ya ko pa ya to aba mama ade power power te na ji pa tue ba me tu na to atwene e tu na ko nyansu mama ba beta ko nyansu tu mama say sta ko maye because jo ko me wo ye ble pa je ble pa ti mama ba beta ko maye ye free
mama be no den opese wu free mama
mama beta mama obeti say yes maye well but obeti ko maye because ko me wo to ye ble ti mama ba pa wa kwa e be de no so ko na de amaye ko se be pa ko se tu tu kwai wow ye tu kwai ti e won se mama ba ni se yes be de e be de amaye wow ti mama so ba pa wa ko mama ye papa ti do pa wow
that's the break. So we are still here at the national headquarters of the National Democratic Congress, where there's full of excitement, there's full of fun here, and we are still going to engage some more members of the party. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, about the arena, papa, and about now I had here. Send our yard out. I declare results in the Wayadi Pa, Wayadi.
I'm the same people say, Sia, your mama, oh, Winnie, policy bang, and I will share your mama on ye, from Bois Gana mine.
Oh, me boss in here, 50 quality, me boss, no.
It's a policy bang, eh? Boss a bang or share your own person, ultimate disso, let's be Boagana mine, anyone gasa.
Oh, Naka Sally, 24 hours, you know. Obey, Omedi so, no dear Jumamaye, now a Mebrunia Jumaye, and I don't know meaning in Assam. And a second, and more with this cano, and before my discano, Manava no Hunchamo, Omuchim, you know, Massama, no, that's it.
All right, that's it. So, this party member says that he wants the president-elect to be able to fulfill his promise of the 24-hour economy that he promised during the campaign season. Let me still engage some more party members who are excited over here. You're welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you very much, sir.
We see you're excited.
Very excited.
How you feel?
I'm overjoyed. I'm elated because we have waited for this for a very long time. And by the grace of the Almighty God, this is not a doing of man. Even though Ghanaians wanted this, but this is what God has done for us. We pleaded, we begged with God to take these people away. He has taken them away. So I am very excited. Just like everyone behind me, we are very excited.
Tell me, which of the policies of John Mahama are you looking forward to be fulfilled?
Oral. Operation Oral. We will recover everything. Even if for the next 4 years we will not do anything. All the stolen goods, all the state capture, all the monies and the wealth they have amassed for themselves, we are going to recover it all. We made a promise to Ghanaians that we are going to recover it all. And I hope that is a promise that we are going to keep, because that is one of the policies I'm really interested in. Because we need to safeguard our nation.
Right, so let's engage some more people. We've seen Fifi Bansing shown up here. Let's find out from him what he makes of the win.
John Mahama, whom you support, and also the concession speech by His Excellency Dr. Bawumia.
I think that the concession speech is a sign of magnanimity. He's done well because he signed for the peace pact, and therefore it's important that he concedes.
Yes.
Because that will bring the tensions down, like he rightly said. And for President Mahama, it tells us that look, hard work pays. He has unfinished business. He's coming back to do that business. And for us, those of us who supported him and followed him all throughout the campaign, we knew what he was made of. Because even in 4 years, we saw what he did. So imagine him after 4 years, what he's going to do well. So we are extremely delighted, but we are humbled by the fact that Ghanaians have again given him the mandate. And you know what? Trust President Mahama. This is his last 4 years, but he will create wonders in this country.
And the billion a tax you would have made, is it?
Say again.
I'm saying that how should the NDC be taking this victory, also looking or taking into consideration how Herculean the tax ahead is?
Well, we know it's a very deep hole that has been dug for us. We know it's a very deep hole. So sometimes I even tell them that, look, it's a very deep hole. And, you know, we need to do a lot of work. So it is not time for fantasies. It's not time. It's a lot of work ahead. And I'm telling you this without any fear of equivocation, that the president-elect is so ready for the task. And he's experienced enough to know where to plug the holes and how to move. So you know what? Trust him, he will deliver.
They've already destroyed the country.
Right, so that was Fifi Bonsing, who just spoke to the media about the excitement and the concession by Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and that John Dramani Mahama is president-elect. Let me still engage some excited women over here who are jubilating. Madam,
And so those are electrifying scenes from the headquarters of the NDC in Adabraka. Very jubilant supporters of the NDC, excited about the victory of the party and the presidential candidate of the party, John Dramani Mahama. We will be going to the Ashanti region. Isaac Bediako Justice is on standby to give us a mood in the Ashanti region, which is the stronghold of the governing New Patriotic Party. Bediako, what can you tell us? Bediako, can you hear me? All right, unfortunately, Bediako doesn't seem to be able to hear, but we'll also be going to the Volta region subsequently, which is a stronghold of the NDC, to find out what the mood is. But even though the Electoral Commission has not officially declared a single result from any of the constituencies, the two parties have been doing their own internal coalitions. Let's go back to the Ashanti region. Let's see. Bediako, can you hear me?
Currently, I'm stationed at the Askorimampong Municipal Electoral Commission's office. That is where the constituency coalition is still ongoing in the constituency. Of course, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the MPP's presidential candidate in this election, has already conceded defeat. And this has sparked mass jubilation in the Asawase constituency. As we can see from the visuals, the parties and the supporters in the constituency are behind the EC wall, singing and dancing, jubilating, celebrating the election of former President John Dramani Mahama as president-elect in election 2024. The Asawase coalition is still ongoing. Any moment from now, we understand Alhaji Mumtaka Mubarak, the MP for Asawase constituency, will step out to come and address the media on the outcome of this constituency's parliamentary elections and the presidential elections. He will be able to tell us how much votes former President John Dramani Mahama had in this election and what he also had in the election. Now the party supporters are here, they are singing. Let me try and speak to this woman. Mami, Mama, I check anybody GH party.
So papa. I
need you na shasi.
I need you to sudodo. Ya frame ajiara motu. Aswasi consensus organizer. Nyami ayamaye. Nyami watie sufre. Ya freno wajiswa amaye. Papa said you're gonna sit here. Anka yanjikana. Anka yenu bebi ebeko. Inti ye bompa ye. Edo nyami asi. Nyambo echina. Ema biya kana mebia sorry. No mu ye chiriya. No mu ndo nyami asi. Ye mama Christian fuo. Do mu beko asori ene. Omu kodo nyami asi. Enam se ye ye firi busa fuo musa. Inti ye do nyami asi se ena no peyi. Enu echi nyina ya nda. Enu ya jina enamu. Afedie omu asan Bawumia akongoleti JM asamu asan omu sisa omunioma yesu yembe shishe yedie JM adi papa na okasa obeye no obeya maburuso waye bida obetumi aye 24-hour economy Obia Fanny Jim 24-hour economy. Emma, your bank. So ya bank na JMD Beplay. MP Oya Bidada. JM in the bank in Ankasa. Ebe play. Inti Emma Obian Kanyanu. Yebe Daniska Fogana. Yebe Yetima Fogana. Yebe Yajuma. Muankasa FM Fono. Tomo. Mutu be a big information. I have Bruno. Inshallah. Obia to me Munka Munka Obia to be Yamuhe. Inshallah. JM Odi Jumanisu. No Bedin Kure Amagana.
Thank you. So that is the Asawase constituency women organizer sharing his expectations from the NDC incoming government. The deputy Asawase constituency chairman is also here. Obaini, Mausa Anije Aba.
Yeah, and because me and me campaign coordinator for South constituency. And you share and tomorrow any boy here. And as was it for NDC. Yakaya who I Madi. I'm a party, I'm a power, or Mutaka, we need to Dramana win. And what's a ninja because election way and different. Yes, share election. This is carrying to money by any move. Ever that don't call for, but still, as was it for see. A honorable Mutaka, a John Dramani Mama, a NDC, one or more who say, or with your money show Musama, or bet me the master club again.
So that is the deputy Asawase constituency chairman. He's so excited here, celebrating the NDC's victory with his supporters, party members. We'll try and see if we can speak to the Asawase member of parliament in the person of Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak. Currently, this is the coalition room. The police personnel here are monitoring what is happening in there so that nothing unfortunate happen here. Everything has been peaceful in the Asawase constituency from their campaign activities up to now. Nothing bad has happened here. And so we're going straight into the coalition room where the security agencies and all the people here are seated. And we'll be able to see if we can speak to Honorable Muntaka and the people who are here. So that is the situation now here in the Asawase. Coalition is still ongoing. Muntaka is making a case of an issue here. So they are not yet done with their coalition. But it is clear that Muntaka is winning this Asawase constituency parliamentary election. When we checked last time, he was leading the MPP's candidate, Manaf Ibrahim, with about 10,000 votes difference. And so, as at now, I cannot confirm either he has widened the gap or not, because coalition is still not complete.
Overwhelmingly rejected Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the New Patriotic Party. They have endorsed His Excellency President Mahama with over 1.4 million votes, and that for me is a restoration that the Almighty God alone could have, provided. Remember where President Mahama is coming from: the denigration, the insult, the ridicule, and today God, in His own time, has chosen to elevate him and to restore him to glory. And so, for me, what's next is for us all to rally around President Mahama to reset this country and put it back on the track of growth.
What should Ghanaians expect from the NDC government? You've made
a number of promises. This is not limited to your constituency, but this is about Ghana, resetting Ghana. So in the next few years, what should Ghanaians expect from the NDC administration?
Well, you should expect honest leadership. You should expect integrity. You should expect honest leadership. You should expect integrity. You should expect us to be truthful to the people. And you should expect a leadership that will be guided by the manifesto promises that we have made to the people of Ghana. A leadership that will actually be aimed at restoring the eroded, goodwill that many people used to have of our democracy. I can bet you that Ghana will get back on the road of progress.
Okay, so as you can see in the shot here, quite a number of your supporters are on the streets of Tamale jubilating already, and sometimes the jubilations get out of hand. What would you tell your supporters as you celebrate this victory?
So for the sake of all the people of Ghana who have endured the hardship and the arrogance and the nepotism and the corruption of the New Patriotic Party, let nobody assign this victory to anyone else but the God that we all serve and His Excellency President Mahama, and also the people who queued up and showed vigilance, throughout the electoral process that has led to the conclusion that we are seeing. They deserve celebration, they deserve the glory, and they must be allowed to enjoy their flowers. Let no one attempt to assign this glory or these flowers to anybody who is especially non-deserving. I mean, the people of Ghana have endured the NPP. And you see, the outcome of the elections, the results, simply shows that the anger is across the country. It's across the country. And it has been expressed, in their votes. And we thank God for that. And we are very, very confident that we will not betray this trust that the people of Ghana has reposed in us, members of the NDC. We have to be guided. We have to be guided by the example that they have shown by kicking out the non-performing, nepotistic, corrupt NPP government.
So Alhassan Soyene, Member of Parliament for Tamale North, and in that engagement with that, he says that the NDC will not take the trust that the people of Ghana has reposed in them, and he says that they will ensure that the good people of Ghana benefit from the policies that the National Democratic Congress, through its flag bearer, promised to the good people of Ghana. So here at the Northern School of Business, the supporters of the NDC are currently awaiting the officials of the Electoral Commission to make an official declaration of the results for the Tamale North constituency. And I must say that they are trooping in their numbers, coming all the way from different communities in the Tamale North constituency to join their Member of Parliament together with the constituency executives to celebrate this particular victory. So it's all about victory for the NDC here in the Tamale North constituency. Back to you in studios, Lantam.
From the Tamale Enclave, of course, a lot
Tamale
of jubilation.
North.
Yes, Tamale North constituency. He spoke to Alhassan Suhini, who is the Member of Parliament for that area. He has retained his seat. So this would be the third time that he's going into Parliament. And we are bringing you pictures, of course, live images from Adabraka, where the NDC headquarters is. Earlier, Obed King Gaglo spoke to us. And there was a lot of jubilation. So you can see a lot of NDC supporters jubilating all over the place because John Dramani Mahama is coming back to continue his second term as President of the Republic of Ghana. And I like what Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the current Vice President of the land, has done, because now you and I were here complaining about the Electoral Commission delaying with the collation of the results. Delaying with the collation of the results. And like we said, as at the last update of the Electoral Commission, they told us that not even a single result from any constituency has come to the National Collation Center. But here we have the two political parties with their own internal mechanisms collating their results, and they know where they are.
And you see, for me, what this concession speech will do or has done will now free the hands of the agents who may have been unnecessarily refusing to sign because they are yet to come to terms with the defeat. You understand?
All right, so I mean, essentially at this particular time, according to reports that we're having, because we're having reports from Nsawam Adrajiri, for example, where Etonam Kumashi reported. Of course, earlier she reported that one person was shot in his thigh, right? And had reported that the EC agents have left, the Constituency Collation Center, and per information that she is picking up, Frank Anodompre was refusing to sign or refusing to concede, right? So some of those things are happening, and according to the NDC, they know that some agents or some EC officials were deliberately preventing the result from being
they've
transmitted.
Seen the margin of defeat and they were not impressed with it.
So, I mean, once Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia now has conceded defeat, that should free the hands of anybody, to just
even
allow it to go.
I mean, what would be your point? What would be your point when the person who perhaps is supposed to be the biggest beneficiary has thrown in the towel? What would be your interest? To be a simple agent and decide not to, allow the results
to be of benefit to absolutely.
And so I think it's a very good example that the vice president, said. It was very good that the vice president gave that concession speech at this time, and Rantam, it actually makes our work easier.
It makes our work very, very easy.
Sit here
because
all the way till midnight waiting for results to come in. Now with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's concession speech, it simplifies the issue.
It simplifies everything.
We all can leave here early and get some rest before we come to work tomorrow.
We know where the chips are falling.
Absolutely.
We know exactly who is going to the Flagstaff House on 7th of January. No, it's Flagstaff. When is NDC's Flagstaff House?
I hope we don't go through that hassle of renaming.
I know. The NDC have always maintained that it is Flagstaff House. So I'm pretty sure when John Mahama goes back to rename it Flagstaff House. But that is the situation that we have, on our hands now. Our work has been made very, very easy for us with the main man, conceding defeat, and this is according to all indications and reports that we are getting, a very resounding victory.
And even Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia acknowledged that.
Yes,
said it was a decisive
victory, a very decisive victory. And he's proven that he's a statesman, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he's proven that he's a gentleman, because coming out like this to concede defeat at this time, when the Electoral Commission themselves do not have even a single result from any constituency.
And you see, it also goes to speak to the need or how significant it is when political parties also have their independent coalition groups.
Exactly, it helps a lot.
Because in this situation, the NPP had theirs, the NDC had theirs, and this will be the first time we will see one that has lost, referencing their internal coalition and saying that from what we have been tabulating from yesterday to today, my opponent has won decisively. Most often, what you hear the opponent say is that, pay no mind to them, pay no mind to the other. Yes, we are still winning. And so this we are seeing a lot of first times.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of first.
The very first, we are going to also see a very first female vice president.
Yes, a very first. So there are a lot of firsts.
And a very first former president in the Fourth Republic to return to office.
Exactly. A lot of history has been made, right? A lot of history has been made. And you would imagine that the last time the NDC were being mocked for not being able to collate their own results. This time around, from their own internal results calculation, they've been able to come out emphatically and say, we've won here, we've won here, we've won there. And then the MPP follow suit. They couldn't deny it. They have come. And we were wondering earlier when we heard that Vice President Bawumia was going to address a press conference. We were wondering, what kind of press conference is he going to? Is he going to concede defeat? We were a bit skeptical.
You see, we were spot on.
Yeah, but we were spot on.
Just we were wondering.
We were just,
if nothing had come from the main electoral commission.
Yeah.
On what basis was it? But he referenced their own internal commission. So, I mean, in that situation, should there be another time where they make reference to their internal commission? People will put cream on it, right?
Yes,
because it shows them when they lost.
It shows them, exactly when they lost. So a lot of firsts, for this country. The first time in the history of Ghana and even the Fourth Republic that a sitting president lost, went into opposition, and has come back into office. He's now president-elect. The very first time in the history of Ghana, we have a female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of firsts.
And whilst you're listening to us on your screens, you're seeing jubilations in different parts of the country. One is in Accra, Adabraka, the headquarters of the NDC, and the other is in Tamale, where you see some supporters seated there in the northern region. Whilst after this concession speech by the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
We heard Al-Hassan Sumini speak, they were talking about him. So this is a clear message, right, that Ghanaians are sending to politicians. It's a very clear message that Ghanaians are sending to politicians.
Live true to your word.
Live true to your word, because I was referring you earlier to the Afrobarometer survey that I was talking about, that people are not looking so much at the policies and the manifesto promises than the perceived integrity, character, and truthfulness of the candidates in question. And if this win is anything to go by, it means that Ghanaians now believe that John Dramani Mahama has more integrity and John Dramani Mahama is more truthful, and that is the reason why they have chosen him.
There are others who
he is more honest and he has more character. And that is why they chose him.
And then there are others who also say that, when Ghanaians are tired of you, they just are tired.
They are tired.
They don't care what, they would just give it to the next person. And so it may not necessarily be that this candidate fits perfectly into their box, but they're just tired of this current one, and so they just move on to the next.
When Ghanaians are tired, this is so emphatic, and Ghanaians have sent a very clear message. So they've given John Mahama a strong mandate, and they've given him a strong parliament to back that mandate, that he has.
With the expectation that these privileges or opportunities that have been given them will not be abused. That you would not become what you criticized.
And it's a word of caution, really, because even though this win is for the NDC, like we have been saying, right? Ghanaians have accepted John Mahama. Ghanaians love John Mahama. They have brought him back. But this victory for John Mahama is a strong signal to politicians that, see, you can only take us as citizens for granted for so long. When we are fed up with you, when you tell us A and you come into office and you do B, when you criticize the size of government of your opponent and you come and you have a larger size, when you say you will protect the public purse and you come and people feel that you are engaged in a lot of corruption, when people feel that you are not listening, when people feel that there is an arrogance of power, when you feel like you need to build a cathedral and Ghanaians are saying that we shouldn't build a cathedral, a whole lot of things. I mean, you can point to a whole lot of things. Essentially, the message to politicians is that when we are tired of you, we are tired of you. And it is also a signal to John Dramani Mahama and the NDC themselves that, see, we have given you the power. If you play with this power that we have given to you and you also mess up, you can kiss your victory and the NDC goodbye. Because in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo won handsomely and was given a big mandate by the NDC, I mean by the people of Ghana, and he came into office. Now, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has served his 8-year term. He is leaving office. But this is a verdict on his second term, especially as president of this country. A strong verdict on his second term as president of this country. You see, so it is a warning to every politician out there, and it is a caution to John Dramani Mahama and the NDC that if you come into office now and you take us for granted, you do not fulfill your promises, you come and engage in arrogance of power and what have you, when the time is right and we are fed up with you, we will kick you out in a manner that you may not be able to recover from. That is the message. So in as much as it is victory for the NDC, it is also a word of caution to the NDC, you know, if you ask me.
Well, Lantam, one of the things I am excited about is that our burden has been lightened.
Yes, our burden has been lightened.
We were here lamenting about the delay.
I mean, I was saying later on, by later on today, we will know.
It will be good to hear from our correspondents at the various coalitions as to whether this has doused the tensions there.
It should.
And allow the process to move freely.
It should.
Because at this point, what else are you protecting?
It should. So if there was any tension that was building up, now the tension has been killed by Dr. Bamia, so no tension anywhere. You know, we move. We know who has won. Let us carry on with our lives. Let us wait for 7th January 2025 to come. Let us swear former President Mahama back into office as President Mahama together with Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. And then let's move.
On the EC's schedule, they slated Tuesday, December 10 to declare the results. I'm wondering, with this concession speech, would they?
That is 2 days away.
Would they revise it and do the?
Well, if they're able to get, all the collated results in, you know, if they're able to get all the collated results in time. So at this point in time, the EC should have, because at the last update they didn't have. By now, the EC should begin to have the constituency results coming in. But now I am also looking at the emphatic win in Parliament. According to the NDC's collated results, they say they have won 180 seats. And from the look of things, it looks like more seats will go to the NDC. Now, if the NDC are able to win 4 more seats in addition to the 180 that they say they have won, if they're able to win 4 more, in addition to the 180 that they say they have won, that gives them 2/3 majority in Parliament. And you know what a 2/3 majority in Parliament means? It means that they will not need the opposition essentially for anything. It will be such a rubber stamp. It will be such a rubber stamp. That is, if there are 4 more seats in addition to the 180 that the NDC are saying that they have won. So it will be interesting to see how the parliamentary results play out going into this particular, Fourth Republic, right? Or going to this particular 9th Parliament, right? It will be very interesting to see, how it plays out. We're seeing a lot of new faces, we are told, in Parliament. It will be interesting to see who is going to be elected Speaker of Parliament. Does Alban Bagbin stay as Speaker? Does Doa Jaho come in again, as IB, suggested? What is going to happen in that regard? And for the business of Parliament, what is it going to look like? How is the opposition party going to conduct themselves, in Parliament moving forward, with regard to doing business with such an emphatic majority in Parliament? All of these questions, I believe, we're going to get a lot of answers to as the days unfold and as the president elect is ushered into office. There are so many talking points that I believe in the coming days we'll be getting into, because history has been made. Donald Trump in the United States of America made history with an emphatic win. It was very short. Election night in the US was very short.
Absolutely.
By the wee hours of the morning, Fox News and Co had called the election for Donald Trump.
No, he okay, so he won.
Well,
so it's the same scenario here. It's the same scenario here.
And in this particular, by this morning, because polls closed yesterday, and we're expecting to be here all the way maybe until Monday. But the candidate has conceded defeat, and so that is what the current situation is. And so if you just tune into GHOne television, you're seeing live video feed from the NDC headquarters at Dabraka, where NDC supporters have massed up at the headquarters. We are yet to hear from former President John Dramani Mahama. I'm pretty sure he's going to also give us a victory speech very, very soon. But Sami Jenfi has given us a precursor to that.
Lantam, let's spend a moment to talk about that poll that was done, the polls that were done by...
Yes, quite a number of polls were done.
Musa Danko, especially because
Global Info Analytics.
Global Info Analytics, and especially his exit poll, not the exit poll, the very last one,
the last poll that he did.
Last prediction before we went into the polls. I'll try and fetch that, but you're still watching our continuous coverage of.
When it's interesting because when you look at the polls that were conducted, right, we saw Professor Smart Sapong come out with his own poll. And according to Professor Smart Sapong's poll, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was there with about 49%, right? And that is not even 50%. And John Dramani Mahama, according to Smart Sapong, was languishing somewhere around 45%, right? But Musa Danko had been very, very consistent and consistently predicted that the NDC was going to win the election, and he said it was going to be very, very decisive, and he also predicted that Nana Kwame Bediako was going to emerge as a third because all the polls were showing to Nana Kwame Bediako being the third force.
And this poll, before the December 7 elections, this was on 29th of November, where he projected that John Dramani Mahama was going to win by some 52.2%, and they are going to dominate Parliament. He predicted a 41.4% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and at the time, I think there was a lot of backlash, and there were some who suggested that, for instance, consistently we have seen that those who have come in second in the polls usually is between 45, 46, 47, around that range. So when he predicted a 41.4% percentage loss for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, there were people who questioned it and saying that, if you look at the trend, this is what it is, and so no value can be placed on this. But and then there was also this other poll by Benefsin.
There was Benefsin who also predicted 51 for Dr. Bawumia.
So Benefsin, what happened? Something percent.
So what happened with Benefsin? What happened with Smart Sapong?
He said he would.
What happened with
So Benefsin says he will provide the details in January 2025 in his books.
Okay, well then he should provide the details so that we get to know. So according to the Global Info Analytics poll, like you were mentioning, John Mahama was projected to have 52.2%, Dr. Bawumia 41.4%, Alan Chemanting 2.5%, and Nana Kwame Bediako with 3.0%, and the 0.9%, for the others. So it looks like Nana Kwame Bediako, like we were saying, has emerged as the third force in the outcome of this election. But of course, we're still waiting for all the results to come out. When all the results come out, we will know, and we will see exactly how all of this is going to play out, or how all of this has played out. This is our live coverage of the EIB Election Hub. We're live on Facebook at GHOne TV and at Star 1035 FM. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Twitter. We are live on Star 103.5 FM. We are live on GHOne Television. And I believe we are live on Ago TV as well. And this is our live coverage. We have been bringing you this live coverage. We're also live on Empire 102.7 FM in Takoradi, and we've been bringing you the EIB Election Hub since election eve. Of course, since Friday evening 6 p.m. when we started, we have been here giving you updates after updates, bringing you up to speed with regard to everything that is happening with the election. On election morning, we were here. We took you to all the constituencies and the various polling stations to find out how voting was going. We brought you all of those updates from our various correspondents all across the country. Right after voting ended, we brought you reports from our correspondents as well. When counting was underway at the polling stations, we brought you reports as well. And of course, when the ballot boxes got to the collation centers, we brought you reports as well. Now, the election is over. Dr. Bawumia has conceded defeat. John Mahama is president-elect, and we have brought that to you here on your EIB Election Hub. And we're grateful that you have continued to stay tuned in to the EIB Election Hub.
And is our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections here in Ghana. And Lantam and I have been with you since about 4 a.m. thereabout. And so shortly we'll be making way for Sewami here and the rest of the team to also come and take over from here till we decide to call it a day. On GHOne TV and Star FM, this is your election hub. Good afternoon to you, Sewa. How are you?
Good morning.
No, it's not afternoon yet.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning. You're in a hurry, Nadine.
I am in a hurry.
Calming down.
I am in a hurry.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How has your morning been for you? And we just saw the vice president conceding. Did it come to you as a surprise that he conceded at this time, especially when we haven't heard anything from the Electoral Commission?
I think that, surprised, no.
Okay.
With the way things were going, on social media, the followers of John Dramani Mahama and even he himself, and from the results that we here were even collating, it was quite clear and obvious that the NDC had won, both presidential and parliamentary. I am surprised at the delay of the Electoral Commission. I expected things to have gone faster than we are seeing, but I think that the timing was just right. There was no need to wait any longer. Wait for what? At the end, nothing is going to change, will it? So he did the very honorable thing and, the respect of many to come out this early, save a lot of us the stress and himself as well, and just let us know that from their own, there's one thing that he said, that from their own coalition, the NDC and John Dramani Mahama had won both presidential and parliamentary. So no surprises there at all. The timing was just perfect. I mean, if he had waited any longer, people have just dragged the thing that, you've already lost. Just concede defeat and let's move on with our lives. But I think that the timing was just perfect.
And isn't, Lantam and I were talking about how, the EC had said that there were some people, delaying the process by deciding not to append their signatures to the pink sheets, among others. And without those signatures, you cannot send them. You cannot transmit the results to the EC's headquarters. And so with this speech, it's more of disarms. It will disarm any individual who feels that I don't want to let my flag bearer down by letting this result stand. And so with such a speech, it will disarm such individuals to let go, and then we can move on. And I think beyond everything else, it actually shortens the process for us journalists as well.
I know, right?
We're going to be sitting here waiting for constituencies to be coming in. When the EC says it hasn't received a single.
But it's disappointing that at this time there's no single result even from the regional level. It's very disappointing. It's very disappointing to the extent that the flag bearer of the NPP had to address the press, concede defeat, and still not even a single statement or results from the EC at that level is quite disappointing. And for me, these things feeds into the points that the NDC and the argument that they've been making the whole time, and even CSOs about the seeming incompetency of the electoral commission.
Mind you, in the last election, it took a while, and see the number of times that elections were declared.
And there's a lot of misinformation on social media, and that is why for the areas that it appears, decided or confirmed, the EC should have said something by now, because people are throwing wrong information about on social media. And today you go on, this person has won, that person has lost, and the misinformation is just too much.
As of yesterday evening, I left here around 9 p.m. I went home to rest a bit and then came in again this morning. And You know, from time to time when I'm napping, I just will get up a bit and then I'd scroll through the internet, and I saw this particular handle on Facebook kept publishing false news.
Yeah.
And I said to myself,
not just that handle. Now you go on Twitter, and there are pages that have been created, even existing pages, churning out false information, and you wonder why there's so much delay. Anyway, by the way, Lantam, Hassan Ayariga has sent a message to tell you that tell Lantam to stop saying the new force is dead. He should wait till the end. Okay. Hassan Ayariga of APC, good morning to you, by the way. And I'm wondering why, Mr. Hassan Ayariga, you haven't been able to form the third force after all these years.
Mr. Hassan Ayariga, thank you very much
so
for your question.
Wait.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm taking your advice. I'm taking it very well. I will wait for all the official results to come from the Electoral Commission, and then we will see who exactly the third force is. Mr. Hassan Ayariga of the All People's Congress, right?
Yes.
The All People's Congress has been sending in that question. Thank you very much.
He says wait for the results. Anyway, so
yes. But per what we are getting, per the information that we are getting from our own collated results at the EIB election hub, the third force that has emerged is Nana Kwame Bediako. That is the results that we have. And the information we are picking from other sources, it appears that Nana Kwame Bediako is there. But let's wait for all to come.
There's a constituency that I want us to look at, that the delay is just causing unnecessary problems. That's Okankwe Central. Baba Sadiq and Patrick Yabuame's constituency. Because our correspondence there gives us these results that for presidential, Dr. Bawumia 18,785, John Mahama 21,890. For parliamentary, Patrick Yabuama 20,378, and Baba Sadiq 18,000. But we see photos on social media of Baba Sadiq being crowded and declaring, and even I've seen a tweet from him saying, Okankwe Central, change has come. No. You know, these are the things that will just cause unnecessary chaos and problems.
You know, and it's a bit more worrying because Calvin Powell had earlier reported from the Constituency Collation Center telling us that they had to run for their lives from the collation center in that constituency because thugs believed to be in support of Baba Sadiq stormed the collation center, destroyed electoral materials, projectors, furniture, what have you, even knocked down one of the election observers who had to be rushed to the hospital, we are told, and just caused mayhem. And even the security agencies that were there, even the police and other members of the election security task force who were there had to run. And according to Calvin Powell, who reported, he said they had to run for their lives because of the chaos that had erupted. And at the time that these thugs came in, it didn't appear as though Baba Sadiq was winning, right? Because it appeared that those thugs were there because they were unhappy about how the election was going on. And then after that had happened and they had left the thugs there, now we are seeing on social media all of these tweets and posts, about Baba Sadiq winning, and all of that. We need to see what is happening in that regard.
Yeah.
And the EC needs to give us the accurate figures from that particular constituency with regard to
these days, if they had dealt with them speedily and we had the results, all these would have been resolved. Because I simply do not get it. Or why will it take us so long to compute these things and give room for people to take advantage of the tension and create more chaos? And for the life of me, I do not understand how an individual who says, I want to lead you, I want to serve you, is the same person who has supporters who can, invade a polling station or invade a collation center and wreak havoc on the place. It does not make sense to me. So why do you want to serve the people?
At all. It doesn't make sense at all. And we have already said that the police should look at that. I believe by now the police may have swooped in because I believe the security agencies that were there would report the matter to the police, and the police may have sent reinforcements to make sure that they're able to deal with the situation. And any criminal who has engaged in any criminal activity during this election period should be made to face the full rigors of the law. Enough is enough with regard to some of these things that we usually witness during elections, where everybody wants to use some foul ways and means, to win an election or make an opponent lose. I mean, it's needless for us to lose lives. Yet another election has come, and some lives have been lost. The last election, we lost 8 lives. In this election, there are reports that we've lost how many? 2 or 3 lives, with many other people being injured. It is needless. It is uncalled for. It should not have happened in the first place. Why does it have to happen? That people get maimed, people, get gunshot wounds, and all of these things, just because you are supporting a candidate to go to parliament, and the person is even going to enjoy the largesse of the state, and you will be left languishing where you are. So, the sooner as Ghanaians we understand that, the better for us.
Right. I don't know if, because you have been on the article for a while, I think it have been kind of the big shifts that have come, that if you have lost,
Can you repeat the question?
No, I'm asking if you have looked at some of the big names that have come.
Yes, we have seen that.
Because Buffalo has lost his seat in Sunyani West.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see it coming. I didn't,
because media still appear to be very strong in the area, also West Wogo, in spite of everything. And Dom Kwabena.
I don't think also Ellie Plim is as visible in the country.
No, Ellie Plim to her credit. Ellie Plim to her credit has been very consistent in the Dom Kwabena constituency. Even during the time of Sarah Joasafo.
Okay, so is this her third time of trying?
This is her third time of trying. She has been very, very consistent. And I did not expect her to win, but she did a lot of work, because this time around her campaigning in the Dom Kwabena constituency was pretty intense. It wasn't as compared to the 2020, it was pretty intense here. But I really didn't think she was going to.
Do you think if Sarah
had stood,
she would have won? I don't think
so. I think she.
No, I don't think she would.
Looking at it now, hindsight, I think she would have lost.
No,
I think Adwoa would have lost, because IB kept referring to something that when there is a wind of change, sometimes you cannot stop it.
You can't stop it.
The most unpredictable of places. Did you think that Henry Quarter was going to lose? I didn't see it coming either. And so it tells you the level of discontent.
Did you even think how
and anger.
Did you even think how our opposition was going to
lose? Which governments most of the time paid little mind to, because they always thought that they had it in the bag. And so whenever the complaints came, then they would easily make reference to, in 2016, candidate, then president. But it tells you that the people didn't want to hear that. A lot of times I hear people say, we voted you in to solve the problem.
Yeah, so
why are you complaining? Fix it.
I also believe that, the people that primarily come out to vote for Adwoa, which are members of the Father's Church, were very unhappy, that Adwoa was voted out.
All right. So, I mean, it's interesting, and it's also unfortunate that, at a time where Michael Quay Jr. has become the parliamentary candidate for Dom Kwabena constituency, after trying and contesting Adwoa in the primaries for such a long time. Michael Quay finally becomes the candidate, and in the first attempt he loses the seat, which is an MPP seat held by his father, from his father to Adwoa, and now he is the one who is there, and Dom Kwabena is gone.
Right from when I came on at about 6 p.m. on the election night, I had this conversation with Edem Kojo. We looked at the trend from 1996 when we started voting, and looked at how the incumbent always suffers when there's a low voter turnout. Now, I spoke with some of my contacts in the Ashanti region, right? And I asked, because I went to the Ashanti region, and I had a conversation with Chairman Wuntumi. I asked Chairman Wuntumi how many votes they were anticipating from that region, and he said about 85%. I spoke with my contacts in the Ashanti region, and they say that the turnout was about 60%. That is absolutely insane, and that is shocking.
That is shocking.
Absolutely.
And if you have that kind of turnout in the stronghold of the NPP, it means that what we are seeing was bound to have happened. And what we have also seen now, before you go, is that the NPP didn't, the NDC didn't increase in its votes that much, as much as we expected. But in the strongholds of the NPP, they lost. And that is what has given the NDC the victory that it has.
Do you think apathy also played a role? Because in the Ashanti region, there were issues of apathy, people not coming out to come and vote.
Their people didn't vote.
Probably could have been a problem.
Their people didn't vote.
So they didn't
vote.
Yeah, instead of rather than go and vote for another party, we would rather just not vote. And that gives the NDC the edge.
Voter turnout in the Ashanti region was very low.